C City Qingchuan No. 1 High School. I wonder if we can awaken the Beast Tamer talent. If we awaken it, we can become honored, gifted Beast Tamers and have a chance to enter a prestigious Beast Tamer Academy. Raising beasts requires vast resources. We common Beast Tamers must awaken our talents to rise above the crowd. Inside the Talent Awakening Hall, dozens of youths fixed their fervent gazes upon the enormous Awakening Divine Stone at the center. The excitement was written all over their faces. Beside Jiang Yun, his sister was equally thrilled. Brother, I dream of becoming a gifted Beast Tamer. Do you think I can awaken the Beast Tamer talent? Jiang Yun patted his sister's little head. A smile hung on his face as he nodded at her. It was already the 10th time she had asked him the same question since they entered the Awakening Hall. Jiang Yun still patiently gave her affirmation. Yet when Jiang Yun looked at the Awakening Divine Stone in the center of the hall, his eyes also held deep anticipation. Jiang Yun was a transmigrant. In his past life, after years of arduous study, he finally graduated from university and found a well-paying job with comprehensive benefits. Unfortunately, before he could even start work, he was knocked down by a bicycle while saving a little girl on his way home. Unexpectedly, he was reborn into another world, a world of Beast Tamers. In this world, everyone who could accumulate 200 points of Beast Tamer power before the age of 18 could become a powerful Beast Tamer. Only when one's Beast Tamer power reached 200 points could they withstand the intense power of the Talent Awakening Stone and successfully awaken their Beast Tamer talent. Among Beast Tamers, those who awakened a talent were called gifted Beast Tamers. They were different from ordinary Beast Tamers. They possessed unique talent skills. Every gifted Beast Tamer would be valued by the school and become a key student aiming for advanced Beast Tamer academies. Such gifted Beast Tamers would also become the targets of major forces, and their future was bright. Class 3 is Senior High 1 Li Xiang No Talent. Next student step forward. Before the Talent Awakening Stone, the teacher in charge shook his head with disappointment as the stone remained unresponsive. Qingchuan No. 1 High School organized students who had reached 200 Beast Tamer power for Talent Awakening every day. Today, more than 20 people were to undergo the awakening. As all were about to finish, no gifted Beast Tamer had appeared yet. The presiding teacher felt somewhat disappointed. Hearing the teacher's words, the student, named Li Xiang, felt his gaze dim and he left in disappointment. Without awakening the Beast Tamer talent, one could only be an ordinary Beast Tamer for life, but the cost of training was beyond an ordinary person's means. Destined to be mediocre for life. Under the teacher's guidance, the awakening proceeded in an orderly manner, soon reaching Jiang Yun and his sister. Class 8 Senior High 2 Jiang Yun. Then his name was called. The teacher checked Jiang Yun's identity, and upon seeing his age couldn't help but smile. 16 years old, reaching 200 Beast Tamer power before 18, not bad, not bad. The teacher showed some appreciation for Jiang Yun. The younger one was when reaching 200 Beast Tamer power, the higher the probability of awakening the Beast Tamer talent. Place your hand on the Talent Awakening Stone. If you have the Beast Tamer talent, the stone will manifest information in your mind. The teacher gestured, his eyes full of anticipation as they rested on Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun nodded and placed his right hand on the Awakening Stone. The moment his right hand touched the Awakening Stone, a strange energy surged wildly into his body. This peculiar force seemed to resonate with the Beast Tamer power inside him, making him shudder. Then information appeared in his mind. You have awakened the Crank Talent Basic Information Reading Heavenly Eye. This information brought a smile to Jiang Yun's face. Although it was only a crank talent, it was enough to earn some attention from the school. At least it was better than nothing. Jiang Yun felt quite satisfied. But just as Jiang Yun was feeling relieved, the information in his mind suddenly twisted and new messages emerged. Warning: unknown energy parasitic fusion. Crank Talent Basic Information Reading Heavenly Eye is mutating talent, fuses and advances to divine rank manifestation of all things traits. Manifestation of all things traits. Divine rank talent view all information of all things insight into optimal evolution paths of beasts and their utmost potential. As Jiang Yun's talent awake, the previously still awakening stone began to tremble, shaking even the stone platform beneath it. Such intense tremors drew exclamations from the surrounding students. The stone is moving. The talent is awakening. Wow, such a big tremor. What rank of talent could this be? A rank or drank? Could it be crank or brank? The students were discussing animatedly. Even the teacher stared at the stone, holding his breath. His eyes were full of expectation, thinking that such a big reaction must be at least drank. He thought if Jiang Yun could awaken a drank talent, it would be a huge gain for the school. Generally, any reaction from the stone meant successful awakening of Beast Tamer talent. The awakening stone would also emit different lights corresponding to the level of the successfully awakened talent. From low to high: white for a rank, green for drank, blue for crank, cyan for brank, purple for a rank, orange for shrank, gold for S rank, red for SS rank. Beast Tamers were everywhere in this world. But gifted beast tamers were extremely rare. Those who could awaken were already 1 in 100. In Qingchuan one high school's history, the highest awakened talent was only rank. That person had become a top-level diamond rank beast tamer in Sea City. He was even favored by a big figure from the province, and went to the province with richer resources, making countless people envious. Amid the teacher's deep anticipation, the trembling of the awakening stone grew even more intense, more violent than any ever seen before. This made the teacher even more excited. The stone's reaction is getting stronger. Could it be that Qingchuan one high school is about to produce another high-rank gifted beast tamer? Under everyone's burning gaze, the awakening stone's commotion lasted a long time. But to everyone's surprise, when the tremor finally ceased and became perfectly still, the awakening stone did not emit any color at all. This left everyone baffled. What's going on? Such a big reaction from the stone, yet no light of any color. Has the awakening failed? That's weird. Weren't we told that a reaction from the stone guarantees successful awakening? Liar. Everyone was puzzled. As the stone calmed down, even the teacher who had worked in the awakening hall for years felt deeply confused and surprised. How can this be? I've never seen such a strong reaction, yet not a single light emitted. Could the stone be malfunctioning? The teacher wondered. Could the awakening stone be broken? Doubts filled the teacher's mind. Having never encountered such a situation, the teacher cautiously asked Jiang Yun, did you see any information in your mind? Did it mention the rank of your awakened talent? Hearing the teacher's question, Jiang Yun didn't know how to answer. He naturally knew a thing or two about gifted beast tamers. He was also clear about the rank system and knew that awakening would produce corresponding colored light. Originally, he should have awakened a crank talent, but just now his talent had mutated, inexplicably evolving into some divine rank talent. Divine rank talent surpassed all human knowledge. The current highest known beast tamer talent was only SS rank. There was no record of divine rank in the entire history of humanity. Not to mention that Jiang Yun had never heard of this divine rank talent. Even if he told the truth, who would believe him? They'd probably think he was crazy, or even take him as a specimen for research. Asai, Class 2 Grade 8 Jiang Yun, no talent. Next, seeing Jiang Yun silent, the teacher assumed he had tacitly accepted the fact that he had not awakened any talent. The awakening stone had indeed shown intense activity, but no radiant light indicating talent grade had appeared afterward, which was clearly the sign of a failed awakening. Thus the teacher announced the result with a disappointed tone, casually jotting down Jiang Yun's information in the notebook. Hearing the teacher's words, Jiang Yun, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. He was just worrying about how to answer. After all, a divine grade talent. This level didn't even exist in the understanding of this world. If he said it, not only would no one believe him, but it might also bring trouble. Better to first get familiar with this talent himself. So Jiang Yun pretended everything was fine and walked down with a calm expression. Brother, are you all right? His younger sister Xiao Yun asked with great concern. Jiang Yun shook his head. To put Xiao Yun at ease, he put on a warm smile and gently tousled her hair. Xiao Yun, I'm fine. It's your turn now to awaken your talent. I believe you can definitely awaken the beast tamer talent. I don't want to awaken any talent. Since brother didn't awaken the beast tamer talent, it'll just become an ordinary beast tamer with you. I don't need any talent. Xiao Yun pouted, obviously trying to comfort her brother. She was even willing to give up the chance to awaken the beast tamer talent, the turning point in life that could change her fate. Jiang Yun was deeply touched. Naturally, he couldn't let Xiao Yun give up the chance to awaken the beast tamer talent. Xiao Yun, don't worry too much about me. Even if I don't have the talent, as long as I work hard, an ordinary beast tamer can also become strong. Talented beast tamers just improve a bit faster than me. Maybe you'll get lucky later and contract a gold-grade beast at the Beast Tamer Cultivation Center. Then I can still become powerful. Besides, since I failed to awaken, you're our family's last hope. I'm counting on you to awaken and become a talented beast tamer, then protect your brother. Jiang Yun joked with a smile and reached out to tap Xiao Yun's nose. Hearing that awakening the beast tamer talent would allow her to protect her brother, Xiao Yun immediately perked up. I get it. Brother, I'm going to awaken now. I'll definitely awaken a powerful talent and take care of you in the future, Xiao Yun said with full confidence. Then she walked toward the teacher. Huh, how laughable. Dreaming of contracting a gold-grade beast at the Beast Tamer Cultivation Center. That's pure fantasy. No talent, even if you reach standards first without money or family background, aren't you just like us? Destined to be mediocre for life. Why bother dreaming of becoming a strong beast tamer? Hearing the cold taunts from classmates around him, Jiang Yun just frowned, but didn't argue. Instead, he focused his attention on his sister Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was 2 years younger than him, only in her first year of high school. Her beast power had already reached 200 points. This talent was clearly much higher than his brother's. Since he could awaken a talent, he believed Xiao Yun would surely awaken the beast tamer talent as well. Class 9, Grade 1, Jiang Yun. The teacher glanced at Xiao Yun and verified her information. Like everyone else, he instructed her to place her hand on the awakening stone. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yun placed her hand on the stone. All eyes fell upon the awakening stone once again. But this time soon the awakening stone began to tremble, and then blue light burst forth from it. Look, blue light. This girl awakened Kraid talent. I can't believe she actually awakened, and it's Kraid. In the school's history of talent awakening, tens of thousands have awakened, but Kraid has appeared less than 100 times. The scene drew shock from the surrounding classmates. The teacher beside the awakening stone was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Blue, Kraid, Jiang Yun, tell me, what talent have you awakened?" "Teacher, my awakened talent is attribute enhancement." "Attribute enhancement? Huh, excellent, excellent. Among Kraid talents, this is already the top skill." Hearing Jiang Yun's talent skill, the teacher was very satisfied. This semester, Qingchuan No. 1 high school had finally produced its first Kraid beast tamer. Then the teacher announced loudly, "Class 9, Grade 1, Jiang Yun. Talent awakening successful. Kraid talent attribute enhancement." His voice echoed through the awakening hall. An uproar. The entire awakening hall burst into chaos. All the classmates looked at Xiao Yun with envy. Kraid talent. My god, someone actually awakened Kraid. With this kind of talent, growing up at least a top-tier gold beast tamer. Yeah, this girl will definitely be courted by big powers and families in the future. Truly enviable. In this world, beast tamers are divided into realms based on their strength. From low to high: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, diamond, meteor, fall, moon, eater, sun, blaze, legend, saint, king, and the legendary god. In Sea City, amethyst beast tamers are still the top-tier powerhouses. Silver beast tamers can establish forces and create noble families in Sea City. Gold-level beast tamers can become influential figures in Sea City. Jiang Yun's future is bright. It's hard not to make others envious. Beast Power 300 Beast Tamer Talent Attribute Augmentation Kraid can enhance all aspects of any beast's attributes. When Jiang Yun awakened her talent, her information was fully visible to Jiang Yun. All aspect attribute enhancement. My sister's talent is very strong, but my talent is quite peculiar. Xiao Yun's information appears as a series of entries completely visible. Looking at the word entries manifesting beside his sister, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes. He then swept his gaze across the other classmates. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone's information was revealed beside them, impossible to hide. Even the teacher hosting the awakening was no exception. Peeping information, truly a heaven-defying talent. Looking at all the information displayed beside the teacher, Jiang Yun sighed inwardly. Brother, I'm a talented beast tamer now. From now on I can take care of you and protect you, he. Xiao Yun happily returned to Jiang Yun's side. Jiang Yun smiled and gently patted Xiao Yun's head. Then from now on I'll have to rely on you, Xiao Yun. But brother will also work hard to become strong. Who will protect whom is still uncertain. It will definitely be me protecting brother, Xiao Yun said firmly, deeply caring for him. Meanwhile, after the last few students had all touched the awakening stone, the teacher on the stage cleared his throat and addressed the students below. All right, now that all students have undergone the baptism of the awakening stone, everyone shall open their beast space here. As the teacher's words fell, all the students fell silent. Opening the beast space required a very quiet environment. The awakening hall was indeed quite suitable. Gradually, many students sat down cross-legged. Beams of beast power began to emanate from the students. Jiang Yun and his sister did the same. Sitting cross-legged, following the method taught by the teacher, they began to open the beast space inside their bodies using the beast tamer talent as the foundation and beast power as the energy source. Jiang Yun's opening of the beast space went quite smoothly. Just as his beast power was about to be exhausted, a tremor occurred within his body and a spatial energy appeared. He had succeeded. Joy appeared on Jiang Yun's face. But when he examined his beast space, his brows furrowed, and he was utterly dumbfounded. His beast space actually had mountains and rivers, blue sky, and white clouds stretching as far as the eye could see, and even dense spiritual energy surging. This was nothing like a beast space, it was more like a small world. The size and appearance of this beast space were completely different from what he had learned from books and teachers. Could it be due to this divine grade talent? But the size of this space, this is just too exaggerated. Gazing at the vast space within him resembling an entire world, Jiang Yun fell into deep contemplation. Logically speaking, when beast tamers first open their beast taming space, the differences should not be significant. The disparity in beast taming talent only gradually manifests as one grows stronger. An ordinary beast tamer space would typically span at least a dozen square meters. Even for a gifted beast tamer who has awakened their talent, even in strength, talent would only yield a space several times larger than an ordinary one. In the history of beast tamers, only one SS strength talent had initially opened a beast taming space the size of a football field. Yet compared to the space Jiang Yun had now opened, it didn't even amount to 1,000th of its size. No comparison at all. More importantly, regardless of size, all beast taming spaces were supposed to be a blank white expanse, a void. Jiang Yun's beast taming space, however, seemed to possess a complete and perfect ecological cycle system. There was even an abundance of dense spiritual energy floating within. How is this a beast taming space? It's practically a small world. I wonder if my space has any other special features besides its immense size and unique appearance. As Jiang Yun spoke, he attempted to use the ability to manifest the attributes and ability traits of this space. With the activation of his talent, the attributes and traits of the space gradually materialized before his eyes. The moment he saw the trait information displayed, Jiang Yun's entire body trembled violently. The effects attached to this space are just too heaven-defying. Rapidly nurture beast growth, instantly remove all negative status effects on beasts, and even perform a divine baptism on beasts with legendary or higher potential. Break through limits. Witnessing the terrifying characteristics of his beast-taming space, Jiang Yun was struck speechless. Before even considering how extraordinary the space's effects were, what first astonished him was that his beast-taming space actually possessed 3 trait effects. Merely speaking of this would be shocking. Let's discuss these 3 traits. Each one was equally heaven-defying. Rapid growth. This one needed no elaboration. Given that Jiang Yun's space was vast from the very start and brimming with dense spiritual energy, it was understandable that it would feature such a rapid growth trait. As for removing all negative status effects on beasts, this was undoubtedly a trait every beast tamer dreamed of. Injuries during battle were common for beasts. However, what truly troubled tamers were the negative status effects beasts suffered, such as poisoning, silence curses, frostbite burns, and even rapid lifespan reduction. These negative effects were far more difficult to deal with than mere physical wounds. With this trait, Jiang Yun only needed to recall beasts affected by negative statuses into his space, and they would effortlessly shed all adverse influences. Possessing this trait, Jiang Yun would become the bane of special beasts and ferocious monsters. If utilized well, it could completely turn the tide of battle at critical moments. Though this effect was incredibly heaven-defying, it paled in comparison to the final one divine baptism break through limits. After legendary potential, only the 2 realms of Saint King and Divine Being remained. Yet these 2 realms were like an insurmountable chasm in the world of beast taming. The entire human federation boasted many beasts reaching various legendary levels. Saint King level beasts were already considered the absolute pinnacle of the Federation's power. As for Divine Being level, it existed only in myths. The human federation even doubted whether such beasts had ever truly existed. Jiang Yun's beast-taming space possessed divine baptism and break through limits. This meant that if he could nurture a Saint King level beast, he might be able to baptize it into a genuine Divine Being level beast. He could practically throw a dog into the space and baptize it into a celestial hound. Such an auxiliary trait was essentially a cheat. The beast-taming space opened by divine grade talent is truly extraordinary. This divine baptism is also heaven-defying, perfectly complementing the talent skill manifestation of all things traits. One can view all information of a beast, even its perfect evolution path, while the other can perform divine baptism to break limits. In the future, if I encounter some legendary potential beasts, doesn't that mean I can baptize them all to Saint King level? And if I encounter beasts with Saint King potential, then... At this thought, the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. That upturned smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. His mind was already filled with scenes of being surrounded by various Saint King level, even Divine Being level beasts in the future. For now, I must first go to the training center to select my very first beast. Jiang Yun opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Students of Qingchuan know. One high school, after opening their beast-taming space, could go to the school's breeding center to pick one free beast of their own. This was the school's final privilege for all ordinary beast tamers. Brother, you've successfully opened your beast-taming space. Just as Jiang Yun stood up, his sister Jiang Yun came running over. The moment Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon his sister, her information manifested as a series of traits. On top of the original information, 2 new lines appeared. Beast-taming space opened. Beast-taming space trait enhanced attribute growth speed. Within the space, the attribute power growth rate of beasts is accelerated tenfold. Enhanced attribute growth speed, which complements my sister's talent, perfectly creating a synergistic effect. Seeing the traits of his sister's space, Jiang Yun revealed a satisfied smile. He then said to Jiang Yun with a smile, "Yes, I've successfully opened my beast-taming space. Next, I'm heading to the breeding center to pick a beast. Let's go." With that, Jiang Yun prepared to leave with his sister. Just then, someone suddenly called out to him. "Student Jiang Yun, please wait a moment." Jiang Yun and his sister turned around to see the teacher from the awakening hall. "Teacher, is there something else?" Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. The teacher looked at Jiang Yun's sister beside him and said with a full smile, "Student Jiang Yun, your sister has awakened a crank talent. and is now a key training target for our school. The school has made special arrangements for selecting and contracting a beast. Shall need to come with me later. Hearing the teacher's words, Jiang Yun understood. His sister had awakened a crank talent, so naturally the school would value her and make special arrangements. Compared to following him to the breeding center to pick a free beast, it would be better for his sister to go with the teacher and choose the beast most suited to her. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yun said to his sister, Xiaoyan, go with the teacher. Brother, what about you? Aren't you coming with me? Teacher, can you take my brother too? Jiang Yun asked the teacher. The Awakening Hall teacher's face showed a hint of reluctance. Clearly, as an ordinary beast tamer without the school's special attention, he wouldn't receive such preferential treatment. To avoid putting the teacher in a difficult position, Jiang Yun reassured his sister, Xiaoyan. Listen to the teacher and the school. They'll go to the breeding center alone to pick a beast. The next time I see you, I hope you'll already be a gifted beast tamer with your own beast. Jiang Yun encouraged his sister. Jiang Yun pouted but nodded reluctantly. All right, brother. After I contract a beast, I'll come show you my beast partner right away. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and turned to leave. He felt at ease, leaving his sister with the school. Sigh. Though they are siblings, the gap is too wide. One has no talent, the other awakened a crank talent. Their paths as beast tamers will likely drift further apart. Watching Jiang Yun's retreating figure, the Awakening Hall teacher couldn't help but sigh. Leaving the Awakening Hall, Jiang Yun headed directly to the Beast Taming Breeding Center. Every day, students whose beast taming power met the standard would open their beast taming space and needed to form a beast taming contract. Thus, the Beast Taming Center of Qingchuan No. 1 High School was bustling with activity. Selecting a beast was an extremely important matter. It was not merely a choice made by the beast tamer, the beast also chose its master. If the beast was unwilling, it was difficult for the beast tamer to complete the contract. Hence, not every student who walked out of the Awakening Hall could immediately contract their beast. Usually, they would spend a long time at the training center browsing for several days. When Jiang Yun arrived at the Beast Taming Breeding Center, it was still crowded with a constant stream of people. Hundreds of male and female students were tirelessly coaxing the beasts they fancied, hoping to sway them with their eloquence and successfully form a contract. Inside the breeding center, most of the ferocious beast eggs, as well as some hatchlings, had already been appraised by experts for their race aptitude and skills. These appraised hatchlings and eggs were placed in a designated area with their detailed information displayed. This was provided for students who had opened their beast taming space but had yet to obtain a beast. Walking along, all Jiang Yun saw were ferocious beasts with black, iron, and bronze aptitudes. For instance, race Dodo Chick No attribute aptitude low-grade black, iron, innate skill foolish head but common. Race Cotton Snake would attribute aptitude top-grade black, iron, innate skill entangle common. Race Ice Element Hound Ice attribute aptitude mid-grade bronze, innate skill ice claw thrust common. After looking around among these eggs and hatchlings, even those with mid-grade bronze aptitude were extremely rare. However, even a low-grade bronze was very expensive on the market. A low-grade bronze egg or hatchling cost as much as 1,000 federal credits. The price for mid-grade bronze reached 2,000, making it the most ordinary type among bronze. With a favorable attribute or skill, the price would inevitably multiply. This was a price beyond the reach of ordinary families, not to mention the cost of raising them. It wasn't that Jiang Yun looked down on these eggs and hatchlings. Through his innate ability, Jiang Yun saw that many ferocious beasts had the potential for further evolution and improvement. However, none met his expectations. For example, the Ice Element Hound could evolve twice, ultimately becoming the Ice King Hound with top-grade gold aptitude. But this was still far below Jiang Yun's expectations. Jiang Yun thought to himself, even if he had to settle this time, he must contract a beast with a base aptitude of at least amethyst level and an evolutionary potential reaching legendary level. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a miraculous beast taming space. It seems there are no eggs or hatchlings in this area with higher aptitude or greater evolutionary potential. I'll have to try my luck in the area where the information hasn't been appraised. With this last hope, Jiang Yun walked towards the area containing eggs that had not been appraised or could not be appraised. This area was not large, yet it held hundreds of ferocious beast eggs, all of which had unappraisable information. Some were unappraisable due to unknown species, others were empty eggs containing no beast, and the vast majority were dead eggs where the beast had perished for various reasons. For this reason, this area was usually neglected except by a few gamblers trying their luck. However, for Jiang Yun, he didn't need an appraiser. With the extraordinary ability to manifest all attributes, he was the best appraiser in the world. He could even see things that appraisers couldn't, such as a beast's evolutionary path. Entering this area, Jiang Yun activated his innate ability. Wherever his gaze fell, the complete information of every ferocious beast egg manifested as attribute entries. Scanning the area, he actually discovered several live eggs among these dead ones that were far better than the ferocious beasts outside. Race Savage Bull No Attribute Aptitude Low-Grade Gold Innate Skill Savage Charge Common Evolution Path can evolve once evolves into Raging Bull with low-grade gold aptitude. Race Thunder Bee Queen Thunder Attribute Aptitude Low-Grade Gold Innate Skill Thunder Strike Rare Evolution Path can evolve twice, a first evolution into Thunder Queen Bee with top-grade gold aptitude, second evolution into Thunder Bee Empress with low-grade amethyst aptitude. Additionally, there were 2 other eggs with equally excellent potential. The aptitude and evolutionary potential of these eggs far surpassed the best eggs and hatchlings outside. Although these few eggs had considerable potential, they still didn't meet Jiang Yun's expectations. He was momentarily caught in a difficult decision. Just then Jiang Yun's gaze was drawn to a red ferocious beast egg in the corner. Did I overlook this one? There's still an egg here whose information I haven't checked. As Jiang Yun spoke, he activated his innate ability. The information of the red egg instantly manifested. Race Fire Dragon Fish, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Fire and Water Attributes Aptitude Top-Grade Amethyst, Innate Skills Flame Breath Rare Bloodline, Might Rare Flame Domain Cage, Transcendent Evolution Path, can evolve 3 times, first evolution into Golden Scale Fire Dragon Fish with top-grade Diamond Aptitude, second evolution into Fire Flood Dragon Devouring the Moon with top-grade Aptitude, third evolution into Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon with top-grade Legendary Aptitude. Hint: the fire dragon fish possesses a pseudo-dragon bloodline, whose later evolution conditions are harsh. Through true dragon bloodline baptism, it has a chance to evolve into a true dragon attaining divine level aptitude. Jiang Yun had fully discerned the information of this red ferocious beast egg. Seeing this information truly startled him. I didn't expect the aptitude of the beast within this red egg to be so terrifying. Not only does it have a base aptitude of top-grade amethyst, but its innate skills are all rare or above. After 3 evolutions, its aptitude can even reach top-grade legendary. And later, with the true dragon bloodline baptism, it can evolve into a true dragon reaching the divine level. This potential is truly terrifying. Gazing at the red egg, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. A beast's innate skills also had levels. From low to high, they were common, rare, uncommon, excellent, transcendent, epic, legendary, peerless, and mythical. The higher the level of the innate skill, the greater its power and capability, even becoming more miraculous. After a beast evolved, these skills would also improve and evolve. This filled Jiang Yun with anticipation. Before evolution, the skill levels were already so terrifying, even after evolution, they would surely be earth-shattering. Good thing I took another look, or I would have missed such a terrifying beast. Then let you become my first beast, Jiang Yun said with a very satisfied smile. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, picked up the egg, and went to the registration desk in this area. The teacher in charge of the registration desk glanced at Jiang Yun and couldn't help but shake his head. Student, the eggs in this area are ones the school couldn't appraise. It's hard to say if there's even a beast inside. Compared to these, the appraised eggs and hatchlings outside are more reliable. Even if it's bronze, with a bit more time, you might still succeed in forming a contract. An egg from here could leave you empty-handed in the end. Are you sure you want to use your free opportunity on an egg from this area? The teacher was clearly giving Jiang Yun a kind reminder. Facing this goodwill, Jiang Yun smiled calmly. Thank you for the reminder, teacher, but I've made up my mind. He'll choose this egg. With that, he unhesitatingly wrote his name at the desk and left leisurely with the red egg. Sigh, another one who won't listen. The teacher shook his head helplessly. Choosing an egg from this area was pure gambling. He had seen too many people who picked eggs here end up losing both their resources and their path as a beast tamer. Which class is that guy from? Not listening to the teacher's advice and choosing a blind box from there. Don't underestimate blind boxes. Maybe he'll get lucky and pull a silver grade. Come on, at least 50 people have tried their luck there, and only 1 or 2 got live beasts with aptitudes no different from the ones outside. If you're unlucky, you'll end up with nothing to show for it. Exactly, an egg that can't even be appraised. How good could it be? Seeing Jiang Yun's actions, everyone buzzed with discussion, mocking him for wasting the opportunity given by the school. After completing the registration, Jiang Chun took the selected pseudo-dragon bloodline fire dragon fish egg and directly headed to the contract room reserved for students in the cultivation center. The space was relatively quiet, free from disturbance. Jiang Chun could focus entirely on completing the contract. Entering the room, he placed the fire dragon fish egg on the table. He placed his hand upon the fire dragon fish egg. The power of beast taming slowly emanated, completely enveloping the beast egg, and brought the consciousness of the fire dragon fish within the egg together with his own into the beast taming space. He attempted to communicate with it using his mind and consciousness. Soon Jiang Chun sensed the consciousness of the fire dragon fish within the beast egg. However, this consciousness appeared quite faint, suggesting the fire dragon fish hatchling within was extremely weak. Jiang Chun tried to establish a contract with it. Unexpectedly, he was rejected. A amethyst-grade beast with pseudo-dragon bloodline indeed has some pride. Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Yet he did not lose heart. Based on the information revealed by the trait manifestation, he had already devised a countermeasure. Little one, bearing the pseudo-dragon bloodline, I know you have pride looking down on humans, even disdaining to become a human's contracted beast. But this is also your weakness. While the pseudo-dragon bloodline grants you transcendent talent, the energy you require is far greater. Now the energy within the beast egg can no longer sustain your vitality, making it difficult even to break through the shell. If you remain inside, you will eventually perish. Rather than dying like this, why not form a contract with me? I promise I will not treat you poorly. Our consciousnesses are now within my beast taming space. You should be able to sense its uniqueness. The spiritual energy here is rich enough to nourish you and allow you to recover quickly. If you were to contract with another beast tamer lacking such a rich spiritual environment, even if you were born, it would be difficult for you to survive. Think it over. Will you fade away with your formidable talent, or will you contract with me, grow stronger together, and evolve into a powerful legendary beast? In 2 minutes I will attempt the contract again. You have only one chance. If you still refuse, I will willingly abandon the contract and let you perish alone. Having said this, Jiang Yun adopted an air of indifference while waiting. He was engaged in a psychological battle with the fire dragon fish hatchling. He didn't believe this fire dragon fish would willingly succumb to oblivion. Soon 2 minutes passed. Jiang Yun once again attempted to establish the contract through mental communication. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Jiang Yun's heart was somewhat uneasy. If this fire dragon fish hatchling was stubborn, he would lose both the opportunity and the beast, wasting this chance to obtain a contracted beast for free. He would then be left to pay the exorbitant cost of the beast egg himself. However, this attempt at mental intrusion proved remarkably smooth. Jiang Yun felt no resistance whatsoever. Clearly the little dragon fish had accepted the contract. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face. He picked up the prepared needle and pricked his index finger. Crimson blood flowed slowly. Jiang Yun smeared the blood onto the beast egg. The blood gradually seeped into the egg. Before Jiang Yun could react, the contract was already successful. It seems this little one's will to survive is quite strong, Jiang Yun remarked with a slight smile. The power of beast taming within him was then released, flowing through his hand into the beast egg. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The beast egg split in two. Then a fire dragon fish hatchling the size of a fist appeared before Jiang Yun. It seemed extremely weak. Its entire body was curled up, its golden light dim, and the golden scales covering it had lost their luster. Little one, quickly enter the beast taming space. Seeing the hatchling's pitiful state, Jiang Yun acted without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he sent the fire dragon fish hatchling into the beast taming space. Within the space, the hatchling appeared in a lake. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy in the beast taming space converged rapidly from all directions toward the fire dragon fish, hatchling completely enveloping it in rich qi. Gradually, its feeble state began to recover at a visible pace. In less than half a minute, the hatchling, which had been listless and weak moments before, was now lively and spirited, swimming joyfully in the lake. Slowly, the surrounding spiritual energy dissipated, revealing the fire dragon fish hatchling. And at this moment, the hatchling had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its scales shimmered with golden light, emitting a radiant glow, and flames flickered around its head. Most miraculously, it could even walk on water, and the surrounding flames were not extinguished by the water. Truly wondrous. Since ancient times, water and fire have been incompatible. When I noticed this little one possessed both water and fire attributes, I was quite astonished. I never imagined it could truly harmonize these two opposing elements. Jiang Yun exclaimed in amazement. It was an eye-opening experience. Yet just as he was marveling at this, another unexpected event occurred. The fire dragon fish hatchling, which had been joyfully playing in the lake, suddenly curled up again, its entire body enveloped in flames. But after just a moment, the light burst apart and dissipated. Looking at the fire dragon fish hatchling once more, it had undergone another change. Its size had grown from that of a fist to that of a basin, and even a basin might not be able to contain it now. Its aura had also grown significantly stronger. Has this little one broken through? Jiang Yun was startled. He immediately activated his innate ability. Race Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Fire Dragon Fish Water Fire Attribute Realm Black Iron First Stage Talent Top Tier Amethyst Innate Skills Flame Breath Rare Bloodline Prestige Rare Fire Domain Prison Transcendent Water Control Art Rare Evolution Path Can evolve 3 times. It really has broken through. It seems it even gained a new skill after advancing. Water Control Art Rare. No wonder this little one could walk on water. It's a newly born innate skill. But my beast taming space is too incredible. It broke through in less than a minute after being placed inside. Jiang Yun was both delighted and astonished. Each realm of a contracted beast has 9 stages. Normally, a newly hatched beast would need at least a month to reach Black Iron First Stage. This fire dragon fish, however, accomplished in less than a minute within the beast taming space what would take other beasts a month or even longer. It was simply too unbelievable. Even a beast with solar basic talent couldn't achieve such speed. The only possibility was that his beast taming space's trait of rapid cultivation was so extraordinary that it forcibly pushed the fire dragon fish to Black Iron First Stage within a minute. It seems I underestimated the power of my beast taming space's traits. Truly, this space born from a divine level talent might possess traits worthy of being called divine as well. Little one, come out and let me see you, Jiang Yun said cheerfully. With a wave of his hand, the fire dragon fish appeared before him. It looked vastly different from before. Its stretched body was about a meter long. It radiated a formidable aura, each scale gleaming with a golden sheen adorned with intricate patterns etched across its entire armored body. Faint flames flickered between the patterns. Its head was not like that of an ordinary fish, featuring many angular contours, giving it a valiant and imposing appearance. It rode the currents of water floating in midair. Surrounded by fiery clouds, it resembled a fire dragon. Utterly miraculous. Gone was the pitiful state from before. Witnessing this splendid transformation, Jiang Yun was somewhat taken aback. Little one, you should now understand the uniqueness of my beast taming space. Following me won't let you down, Jiang Yun said warmly with a smile. However, unexpectedly, the fire dragon fish merely cast a casual glance at him. Seeing its arrogant attitude, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed. It seems this fire dragon fish hasn't acknowledged me as its master yet. This arrogance needs to be disciplined. It needs to learn who is in charge, Jiang Yun thought to himself. But an idea soon came to him. He then spoke to the fire dragon fish again. Little one, you must have deeply experienced the traits of my beast taming space. I need a powerful contracted beast. Now that you've broken through to Black Iron First Stage, let's go to the training ground. Show me your strength. If you fail to impress me, I will expel you from my beast taming space. Jiang Yun deliberately put on a serious expression. He intended to intimidate this arrogant fire dragon fish. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, a trace of panic actually flickered in the fire dragon fish's eyes. It seemed somewhat flustered. It suddenly began flapping its long fins. Slap, slap, slap. It patted its belly repeatedly, as if telling Jiang Yun that it was strong. Please don't expel it from the beast taming space. Jiang Yun naturally understood its meaning. Yet he remained stern. Strong or not, we'll find out on the training ground. As Jiang Yun finished speaking, he returned the fire dragon fish to the beast taming space. The look of panic on the fire dragon fish's face had not escaped Jiang Yun's notice. This was precisely the effect he desired. Moreover, he wished to visit the training grounds to assess the combat prowess of this fire dragon fish, which possessed the bloodline of a pseudo-dragon. It was merely a convenient way to curb the fish's arrogance. After returning the fire dragon fish to the beast taming space, Jiang Yun directly left the contract room. Exiting the cultivation center, he made his way toward the school's training grounds. To cultivate the practical combat abilities of beast tamer students, the school had established specialized training grounds for beast taming exercises. The training grounds were not far from the cultivation center. Soon Jiang Yun arrived. Within the grounds, there were beast taming duels between students. There were also students challenging the ferocious beasts captured from the wild by the school's instructors with their own tamed beasts. After verifying his information at the entrance of the training grounds, Jiang Yun stepped inside. The training grounds were vast, occupying a full third of the school's total area. Within the grounds were nearly 100 beast fighting arenas. Each arena was as large as 2 basketball courts combined. Many arenas already hosted beast tamer students locked in fierce combat. Swift snake. Use hair entanglement to bind him. Fire lizard. Scorch him with your fire tongue and turn that snake into a hairless serpent. Watching the intense battles in the arenas ignited Jiang Yun's fighting spirit. Scanning the surrounding arenas, Jiang Yun swiftly approached an unoccupied arena. He promptly submitted a training request. Shortly after, an instructor approached. The instructor glanced at Jiang Yun, then at his information. At 16, you've reached 200 points of beast taming power and possess a Black Iron tier beast. Impressive. Though you lack the talent of a natural beast tamer as an ordinary one, your aptitude surpasses the vast majority of gifted tamers. Student, do you wish to battle other students or challenge wild ferocious beasts? After verifying Jiang Yun's information, the instructor asked. Teacher, I want to challenge a wild ferocious beast. Jiang Yun replied. Wild ferocious beasts fought for survival every moment. When a beast and a tamed creature were of the same rank, wild beasts were generally somewhat stronger than their tamed counterparts. Compared to battling a fellow student's tamed beast at the same rank, fighting a wild beast would better reveal the true combat capability of his fire dragon fish. The instructor was clearly aware of the implications. He was visibly taken aback upon hearing Jiang Yun's request to challenge a wild beast. Student wild ferocious beasts are far more savage than tamed ones, and they wield their innate skills with greater proficiency. Naturally, their combat strength far exceeds that of tamed beasts of the same rank. Given your age, your tamed beast has likely just reached Black Iron rank, and probably hasn't fully mastered its skills. Although I will oversee the battle and intervene if necessary oversights are possible. Losing the fight is trivial, but if your beast is injured, healing it will be troublesome. Please reconsider carefully. Are you certain you want to challenge a wild, ferocious beast? The instructor counseled patiently, having worked at the training grounds for years. He had clearly witnessed many prior cautionary tales. Jiang Yun smiled and shook his head. Teacher, I don't need to reconsider. I want to challenge a wild, ferocious beast. Evidently, Jiang Yun was supremely confident in his tamed beast's strength. In his view, his beast possessed innate amethyst crystal tier talent and had the potential to evolve into a legendary top-tier beast. Surely it could defeat a mere Black Iron tier wild beast. Very well then, as you wish. But first I need to examine your beast. Based on its species rank and talent, I will select a wild beast of comparable strength as its opponent. Seeing Jiang Yun's insistence, the instructor said no more. He could only do his best to choose a suitable wild beast as an opponent for Jiang Yun's tamed creature, to avoid injury to the student and his beast. All right, Jiang Yun didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the fire dragon fish emerged from the beast taming space, riding a surge of water. Teacher, this is my tamed beast, the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun said, pointing to the fish beside him. The fire dragon fish twisted its body, striking a handsome pose. When the instructor saw Jiang Yun's tamed beast, he was startled. It's a fire dragon fish. No wonder you're so audacious as to challenge a wild beast. Among beasts below gold tier talent, the fire dragon fish is exceptionally formidable. It is one of the rare beasts possessing both water and fire attributes. Its talent starts at least at bronze tier, and the best can reach top tier gold. Student, what is the talent of your beast? The instructor looked at Jiang Yun expectantly, clearly intrigued by his tamed creature. Jiang Yun fell silent for a moment. He naturally couldn't reveal the true talent of the fire dragon fish. After all, its real talent was amethyst crystal tier. Such a level was an absolutely top-tier tamed beast in City C. Moreover, this fire dragon fish was no ordinary one. It possessed the bloodline of a pseudo-dragon. Any single piece of this information, if leaked, would inevitably invite trouble. Besides, the fire dragon fish was selected from unappraised beast eggs at the cultivation center. In others' eyes, he had no means of appraisal, so how could he know the fish's talent? It might even expose the existence of his divine talent. Moreover, even if he claimed the fire dragon fish's talent was amethyst crystal tier, no one would believe him. They might even dismiss him as a delusional madman. After some deliberation, Jiang Yun decided to answer truthfully while concealing key information. Teacher, to be honest, I don't know the talent of this fire dragon fish either. I picked it for free from the school's cultivation center. What? Picked for free from the cultivation center? Impossible. I've never heard of such a powerful beast being available at our school's cultivation center. The instructor refused to believe him. Having worked at the school for years, he knew some inside information. The beast cubs and eggs offered for free to students at the cultivation center had talents at best reaching top-tier bronze. Beasts appraised with talent above silver tier were usually reserved by the school for gifted beast tamer students. How could they be available to ordinary beast tamer students? Wait, did you by any chance pick it from among the beast eggs that couldn't be appraised? The instructor seemed to realize something and immediately asked. If there was any place in the cultivation center where such a powerful beast could be found, it was among the unappraised eggs. Those eggs couldn't be appraised for information, and perhaps a few high-talent beasts had been overlooked. Jiang Yun nodded in response. His beast egg had indeed been selected from there. Though he had already guessed as much, the instructor was still somewhat shocked when Jiang Yun confirmed it. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, your luck is insane. To pick such a powerful beast from there, and a living one at that. Most of the eggs there have such weak life force they're on the verge of death, making them unappraisable, or they're empty shells. Picking a beast, there is a complete gamble. And you actually hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Just good luck." Jiang Yun didn't respond much to the instructor's remarks. He merely smiled politely. The instructor didn't mind. After glancing at the fire dragon fish beside Jiang Yun, he spoke again. The fire dragon fish species has a talent of at least bronze tier. With its dual attributes, it should be able to hold its own against any beast of the same rank. Your fire dragon fish is likely Black Iron first rank, right? He'll now select a suitable wild beast of the same rank as its opponent. With that, the instructor led Jiang Yun into the arena. On either side of the arena were iron doors forged from titanium alloy. Behind them were the wild, ferocious beasts available for students to challenge. A fully grown stone ape, Black Iron first rank with bronze tier talent. It has skin as hard as stone and is among the top fighters of the same rank. How about using it as your training opponent? The instructor pointed to the iron door beside him and asked Jiang Yun. But considering Jiang Yun's beast had just reached black iron first strength, the stone ape might be too strong for him. So he added, "If you think the stone ape is too tough, I can find a weaker one for you." Alright, let's go with it. Before the instructor could finish, Jiang Yun agreed without hesitation. The instructor praised him. "Good. You've got guts. Don't worry, you'll be watching from the sidelines. If there's danger, it'll intervene immediately. You can also call out to stop the fight at any time. This arena is yours now." With that, the instructor stepped back. Then one of the iron doors in the arena slowly opened. As the door opened, a dark shadow leaped out from the darkness within. Boom! The shadow landed heavily, its appearance inspiring awe. The stone ape stood 2 meters tall, covered in black fur with a green face and fangs resembling a demon from hell. A glint of golden light flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. The stone ape's information was laid bare before him. Species: stone ape, earth, attribute, talent, top tier, bronze, innate skill, smash fist, common evolution path, evolvable once, evolves into stone ape king. Top tier bronze talent is quite good for an ordinary beast, but compared to mine it falls far short. Alright, now it's time for you to show your strength. Let me see how you fare against an opponent of the same rank. If you disappoint me, you won't be following me anymore. Jiang Yun pressured the fire dragon fish beside him. Seeming to understand his words, the fire dragon fish raised its fin and patted its chest. Jiang Yun was somewhat surprised by this. With amethyst crystal tier talent, it seems to understand me and can even respond. It appears that the intelligence of amethyst crystal tier beasts differs greatly from lower tier ones. Roar, roar, as Jiang Yun marveled. The stone ape suddenly roared. Its eyes blazed with ferocity, locking onto the fire dragon fish. It leaped high into the air, raising its massive palm to smash down upon the fish. Such was the nature of battles with wild beasts. Unpredictable and explosive. What? It's using smash fist right from the start. Is this stone ape trying to end the fight quickly? But its smash fist is incredibly powerful. Few beasts of black iron first rank can withstand it. Heathen. Kid, how will you and your fire dragon fish respond? Surely you won't fail to withstand even this single blow. Watching the stone ape launch its sudden attack, the instructor tensed up, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Yun and his beast, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the fire dragon fish began its counterattack. Its body coiled in the air, and it slowly opened its mouth toward the charging stone ape. The patterns on its body shimmered with an eerie light. The fiery clouds surrounding it gradually converged above its head. Slowly, a blazing radiant heat gathered in its mouth. Flame breath. In an instant, a fiery blast shot forth like an arrow. With a roaring eruption of flames, it engulfed the stone ape. For a moment, the entire arena was bathed in firelight. After a few breaths, thud, a dull sound rang out. The stone ape's charred body crashed heavily to the ground. Upon inspection, it was already scorched, crispy on the outside and tender within, even emitting a faint aroma of roasted meat. Undoubtedly, a one-hit kill. Against a wild beast of equal rank, the fire dragon fish had slain it with a single skill. What? Killed in one blow. The stone ape was actually slain with a single strike. How is this possible? The instructor nearby watched the arena with intense focus. He had been ready to intervene at any moment. Yet he never imagined that the ferocious stone ape would be instantly killed. This caught him completely off guard. He simply did not believe that Jiang Yun's tamed beast could defeat this wild stone ape. This stone ape possessed top-tier bronze aptitude, and its combat prowess was formidable among black iron first-tier beasts. Even with subpar defense, it should not have been slain in a single blow. No, I underestimated the aptitude of this flame dragon fish. Its aptitude is certainly not merely bronze level. If it were, how could it have instantly killed a stone ape of top-tier bronze aptitude in one strike? Could it be that the flame dragon fish's aptitude has surpassed bronze and reached silver? It must be so. Only this possibility explains how the flame dragon fish could annihilate a top-tier bronze aptitude stone ape in one blow. If that is the case, then this is no small matter. I must notify the principal immediately. A tamed beast with silver aptitude. This young man has a brilliant future ahead. Even if he is not a natural tamer, he can still gain admission to a key tamer academy in the province. Moreover, he is only 16 now, so the school should definitely invest in him. With this thought, the instructor promptly approached Jiang Yun. Impressive young man. Instantly killing a stone ape of top-tier bronze aptitude with a single strike. Your beast's aptitude is certainly not limited to bronze. The instructor could not help but excitedly pat Jiang Yun on the shoulder. Jiang Yun played along with a smile. He naturally knew that his tamed beast's aptitude was far beyond bronze. He even knew that his beast possessed the terrifying top-tier amethyst aptitude. Against beasts of bronze aptitude at the same tier, instant annihilation was utterly normal. Yet he could not reveal this. He had to feign ignorance. Teacher, in your opinion, what aptitude does my tamed beast possess? Jiang Yun asked, pretending not to know. The instructor grew excited. What aptitude? To slay a peer with a single skill, your beast's aptitude must be at least top-tier silver. Your name is Jiang Yun, right? A tamed beast with top-tier silver aptitude is no trivial matter. Come with me, I will take you to see the principal. The instructor took a deep breath and spoke to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was taken aback. See the principal? The principal of Qingchuan No. 1 high school was a pinnacle powerhouse in City C. Such a top-tier tamer might possess formidable abilities. Who knew? Jiang Yun genuinely feared that the principal might see through him and uncover his secrets. Seeing Jiang Yun hesitate, the instructor assumed he was nervous. He continued, Student Jiang Yun, do not worry or be tense. Your tamed beast has at least silver aptitude, making you a prime candidate for the school's key development program. Bringing you to the principal will only benefit you with no drawbacks. If the principal takes a liking to you, he may even grant you exceptional status as a core student, even if you lack innate tamer talent. Once you become a core student, you will receive monthly resources worth 200,000 federal coins for nurturing your tamed beast. To dispel any hesitation, the instructor laid out these enticing benefits. And indeed, they tempted Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's father had died early, killed in a beast rampage. He and his younger sister were raised by their mother alone. She was an ordinary person with an ordinary job, earning only 5,000 federal coins a month. After covering household expenses and tuition for him and his sister, there was virtually nothing left at the end of the year. In the future, Jiang Yun would need vast resources to nurture his tamed beast, and the demands would only grow. For instance, the materials needed for the flame dragonfish's first evolution were extremely rare, each costing tens or even hundreds of thousands. Their ordinary family could never afford such costs. If he could become a core student and receive those 200,000 federal coins and resources, it would solve the immediate problem of nurturing the flame dragonfish. It would also ease his mother's burden. Perhaps he could even obtain some of the materials he needed. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yun decided to go with the instructor. He recalled the flame dragonfish into his taming space and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the instructor cheerfully led Jiang Yun out of the training ground. Discovering such a gifted student would surely earn him commendation from the school. Soon the instructor brought Jiang Yun to the principal's office at Qingchuan No. 1 high school. Jiang Yun knew little about the principal, only that his name was He Tiangang. He had glimpsed him from hundreds of meters away at the entrance ceremony. A middle-aged man in a black suit. He appeared valiant and handsome, radiating integrity. Additionally, he had heard that the principal was an amethystier tamer at the pinnacle of City C, immensely powerful. Now facing such a formidable figure up close, he felt a flutter of unease. Naturally, he was more worried about his secrets being exposed. At the office door, the instructor knocked. A steady voice came from inside. Enter. Hearing the voice, the instructor pushed the door open and led Jiang Yun inside. Once in the principal's office, He Tiangang came into view. He sat naturally, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him, making Jiang Yun's heart tremble. Instinctively, Jiang Yun used his innate talent to inspect him. With the power of the all things manifestation ability, He Tiangang's information materialized as a series of traits. When he saw these details, Jiang Yun was inwardly shocked. The principal of Qingchuan No. 1 high school was an amethystier 7th level tamer. He also possessed the Crade talent extreme acceleration. His tamed beast had undergone an evolution and now boasted meteorite grade aptitude. Clearly the principal still had room to grow. As Jiang Yun covertly observed He Tianggang's information, the instructor recounted the events to the principal. A flame dragonfish killing a wild beast of the same tier in one blow. Intriguing. He Tiangang showed keen interest as he looked at Jiang Yun. Student Jiang Yun, summon your tamed beast for me to see. Hearing the principal's words, Jiang Yun nodded and summoned his flame dragonfish from the taming space. Silently, he prayed that nothing would be exposed. As soon as the flame dragonfish appeared, it sensed a terrifying aura locking onto it. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it stood protectively before Jiang Yun, exuding pride, its eyes fixed resolutely on the principal He Tiangang. He Tiangang seemed surprised by the flame dragonfish's reaction. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Under the pressure of my aura, this little creature remains unyielding, brimming with pride and spirit. Student Jiang Yun, your tamed beast is extraordinary. He Tiangang smiled slightly. He had subtly released his aura to test it. He wanted to gauge the flame dragonfish's aptitude to see if it truly reached silver, as the instructor claimed. But to his surprise, the flame dragonfish showed no fear under his aura. Instead, it displayed an indomitable forward-charging pride. Had it been any other black iron first-tier beast, a single glance from him would have sent it fleeing in terror. Such behavior marked it as no ordinary creature. Its aptitude was certainly beyond silver, likely reaching gold, or even top-tier gold. With this thought, He Tiangang grew expectant. Student Jiang Yun, I have conducted a small test. Your tamed beast's aptitude is probably not limited to silver. I estimate it has reached gold. However, its exact level within gold requires further assessment. The principal extended his right hand. In it appeared an electronic pen. He aimed it at Jiang Yun's flame dragonfish and pressed the button at the top. The pen emitted hundreds of laser beams that scanned the flame dragonfish. Jiang Yun's heart leaped in alarm. Was the flame dragonfish's amethyst-grade aptitude about to be exposed? A tamed beast with amethyst aptitude would cause a massive uproar in City C. He could not be sure that if this came to light he would be able to keep the flame dragonfish. It might even attract those who would kill for it. It could bring a deadly calamity upon him. He was still too weak. If such a thing happened, he would be powerless to resist. And now there was no way to stop it. He could only hope that the principal was not the type to covet treasures. As Jiang Yun's anxiety mounted, the flame dragonfish's information gradually appeared. Species unknown. Aptitude unknown. Talent skills unknown. Note the scan target is not recorded in the Human Federation database, so identification is impossible. This result caught everyone off guard. Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He Tiangang frowned puzzled. What is going on? This identification pin contains the collective knowledge of countless appraisers and integrated taming technology. Although the flame dragonfish is rare, I recall it should be in the database. Why can't it be identified? He Tiangang was utterly baffled. His identification pin worth 1 million integrated data on all known beasts in the world. How could it fail to identify even a flame dragonfish? This was truly strange. He Tiangang was deeply perplexed. He put away the pen, studied the flame dragonfish again, then looked at Jiang Yun. Student Jiang Yun, how many talent skills does this tamed beast of yours possess? Now that the appraisal pen could not measure the beast's aptitude, He Tiangang could only estimate the true quality of this flame dragonfish through certain clues, such as the number of skills it possessed. Often the more gifted a beast was, the more innate foundational skills it would have. A gold-grade beast was conservatively estimated to have at least 2 innate skills. He only needed to confirm whether Jiang Yun's tamed beast had unquestionably reached gold-grade aptitude. As long as Jiang Yun's tamed beast attained gold-grade aptitude, even if Jiang Yun himself was merely an ordinary beast tamer without talent, he would still be worth cultivating for the school. Principal, my tamed beast possesses 4 innate skills. Jiang Yun, upon hearing this, did not conceal the truth. After all, if he were truly admitted to the core academy, his beast skills would inevitably be used before others and would be exposed sooner or later, so there was no need to hide it. However, Jiang Yun remained cautious and did not reveal the grade of these 4 innate skills. Jiang Yun lacked the ability to assess the strength of a beast's skills. If he spoke recklessly, it might arouse suspicion and potentially bring unnecessary trouble. After all, even the appraisal pen could not extract any information. It was perfectly normal for Jiang Yun to know nothing. What? For innate skills? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's answer, He Tiangang, even as a top-tier amethyst-grade powerhouse of Sea City and the principal of Qingchuan No. 1 high school, could not help but be startled. As if hearing something utterly unbelievable, the instructor beside him blurted out a curse of astonishment, staring at Jiang Yun with an expression of utter disbelief. Student Jiang Yun, you aren't joking with us, are you? Your tamed beast has 4 innate skills. Do you realize that even among exceptionally gifted gold-grade beasts, those with 2 skills are extremely rare? Even powerful amethyst-grade beasts only have 3 innate skills, and they are equally scarce. Moreover, your tamed beast is merely a flame dragon fish, a relatively rare creature. Its aptitude at most could reach top-tier gold. I would believe you if you said it had 2 innate skills. You claim your beast has 4 innate skills. Are you deliberately making a fool of the principal and me? The instructor spoke, a hint of anger surfacing on his face. Jiang Yun, however, showed little emotional change and replied with unwavering certainty. Teacher, I am not joking. My tamed beast indeed possesses 4 innate skills. Seeing that Jiang Yun did not appear to be lying, the instructor was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the principal beside him. Principal, this. The principal glanced at the flame dragonfish nearby, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun. After a few breaths, his emotions calmed completely, and a faint smile spread across his face. Student Jiang Yun, I believe you are not lying. Although it sounds incredible for a flame dragonfish to possess 4 innate skills, such a possibility cannot be ruled out, for there are many mutated beasts in this world. These beasts are difficult to appraise because their constitutions have mutated for some reason, granting them talents far surpassing those of their kind. It seems that your tamed beast, the flame dragonfish, belongs to this category of mutated beasts, which is why even the appraisal pen failed to detect its aptitude. As for its aptitude, a conservative estimate would place it at top-tier gold, and it might even reach amethyst grade. He Tiangang spoke with narrowed eyes. His usually stern face now bore a hint of a different expression. Upon hearing the principal's words, Jiang Yun's heart trembled. Possessing the divine skill of manifestation of all things, Jiang Yun was well aware. His tamed beast was no ordinary flame dragon fish, but one with a pseudo-dragon bloodline, possessing the potential to eventually leap over the dragon gate and transform into a true dragon. Calling it a mutation was not wrong. Yet Jiang Yun hadn't expected that the information he had seen through his innate skill could be analyzed by the principal with just a few clues. This inevitably made Jiang Yun feel the oppressive danger of being near such a powerful figure. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He could only hope that the principal before him was not some hypocritical gentleman. What? Amethyst? Amethyst-grade aptitude. Just as Jiang Yun was feeling nervous and uncertain about how to respond, the instructor beside him exclaimed in shock. This caused both He Tiangang and Jiang Yun to turn their gazes toward him. I am sorry, Principal He. I was just so overwhelmed that I lost my composure. Noticing their stares, the instructor realized his lapse. He quickly bowed in apology. The principal waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Even I am somewhat shaken. Now that the aptitude of Jiang Yun's tamed beast is confirmed, he will become a core student under our school's focused cultivation. Since you discovered him, please handle the paperwork for his enrollment. You have rendered a service by finding this talent. After completing the procedures, go claim your reward. He Tiangang, disregarding the instructor's lapse, instead instructed him to complete the core student registration for Jiang Yun and mentioned the reward. Hearing He Tiangang's words, the instructor's face lit up with joy. He had brought Jiang Yun not only to prevent such a talent from being overlooked, but also to secure the reward. Yes, I'll see to it at once. With those words, the instructor left the office excitedly, leaving only Jiang Yun and Principal He Tiangang. Facing the aura of an amethyst-grade beast tamer alone, Jiang Yun felt immense pressure. If the principal intended to kill him and seize the beast, now would be the perfect opportunity. An amethyst-grade beast tamer could easily kill him and erase the contract mark to take his beast. If Principal He Tiangang were to attack, Jiang Yun would have no chance to resist. Before an amethyst-grade beast tamer, his strength was far too insignificant. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Yun's heart grew restless and uneasy. Just as Jiang Yun's heart was in turmoil, He Tiangang suddenly spoke. Unmoved by treasure, unperturbed by temptation. To possess such a beast, and yet maintain such composure. Student Jiang Yun, your character is commendable. I hope you can maintain this in the future. He Tiangang said with a smile, expressing his approval. On the path of a beast tamer, talent is certainly important, but character is equally vital. Calmness in the face of events leads to great achievements. Seeing Jiang Yun's performance, just now he glimpsed a future that might surpass his own and couldn't help but offer praise. You flatter me, Principal. Jiang Yun responded humbly to the principal's praise, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly the principal only admired him and had no intention of robbery or murder. Jiang Yun's humble attitude once again earned a satisfied nod from He Tiangang. All right, student Jiang Yun, let's get back to business. It's time to discuss the main matter. The main matter? Jiang Yun frowned slightly in confusion, but soon he understood and became alert. Recalling the instructor's earlier words, the main matter the principal referred to was clearly the reward for becoming a core student. This was about the 200 beast taming resources. Miss Jiang Yun, I presume the instructor has already informed you that once you become a core student, you will receive a monthly subsidy of 200,000 federal credits for beast taming resources, correct? He Tiangang asked with a gentle smile as he observed Jiang Yun's expectant expression. Jiang Yun nodded. Noticing this, He Tiangang shifted his gaze to Jiang Yun's contracted beast. Your contracted beast, the blaze-scale dragonfish, though possessing both water and fire attributes, is primarily a fire-type ferocious beast, and its skills are all fire-related. It has now reached the black iron first rank level. The most suitable cultivation resource for it at this stage is fire spirit stones, which are rich in fire elemental energy. As He Tiangang spoke, he waved his right hand. A pile of fingernail-sized fiery red crystalline stones appeared on his desk. Each stone was nearly identical in size. Here are 300 fire spirit stones with a total value of 300,000 credits. Consider this your monthly resource subsidy for cultivating your beast. How does that sound? He Tiangang looked at Jiang Yun with a smile. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon those fire spirit stones. The surface of each stone exuded a trace of unique fire elemental energy. These were the most basic resources for cultivating a fire-type contracted beast, fire spirit stones. Yet even these basic resources were not cheap. A single fire spirit stone the size of a fingernail cost a full 1,000 federal credits. On the desk lay 300 of them, worth a total of 300,000 federal credits. For an ordinary family, this was already an astronomical sum. Before Jiang Yun could speak, the blaze-scale dragonfish began slapping its belly with a series of loud claps, its eyes fixed intently on the pile of fire spirit stones on the table, drool nearly spilling from its mouth. Its mind frantically transmitted vague impulses to Jiang Yun as if telling him that it desired those stones. Seeing the blaze-scale dragonfish's intense reaction, Jiang Yun understood that these fire spirit stones would undoubtedly be of immense use to it. However, he had a doubt. Why had the promised 200,000 credits in resources suddenly become 300,000? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Yun respectfully inquired. Thank you, Principal. But isn't the monthly resource subsidy supposed to be 200,000? Why have you given me resources worth 300,000 credits? Jiang Yun looked at the principal in confusion. The principal maintained a gentle smile upon hearing this. Jiang Yun, you have a good character, and I have high hopes for you. The 200,000 credits are the school's monthly beast taming resources for core students. As for the extra 100,000, He Tiangang hesitated for a moment before continuing. Consider this extra 100,000 as an investment in you. An investment? He Tiangang's words left Jiang Yun somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected the principal to place such importance on him, to actually invest 100,000 credits and resources in him. For a powerhouse like He Tiangang, a violet crystal-level beast tamer, 100,000 credits might be trivial, but for Jiang Yun at this moment, it was a colossal sum. Jiang Yun was in dire need of resources to cultivate his contracted beast. He Tiangang's 100,000 credits came as a timely boon, filling Jiang Yun's heart with gratitude toward the principal. This was truly an angel investor. Thank you, Principal. I will definitely cultivate diligently and take good care of my contracted beast. Jiang Yun immediately expressed his gratitude. Good. Excellent. If you can get into a decent key beast tamer academy in the future, you will not have disappointed my expectations. Seeing Jiang Yun's grateful attitude, He Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. He then instructed Jiang Yun. Oh, and there's one more thing you must remember in City. See, there are many who can discern the extraordinary potential of your contracted beast. Do not be too ostentatious in the future lest someone sees through it and sets their sights on you. At the school, I will have your contracted beast classified as a rare blaze-scale dragonfish of gold-grade potential. You can cultivate here in peace. He Tiangang's words warmed Jiang Yun's heart. Jiang Yun naturally understood the implication behind He Tiangang's statement. Clearly, He Tiangang had discerned that his contracted beast possessed violet crystal-grade potential and was even a mutated variant of that caliber. If news of a beast cub or egg of such potential were to surface, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation in City C and stir envy and covetousness in many. If a powerful individual were to harbor ill intentions toward him and set their sights on his contracted beast, for Jiang Yun in his current state, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Therefore, concealing the true potential of his contracted beast from outsiders was also a form of protection for Jiang Yun. Clearly, He Tiangang was looking out for him. In response, Jiang Yun replied with gratitude. I will remember your teachings, sir. He Tiangang nodded. All right, take these fire spirit stones and go back to cultivate properly. The matters regarding your core student status have already been arranged by someone. Just wait for the news. Yes, I will cultivate diligently. Jiang Yun nodded in response. He then stored the blaze-scale dragonfish and the fire spirit stones into his beast-taming space and left the principal's office. As the office door clicked shut, the previously composed and dignified He Tiangang abruptly stood up. The sternness on his face vanished, replaced by a look of heartache so intense that the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It took him a long while to regain his composure. He let out a deep sigh. Although it's a pity that a ferocious beast egg of this level has fallen into the hands of a student, this kid does show some potential as a beast tamer. He'll need to keep a closer eye on him in the future. But before that, I should have someone re-examine those ferocious beast eggs more thoroughly. Perhaps there are still some with top-tier potential among them. He Tiangang mused to himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had already returned to his classroom. But the moment he stepped into the room of Class 8 Senior Year 2, a group of classmates immediately surrounded him. Jiang Yun. Look, Jiang Yun is back. Jiang Yun. Is it true that you selected a gold-grade contracted beast at the cultivation center? Jiang Yun, you're amazing. You actually contracted a gold-grade beast. More than that, I heard Jiang Yun is now a core student of the school's Beast Tamer program. Jiang Yun. You really became a core student. That's incredible. Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun. Can you show us your contracted beast? Classmate Jiang Yun, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want one? I just turned 16. Classmate Jiang Yun. No sooner had Jiang Yun returned to the classroom than it erupted into chaos, with even students from other classes crowding in to see the commotion. The entrance to Class 8 Senior Year 2 was soon packed tightly. From the chatter, it was clear that news of Jiang Yun contracting his beast and becoming a core student had already spread like wildfire. Jiang Yun couldn't help but admire the instructor's efficiency. He had been in the principal's office for less than half an hour, and the news had already reached everyone's ears. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd of classmates, Jiang Yun felt a pounding headache. Just as he was growing overwhelmed, a cold, reprimanding female voice rang out from the doorway. What are you doing? The bell has been ringing for ages. Aren't you going to class? All of you get back to the classroom. Upon hearing this stern voice, the students gathered around the classroom of Class 8, Grade 2, scattered as if they had seen a ghost fleeing the scene in an instant. The students of Class 8, Grade 2, also quickly returned to their seats. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yun turned his head to look toward the door. A beautiful woman who appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old came into his view. She had long jet black hair and a fair, delicate face. She wore a very standard teacher's professional attire, yet it could not conceal her extraordinarily graceful figure. Her tall and slender form stood gracefully. This woman was none other than Zhao Shangyue, the grade director of the entire second year. She was also a silver-tier beast tamer. Although this grade director was beautiful, perhaps because she had held the position for so long, her face often bore a stern expression. This made other students somewhat fearful. Unlike the other students, Jiang Yun did not feel much fear toward the grade director. After all, he had the best grades in the entire second year and was considered a good student in the eyes of all the teachers. Besides, she had just helped him out of a predicament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with those overly enthusiastic classmates. He felt a bit grateful to the grade director. So Jiang Yun politely greeted her. Teacher Zhao, MM. Perhaps because she saw it was Jiang Yun, Zhao Shangyue nodded in response, and the sternness in her eyes softened slightly. Her gaze swept over the other quiet students in the classroom. Then she looked back at Jiang Yun and said softly, Jiang Yun, come to my office after class. I have something to tell you. All right. Jiang Yun nodded upon hearing this. He didn't need to think too hard to know it was about the core student matter. Clearly the news had already reached the grade director. Seeing Jiang Yun nod, Zhao Shangyue glanced at the classroom situation and left. Jiang Yun then returned to his seat. The surrounding classmates looked on with envy. If it had been any other student, they would have been scolded long ago. Only Jiang Yun could return to his seat unscathed. No matter where, good students are always treated differently by teachers. After all, Jiang Yun was exceptional enough. Not only did he consistently rank first in the grade for theoretical knowledge assessments of beast tamers, now he had also become a core student that the school focused on nurturing. His classmates could only envy him. He was truly the irreplaceable top student of the second year. Students, it's time to focus. If you study hard and listen well, you might also become core students of the school, just like Jiang Yun. At some point, the teacher of this class had entered the classroom and stood at the podium. Seeing that many students had their eyes fixed on Jiang Yun, he spoke to draw their attention back to the lesson. Hearing this, the students looked embarrassed and turned their gazes to the teacher at the podium. The teacher suddenly smiled at Jiang Yun and said, Jiang Yun, the same goes for you. Although you have become a beast tamer now, there is still much knowledge about beast taming that you need to learn. You must also listen attentively. Understood, teacher. Jiang Yun nodded, not letting his pride swell because he had become a beast tamer. The teacher at the podium nodded in satisfaction. All right, today I will teach you about the classification and effects of beast attributes. As the teacher began the lesson, all the students entered a state of learning. However, Jiang Yun instead began to worry about his younger sister Jiang Yun. Half a day has passed now. I wonder how Xiao Yun is doing. With the school's arrangements, Xiao Yun will surely be able to contract a spirit beast. I just wonder what kind of spirit beast she will contract. It's quite exciting to think about. The bell rang. Jiang Yun left the classroom and headed to the grade director's office. In Qingchuan, one high school, most teachers were beast tamers. Bronze-tier teachers and regular subject teachers worked together in a large office. Those teachers whose strength reached silver-tier or above each had their own private office. Undoubtedly, the grade director, a silver-tier beast tamer, had her own private office. Jiang Yun arrived at the office of grade director Zhao Shangyue. Breaking her usual stern demeanor, Zhao Shangyue smiled and gestured for Jiang Yun to sit on the black leather sofa in the office. Jiang Yun did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Teacher Zhao, may I ask what you need to see me about? After sitting down, Jiang Yun got straight to the point. Seeing Jiang Yun ask first, Zhao Shangyue smiled and replied directly, Jiang Yun, you must already know that you are now a core student of the school. For core students, the school has a special training class specifically designed for their training. The teaching content there is very different from our regular classes. Our regular classes focus more on the dissemination of theoretical knowledge, while the special training class emphasizes practical combat training and beast taming development. Now that you are a beast tamer with a contracted beast, staying in the regular class won't be of much use to you. I called you here to inform you that your class transfer procedures have been completed. The transfer notice has been issued. Starting tomorrow, you are to report to the school's special training class and will study and train there from now on. Special training class. Although Jiang Yun had already guessed that the purpose of calling him was related to becoming a core student, he hadn't expected the school to move so quickly, completing the class transfer procedures in just half a day, transferring him to the special training class. Jiang Yun knew a bit about the school's special training class. It was a special class composed of the core members of Qingchuan one high school, all of whom were beast tamer students with talent in beast taming. It even included some beast tamer prodigies. Now that Jiang Yun had become a beast tamer, continuing to attend classes in an ordinary class without beast tamers was no longer meaningful. The special training class consisted entirely of beast tamers, so its teaching methods would naturally be more suitable for Jiang Yun and bring him greater benefits. Being able to enter the special training class was something Jiang Yun naturally desired. I understand, teacher. All your personal information has been transferred to the special training class. You just need to report there tomorrow. Zhao Shanyuan instructed. Jiang Yun nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation for the special training class. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Teacher, if there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Jiang Yun asked softly. Zhao Shanyuan nodded and smiled. Go ahead. Train well. I wish you a smooth path on your beast taming journey. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Yun expressed his gratitude for Zhao Shanyu's blessing, then turned and left the office. Watching Jiang Yun's departing figure, Zhao Shanyu's face showed a hint of relief. This child may not have the talent for beast taming, but his temperament is extraordinary. Even without this beast taming talent, if he can grow up safely, his future achievements will certainly not be low. There were few classes in the afternoon. After finishing the last lesson in the regular class, Jiang Yun left the classroom and walked out of the school. He then arrived at a pavilion on an artificial lake outside the school gate. That was the place Jiang Yun had agreed upon with his younger sister. Since the two were not in the same grade, his sister Jiang Yun was only a freshman in high school, while Jiang Yun was a sophomore. They rarely finished school at the same time, so they had agreed that whoever got out first would wait for the other in the pavilion. Jiang Yun looked into the distance from the school gate, but he did not see his sister in the pavilion, as she had evidently not yet been dismissed. So Jiang Yun entered the pavilion, found a place to sit down, and continued waiting. Perhaps growing bored from waiting, Jiang Yun glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then summoned the fire dragon fish. As soon as it appeared, it still wore an aloof attitude. It cast a languid glance at Jiang Yun, still refusing to look him straight in the eye. Jiang Yun was not annoyed, but instead a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then he spread his right hand. In his palm appeared several fire spirit stones. The stones radiated a blazing luster, their fire attribute energy permeating the air. This immediately caught the fire dragonfish's attention. The creature, which had been acting so proud just moments before, opened its mouth and lunged forward. Quick as lightning, Jiang Yun clenched the fire spirit stones in his hand and pulled back. At the same time, he pretended to lament, "Ah, what a pity. I had intended to share these fire spirit stones with my most loyal and obedient spirit beast companion, but it seems some fellows don't quite appreciate me. It looks like you'll have to find another loyal fire attribute spirit beast to share my fire spirit stones with instead." As he spoke, Jiang Yun put the fire spirit stones away, putting on a disappointed expression. Seeing this, the fire dragon fish actually scurried up to Jiang Yun, flapping its long fins against his body, and even started massaging his shoulders. It had transformed into a massage master, trying to win Jiang Yun's favor through massage. This startled Jiang Yun. He knew that his spirit beast, the fire dragon fish, possessed a higher intelligence than other savage beasts. But this level of intelligence seemed almost too clever. It was something only a human would do. Jiang Yun was once again amazed by the fire dragon fish's intelligence, even thinking that the only thing separating it from human intellect was the ability to speak. Could it be that the pseudo-dragon bloodline has granted the fire dragon fish intelligence nearly equal to a human's? Jiang Yun was very puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Regardless, his goal was achieved. The fire dragon fish had become docile. Good behavior. I'll reward you with one, Jiang Yun said with a slight smile. Then he tossed out a fire spirit stone. The fire dragon fish immediately opened its mouth to catch it and swallowed it into its belly. After swallowing one, it opened its mouth again and looked at Jiang Yun, pointing its fin at its mouth as if telling him it wanted more. Seeing this, Jiang Yun remained unhurried. Instead, he began to negotiate terms with the fire dragon fish. "Little one, I know you can understand me. I can give you more fire spirit stones, and in the future, I can even find you more resources to help you grow stronger. But from now on, you must listen to me and stop putting on that arrogant act in front of me. Can you do that?" Jiang Yun said very seriously. Although he knew this fire dragon fish seemed extraordinary, he would need it to fight for him from now on, so he had to ensure it was on the same page as him. If it failed him in a life-or-death battle, it would be a fatal threat to Jiang Yun. The fire dragon fish seemed to truly understand what Jiang Yun said, as soon as his voice faded. It opened its mouth and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Jiang Yun was once again convinced of his fire dragon fish's exceptional intelligence. "In that case, you are my loyal companion. From now on, I'll call you Little Fire Fish. Little Fire Fish, all these fire spirit stones are for you." As Jiang Yun spoke, more than 20 fire spirit stones appeared in his hand again. He fed them to the fire dragon fish one by one. But to his surprise, after feeding it more than 20 fire spirit stones, the fire dragon fish was still not satisfied and kept opening its mouth to demand more. Seeing this, Jiang Yun was not stingy. As long as the fire dragon fish wanted more, he would continue feeding it. If it could increase the fire dragon fish's strength, no amount of feeding would be a loss to him. And so, one stone after another, The fire dragon fish ate over 100 before finally letting out a burp and stopping. It seemed to have eaten too many fire spirit stones. Even the burp it released emitted fire attribute energy. Seeing this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they say raising spirit beasts is extremely expensive for tamers. In less than 10 minutes, this guy devoured fire spirit stones worth over 100,000. This isn't spending money, this is burning money. Thinking about the 100+ fire spirit stones the fire dragon fish had gobbled up, Jiang Yun's mouth twitched, but considering the boost in the fire dragon fish's strength, he felt a bit better. This guy ate so many of my fire spirit stones, it's bound to become much stronger. For now it seems to have eaten too much to digest, and has fallen asleep. I'd better put it back into the spirit beast space. His gaze fell on the fire dragon fish, which had fallen asleep after eating its fill. Jiang Yun let out a wry smile. What a costly glutton. With that he waved his hand, and withdrew the fire dragon fish back into the spirit beast space. His consciousness probed into the spirit beast space. The fire dragon fish was still in the lake. But as soon as the fire dragon fish entered the spirit beast space, the spiritual energy within the space converged rapidly, enveloping the fish and helping it digest the fire spirit stones it had just consumed. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon fish's aura had grown significantly stronger than before. No wonder it's a divine-level spirit beast space trait, truly heaven-defying. It even enhances the spirit beast's absorption ability. With this trait, little fire fish should be able to fully refine and absorb the 100+ fire spirit stones inside it soon. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun marveled at the power of the divine-level space trait. I wonder, after absorbing these fire spirit stones, what tier the fire dragon fish will reach. It should at least reach the 3rd tier, right? Jiang Yun looked expectantly at the sleeping fire dragon fish, then withdrew his consciousness from the spirit beast space. Just as he exited the spirit beast space, he heard his sister Jiang Yun calling out, "Brother, let's go home." Jiang Yun turned his head to look. He immediately noticed his sister Jiang Yun standing by the shore calling him. So he left the pavilion and went to the shore to meet up with her. As he approached, a glimmer of light flickered in Jiang Yun's pupils. Jiang Yun's information instantly manifested as a series of attributes. Spirit Beast Power 400 points. Spirit Beast Space opened. Spirit Beast Space Trait Attribute Enhancement Boost. Spirit Beast Heaven Devouring Rabbit Dark Attribute Tamer Level Black Iron 1st Rank. Dark Attribute. Upon seeing his sister's beast's attribute, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The common attributes of ferocious beasts were the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The rarer attributes were natural ones like wind, thunder, lightning, and ice. There were also some special rare attributes. For instance, darkness, yin-yang, life, and death. These attributes did not belong to the 5 elements nor the natural category. They each possessed unique abilities, and ferocious beasts with such attributes naturally had extraordinary strength and potential. However, it was relatively difficult for beasts with these attributes to enhance their power. After all, the attribute spirit stones they required were far harder to obtain, and most had to be substituted with other stones. The effect of those spirit stones would naturally be greatly diminished. "Brother, I've heard all about your affairs. I never imagined you could contract a beast with gold grade potential and be specially promoted to a core student by the principal. Brother, you're simply amazing." Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Yun with eyes full of admiration. "I knew it. Even if you didn't have talent as a beast tamer, you would surely become a formidable one." Jiang Yun looked at his excited sister, patted her head, and gave a faint smile. "Xiaoyan, you must have contracted a beast today too. Would you mind showing it to your brother?" Earlier through the tags he saw on Jiang Yun learned the race of his sister's contracted beast, the heaven-swallowing rabbit. However, he couldn't see all the information about this heaven-swallowing rabbit directly, so he wanted Jiang Yun to take out her beast for a clearer look. He intended to use his ability manifestation of all things to conduct a complete appraisal of Jiang Yun's beast to see its true potential. Of course, heaven-swallowing rabbit, come forth. Jiang Yun didn't hesitate at all. As her words fell, a white light shone before her. Jiang Yun reached out her hands. As the white light faded, a rabbit covered in black fur appeared in her grasp. This rabbit was entirely black with long upright ears that seemed to keenly capture the faintest sounds around it. Its eyes, like emeralds, sparkled brilliantly, radiating intelligence and vitality. Race: heaven-swallowing rabbit. Dark attribute: realm black iron 1st grade. Potential: gold low grade. Innate skills: rabbit leg kick, common rapid leap. Uncommon evolution path: evolvable twice. 1st evolution: heaven-swallowing divine rabbit diamond top grade potential. 2nd evolution: moon-swallowing rabbit eclipse top grade potential. Tip: the heaven-swallowing rabbit's special dark attribute ability is devour. It can devour the attributes of other beasts to enhance its power while also acquiring those attributes and awakening new attribute skills. Special note: the attribute's special ability requires devouring a sufficient amount of dark attribute power to awaken and activate. From a potential standpoint, this heaven-swallowing rabbit is quite average. However, this special dark attribute ability is incredibly overpowered, being able to devour the attribute power of other beasts and allow the rabbit to possess those attributes. If the heaven-swallowing rabbit awakens this special ability, doesn't that mean it could acquire various attributes in the future by devouring enough? Jiang Yun's talent and spatial trait just happen to both relate to attribute enhancement. This heaven-swallowing rabbit seems like a beast tailor-made for her. But although this special ability is heaven-defying, it still needs to be awakened. That's sufficient amount. Who knows how much dark attribute energy needs to be devoured? Moreover, dark attribute beasts are extremely rare to begin with. Dark spirit stones are unheard of. So how can this heaven-swallowing rabbit devour dark attribute energy to awaken its ability? The information about Jiang Yun's beast surprised Jiang Yun considerably, especially the dark attribute's special ability. It was practically a cheat-like power. If awakened, it would surely be extraordinary. Jiang Yun wished to help his sister's beast awaken this ability, but at present he had no means as dark attributes were far too rare. He would have to take things one step at a time. Perhaps he would encounter it later. Still, he was curious. How did his sister manage to contract a beast with such a rare attribute? Xiaoyan, this heaven-swallowing rabbit of yours is quite special. I'm curious, how did you contract it? Brother, you know about my heaven-swallowing rabbit too. Hearing Jiang Yun name the rabbit Jiang Yun was quite surprised. Jiang Yun nodded without further explanation. He naturally didn't know about the heaven-swallowing rabbit beforehand, but his divine talent allowed him to know and to understand its every detail. Jiang Yun didn't dwell on it since her brother was an excellent student who read widely. It wasn't strange for him to have seen it in a book. Brother, actually I didn't contract it, it chose me. The teacher took me to a place with many beast cubs. They all looked so powerful, and I didn't know which to pick. But just then I felt a strong consciousness communicating with me. I found it was this heaven-swallowing rabbit. Seeing how cute it was, I made a contract with it. Jiang Yun recounted the contract process, then proudly added, Brother, my beast has gold-grade potential just like yours, and even has the extremely rare dark attribute. And its current realm is already black iron first grade. Aren't I amazing? Oh, I've already named it. Since its fur is all black, I call it Little Black. Little Black, return to the beast space. Jiang Yun smiled. With a wave of her hand, the heaven-swallowing rabbit returned to its space. So it was the heaven-swallowing rabbit that chose Xiaoyan. It seems my sister's talent and skill attracted this dark attribute beast. Hearing Jiang Yun's account, Jiang Yun suddenly understood. This must be what they call a beast choosing its master. But as for the name his sister had given it. Brother, what about your beast? Let me see yours. After recalling her own beast, Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Yun expectantly. Jiang Yun didn't hesitate. With a wave of his right hand, the slumbering flame dragon fish appeared before him. It floated in the air surrounded by water and fire. Brother, is your beast a fish? Why is it covered in flames? So cool. But why isn't it moving? It's not dead, is it? It's fine. It just ate too much and is sleeping to digest. As for those flames, it's a fire attribute fish. Jiang Yun said, recalling the sleeping flame dragon fish back to its space. What? A fish with a fire attribute? Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Jiang Yun was momentarily baffled. Fish-type beasts were usually associated with water. Could they possess a fire attribute? My beast is of the flame dragon fish race. It has both water and fire attributes, primarily focusing on fire power, so it can command water and bathe in flames. Jiang Yun gave a simple explanation. Jiang Yun listened dumbfounded. What? Brother, your fish has two attributes, water and fire. That's incredible. Is it very powerful? How many skills does it have? Tell me about it. Jiang Yun asked, full of curiosity about Jiang Yun's beast. Jiang Yun started walking and smiled. Let's talk as we walk. We don't want mother to worry waiting at home. Mom, we're back. As soon as they arrived home, Jiang Yun's younger sister Jiang Yun rushed excitedly to their mother. Mom, I have great news. My brother and I are now beast tamers with our own spirit beasts. And we've both become core students at the academy. Jiang Yun declared with immense pride. Jiang Yun's mother was named Xiang. She was nearly 40 years old, yet her features remained delicate, her skin fair and smooth as a peeled egg, making her appear like a woman in her 20s. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Xiang did not seem overly surprised. A smile graced her face as she spoke in a gentle tone. Yun mother already knows. The academy sent me a notice. To celebrate you two becoming beast tamers, I prepared a feast at home in advance, waiting for your return to celebrate. Wow, so lavish. All our favorite dishes. Hearing their mother's words, Jiang Yun's gaze immediately fell upon the dining table. Seeing the table laden with dishes, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. She eagerly took her seat at the table and waved at Jiang Yun. Brother, come sit down too. Jiang Yun nodded. He greeted his mother and walked over to the table to sit down. So much had happened today that he was indeed feeling hungry. Seeing this, Jiang Yun also untied her apron and joined them at the table. But as soon as she sat down, she took out a federal card. Jiang Yun, you and your sister have just contracted your spirit beasts to become beast tamers. I've heard that raising spirit beasts consumes a lot of resources. This is some federal currency I've saved over the years, about 10 to 20,000. Take it and buy some resources for your spirit beasts at the beast tamer market. Jiang Yun said as she handed the federal card to Jiang Yun. Staring at the card and his mother's weary face, Jiang Yun's heart ached deeply. Over the years, his mother had endured much hardship raising him and his sister alone. Without a doubt, this money came from her frugality and self-denial. Jiang Yun absolutely refused to take it. Now that he was a beast tamer, even if he couldn't repay his mother immediately, he must not add to her burdens or stress. Besides, the academy provided subsidies for spirit beast training resources, so there was no need for his mother to worry. Even without such aid, he would find a way on his own rather than cause her concern. Mom, please keep this card. The academy offers resource subsidies for core students which are more than enough to cover the cost of raising spirit beasts. Jiang Yun pushed the federal card back into his mother's hand. Jiang Yun, holding a chicken leg in her right hand, chimed in, "Yes, Mom. The academy gives core students a subsidy of 200,000 federal currency worth of resources." Look, with a chicken leg in her right hand, Jiang Yun waved her left hand, and a dozen or so spirit stones appeared on the table. However, these spirit stones were of various types, including fire, water, wood, and ice spirit stones, among others. Seeing this jumble of spirit stones, Jiang Yun frowned. According to the resources given by the principal, the academy's subsidies should align with the spirit beast's attribute. It seems Qingchuan Middle School, despite being a top-tier school in Sea City, doesn't have dark attribute spirit stones, so they gave my sister a mix of various types instead. Jiang Yun speculated inwardly. What? 200,000 federal currency worth of resources. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, their mother couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 200,000 federal currency worth of spirit beast resources. 200,000. For her, it would take years of frugal living to save that amount. Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Yun in astonishment, as if seeking confirmation. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded. Mom, so please keep this card. Don't worry about the spirit beast resources. Besides, you've raised my sister and me with great hardship. Now that I'm a beast tamer, it's time for us to take care of you. Jiang Yun picked up the federal card and placed it back in his mother's hand. Looking at the card in her hand, then at Jiang Yun, and Jiang Yun's eyes moistened and reddened. Jiang Yun, you've grown up. Your father would be so proud to know how outstanding his children have become. After the meal, Jiang Yun and his sister helped their mother wash the dishes. After freshening up, they returned to their respective rooms. Just as Jiang Yun was washing up, he faintly sensed a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body, bringing subtle changes to his physique. It seemed to have strengthened. Without a doubt, the fire dragon fish had advanced, granting him a power feedback. Returning to his room, Jiang Yun immediately sat cross-legged. His consciousness entered the spirit beast space, where he saw the fire dragon fish now awake. It was frolicking in the lake, having apparently fully absorbed the energy from over 100 fire spirit stones. Truly worthy of a divine great space. It helped the fire dragon fish digest over 100 fire spirit stones so quickly. Absolutely extraordinary. I wonder how many ranks this little one has broken through. Jiang Yun observed closely. The fire dragon fish's appearance hadn't changed much, but the flames around it seemed fiercer. Moreover, its aura had grown more powerful. Activating his talent skill, the fire dragon fish's information fully manifested. Species: pseudo-dragon, bloodline, fire dragon fish, firewater attribute. Realm: black iron, 2nd rank. Grade: top-tier amethyst. Talent skills: flame, breath, rare, bloodline, might, rare, fire domain, prison, transcendent, water manipulation. Evolution path: can evolve 3 times, after first evolution. Black iron, 2nd rank. Seeing this, realm, Jiang Yun was somewhat dissatisfied. For an ordinary top-tier amethyst grade spirit beast, over 100 fire spirit stones would have allowed it to break through 2 or 3 ranks. If it were a gold grade spirit beast, it might have advanced 4 or 5 ranks. This one had only broken through 1 rank. If it wanted to advance another rank, would it need another 100 or more spirit stones? Seeing the terrifying resource consumption rate of the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on. At this rate, even with tens of thousands of fire spirit stones, it wouldn't be enough. However, not all spirit beasts could consume so much. Some could only take a dozen spirit stones at a time, any more might cause indigestion and send them into a deep slumber. He hadn't expected his fire dragon fish to be such a glutton, devouring over 100 at once. Pat, pat, pat. Just as Jiang Yun was fretting over the fire dragon fish's consumption rate, it slapped its belly to get his attention. When Jiang Yun looked, he was startled by what he saw. Noticing Jiang Yun's attention, the fire dragon fish pointed at its mouth again, as if telling him it wanted to eat more. You want to eat more? Jiang Yun gazed in disbelief at the flame dragon fish, which was demanding more fire spirit stones. Little one, you've just digested over 100 fire spirit stones, and now you want to continue. Can you really handle it? Over 100 fire spirit stones. If it had been any other beast, it would likely have been bloated to death. Even if it barely managed to digest them, it would need considerable time to absorb the remaining energy. Yet his flame dragon fish had consumed them all in such a short span. And now it still wanted to eat more. Jiang Yun was willing to part with the fire spirit stones. After all, they were meant to be used entirely on the flame dragon fish. He was merely worried that this creature might not be able to digest such continuous overeating and would fall into a deep slumber from which it would never awaken. The flame dragon fish seemed unconcerned. It pointed at its own open mouth and nodded repeatedly, clearly telling Jiang Yun it could still eat. Seeing this, Jiang Yun pondered for a moment and then relented. His water dragon fish was unlike ordinary beasts. Perhaps a larger appetite was only natural. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Yun summoned the flame dragon fish out of the beast taming space and instructed, since you insist on eating, I'll let you. But you must know your limits and absolutely not overdo it. As Jiang Yun finished speaking, dozens of fire spirit stones appeared in his hand. The water dragon fish's eyes lit up with golden gleams at the sight, and it nodded eagerly. Jiang Yun, with a sense of reluctance, fed the flame dragon fish one stone after another. It was clearly not enough after finishing these. Without hesitation, he continued to bring out the remaining fire spirit stones and feed them. He only stopped after all the fire spirit stones had been fed to the flame dragon fish. Yet the creature still opened its mouth, far from satisfied. It seemed to want Jiang Yun to continue feeding. Damn it, you money-burning glutton, there's no more. 300 fire spirit stones have all been devoured by you. 300 fire spirit stones. That was worth 300,000 Federation credits. They had barely been in his hands before being completely consumed. Looking at the still unsatisfied flame dragon fish, Jiang Yun was utterly speechless. I just fed you at least 180 fire spirit stones. But this creature hadn't fallen into a deep slumber. Its appetite must have grown. He estimated that from now on the resources it needed each time would only increase. I'm afraid the monthly allowance from the school won't even be enough to fill its teeth. I have to find a way to get more resources on my own. Jiang Yun felt deeply resigned. His flame dragon fish, while possessing formidable potential, seemed to require an equally substantial consumption of spirit stones for nurturing. Nearby, upon hearing Jiang Yun say there were no more fire spirit stones, the flame dragon fish immediately closed its mouth, revealing a look of disappointment. Seeing this, Jiang Yun was even more exasperated. He muttered, "You heartless creature," and then tossed the flame dragon fish back into the beast taming space. Once back in the beast taming space, the flame dragon fish fell into slumber again. As before, vast spiritual energy from all directions converged within the space. It helped the flame dragon fish digest and absorb the fire spirit stones it had just consumed. With this many fire spirit stones this time, it should be able to steadily advance by one rank. Watching the flame dragon fish in the beast taming space, Jiang Yun estimated. Previously, it had advanced to black iron second rank after eating over 100 stones. This time it had devoured a full 180 fire spirit stones. Surely it would advance by at least one rank. After checking the flame dragon fish's basic information, Jiang Yun rested at ease. The next day, early in the morning, his sister's excited voice came from outside the door. "Brother, get up quickly." Jiang Yun ran into Jiang Yun's room and pulled him out of bed. Both of them were now core students of the school. It was just the right time to go register together. Becoming a core member filled Jiang Yun with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Yun checked the time and found it was about right. After washing up and having breakfast, he headed to school with his sister. The teaching area for core students was at the back of the school. Compared to the regular teaching area, the core student teaching area had fewer students, yet it occupied 2/3 of the school's total area. The facilities and grounds for beast taming training and improvement were all available, fully demonstrating the academy's emphasis on core students. Jiang Yun and his sister arrived at the core student registration office. After registering their information, the teacher on duty led them to the core student training ground. At the moment, over a dozen students were standing in neat rows on the training ground, while an instructor stood before them counting the attendees. "Coach Lin," the registration teacher called out and approached with Jiang Yun and Jiang Yun. "These are the two newly promoted core students. They've already been registered." As the registration teacher spoke, he handed 2 files to the instructor, who was called Coach Lin. The instructor glanced at Jiang Yun and his sister, then opened their files to review them. After confirming everything was correct, he nodded. No problem. Thank you for your trouble. You may go about your business. All right, I'll leave these 2 new students to you." The registration teacher smiled, took back the files from Coach Lin, and left. Coach Lin's gaze, however, fell upon Jiang Yun. In the path of beast taming, cultivation, luck is also part of one's strength. It's not easy to be exceptionally promoted to a core student. Student Jiang, although you lack a beast taming talent skill, as long as you train diligently, ordinary beast tamers are not without a path to success. Clearly, the news of Jiang Yun contracting a gold-grade beast yesterday had already spread throughout the academy. Jiang Yun was not too surprised by Coach Lin's words. He nodded in response. I understand, sir. Very good, neither arrogant nor impatient. Both of you fall in line. Rest here for a moment. Today's training will begin shortly. Seeing Jiang Yun's composed demeanor, Coach Lin nodded with satisfaction, a hint of admiration rising in his heart. After all, a gold-grade beast was enough to cause a stir across the entire Sea City. Yet this student, only 16 or 17, could maintain such a steady mindset. It was hard not to earn his praise and appreciation. Hearing Coach Lin's instructions, the two siblings joined the lineup. The other core students curiously sized them up. He's nothing but a waste relying on luck. Exactly. Who knows what kind of dumb luck this kid stumbled upon to contract such a high-quality beast. Otherwise a waste without any beast taming talent doesn't deserve to be a core student like us. Actually, it's not that high in quality. Compared to our young Master Xiao's top-tier gold, it's utterly pathetic. And our young Master Xiao relies not on luck, but on his formidable background. Contracting a gold-grade beast is a piece of cake for him, not comparable to certain wastes. Shortly after they joined the line, several hostile remarks reached the ears of Jiang Yun, and Jiang Yun particularly grating. Amidst these caustic remarks, Jiang Yun remained unfazed. After all, he needed to keep a low profile for now, and whether he was truly worthless was something only he needed to know. There was no point in futile arguments with these people. A waste of time. But Jiang Yun thought otherwise. Hearing the mockery and insults hurled at her brother, she burned with indignation. She turned and argued with them. Don't you dare speak ill of my brother. He's not some good-for-nothing who relies on luck. He said he would become the greatest beast tamer, and he will. Jiang Yun declared defiantly, hands on her hips, facing the crowd behind her. Her words only drew another wave of jeers. The greatest beast tamer. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year. Do you think becoming the greatest beast tamer is as easy as picking a cabbage? Exactly. Look at your brother. A talentless fool who only got into the special training class through his beast taming aptitude, and he dreams of being the greatest beast tamer. Sheer fantasy. Forget your brother, you poor souls relying on school subsidies for spirit stones. Even if you were given a gold-grade beast, could you afford to raise it? I doubt you could even become a black iron beast tamer. He. In this whole special class, only young Master Xiao has what it takes to be the greatest beast tamer. Stop it. Don't you dare talk about my brother like that. Hearing their insults, Jiang Yun clenched her small fists in fury. Her cheeks puffed with anger. Just then Jiang Yun quietly stepped behind her and gently patted her shoulder. Jiang Yun looked up at him with a face full of grievance. Brother, they're bad-mouthing you. I can't stand it. Jiang Yun smiled softly and ruffled her hair. Then his gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the gossiping crowd. His expression darkened. Is a gold-grade top-tier beast really that impressive? Is a grade talent truly something to boast about? He could tolerate their mockery of himself. But bullying his sister was absolutely unacceptable. Yes, a gold-grade top-tier beast is indeed strong. A grade talent is indeed remarkable. Just as Jiang Yun's words faded, a young man stepped out from behind the crowd. Dressed in luxurious attire, he stood out distinctly from the other students. It was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary person. Jiang Yun's cold eyes swept over the youth. Evidently, this was the young Master Xiao the others had been referring to. Even so, Jiang Yun showed no sign of backing down. Today he would stand up for his sister. With a calm demeanor, he directly issued a challenge to his opponent. In that case, young Master Xiao, dare you face me in a beast battle? Through the ability to manifest all information. He had already fully grasped this young Master Xiao's details. Race Claude Shadow Wolf Electric Attribute Realm Black Iron 2nd Stage Grade Gold Top Tier Innate Skills Shadow Wolf Chlor Rare Lightning Flash Rare. Armed with this information, Jiang Yun could not only predict the upcoming battle, but also assess the outcome through strength evaluation. This morning Jiang Yun had secretly observed his fire dragon fish. It had fully absorbed the fire spirit stone, and its strength had now reached Black Iron 3rd Stage. Even against an opponent of the same realm, the fire dragonfish's grade would allow it to crush the Claude Shadow Wolf. Now with a higher realm, the result was beyond doubt. A pauper dares to issue a challenge. Young Master Xiao is a beast-taming genius. Why would he waste time on trash like you? Jiang Yun's challenge fell like a stone into a cesspool, stirring up nothing but foul mockery. Young Master Xiao cast him a sidelong glance. His lackeys behind him burst into exaggerated laughter. Who do you think you are? Xiaoling finally spoke, his tone as dismissive as crushing an ant. My beast's claws would crush yours like an insect. Why would I bother fighting you? Jiang Yun's eyes reddened with fury, but before she could retort, Jiang Yun calmly shielded her behind him. Jiang Yun's gaze was steady meeting Xiaoling's eyes. So a gold-grade top-tier beast tamer is nothing special after all. Too afraid to accept a challenge. Then I have nothing more to say to you. At Jiang Yun's words, Xiaoling's pupils abruptly constricted. As the direct heir of the Xiao family, he had been pampered all his life. How could he endure such contempt? The surrounding laughter also came to a sudden halt, the atmosphere freezing. They couldn't believe this waste Jiang Yun had such audacity, daring to speak to young Master Xiao like that. It was as if had been kicked in the head by a donkey. The lackey's eyes all turned to Xiaoling, whose face was now twisted with rage. What did you say? He took a half-step forward, his beast-taming energy surging. Clearly Jiang Yun's words had enraged him. I said. Jiang Yun deliberately drew out his words. Some people call themselves geniuses, yet lack the courage for a fair fight. It seems a grade talent with a gold-grade beast is nothing remarkable after all. Silence. Xiaoling suddenly bellowed. Jiang Yun's words felt like a deep humiliation. Who's afraid of losing? Isn't it just a battle? Would I Xiaoling fear a talentless fool who only sneaked in by luck? Oh. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow with a light laugh. Heh. Then why won't you agree? I simply disdain wasting time on a waste. Xiaoling forced a cold smile. But since you're so eager to be humiliated, I'll graciously indulge you. If we're doing this, let's add a wager. Seeing his provocation work, Jiang Yun seized the moment to propose a bet. If you lose, give me 500 fire spirit stones. If I lose, him at your mercy. Deal. Jiang Yun thought to himself that he was in dire need of spirit stones and could extort a hefty sum from this arrogant Xiaoling. Xiaoling was so conceited and looked down on him. Jiang Yun wasn't worried he'd refuse. Even if he did, Jiang Yun would lose nothing. 500 spirit stones. The onlookers gasped. Even for the Xiao family, 500 attribute spirit stones were no small sum. Enough to raise a black iron beast for an entire year. For Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish, it might not even last half a month. Xiaoling's face changed dramatically. If it were 5 million federal credits, his family had plenty. His daily allowance alone was 5 or 6 million. But 500 spirit stones. Spirit stones were the most precious resource in this world, sometimes unavailable even at any price. Acquiring them was extremely difficult. 500 stones was a month's supply for raising his beast. Yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was already trapped. Finally, he ground his teeth and said, fine. If you lose, you'll crawl between my legs and let everyone see the gap between a luck-dependent pauper and me. Though 500 stones was a lot, Xiaoling didn't believe he could lose. The other students thought the same. In their eyes, Jiang Yun challenging young Master Xiao was nothing but suicide. Deal. Jiang Yun turned to Coach Lin, who had been watching coldly. Coach Lin, would you be willing to officiate? Coach Lin's gaze flickered between the two, and he finally nodded. All right. But let me be clear. This is a contest of skill, no killing the beasts. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Xiaoling. Clearly Coach Lin also didn't believe Jiang Yun could win against Xiaoling. Xiaoling sneered, waving his lackeys back. Clear the arena. Today I'll show you all what a true genius beast tamer looks like. Jiang Yun suddenly tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve, her voice trembling. Brother, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Let me fight instead. If I lose, they'll take the punishment. Her voice was filled with self-reproach. Silly girl. Jiang Yun smiled gently and ruffled her hair. This isn't your fault. These people are arrogant and domineering. Even if we back down now, they'll come after us again. It's better to defeat them once and for all so they won't dare bully us anymore. And how do you know your brother will lose? With that, Jiang Yun strode with unwavering determination toward the center of the cleared arena. At the center, Xiaoling had already summoned his beast, the clawed shadow wolf. This jet-black wolf stood 2 meters tall, its muscles rippling beneath its hide with tiny arcs of electricity dancing on its claws. A black iron second-stage electric-type beast. Jiang Yun's ability had precisely captured all the information about the clawed shadow wolf. Through the manifestation of the attribute entries, the information of Xiaoling's demon claw wolf was crystal clear in Jiang Yun's eyes. Black iron second-stage gold top-tier aptitude electric attribute innate skills demon wolf claw and lightning flash, and even its weakness, a fear of the fire attribute, was laid bare. And his blaze dragon fish happened to possess the fire attribute. Coupled with the fact that the blaze dragon fish had already broken through to black iron third stage, the outcome of this battle was sealed from the very beginning. Yet the onlookers clearly did not believe Jiang Yun had any chance of winning. A waste. Dares to challenge young Master Xiao? Afraid he contracted a spirit beast yesterday and now thinks he's invincible. A classmate folded his arms, his gaze filled with contempt. Young Master Xiao's demon claw wolf is gold top tier and has reached black iron second stage. Even if his beast is gold grade, it'll be beaten into the ground. I think he's just desperate for money, trying to scam some spirit stones with a bet. Scam. That takes skill. Another youth with a crew cut sneered. Too bad he picked the wrong opponent. He'll not only fail to get the spirit stones, but will have to crawl between young Master Xiao's legs. What a show that'll be. What do you think his spirit beast is anyway? He only contracted it yesterday, maybe it hasn't even reached Black Iron first stage yet. Someone deliberately raised their voice, drawing a burst of laughter from the crowd. All eyes fell on Jiang Yun, as if watching a clown about to make a fool of himself. Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed with anger as she clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Yun showed no significant change in emotion. With a wave of his right hand, he released the blaze dragon fish from the spirit beast space. A flash of crimson gold light illuminated the arena, accompanied by faint traces of water vapor and scorching heat as the blaze dragon fish slowly appeared. Beneath it, a clear curtain of water supported its body, hovering steadily in midair. Around its spine, clusters of dancing fire clouds swirled. The strange sight of water and fire blending together left the onlookers momentarily stunned. But the next second, the jeers grew even fiercer. It's a fish. Am I seeing things? Ha ha ha. A fish dares to fight in a spirit-beast battle. Young Master Xiao's demon claw wolf will swallow it in one bite. I get it now, he's here to be a joke. Does he think a weird-looking fish can beat a gold top-tier demon claw wolf? Dream on. Look at that water beneath it and the fire on its back. Could it be a failed mutation? Fire and water mixed. Neither here nor there. Who's ever seen such a deformed fish? Xiao Ling gazed at the blaze dragon fish, his eyes brimming with disdain, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Waste, are you afraid you won't lose badly enough? Did you bring an ornamental fish just to entertain us? I say don't waste time. Crawl between my legs now, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, when my demon claw wolf turns it into grilled fish, don't come crying. Young Master Xiao is right. Get crawling. Don't waste young Master Xiao's time, and everyone else's. The lackeys chimed in. The contempt in their voices was almost palpable. Xiao Ling said no more. His eyes sharpened as he commanded the demon claw wolf in a low voice. Demon wolf, use demon wolf claw. End this quickly. The demon claw wolf, already poised to strike, threw its head back and let out a fierce roar. Its pitch-black body erupted with blinding electric light. It pushed off the ground with all four limbs charging at the blaze dragon fish like a black bolt of lightning. Its sharp claws were wreathed in dense electric currents, and the air seemed to tear with a crackling sound as it passed. So fast. Is this the demon wolf claw? So powerful. That fish definitely can't dodge. It's over, it's over. That fish is finished. Exclamations rang out from the crowd. Eyes were fixed on the arena, some already bracing to witness the blaze dragon fish being torn apart. Coach Lin frowned slightly, leaning forward ready to intervene at any moment. The records showed that the blaze dragon fish was also a gold-grade spirit beast. But it was facing the demon claw wolf, a gold top-tier beast with black iron second-stage strength. In his view, against the speed and power of the demon wolf claw, the blaze dragon fish had almost no chance. As a coach, he had to ensure the safety of both spirit beasts and their tamers. Yet Jiang Yun remained utterly calm, as if he hadn't seen the charging demon claw wolf at all. Just as the demon claw wolf's claws were about to touch the blaze dragon fish's scales, Jiang Yun spoke, slowly, his voice clear and steady. Little flame, fire domain prison. As the words fell, the fire clouds around the blaze dragon fish's spine swelled instantly. The crimson flames, as if alive, spread rapidly outward, forming a blazing prison 3 meters high and 2 meters in diameter, trapping the lunging demon claw wolf firmly inside. What a... Flames. This fish has a fire attribute skill. No way is this right. Aren't fish all water attribute? How can it use fire? The crowd was utterly stunned, their faces frozen in shock. The demon claw wolf trapped in the fire cage clearly hadn't expected this either. It thrashed wildly, swinging its claws in a desperate attempt to break free, but every time its claws touched the flames, they sizzled and burned. The electric light on its claws dimmed instantly. The fire attribute's advantage over the electric attribute was on full display. Seeing this, Xiao Ling's face changed. He shouted sharply. Demon wolf, use lightning flash to break out. A glint of ferocity flashed in the demon claw wolf's eyes. Electric lights surged around it, and its form blurred as it tried to escape the cage with sheer speed. But the blaze dragon fish was already prepared. Jiang Yun's voice rang out again, flame breath. The blaze dragon fish opened its mouth wide, and a stream of crimson gold flames shot forth. The fire, like a galloping dragon, carried scorching heat and struck the demon claw wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the electric light on the demon claw wolf was instantly consumed by the flames. It let out a piercing scream, its body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground 10 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to stand, but as soon as it lifted its head, it spat out a mouthful of blood. Its fur was scorched black, and a deep burn marked its chest. It had lost most of its combatability. At this sight, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the hovering blaze dragon fish and the dying demon claw wolf on the ground. Their minds went blank. After a long moment, someone finally snapped out of it, their voice trembling. This. How is this possible? This deformed fish actually. actually defeated a gold top-tier demon claw wolf. What skill was that just now? Flame breathed. That's insane. A fish spitting flames. And it sent the demon claw wolf flying in one hit. It's a fish. How can it use fire attribute skills? And so powerfully. Could it be a dual attribute spirit beast? Aren't dual attribute spirit beasts extremely rare? Even a silver grade dual attribute one is treasured. His fish is actually dual attribute. And did you notice? The blaze dragon fish's aura seemed really strong, much stronger than young Master Xiao's demon claw wolf. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Their voices were filled with shock and confusion. The looks they gave Jiang Yun shifted from mockery to fear. The classmates who had taunted him earlier hung their heads in shame. Coach Lin was stunned too. He had been ready to intervene, but he never expected the battle to end so quickly, and with Jiang Yun's blaze dragon fish one-shotting Xiaoling's demon claw wolf. This took him completely by surprise. He walked over to the demon claw wolf and carefully examined it. Though severely injured, it was not in danger of dying, so he breathed a sigh of relief. If a spirit beast had died under his watch, he would have failed as a coach. Then Coach Lin looked at the blaze dragon fish again. A glint flashed in his eyes, followed by surprise. This blaze dragon fish's aura. It's black iron 3rd stage. No wonder it could defeat the black iron 2nd stage demon claw wolf. And it has 2 skills: fire domain prison and flame breath. Even gold grade spirit beasts rarely have such powerful talents. This beast's potential is limitless. Coach Lin thought to himself. He suddenly understood why the principal had personally selected this boy to be a core student. Even if Jiang Yun lacked talent as a tamer with a spirit beast of such extraordinary aptitude, his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Meanwhile, Xiaoling stood rooted to the spot, his face as pale as paper. He stared blankly at the demon claw wolf on the ground, muttering to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My demon wolf is gold top tier. How could it lose to a fish? He's a waste with no talent for taming. How can his spirit beast be this strong? Something must be wrong, something. He refused to believe the truth. In his eyes, with his crade taming talent, illustrious family background, a carefully selected gold top-tier spirit beast, and the massive resources from his clan that had pushed his beast to black iron 2nd stage in half a month, there was no way he could lose to a waste like Jiang Yun. But the scene before him was a harsh slap to the face, forcing him to accept the cruel reality. Just then Jiang Yun slowly walked up to Xiaoling, extended his right hand, and looked at him calmly. Young Master Xiao, a bet is a bet. Now can you fulfill it and pay the 500 spirit stones? Jiang Yun's hand hung steadily before Xiaoling, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. The surrounding air instantly froze. All eyes converged like spotlights upon Xiaoling. Every word of the bet they had just made was clearly heard by the core disciples present. This was the moment to truly test the Xiao family's grace. Xiaoling's face flushed crimson, then turned a ghastly purple. 500 spirit stones might be trivial to the wealthy Xiao family, but to him it represented an entire month's worth of beast taming resources. Enough to push his clawed wolf from black iron 2nd tier to the 3rd or even the 4th. If his family learned he had lost 500 spirit stones to a waste without any beast taming talent, his future beast taming resources would likely be cut. It was just a joke, why take it so seriously? Xiaoling abruptly turned his face away, his voice laced with feigned nonchalance, and stealthily stepped half a pace back. Jiang Yun, you've already won the duel and gained enough glory. Don't push your luck. A joke? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow as if he had anticipated this reaction. He deliberately raised his voice so everyone present could hear clearly. Who was it that just promised to crawl between my legs if he lost, and give me 500 spirit stones if he won? Now that you've lost, you want to pretend it never happened. These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring 1,000 ripples. Exactly. Xiaoling agreed to the bet, and now he's reneging. The Xiao family really has no class. Even I know to keep my word, Xiaoling's behavior is so degrading. He used to call Jiang Yun a waste, but now it seems young Master Xiao of the Xiao family can't handle losing either. Whispers came from all directions. The lackeys who had once crowded around Xiaoling all lowered their heads, afraid of being implicated. Xiaoling's ears rang. He jerked his head up to glare at Jiang Yun, his eyes full of venom. Don't push me. I'm not pushing you. Jiang Yun spread his hands, his tone tinged with helplessness. I just didn't expect that the esteemed young Master Xiao would be a man of his word in breaking it. Oh well, since young Master Xiao can't afford to pay, he'll let it go, Jiang Yun said with an air of indifference. What did you say? Xiaoling trembled with rage, wanting to lash out, but finding no opening. After all, he was no match for Jiang Yun, and he was clearly in the wrong. If he really reneged on the bet under these circumstances, it would bring shame upon the Xiao family and make things even harder for him in the future. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoling finally pulled out a jade box carved with lightning patterns from his storage ring and hurled it at Jiang Yun's feet. 500 fire spirit stones. Take them. Don't think winning once makes you something special. Someday it'll make you pay back double. Jiang Yun bent down to pick up the jade box. As his fingertips touched the surface, he could clearly feel the rich lightning attribute energy within. He nodded with satisfaction and casually stored the jade box into his beast-taming space. Although these spirit stones weren't fire or water attribute and couldn't enhance his fire dragonfish's strength, they were still a considerable fortune if sold. Anytime. Jiang Yun replied calmly, his indifferent tone more maddening to Xiao Ling than outright mockery. Xiao Ling clenched his fist fiercely. He turned and withdrew his still-panting clawed wolf into the beast-taming space. He practically fled the arena. As he passed Jiang Yun, she cast him a disdainful glance. Lost and tried to weasel out of it. How embarrassing. Xiao Ling's steps faltered, but he dared not retort. In his heart, however, he had engraved Jiang Yun's name into his blacklist. This debt, he would remember. Brother, you're amazing. Jiang Yun bounced over to Jiang Yun, excitedly grabbing his arm. Those who mocked you earlier don't dare say a word now. And that Xiao Ling's face turned green, so satisfying. She then turned to the disciples who had mocked him the most, hands on her hips. Who called my brother a waste? Who said his beast was just an ornamental fish? Why so quiet now? Want another bet? Those disciples' faces, awkward and stammering, could only lower their heads and quickly retreat to the back of the line. The other disciples' gazes toward Jiang Yun had completely changed. No longer contempt, but awe and curiosity. Some were even quietly considering whether to actively befriend him. All right, the duel is over. Silence, please. At that moment, Coach Lin clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The farce ends here. Class begins now. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Jiang Yun with a hint of appreciation. Student Jiang Yun's beast is outstanding, but core disciple training is about more than just winning a single duel. Everyone immediately composed themselves, standing in a neat row. Coach Lin looked at the disciples before him and said in a deep voice, "My course for core disciples has no tedious theory or basic skill instruction. Only one core element: actual combat." Actual combat. A disciple couldn't help but speak up. But most of our beasts are at the Black Iron tier, some just contracted and not even at Black Iron first tier. Who will we fight? Coach Lin curled his lips into a stern smile. Me. What a... Hearing this answer, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Jiang Yun was also slightly taken aback. He had assumed the core course would involve resource allocation or specialized beast skill guidance, not direct combat with the coach. This training method was wild enough. However, as a coach, Coach Lin's strength was undoubtedly far superior to theirs. Did he really have the ability to engage in actual combat with him? Don't be surprised. Coach Lin explained, only through confrontation with a stronger opponent can you rapidly enhance your beast's reaction speed and combat power, and also hone the synergy between you and your beast. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it across the open space. A burst of earthy yellow light suddenly bloomed, accompanied by a heavy tremor in the ground. A colossal beast slowly materialized before the crowd. It was a giant tortoise, 5 to 6 meters in size. Its shell was like thick rock covered in dark brown patterns resembling a natural defensive array. Each plate was the size of a millstone, its edges glowing with a faint earthy yellow halo. Its 4 thick legs were like iron pillars, leaving clear indentations on the ground where it stepped. Its head was a slate gray, its eyes like 2 deep obsidian gems moving slowly with a certain majesty. The folds on its neck were layered as if covered in hard scales. The entire giant tortoise exuded an aura of heaviness and steadiness. Just standing there, it seemed immovable. The moment the giant tortoise appeared, Jiang Yun's all things manifestation talent was triggered and lines of information clearly materialized before his eyes. Race Earth, profound tortoise Earth, attribute realm gold, first tier quality, gold top tier quality, innate skills, meteorite fall, rare earth, escape uncommon earth, spike uncommon, iron wall, common evolution path, evolvable twice. First evolution into mountain crushing tortoise amethyst, elementary quality, second evolution into heaven. Spirit tortoise diamond, elementary quality, hint the earth profound tortoise has extremely strong defensive capabilities, excels in prolonged battles and area attacks, and its weakness is slow movement speed. Gold rank first stage. Jiang Yun marveled inwardly. This was his first time encountering a gold tier beast master at close range, and even from the description alone, he could sense its formidable power. All right, everyone, summon your beasts and prepare yourselves. Coach Lin's voice rang out again. The trainees immediately sprang into action as streaks of light blossomed one after another. Come forth, windowing bird. A male trainee in green training attire summoned a cyan bird with a 2-meter wingspan, its wings shimmering with a faint aura of wind elements. A black iron first stage wind attribute beast. Ice crystal rabbit, it's your turn to shine. A female trainee summoned a pure white rabbit, its ear tips adorned with pale blue ice crystals. Where its paws touched the ground, tiny frost marks were left behind. A black iron first stage ice attribute beast. Rock armor beast, come out. Another burly male trainee summoned a gray giant, over a meter tall, its body covered in rock-like armor that exuded formidable defense. A black iron second stage Earth attribute beast. One by one, beasts of different species made their appearance. Jiang Yun also summoned his beast, Little Black. Xiaoling summoned his demon claw wolf once again. By some means, the burn on the wolf's chest had faded considerably. Though its aura still seemed weak, it could at least stand. But when the demon claw wolf caught sight of the fire dragon fish hovering beside Jiang Yun, its once fierce eyes instantly filled with terror. It recoiled sharply, hiding behind Xiaoling, its fur bristling as it let out low whimpers, clearly traumatized by the fire dragon fish's flames. Useless waste. Xiaoling, both angry and anxious, kicked the demon claw wolf hard. But the wolf only cowered further, stubbornly refusing to emerge from behind him. The surrounding trainees couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Xiaoling's face turned extremely sour, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. All right, all trainees and beasts, prepare for battle. Coach Lin's voice cut through the minor interruption. His eyes sharpened as he spoke sternly to the Earth Mystic Turtle. Release your aura, control its intensity, don't hurt them. The Earth Mystic Turtle slowly raised its head, letting out a low growl from its throat. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure surged outward like a tidal wave. It was the unique aura of a gold-tier beast, a natural suppression over lower-tier beasts, heavy, vast, like an invisible mountain bearing down on all the trainees and their beasts. Thud! The first trainee collapsed to his knees, his windowing bird plummeting from the air, quivering on the ground, too weak to even flap its wings. Soon more trainees began to falter. Some dropped to one knee, others sprawled on the ground, their faces flushed crimson and foreheads slick with cold sweat. Jiang Yun also felt the terrifying pressure, as if an invisible hand were pressing down on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Though his fire dragon fish hadn't fallen, the fiery clouds around it had dimmed considerably, and its fins trembled slightly, clearly enduring immense strain. So this is the power of a gold-tier beast. Jiang Yun marveled. He had thought his black iron third-stage fire dragon fish was strong enough, but under the pressure of a gold-tier beast's aura, there was no room for resistance. This gap in realm was more disheartening than a gap in talent. He couldn't help wondering, if a gold-tier beast possessed such terrifying pressure, what kind of terrifying existence would a higher-tier amethyst or diamond beast be? Jiang Yun's mind immediately wandered to the principal who possessed amethystier strength. How terrifying must his beast be? Has everyone felt it? Coach Lin's voice pierced through the pressure, tinged with seriousness. Today's training is simple. It's all about pressure resistance. He paused, then continued, a beast master's battle isn't just a contest of beast power, it's also a test of will. If you and your beast can withstand this pressure and make it within 2 meters of the Earth Mystic Turtle, it'll consider today's lesson complete, and you can rest. Otherwise, you'll endure this pressure all day. With that, Coach Lin sat down on the Earth Mystic Turtle. He somehow produced a small table and leisurely began to sip tea atop it. As his words fell, the trainees sprawled on the ground, exchanged glances, seeing bitterness in each other's eyes, but also an unyielding stubbornness. One trainee gritted his teeth, pushing against the ground with his hands, trying to stand. Isn't it just pressure resistance? I refuse to believe I can't do it. With his movement, the other trainees began to try as well. Some leaned on nearby railings to slowly rise, others crawled forward inch by inch on the ground. Their beasts, spurred by their master's determination, tremblingly took steps forward. But they hadn't moved far before collapsing again. Jiang Yun took a deep breath and whispered to his fire dragon fish, let's give it a try too. The fire dragon fish seemed to understand him, its fiery clouds brightening again. Perhaps it was because of the fire dragon fish. Jiang Yun felt the pressure on him lighten slightly. The two of them managed to move forward a little. Yet before long, Jiang Yun's knees began to tremble under the overwhelming force. Every centimeter forward felt like pushing a 1,000-pound boulder. The Earth Mystic Turtle's aura pressed down like a solid stream of air, crushing his shoulders, making even breathing a heavy, stifling task. His fire dragon fish was no better off. Its fiery clouds flickered, its tail fin slapped the ground, each motion exceptionally labored. This can't just be about enduring brute force. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Yun's mind. Coach Lin, being a mentor to core trainees, wouldn't simply make them endure pressure for no reason. This kind of training seemed useless beyond suffering. There had to be a deeper purpose. And now, as a beast master, the only forces he could rely on were his beast and the beast master energy within him. Thinking this, Jiang Yun tried to channel his beast master energy, releasing a faint stream of power from within. The moment the energy left his body, the terrifying pressure actually lessened slightly. Though the change was minuscule, it proved his guess was correct. Overjoyed, Jiang Yun immediately increased the output of his beast master energy, but when he reached 30%, a tightness seized his chest. At his current beast master level, sustaining a large output of energy seemed impossible. Right, the connection between beast master and beast. Just as Jiang Yun was worrying, He suddenly recalled the fundamentals of Beastmaster theory he had learned before. Now this theoretical knowledge seemed applicable in actual combat. As covered in the basic Beast Tamer course, a contract binds the tamer and their beast. This connection not only transmits commands, but also allows the sharing of the tamer's power. He immediately focused his mind, channeling the beast taming power within him through the contract link, slowly infusing it into the fire dragon fish. The moment the connection was established, something wondrous occurred. As his beast taming power merged with that of the fire dragon fish, the oppressive pressure weighing on them instantly dissipated by more than half. Jiang Yun felt a sudden lightness. His once heavy limbs regained some strength. He tentatively straightened his knees, and to his surprise slowly rose to his feet. Beside him, the fire dragon fish seemed bolstered as well, its surrounding fiery clouds blazing anew. This guy actually got up. How did he do it? I can barely lift my hand. The other trainees immediately noticed this scene. Exclamations of astonishment arose. Xiao Ling, still lying on the ground, jerked his head up, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had tried countless times to mobilize his beast-taming power, yet could only alleviate a fraction of the pressure. How could Jiang Yun, this talentless waste, manage to stand up directly? A surge of intense resentment welled up within him, gnashing his teeth in fury. As Jiang Yun slowly rose, Coach Lin's eyes flickered with approval. He gave a slight nod at Jiang Yun. Not bad. It seems you've grasped it. A beast tamer and their beast are fundamentally one. Fighting alone can never unleash the fullest power. Only with mutual understanding and shared strength can you break through limits. Jiang Yun understood upon hearing this. Clearly, Coach Lin's true training objective was to make them comprehend the essence of beast tamer synergy. After steadying himself, Jiang Yun immediately turned to look at Jiang Yun, who was still struggling to hold on. He said softly, "Xiao Yun, try channeling your beast-taming power into the swallowing heaven rabbit and establish a connection of strength with it." Jiang Yun was taken aback for a moment, then promptly followed suit. Gritting her teeth, she mobilized the beast-taming power within her and transmitted it through the contract to the rabbit in her arms. The moment their powers interlinked, the swallowing heaven rabbit's trembling body suddenly steadied. Its emerald-like eyes gleamed with a faint light, and a subtle, dark elemental halo emanated from its body. Drawing upon this combined strength, Jiang Yun slowly pushed herself up from the ground. Though still somewhat unsteady, she had at least escaped the predicament of lying prostrate. "It actually works. Brother, you're amazing," Jiang Yun exclaimed excitedly. The other trainees naturally noticed this development as well. Recalling the words Jiang Yun had just said to Jiang Yun, they immediately began to imitate him. "Quick, transfer your beast-taming power to your beast." "No, I can't connect with my windwing bird." "Don't panic, focus your mind, and think about merging with your beast." The training ground instantly erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Some trainees quickly grasped the trick, successfully establishing a power link with their beasts and slowly rising. Others, due to insufficient rapport with their beasts, failed after several attempts, sweating profusely from anxiety. The girl who had summoned the ice crystal rabbit finally succeeded in channeling her beast-taming power to it after 5 attempts. The ice crystal rabbit's icy radiance became dazzling, even condensing a thin layer of frost on the ground. Leaning on this power, the girl stood up. She hugged her rabbit tightly, her eyes reddening. "Great, I did it." Xiao Ling was also gritting his teeth and trying. He forcibly forced his beast-taming power into the demon claw wolf. However, because the wolf had been defeated by the fire dragon fish earlier, its receptivity to the power was extremely low. It absorbed only a trace before trembling violently, and even began to reject Xiao Ling's power. Furious and anxious, Xiao Ling kicked the demon claw wolf hard. "Useless piece of trash. Can't even handle such a simple thing." The demon claw wolf whimpered and cowered on the ground, resisting Xiao Ling's power even more. In the end, not only did Xiao Ling fail to stand, but the backlash nearly made him spit blood, his face turning even uglier. Such behavior inevitably drew murmurs of disapproval from the other trainees. Soon, one after another, many trainees managed to stand. However, even after successfully standing, moving forward remained extremely difficult. A boy who had summoned a rock armor beast tried to take a step forward after rising. But the moment he lifted his foot, the oppressive pressure from the earth Xian turtle surged back like a tidal wave. The rock armor beast let out a pained roar and collapsed heavily to its knees. The boy was also forced down to one knee, cold sweat instantly soaking his collar. "Damn it, why is it still this hard?" The boy punched the ground in frustration. Seeing this, Coach Lin couldn't help but laugh. Merging your strength is far from enough. Without the absolute rapport of shared hearts and mutual trust, you will never take a single step forward. Hearing this, many trainees broke into cries of lament. Clearly, this was a training session entirely designed to test the trust and rapport between beast tamer and beast. Shared hearts and mutual trust, huh? Jiang Yun looked at the fire dragon fish beside him. He was also curious. Had the trust between him and the fire dragon fish truly been established? Jiang Yun attempted to move forward. The connection of power between him and the fire dragon fish seemed remarkably stable. Each step he took was exceptionally steady. Although he could still feel the intense pressure, it was much lighter than before. With every step forward, he adjusted the output of his beast taming power to maintain a constant balance with the fire dragon fish's strength. The fire dragon fish seemed highly cooperative, its fiery clouds resonating with Jiang Yun's power. It even actively used its body to block part of the pressure, sharing the burden for Jiang Yun. Working together, they slowly advanced over 2 meters, drawing closer to the Earth Xian turtle. Coach Lin watched Jiang Yun's figure, his approving look growing deeper. He hadn't expected that this youth deemed without beast taming talent possessed not only exceptional comprehension, but also a rapport with his beast far surpassing the other trainees. This gift might be more precious than those so-called grade or grade talents. Xiao Ling watched Jiang Yun steadily advancing back, the jealousy and resentment within him nearly overflowing. Once more, he forcibly mobilized his beast-taming power, ignoring the Demon Claw Wolf's resistance, and brutally infused it with his strength. The Demon Claw Wolf let out a piercing howl, its body convulsing violently. Seizing this burst of power, Xiao Ling staggered to his feet, but the moment he took a step, he lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Jiang Yun, I won't let you off. Xiao Ling lay on the ground, his eyes glaring venomously at Jiang Yun's back, his teeth grinding audibly. As if sensing Xiao Ling's gaze, Jiang Yun glanced back, his eyes calm and unruffled. Then he continued, coordinating with the fire dragon fish, inching step by step toward the Earth Xian turtle. Though the advance remained arduous, he knew this was not only a test of will for him and the fire dragon fish, but also a perfect opportunity to enhance their mutual rapport. As long as they persevered, they would surely complete today's training. As Jiang Yun drew closer to the Tu Xian turtle, the muscles in his calves were already taut, making each lift of his leg incredibly difficult. The pressure from the Tu Xian turtle was like a tangible wave. The closer he got to the core area, the more formidable the pressure became. The fire dragon fish was closely aligned with him, its fiery clouds having long lost their previous intensity, flickering like a candle in the wind, with its tail fin striking the ground with diminishing force, leaving even the crimson sheen on its scales dulled. Just half a meter more. Jiang Yun's gaze was fixed on the rocky-patterned paw of the Tu Xian turtle. With just one more step, he could cross into the 2-meter range finish line. Yet this half-meter felt like an insurmountable chasm. He summoned the last trace of his beast-taming power, attempting to push his body forward, but his knee remained stubbornly immobile, and he instead felt a sharp pain due to the excessive effort. Still unable to take that step. What's going on? Why has the pressure suddenly changed? Rock armor turtle. Stand up. Windwing bird. What are you doing? Just then a series of gasps from behind suddenly broke the silence of the training ground. Jiang Yun instinctively turned around and saw not far away. The windwing bird, which had been struggling suddenly, seemed to have all its strength drained away, its wings drooping to the ground, its head buried deep in its feathers, trembling uncontrollably. The ice crystal rabbit curled into a ball, its ears pressed tightly against its back, its emerald-like eyes filled with terror, even daring not to look ahead. Even the most resilient rock armor beast lay on the ground, emitting low whimpers, its limbs pressed tightly to the ground, as if trying to hide from some terrifying existence. All the students were bewildered, thinking that Coach Lin had instructed the Tu Xian turtle to increase its pressure. Only Coach Lin's complexion shifted from calm to shock. He was in sync with the Tu Xian turtle, knowing better than anyone else that this sudden pressure was not released by the Tu Xian turtle. Even the Tu Xian turtle itself was trembling slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in its originally calm eyes. Coach Lin's heart suddenly constricted as a strange aura came through the contract connection. The aura was not overwhelming, yet it carried a disdainful feeling that seemed to stem from the depths of bloodlines, like the low growl of an ancient ferocious beast awakening, sweeping over and instinctively making low-tier beasts submit. This is bloodline suppression. Coach Lin's breath caught for an instant, his gaze sweeping across the entire field like a searchlight, ultimately locking onto the fire dragon fish beside Jiang Yun. The source of that aura was actually this seemingly ordinary third-tier black iron beast. Having taught core students for 15 years, he had encountered hundreds of ferocious beasts, but had only felt this aura in 2 special circumstances. The first time was in the Sea City Beast Taming Association's collection hall, where he saw a silver moon wolf with royal bloodline. The second time was at the Federal Beast Taming Competition, where he encountered a Bai Shui Jiao Long with ancient bloodline. Only royal ferocious beasts, or those with ancient royal bloodlines, could suppress other beasts through bloodline power, even if their own realm was far inferior. But the fire dragon fish was clearly just a mutated third-tier black iron beast. How could it possess the bloodline suppression unique to royal ferocious beasts? Could it be a hidden passive skill, eh? Then doesn't this fire dragon fish already have 3 skills? A third-tier black iron beast with 3 skills? Coach Lin's mind exploded with shock. Ordinary golden qualification beasts typically have at most 2 innate skills. Those with 3 skills are all top-tier existences starting from diamond qualification. If the fire dragon fish not only possessed the fire domain cage and flame breath, but also hid the bloodline suppression passive skill, then the value of this fish had already far surpassed the realm of golden qualification. He couldn't help but recall what was mentioned in the data. This fire dragon fish was selected by Jiang Yun from those unassessed beast eggs at the cultivation center. At that time he thought it was just Jiang Yun's good luck, but now it seemed that it was anything but luck. A fire dragon fish with bloodline suppression could never be an ordinary mutated ferocious beast, perhaps. It concealed even more astonishing secrets within its bloodline. Coach Lin's heart raced faster, his gaze toward the fire dragon fish, filled with shock and curiosity, even a hint of disbelief. He now understood even more why the principal valued it so highly. This boy without beast-taming talent had likely contracted an extraordinary monster. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun also reacted instantly. He sensed that this peculiar aura did not seem to be released from the Tu-Xian turtle, but rather from the fire dragon fish beside him. That aura, it was released by the fire dragon fish. He had a contract connection with the fire dragon fish. He could clearly feel a warm energy surging from within the fire dragon fish, this sensation traveling through the contract connection to him. This caused the originally heavy pressure to lighten significantly. Jiang Yun recalled the fire dragon fish's attributes and quickly confirmed that this was likely its 4th skill. Bloodline suppression. What excited him even more was that this burst had completely occurred without his command. The fire dragon fish seemed to possess autonomous judgment, activating the bloodline suppression skill on its own upon sensing its master in distress. Having the blood of a pseudo-dragon, its intelligence can be so high. Jiang Yun marveled, seizing the opportunity to summon the recovering beast-taming power within him and merge it with the bloodline aura of the fire dragon fish. This time, that invisible, terrifying pressure finally showed a flaw. He took a deep breath, slightly bent his legs, and using the buffer provided by the bloodline suppression, suddenly stepped forward. Thud. His foot landed firmly within the 2-meter range of the Tu-Xian turtle, the crisp sound of impact resonating clearly in the quiet training ground. Instantly, the pressure from the golden tier beast receded like a tide. Jiang Yun felt his entire body lighten, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden, his taut muscles suddenly relaxing, making his body sway involuntarily. The fire dragon fish also breathed a sigh of relief, its flaming clouds brightening once more, affectionately rubbing its head against his wrist, as if to take credit. The surrounding students immediately noticed this scene. Gasps of astonishment rose and fell among the students, their faces filled with disbelief. He succeeded. This guy actually did it first. My God, I just thought he was useless, but now it seems. I was blind. Those students who had mocked Jiang Yun as a lucky useless beast tamer were now red-faced, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. They had exerted all their effort, but could not approach the 3-meter range of the Tu-Xian turtle, yet this beast tamer they looked down on, who had no talent, had completed the challenge first. Jiang Yun was even more excited, waving her little hands. Brother, you are amazing. Only Xiaoling lay on the ground, staring fiercely at Jiang Yun's back, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. He had just exerted all his strength to summon his beast-taming power, even going so far as to issue a forced command to the Demon Claw Wolf, but not only did the Demon Claw Wolf fail to help him bear the pressure, it instead resisted his beast-taming power due to the shadow of having been defeated by the fire dragon fish earlier, almost causing him to be backlashed by his own power. Now, witnessing Jiang Yun's success, his chest felt like a fire was burning, making him feel unwell. Why can this useless person do it? Jiang Yun paid no mind to the gazes around him. He knew the bloodline burst from the fire dragon fish had consumed a significant amount of energy. Although that aura was brief, it had nearly drained the fire attribute power stored within the fire dragon fish. Under the prolonged pressure, his beast-taming power had also been severely depleted. Both he and his beast needed to recover. He immediately raised his hand, a flash of red light illuminating as he recalled the fire dragon fish into the beast's space, saying, "Rest well inside." With the terrifying properties of his beast space, he believed the fire dragon fish would soon recover completely. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing. The previous intense confrontation had drained his beast-taming power. He even felt a faint sting at his brow, a sign of overexertion of his beast-taming power. Coach Lin walked over to Jiang Yun's side, watching him calmly adjusting his breathing, admiration nearly spilling from his eyes. He had originally thought Jiang Yun was merely highly perceptive, but now it seemed that this boy not only quickly grasped the core essence of beast-taming cooperation, but also contracted such a special beast. More impressively, after achieving results, he showed no arrogance, instead caring for the state of his beast at the first moment. This was the mentality that an outstanding beast tamer should possess. Perhaps This boy without beast taming talent can truly create a different miracle. Coach Lin thought to himself, looking at Jiang Yun with a hint of expectation. As time passed, more and more students began to benefit from the residual bloodline suppression of the fire dragon fish. Although that aura had weakened, it still softened the pressure from the Tu Xian turtle a bit. With the beast taming cooperation method shared by Jiang Yun earlier, many students successfully established a power connection with their beasts and began to move slowly forward. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun, holding the swallowing sky rabbit, gradually moved into the 2-meter range of the Tu Xian turtle. Her little face was flushed, her forehead covered in sweat, and the swallowing sky rabbit also looked weak. But Jiang Yun's eyes were filled with excitement. "Brother, I did it too." Jiang Yun opened his eyes, smiling as he ruffled her hair. "Well done, sit down and recover quickly." Other students also gradually completed their challenges. Only those with poor compatibility with their beasts remained stuck in place, including Xiaoling. Xiaoling's demon claw wolf had completely lost its ability to resist, lying on the ground motionless. No matter how Xiaoling beat or scolded it, it merely emitted low whimpers. Xiaoling was so angry that he trembled all over, yet he could only watch as others completed the challenge. Ultimately, he even gave up, struggling, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. His hatred for Jiang Yun deepened. As the sun set in the west in the evening, Coach Lin finally recalled the Tu Xian turtle. He stood in the center of the training ground, looking at the students before him, and said solemnly, "Today's training was completed well, by most especially by Jiang Yun, who not only broke through first, but also grasped the core truth of beast taming. Beast tamers and their beasts are always one entity. Only through mutual trust and shared power can they break through limits. Naturally, those who did not pass should not be discouraged. The tacit understanding and trust between beasts and tamers do not solely rely on talent, but also on the tamer's attitude towards their beast." Coach Lin cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoling. This is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires continuous growth and adaptation with beasts in future practical battles. At this point, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the field, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Your timing as core students is quite fortunate. Tomorrow the school will arrange a special class for all core students to head to the misty forest outside City C for your first outdoor combat training in life." Outdoor combat? Is it fighting real wild beasts? Great. I've wanted to try it for a long time. I've heard that wild beasts are extremely ferocious. I want to see just how ferocious these beasts can be. The students instantly became excited, their faces filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Their previous battles had either been sparring with classmates or challenging the gentle, ferocious beasts raised by the school. They had never truly faced wild beasts. Beasts that had grown under survival pressures were not only more powerful, but also employed various ambush and disguise techniques, making them real opponents that could sharpen their skills. Jiang Yun also opened his eyes, equally filled with anticipation. He knew that outdoor combat would not only allow the fire dragon fish to grow and enhance its power faster, but also acquire more resources. The school's monthly subsidy was far from sufficient to cover the fire dragon fish's consumption. He had to find ways to obtain resources to enhance the fire dragon fish's strength. The body scales and claws of wild beasts were precious materials that could be exchanged for spirit stones, and there was even a possibility of encountering rare and valuable materials. It could be said that danger and opportunity coexisted. Coach Lin looked at the excited students, his voice turning serious. "Remember, the wild is not the training ground of ferocious beasts, will not show mercy. Before setting off tomorrow, be sure to check the supplies in your beast space, bringing healing potions and signal flares. If you encounter danger, signal immediately, and I will come at the first moment." "Understood." The students replied in unison, their voices filled with eagerness. Jiang Yun began to plan for tomorrow's supplies. Thinking of the 500 spirit stones obtained from Xiaoling, he could sell them for federal currency. Then he would purchase the items needed for himself and his sister for this trip. Jiang Yun couldn't help but glance at Xiaoling, who was still slumped in the distance, looking utterly disheveled, feeling a bit grateful for the other's gift. "Brother, I'm heading home first." At the school gate after class, Jiang Yun waved at him, her pink beast tamer backpack slung over her shoulders, holding the drowsy, heaven-devouring rabbit in her arms. "Mom said she's making your favorite spirit mushroom soup tonight. Make sure to come back early." "All right, I know. Take care on your way." Jiang Yun ruffled his sister's hair, watching her skip and vanish around the street corner. After confirming Jiang Yun was far away, he turned and walked in the opposite direction from home. The Beast Tamer Mall. As a core student of the academy, Jiang Yun received a monthly subsidy of spirit stones, but for the fire dragon fish that required a massive amount of fire-attributed energy, it was merely a drop in the bucket, let alone exchanging them for federal currency to purchase items. Fortunately, he had defeated Xiaoling this morning, who gritted his teeth and handed over 500 lightning-attributed spirit stones. Although lightning-attributed spirit stones couldn't be used to enhance the fire dragon fish's power, However, exchanging these rare spirit stones for federal currency would yield a considerable income, enough to buy the supplies he and his sister would need tomorrow. The Beast Tamer Mall was located in the bustling central district of Sea City. From a distance, the entire building resembled a massive metal bird spreading its wings. The exterior walls were made of glazed tiles that shifted color with the light, now flowing with a spectrum of radiance under the setting sun. Two man-high Beast Tamer statues stood at the mall's entrance. On the left was a roaring thunder lion, its mane bristling, on the right a spirit fish spouting water and pearls. The eyes of each statue were inlaid with genuine high-grade spirit stones, emitting faint waves of energy. Even the security guards standing at the lobby entrance were silver-grade Beast Tamers. No wonder it's Sea City's most famous Beast Tamer trading center. Jiang Yun marveled inwardly. This was his first time at such an upscale venue for Beast Tamers. After all, he had little money and couldn't afford to spend here, but this time was different. He was carrying 500 spirit stones, a veritable fortune. Stepping inside the mall, Jiang Yun couldn't help but hold his breath. In the center of the 20-meter-high lobby floated a massive energy sand table displaying real-time information on the distribution and bounties of ferocious beasts around Sea City. Surrounding display cases were filled with glittering spirit stones of various hues, bottles and jars of beast taming elixirs and beast taming equipment engraved with runes, each item marked with astronomical prices. The air was filled with a faint, refreshing energy aroma mingling with the scents of different attribute beasts, leaving him a first-time country bumpkin, dazzled and overwhelmed. "Sir, do you need assistance?" A female beast tamer in a professional skirt suit wearing a guide badge walked over with a smile. On her shoulder perched a small fluorescent sparrow, curiously observing Jiang Yun. Clearly this guide was also a beast tamer. "I'd like to exchange spirit stones for federal currency." "Where can I do that?" Jiang Yun stated his purpose directly. "This way, please. Spirit stone exchange is on the 3rd floor. You'll need to take the elevator." The guide led him to a circular elevator emitting a soft white glow. The 3rd floor is the regular exchange area, and the 4th is for rare spirit stones and premium items. Judging by your appearance, this might be your first time. I suggest starting on the 3rd floor to get familiar with the process. "Thank you." Jiang Yun stepped into the elevator, watching the floor numbers quickly jump from 1 to 3. The moment the elevator doors opened, a wave of air mixed with metal and energy hit him. There were noticeably fewer people on the 3rd floor than on the 1st, but the aura of each person was much more profound. Jiang Yun approached the exchange counter marked 12, where a middle-aged man with a goatee and reading glasses sat idly polishing a water-attributed spirit stone. "Cash this in." Jiang Yun placed the box Xiao Ling had given him on the counter. As soon as it opened, 500 spirit stones, shimmering with faint purple lightning, radiated an imposing aura. The goateed owner glanced up, a glint of sharpness flashing behind his lenses, but quickly resumed a lazy expression. "Regular attribute spirit stones, 1,000 federal currency each." 500. That's 500,000 federal currency. He picked up an abacus, his fingers flying as if this were the most ordinary transaction. Jiang Yun frowned. Although he wasn't entirely clear on the specific price of rare spirit stones, he knew that lightning-attributed spirit stones should be considered rare. How could they be the same price as regular ones? Clearly the owner thought he was young and tried to take advantage of him. Just as Jiang Yun was about to argue, he heard a crisp voice from behind. "Boss, you're quite the sharp calculator, aren't you?" Jiang Yun turned to see a girl about his age standing behind him. She wore a sharply tailored white outfit, a belt inlaid with blue gems at her waist, and her jet-black hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of lively almond-shaped eyes. In her hands, the girl held a beast egg the size of a clay pot, its surface covered with golden patterns. She looked at the goateed owner with a half-smile. The goateed owner's face stiffened, and he coughed dryly. "Miss, you can't say things like that. My exchange rates are all based on the mall's standards." "Oh, standards?" The girl stepped forward, picked up a lightning-attributed spirit stone, and gently rubbed it between her fingers. A faint arc of electricity flickered across its surface. Regular metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spirit stones are indeed 1,000 federal currency each. But this lightning-attributed one. "Boss, what did you just say the price was?" The goateed owner, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, mumbled, "Lightning attributed. Naturally, it's more expensive. 3,000 each." "Oh, then how much should this little brother's 500 lightning attributed spirit stones be?" The girl raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to Jiang Yun. "Little brother, you'd better watch carefully. Don't let others take advantage of you without knowing." Jiang Yun was startled. 3,000 each. That meant 500 stones were worth 1,500,000 federal currency. If he had accepted the regular stone price, he would have lost a full million. He immediately understood why Xiao Ling's face had been so grim when he handed over those 500 stones. This was no small amount. "You?" The goateed owner hadn't expected an unexpected challenger, especially a girl who looked like a rich young lady. He was momentarily at a loss. "I didn't look carefully just now." I thought they were regular spirit stones. Is that so? The girl sneered, placing the spirit stone back on the velvet cloth. Then make it right for him quickly. Don't let people say the Beast Tamer Mall bullies newcomers who don't know the ropes. The goateed owner shot the girl a venomous glare, but under the watchful eyes of others nearby, he reluctantly recalculated 500 lightning-attributed spirit stones, 3,000, each totaling 1,500,000 federal currency. He pulled a golden federal bank card from his drawer. The password is 6 zeros. Check it yourself. Jiang Yun took the card and bowed gratefully to the girl. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been taken for a ride. If not for the girl revealing its true value, he might have continued to be fooled. It was nothing. The girl waved her hand, sizing up Jiang Yun with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Being able to produce so many rare lightning-attributed spirit stones, your identity can't be ordinary, little brother. How come you didn't even know their value? Jiang Yun gave an awkward smile, but didn't explain. He couldn't exactly say he won these stones from a bet, with a rich second-generation air. His gaze fell on the beast egg in the girl's hands. It looked glossy and round with golden patterns flowing across its surface, clearly worth a fortune. Jiang Yun decided to change the subject. Are you here to exchange spirit stones too? No, I'm here to buy a beast egg. The girl gently stroked the egg in her arms, her eyes full of anticipation. I've only just awakened my beast tamer talent not long ago. My elders at home picked this golden patterned thunder eagle egg for me, saying its aptitude is excellent. Hearing this, Jiang Yun instinctively activated his trait manifestation ability, his gaze fixed on the egg. The next moment, the information traits of the egg gradually manifested. When he saw the information, his pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Race, golden pattern, beast, beast king cub, holy light attribute. Aptitude, diamond top grade. Status, the beast cub inside has been dead for 3 days. It relies on the beast king bloodline to maintain superficial vital signs. Hint, the beast cub is already dead. The beast king bloodline can be extracted to evolve the bloodline of other beasts. A diamond top grade beast king level cub. What a pity. It's already dead. Seeing this information, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He thought to himself that this beast egg must be extremely valuable. Considering the girl had just helped him, reminding her to return it might allow her to cut her losses in time, which would be a way to repay her. So Jiang Yun spoke up, "Miss, this beast egg of yours." The girl looked at him questioningly. What's wrong? I think the cub inside this egg seems to be dead already. Jiang Yun chose his words carefully. I noticed a trace of unusual black aura from a crack in the shell just now. It might be my imagination, but you'd better find a reliable appraiser to take another look. He didn't reveal the detailed information outright, as he wasn't an appraiser, and being too specific would seem suspicious. The girl's smile faded slightly upon hearing this, clearly displeased. Classmate, you can't just say things carelessly. This egg was personally selected by my family. How could there be a problem? She hugged the egg tighter, a hint of wariness in her tone. Are you just saying something random to thank me for helping you earlier? There are many ways to show gratitude, but yours is quite special. Seeing this, Jiang Yun knew it was futile to say more. She clearly didn't trust a stranger's words. He shrugged helplessly. I'm just offering a friendly reminder. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Having given his warning, what she did next was none of his concern. With that, Jiang Yun turned and left. He still needed to buy the supplies he and his sister would need tomorrow. Now, with 1,500,000 federal currency, he could also spend some on fire or water-attributed spirit stones for the fire dragon fish, helping it continue to grow stronger and be fully prepared for tomorrow's practical training. Just as Jiang Yun had left, the mall elevator doors opened with a ding, and 4 old men in black robes with graying hair rushed out hurriedly. The leading elder, upon seeing the girl, breathed a sigh of relief, his tone tinged with reproach. My lady, why did you come to the 3rd floor? We've been looking for you for ages. The other 3 elders also gathered around, full of concern. Yes, miss. This border town is a mix of fish and dragons. What if something happened? I just came down to look around. The girl waved her hand impatiently. I just helped a little brother who was almost cheated by a shady merchant. She pointed at Jiang Yun's retreating figure, but didn't mention the beast egg. The leading elder then noticed Jiang Yun, his gaze sweeping over him with a hint of scrutiny and disdain. Miss, it's best to avoid contact with the locals of such a remote city. It might save you from trouble. Your identity is special. Not just anyone can get close to you. All right, I got it. The girl waved her hand again, this time more impatiently. Let's go. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back in the direction Jiang Yun had gone, her expression complex. Soon Jiang Yun had purchased all the necessary items. 200 fire spirit stones, each costing 1,000 Federation coins, and 300 water spirit stones, also at 1,000 Federation coins each, which alone cost a total of 5,000. 2 of the lowest grade storage rings capable of holding 10 cubic meters of items cost an additional 1,000. He also bought 3 bottles of advanced beast healing potion that could be used to treat the injuries of his contracted beasts, which could also be utilized by beast tamers. Naturally, Jiang Yun's beast space possessed inherent healing properties. These items were purchased for his sister. Jiang Yun used his ability to manifest inscriptions to check his Federation card. Originally, he had a fortune of 1.5 million Federation coins, but now only a little over 6/8 of his zero remained. Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. Indeed, regardless of the world, money is never easy to spend. Additionally, it was somewhat regrettable for Jiang Yun. He had intended to buy dark attribute spirit stones for his sister's swallowing rabbit to aid in its attribute awakening and strength enhancement. However, he searched through the spirit stone section on the third floor of the mall and couldn't find even a trace of dark attribute spirit stones. When he inquired with the shop owner, the owner smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Young brother, dark attribute spirit stones are quite rare. In the entire Sea City, only the collection hall of the Beast Tamer Association has a few for display. You'll have to wait for the next Federation transport team to see if luck is on your side." Jiang Yun silently noted this in his heart. When he returned home, the living room lights were already on. His mother was sitting on the sofa, a stack of freshly folded clothes beside her. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, she immediately set aside her work. "You're back. Was your trip to the mall smooth?" "It went quite well. I bought some items needed for practical training," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. His mother, hearing this, smiled broadly and turned toward the kitchen. "I've made your favorite ling mushroom soup for you and your sister. Go call Yun Yun out for dinner. It will be bad if it cools down." Jiang Yun nodded and went to call his sister out from her room. At dinner, Jiang Yun handed the pink storage ring to Yun Yun. "Inside are healing potions and some self-defense tools. Remember to carry them with you during practical training, and if you happen to get separated from me and encounter danger, prioritize your safety." Yun Yun received the ring with delight, turning it around on her finger, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, this ring is so beautiful. Did you pick it out just for me?" "Yes," Jiang Yun smiled, putting on the other black storage ring on his own hand. Watching the interaction between the siblings, their mother wore a contented smile, constantly serving them the pork ribs from the soup. "Eat more, you both need good stamina for tomorrow's practical training in the Misty Forest." After dinner, Jiang Yun returned to his bedroom. With a single thought, he summoned the fire dragon fish from his beast space. As soon as the little guy emerged, it affectionately rubbed against his wrist, its tail cloud of flames gently flickering as if it were being affectionate. It seemed that the training session during the day had strengthened the bond and trust between him and the fire dragon fish, which now felt especially close to him. "I've prepared a feast for you today," Jiang Yun said with a smile, opening the storage ring and dumping 200 fire spirit stones and 300 water spirit stones onto the carpet. The red fire spirit stones looked like tiny flames, while the blue water spirit stones resembled little droplets, forming a small mound under the light. The fire dragon fish's eyes instantly lit up. With a flick of its tail, it picked up a fire spirit stone and swallowed it. To Jiang Yun's surprise, it showed no sign of stopping. After swallowing one fire spirit stone, it immediately grabbed another water spirit stone, consuming them at a speed more than double that of last time, the crimson patterns on its scales glowing with each swallow, as if absorbing the energy from the spirit stones. "Slow down, no one is competing with you, don't overeat," he exclaimed, watching the water dragon fish consume, as if it were a starving ghost reincarnate. Jiang Yun was worried it might suffer from indigestion. After all, it had only eaten a bit over 100 last time, but now the fire dragon fish seemed to have developed a big appetite, swallowing one after another, with the 500 spirit stones nearly depleted. Half an hour later, the 500 spirit stones on the carpet had turned into a fine powder scattered everywhere. The fire dragon fish let out a small burp, a faint aura of water and fire spirit energy swirling around it, its body gently floating up, and unexpectedly, without a word, it closed its eyes and began to sleep. Evidently, it had entered a state of energy absorption. Jiang Yun reached out to touch its scales, finding them warm to the touch, the energies of water and fire flowing within it without any conflict. Looking at the fire dragon fish before him, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought to himself that this fire dragon fish, now only at the black iron third stage, could eat so much it would probably only become more gluttonous in the future. Could he really afford to raise it? After all, only his contracted beast dared to eat like this. After all, digesting spirit stones wasn't an easy task for contracted beasts. Only his beast space's extraordinary properties allowed the fire dragon fish to eat so recklessly. Moreover, the fire dragon fish itself possessed a domineering pseudo-dragon bloodline. If it were an ordinary contracted beast, it would have fallen into a deep sleep even if it didn't burst. It seems the characteristics of the beast space and the pseudo-dragon bloodline complement each other. He sighed with relief, sending the fire dragon fish back to its beast space. Watching the little one curled up in the corner with the densest spiritual energy, the patterns on its scales were even more defined than before. He couldn't help but feel excited. Last time, after eating over 100 stones, it advanced one level. This time, having consumed over 500 water and fire spirit stones, with its current foundation at black iron third stage, how many levels can it break through this time? The next morning, Jiang Yun was awakened by a faint energy fluctuation coming from his beast space. He immediately focused his mind into the beast space. The fire dragon fish was still asleep, but the water and fire spirit energy surrounding it was even richer than last night. A tiny droplet of water had even formed at the tip of its tail, and the moment the droplet fell, it transformed into a wisp of flame. These two inherently incompatible attribute powers were actually able to convert into each other within the fire dragon fish. This surprised Jiang Yun. It seems this little guy has evolved again, but it hasn't woken up after a whole night. It seems the energy absorbed this time is indeed too abundant. Jiang Yun withdrew his consciousness, not wanting to disturb it. After washing up, he hurried to school with Yun. By the time they reached the school playground, many students had already gathered. The whole playground was divided into 3 areas. On the far left was the advanced core student class with only 7 or 8 people each standing tall, exuding confidence, even a hint of arrogance. Although their contracted beasts were not summoned, Jiang Yun could faintly sense the powerful presence of their beasts. Clearly, the strength of these advanced core students was formidable. In the middle was the intermediate core student class consisting of over 20 members. Their aura was somewhat weaker than that of the advanced class, but still significantly stronger than ordinary students. They huddled together in groups, discussing the fierce beasts they might encounter during this practical training in the Misty Forest. It was evident that this was not their first time participating in such a practical trial. On the far right was the newcomer core student class, where Jiang Yun and Yun were with over 30 members. Most of them wore expressions of nervousness and anticipation, inquiring about what supplies everyone had prepared. Yun tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, look at those upperclassmen in the advanced class. They all seem so impressive." Jiang Yun followed her gaze, noticing a boy in the advanced class who seemed to sense his stare, turned to look at him with a hint of disdain, and then turned back. Jiang Yun didn't mind. He smiled at Yun. "Little sister, as long as we work hard, I believe we can soon enter the advanced class too." Core students are divided into 3 classes: the newcomer class, intermediate class, and advanced class. The newcomer class consists of students who have just awakened their talents and contracted beasts to become core students. The intermediate class consists of core students whose beasts have reached Black Iron 5th stage or above. The advanced class core students possess powers that reach Black Iron 8th stage or above. These core students are the main candidates to join the Beast Tamer Academy at Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School. Each one is a true genius in beast taming. Jiang Yun had this confidence. With his ability to manifest inscriptions and the terrifying properties of his beast space, along with the unique bloodline of the fire dragon fish, entering the intermediate class was just a matter of time, and the advanced class was not out of reach. Soon the coaches for the 3 classes arrived. The coach for the advanced class was a middle-aged man dressed in black combat gear, wearing a yellow badge on his shoulder, which signified a golden-level beastmaster. The coach for the intermediate class was a short-haired woman, also a golden-level beastmaster. Shortly after, under the lead of the 3 coaches, the advanced class took the lead while the newcomer class brought up the rear, heading towards the misty forest on the outskirts of Sea City. The students in the newcomer class were filled with anticipation for this practical training. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated when Jiang Yun and his companions arrived at the misty forest. This was the most renowned practical training ground on the outskirts of City C, where countless novice beast tamers faced wild beasts for the very first time. The forest teemed with ferocious beasts, but also held numerous opportunities and resources. 3 instructors stood at the head of the group. The instructor for the advanced class pointed towards the 3 forked paths ahead. The left path leads to the core area of the misty forest. The middle path is for intermediate and advanced class students, leading directly to the forest's central region. Newcomers take the right path, restricted to this outer perimeter. Remember, you must absolutely not cross the redwood forest zone ahead. That marks the boundary between the inner and outer areas. The beasts within are at least Black Iron Tier 5. You wouldn't stand a chance against them. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each student's face, his tone turning grave. The instructors won't follow you the whole way. The essence of real combat is to face danger yourselves. But I will patrol near the redwood forest. If you encounter danger, just send up a signal flare, and he'll be there within 5 minutes. Remember, safety comes first. Don't be reckless, just to hunt beasts. Understood. The newcomers chorused, their voices laced with both nervousness and barely contained excitement. The instructors nodded in unison before turning and heading towards the redwood forest. That area connected the core zone of the misty forest, the inner perimeter, and the outer perimeter. From there, they could not only keep a constant watch on the movements of powerful beasts in the core area, but also quickly provide support to students in both the inner and outer perimeters. The 3 instructors' dark figures soon vanished into the mist. As soon as they left, the students instantly became lively, starting to form teams in small groups of 2 or 3. After all, acting alone was too dangerous. Teaming up not only shared the burden, but also allowed for mutual support. "Jiang Yun, can we team up with you?" Just then, two figures quickly approached Jiang Yun. The speaker was a tall boy with a simple, honest smile accompanied by a girl with a ponytail and bright, intelligent eyes. Jiang Yun looked at them. He had some recollection of them. They were also newcomers. The girl was called Li Na, and the boy seemed to be Zhang Chong. Their contracted beasts were a rock armor rat and a wind fire sparrow respectively. You were amazing yesterday with your flame dragonfish. What feels safer teaming up with you? Don't worry, if we find anything good, we won't fight you for it. We'll only take what we hunt and find ourselves. The girl explained with a smile. The boy chimed in, his tone sincere. We've only awakened our talents for a little over a month and don't have much combat experience. If we run into trouble, we'll be counting on your help. Jiang Yun glanced at Jiang Yun beside him. She had no objections and gave a slight nod. She also felt that teaming up seemed safer than going alone. All right, let's explore together then. Jiang Yun agreed, but remained modest. I've only recently contracted my beast and lack practical combat skills. If I'm slow to react in danger, please don't hold it against me. No problem at all. Zhang Chong waved dismissively, patting his rock armor rat. My rock armor rat is tough and can take a hit. Li Na's wind fire sparrow can scout. We've got clear roles, so we'll be fine. Li Na also nodded with a smile, summoning her wind fire sparrow. Let little wind scout ahead. He's very sensitive to danger. The pale green bird fluttered its wings, quickly flying above the mist, occasionally letting out clear chirps, as if signaling that all was safe. With the team of four formed, they set off together along the right-hand path, heading deeper into the forest. The mist gradually thinned, revealing ancient trees that would take two people to encircle their trunks, wrapped in dark green vines. Occasionally, an unknown little animal would dart through the grass, quickly disappearing back into the fog. After walking for about an hour, the wind fire sparrow suddenly let out urgent cries, flapping its wings anxiously. Li Na's expression changed. A beast is approaching. Zhang Chong immediately summoned his rock armor rat in front of him. The rat squeaked, curling its body into a round, ironclad ball, leaving only two small, vigilant eyes exposed. Jiang Yun also hugged her heaven-devouring rabbit tighter. The rabbit's ears were pressed flat against its back, and all its fur stood on end. Jiang Yun scanned their surroundings. His ability to manifest information directly captured the beast ahead, and its data immediately materialized before him. Race Thorn Rabbit. Level Black Iron Tier 1. Potential Bronze Low. Innate Skill Backstab Attack Common. Evolution Path None. Warning: Backstab is poisonous. In the bushes on the left. Two of them, Jiang Yun warned. Looks like thorn rabbits. They're not a threat, just watch out for their spines. Zhang Chong reacted instantly, commanding his beast, Little Rock, charge in with bite. The ironclad ball shot forward, crashing into the bushes with a loud thud. Two rabbits covered in gray-black spines burst out, one of them squealing in pain as the rock armor rat clamped its jaws onto its hind leg. The other thorn rabbit turned and lunged towards Jiang Yun, who was closest. Li Na shouted quickly, Little Wind Blade. The wind fire sparrow dove from the sky, flapping its wings to send two pale green wind blades slicing into the thorn rabbit's back. Spines scattered everywhere as the rabbit stumbled, only to be caught by the pursuing rock armor rat, which bit its neck and soon silenced it. The battle ended swiftly, taking barely a minute. Zhang Chong excitedly patted his rock armor rat's head. Good job. The bodies and cores of these two thorn rabbits should sell for a decent amount. Li Na recalled her wind fire sparrow and smiled at Jiang Yun. Thanks to you spotting them first, we saved some trouble. Zhang Chong also brought the carcass of one thorn rabbit to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, we couldn't have killed them without your help. This one's yours. Jiang Yun shook his head. By the rules, you two hunted the beasts together, so the spoils are yours. As he spoke, Jiang Yun walked slowly to the side, his gaze falling on the grass nearby. During the fight, his information manifestation had not only warned him of the beasts, but also scanned a few inconspicuous medicinal herbs. Chi Gathering Grass, a black iron tier 1 herb. Though not valuable, it contained a trace of spiritual energy similar to a spirit stone, but far less potent. Moreover, the Chi Gathering Grass was attributeless, so any spirit beast could consume it. Jiang Yun thought it would be perfect for his sister's heaven-devouring rabbit. He crouched down, carefully digging up the grass by the roots and storing it in his storage ring. If he could collect enough of these herbs, they might equal the value of a single dark attribute spirit stone. Li Na watched and remarked with a smile, You know your herbs, Jiang Yun. I read about them in the school library. Chi Gathering Grass has serrated leaf edges, making it hard to tell apart from ordinary weeds. I'm impressed you recognized it. Jiang Yun just smiled. With his talent for manifesting information on all things, he felt as if he carried a world's encyclopedia with him. But he casually explained, I once saw a herb shop owner introduce them and remembered a few key features. Let's keep moving. Stay alert. We might find something even more useful. Li Na and Zhang Chong nodded. The four continued deeper into the outer area, encountering several more black iron tier 1 and tier 2 beasts along the way. There were ambushing shadow rats and swift gale foxes, all dealt with by the combined efforts of Zhang Chong's rock armor rat, and Li Na's wind-fire sparrow. Jiang Yun, meanwhile, kept an eye out for danger while collecting roadside herbs. Besides chi-gathering grass, he found a few bloodstop herbs which could treat minor external injuries on spirit beasts and clarity flowers, which could relieve their fatigue. These herbs were of little use to Jiang Yun, whose beast space had a recovery property, but they could serve his sister or be sold later. Before they knew it, they arrived at a cliff edge. The cliff was not high, about a dozen meters deep, with dense redwood forest below. Mist rose from the valley floor, obscuring the view. This cliff was clearly the boundary of the outer area. Jiang Yun was about to warn everyone to be careful when his gaze was drawn to a plant at the cliff's edge. It was a flower growing from a crack in the rock, only palm-sized, yet it shimmered with a faint luminescence in the mist. It had 6 petals, each a pure snow white, edged with delicate pale golden veins, as if woven from moonlight. The stamen at the center was a soft blue, shaped like a tiny bell, swaying gently in the breeze and emitting a crisp, refreshing fragrance that invigorated the mind. The most peculiar thing was that a faint aura of spiritual energy seemed to surround the flower, thinning the mist around it. What kind of flower is that? It's beautiful. Jiang Yun also noticed the flower on the cliff, unable to suppress her amazement, her eyes fixed on it. Zhang Chang and Li Na crowded around, curiosity playing on their faces. We've never seen a flower like this. With spiritual energy swirling around it, it must be no ordinary thing. Jiang Yun said nothing, instead activating his information manifestation ability. A pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes, displaying the flower's information clearly: race, spirit, gathering flower, attributeless. Level bronze grade. Skill: no offensive skills. Core effect: actively gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its petals and stamen contain vast pure spiritual power. When consumed by any attribute spirit beast, it can rapidly advance 12 minor realms, most effective for black iron tier beasts, half the effect for bronze tier. Extra note: the spirit gathering flower requires harsh growing conditions, needing over a century of absorbing natural spiritual energy to mature, and is often guarded by fierce beasts. Exercise caution when harvesting. Bronze grade. Jiang Yun was startled by the flower's grade. He had asked at the market before. The cheapest bronze grade herbs cost nearly 1,000,000 federal coins and were hard to come by. This spirit gathering flower was attributeless, usable for both his flame dragon fish and his sister's heaven devouring rabbit, and could directly boost them by 1 to 2 minor realms. This was a true treasure. Brother, is this flower very powerful? Yun noticed Jiang Yun's excitement and asked quietly. Jiang Yun nodded, a hint of joy in his voice. This is a spirit gathering flower, a bronze grade herb. It can rapidly elevate a spirit beast's cultivation level. It can be used for either the flame dragon fish or your heaven devouring rabbit. Bronze grade. Zhang Chang and Li Na were utterly astonished. Li Na even instinctively covered her mouth. Isn't that more precious than all the beasts we've encountered so far? Our luck is incredible. This outer area has been scoured by countless tamers. I never thought we'd stumble upon a treasure of this level. Zhang Chang rubbed his hands together excitedly, then realizing his outburst might seem improper, quickly smiled and said, Jiang Yun, you found it, so it's rightfully yours. Go ahead and pick it. If someone else sees it, it might be harder to take away. Jiang Yun nodded, agreeing. There was no time to lose. A bronze-grade herb would surely attract beasts. If discovered by another team, it could lead to a fight. He carefully approached the cliff edge, crouched down, and reached out to pick the spirit-gathering flower. The moment his fingers touched the petals, he felt a surge of cool spiritual energy travel up his fingertips, so pleasant that he couldn't help but narrow his eyes in contentment. But just then a terrifying beastly roar suddenly erupted from beneath the cliff, startling countless birds into flight from below. The commotion below the cliff grew closer, beginning with the clatter of falling rocks, followed by heavy rustling sounds, as if some massive creature was rapidly climbing the rock face. Jiang Yun's expression turned stern. Recalling the guardian beast mentioned in the manifested information earlier, he realized this commotion was far beyond what an ordinary beast could produce. He dared not wait any longer, quickly stuffing the spirit-gathering flower into his storage ring, then grabbing Jiang Yun's wrist. Yun, fall back now. Zhang Chang and Li Na also came to their senses, their faces pale as they retreated along with him. Just as the four of them stepped back onto an open space, 10 meters away, a dark shadow flipped over the edge of the cliff. It was a massive serpent covered in dark blue scales, the edges of which glowed with faint cold air, refracting a chilly light in the mist as if carved from thousand-year-old ice. Its body was at least 20 meters long and so thick that 2 adults would need to wrap their arms around it. Its head was larger than a bucket, with a pair of vertical pupils in pure ice blue, devoid of any emotion, only cold, killing intent. What was most terrifying was its forked tongue, which emitted white, icy mist when extended, instantly frosting the grass blades it touched. A row of sharp bone spines stood erect on its back, covered in fine ice crystals that fell rustling as it moved. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Chang's voice trembled as he instinctively pushed his rock armor rat forward, but the beast, usually able to withstand black iron second-tier monsters, now curled up, its armored patterns trembling uncontrollably. It didn't even have the courage to squeak. Li Na's wind feather sparrow hid behind her shoulder, its wings pressed tightly against her neck, not daring to raise its head. Jiang Yun clutched the corner of Jiang Yun's clothes, her small face, pale, her voice choked with tears. Brother, what is this thing? It's so scary. Jiang Yun's heart was also pounding wildly. He immediately activated the manifestation of the entry, and the serpent's information clearly emerged, each word sinking his heart race. Icefield Serpent Ice, attribute Realm Black Iron 7th tier talent Golden top grade, innate skills Icefield Breath rare, can spray large-scale, low-temperature ice, mist, instantly freezing targets, with absolute suppression over Black Iron tier spirit beasts. Coil common wraps around targets using scale cold and immense force to crush, prey evolution path. Evolvable once evolves into Frost Icefield Serpent Amethyst low-grade unlocks Ice Spike Pierce skill. Additional note: Icefield Serpents are solitary monsters with strong territorial instincts. The Spirit Gathering Flower grows at the edge of its territory, so it has long regarded it as a reserve energy source, forbidding other creatures from approaching. Black Iron 7th tier. Golden top grade talent. Jiang Yun gasped sharply, finally understanding why this silver-grade Spirit Gathering Flower had survived so long in the wild. It wasn't that no one had discovered it, but no reckless monster dared to snatch it. With the Icefield Serpent's strength, even intermediate-class students would likely fall here, let alone a few newcomers like them. Worse still, his fire dragon fish was absorbing spirit stones in the spirit beast space, and had fallen into slumber after breaking through to Black Iron 4th tier, leaving it unsummonable now. Yun's heaven-swallowing rabbit was only Black Iron 1st tier, trembling in her arms. Zhang Chang's rock armor rat and Li Na's wind feather sparrow combined wouldn't even be a snack for this Icefield Serpent. We can't fight, Heaton. Jiang Yun made a swift decision, shouting to the three, let's split up. I have the herb, so ITLL target me. Send a signal flare for help as soon as possible. What about you? Li Na asked urgently, though scared. She didn't want to abandon Jiang Yun. I have a way to stall it. Don't worry about me, go. Jiang Yun pushed Yun. Yun, go with Zhang Chang, and sister Li Na, they'll find you soon. Jiang Yun's tears fell, but she knew this wasn't the time to be stubborn. She bit her lip and nodded, pulled by Zhang Chang to run in the opposite direction. Li Na glanced back at Jiang Yun before hurrying to follow the wind feather sparrow circling above her head, occasionally letting out wary cries. If they stayed with Jiang Yun, none would escape. Only this way was there a glimmer of hope. Almost the moment they turned, the Icefield Serpent's ice-blue vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Yun. It could smell the Spirit Gathering Flower's aura on Jiang Yun. Without hesitation, toward the human who stole its reserve, it flung its massive body, charging at Jiang Yun with a howling cold wind, its scales gouging deep furrows in the ground that instantly froze. Jiang Yun dared not look back, sprinting with all his might toward the woods on the other side of the cliff. The dense trees might temporarily block the Icefield Serpent and slow it down. His speed wasn't slow, but compared to the Icefield Serpent, it was far too lacking. The cold air behind him grew closer, and he could even feel his hair beginning to freeze. Just as he dashed into the forest, planning to dodge around tree trunks, a loud, arrogant shout came from ahead. Jiang Yun, finally caught you. You can't run. Today I'll make you kneel and sing surrender. Jiang Yun's heart sank. Looking up, he saw Xiao Ling blocking the clearing ahead with two lackeys. Xiao Ling's face twisted in a sneer. His two lackeys had already summoned their spirit beasts, a Black Iron 2nd tier fang-toothed wolf and a Black Iron 1st tier poison lizard, both glaring at him menacingly. Clearly, Xiao Ling seemed to know Jiang Yun had entered the cliff area nearby and had deliberately brought his men to ambush him, seeking revenge while he was alone. But Jiang Yun had no time to waste on them now. After all, a Reaper was chasing him. The Icefield Serpent had already pursued him into the forest, crashing through trees with cracking sounds. Ice mist seeped through the gaps between trunks, turning the air bitingly cold. He could even hear the hissing of the serpent's forked tongue growing closer. Moved? Jiang Yun shouted at Xiao Ling, not slowing his pace, charging straight through the gap between the two. He only wanted to shake off the Icefield Serpent and had no intention of tangling with Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, enraged that Jiang Yun dared to ignore him, shouted to his lackeys, stop him. Go. Fang-toothed wolf, use bite. Poison lizard, spit poison. The fang-toothed wolf lunged at Jiang Yun's leg, and the poison lizard opened its mouth, spewing a glob of green venom. Jiang Yun quickly sidestepped, dodging the wolf as the venom hit the ground, withering the grass instantly. But this delay allowed the Icefield Serpent to burst forth, its massive head appearing in the woods behind Xiao Ling and his men. Xiao, young Master Xiao, behind. One lackey first noticed the anomaly, pointing behind Xiao Ling with a trembling voice. Xiao Ling, irritated that Jiang Yun had evaded the attack, turned impatiently. What's the fuss? It's just that he got away, nothing to be alarmed about. Before he could finish, his eyes met the ice-field serpent's ice-blue vertical pupils. The massive snake head was less than 3 meters behind him, the icy mist from its tongue blasting onto his face, making him shiver and his mind go blank. The two lackeys screamed in unison, never having seen such a terrifying beast. Petrified, they turned and ran in the opposite direction, abandoning their spirit beasts. The fang-toothed wolf and poison lizard, without their master's command, also scattered in panic, but after a few steps the ice-field serpent's tail swept across them. With a dull thud, the two low-tier spirit beasts were instantly crushed into pulp, blood, and shattered bones splattering the ground. Xiaoling finally snapped back in terror, his legs giving way. He wanted to run but couldn't move, watching helplessly as the serpent's tail swung again. He could even clearly see the ice crystals on the scales and feel the cold that could freeze his soul. No! Xiaoling let out a desperate scream as the tail struck him hard, sending him flying like a rag doll, arcing through the air before crashing heavily into a large tree. The crack of breaking ribs was audible. He spat blood, slowly sliding to the ground as his consciousness began to fade. In his heart, he felt nothing but resentment. Why am I so unlucky? Jiang Yun, dozens of meters away, heard the scream and couldn't help glancing back. He saw Xiaoling being sent flying. There was no joy in his heart, only a complex sense of silent mourning. This isn't my fault, he brought it on himself. Jiang Yun muttered, turning to keep running. If the ice-field serpent caught him, his fate would be even worse. As he expected, the ice-field serpent had no intention of letting him go. After dealing with Xiaoling, it resumed its swift pursuit. After who knows how many miles, the ice-field serpent still refused to give up, seemingly determined to kill this thief. But during his twists and turns, Jiang Yun noticed that while the ice-field serpent was fast and powerful, its massive body made turning in the dense forest difficult. So he deliberately ran toward the thickest trees, using the trunks to block the serpent's pursuit. The ice-field serpent grew increasingly furious at this agile mouse, its huge body constantly crashing into surrounding trees. One by one, the large trees toppled, opening up the forest and making Jiang Yun's situation more perilous. His stamina was rapidly draining, his breathing growing more ragged, and the cold air behind him nearly freezing him solid. I sensed Xiao was stirring earlier, but why isn't it awake yet? If it doesn't wake up to help him in grave danger today. In this moment of extreme peril, Jiang Yun suddenly sensed something unusual within his beast-taming space. His heart stirred as he submerged his consciousness into the space for an instant. The lake within the beast-taming space was in turmoil, churned violently by the fire dragon fish. Looking at the creature on the lake's surface, the fire dragon fish, originally only half a meter long, had nearly doubled in size. Its entire body was covered in crimson scales that shimmered with a faint golden light. Most striking of all, two dark golden horns about 3 centimeters long had sprouted from its head, with tiny flames swirling around their tips. Clearly, the fire dragon fish had broken through its cultivation level, and its appearance had undergone subtle changes. What delighted him even more was that the aura emanating from the fire dragon fish was several times stronger than before. It had astonishingly advanced to the Black Iron 6th stage. Damn, it took a full 500 spirit stones just to go from Black Iron 3rd stage to 6th stage. This fire dragon fish, with its pseudo-dragon bloodline, the further it progresses, the greater the consumption will be. Jiang Yun couldn't help but complain inwardly, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth was undeniable. Now was not the time to dwell on the speed of advancement. With the fire dragon fish breaking through to Black Iron 6th stage, it surely now had the strength to contend with the ice-field serpent. Come out, little flame, Jiang Yun commanded in a low voice, extending his right hand forward. A crimson radiance surged from his palm, and the fire dragon fish materialized instantly before him. As soon as it landed, the fire dragon fish sensed the presence of the ice-field serpent. The horns on its head trembled slightly, and the flames on its body erupted instantly, pushing back the surrounding chill. It turned its head to look at Jiang Yun, a hint of reproach in its eyes, as if to say, "You're calling me out to fight right after I've broken through? How utterly inconsiderate." The ice-field serpent, upon seeing the fire dragon fish, flashed a glint of caution in its pupils. It could sense that this seemingly unremarkable fish carried an aura that instinctively made it wary. However, as a ferocious beast of Black Iron 7th stage, its pride would not allow retreat. The massive serpent head tilted back slightly as it began to gather its ice-field breath once more. With each flick of its forked tongue, the chill in the air grew denser. Can't give it a chance. Jiang Yun's eyes sharpened, and he immediately began to command. Fire dragon fish, use bloodline suppression first. The fire dragon fish understood Jiang Yun's order. It raised its head abruptly, releasing an exceedingly domineering and peculiar aura from within its body. This aura was unlike the ordinary presence of a ferocious beast. It carried a pressure originating from the depths of its bloodline, like an ancient true dragon proclaiming its arrival in the world. It had a suppressive effect on any beast below the king beast level. The ice-field serpent's body stiffened noticeably, its gathering of the ice-field breath slowed by half a beat, and fear flickered in its eyes. It could feel that this fear seemed to stem from the very core of its bloodline, draining the strength from its limbs, and even causing its consciousness to waver. Now, Fire Domain Prison. Immobilize it. Seeing the effectiveness of the bloodline suppression skill, Jiang Yun seized the opportunity and immediately issued a second command. With a flick of its tail, the fire dragon fish spread the flames around its body, forming a circular fire domain about 10 meters in diameter. The flames at the domain's edges solidified into walls of fire, trapping the ice-field serpent in the center. The ice-field serpent reacted, attempting to break through the fire walls, but the flames scorched its scales, causing them to smoke. It let out a pained hiss. Fortunately, fire countered ice. The burning power of the flames multiplied exponentially, while its trapped used flame breath. Jiang Yun gave the ice-field serpent no respite, continuing his commands. It was a direct combo of control and output. The fire dragon fish took a deep breath, its belly swelling slightly, then opened its mouth wide. A thick crimson flame shot out like a small fire dragon, charging straight at the ice-field serpent trapped in the center of the fire domain. The flame breath carried an immense heat. Where it passed, the very air was scorched and warped. With a thunderous roar, the flame breath struck the ice-field serpent precisely at its 7-inch spot, the most vulnerable point for any snake. The ice-field serpent let out a piercing shriek of agony, its massive body thrashing violently within the fire domain. Its scales melted from the flames, revealing raw red flesh that quickly charred to black. It tried to sweep the fire dragon fish with its enormous tail, but the fire walls of the domain blocked it. Each strike was met with searing pain. Within mere seconds, the ice-field serpent's struggles grew weaker and weaker until it finally collapsed within the fire domain, its body slowly consumed by the flames, leaving only a pile of charred bones. The fire domain and flame breath dissipated simultaneously. The fire dragon fish's body was noticeably weakened, and the golden luster of its scales had dimmed somewhat. Using 3 major techniques in succession had taken a toll on the newly broken-through creature. Jiang Yun immediately stepped forward, gently stroking the fire dragon fish's scales, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. Return to the beast taming space to recover first." The fire dragon fish nuzzled Jiang Yun's hand, then transformed into a beam of red light and returned to the beast taming space. Jiang Yun's beast taming space possessed the incredible trait of rapid recovery, so it wouldn't be long before the fire dragon fish was back to its peak state. He surveyed the battlefield. Seeing that the ice-field serpent was completely dead, Jiang Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inwardly, he felt fortunate that the fire dragon fish's talent was formidable. Otherwise, such a cross-stage battle could never have resulted in such an easy instant kill. The entire escape had exhausted Jiang Yun thoroughly. He then leaned against a nearby boulder, intending to rest for a while. But no sooner had he sat down than Jiang Yun, who had just calmed his mind, suddenly furrowed his brow. "What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm being watched by so many people?" Jiang Yun felt an inexplicable chill down his spine, as if countless eyes were fixed on him from the shadows. The sensation was like prey being locked onto by a hunter, making him deeply uncomfortable. In truth, he had faintly sensed this feeling ever since he stepped into this forest, but being pursued by the ice-field serpent earlier had left him no time to ponder it. Now that the crisis was over and his mind was at ease, the feeling of being watched became intensely strong. Moreover, it wasn't just one gaze. It seemed to come from all directions, like an invisible net closing in around him. Something's wrong. Jiang Yun stood up, scanning his surroundings warily. This is the misty forest teeming with ferocious beasts, yet it seems far too quiet here. Jiang Yun's expression grew grave. His instincts told him this place was absolutely unsafe, and the things lurking in the shadows were likely more dangerous than the ice-field serpent he had just faced. "I can't stay here. I must follow the path I came from and head back immediately." With that, Jiang Yun rose and began walking briskly along the route he had taken. However, they had barely run 100 meters when Jiang Yun abruptly halted, his body tensing instantly. He thought to himself, "Have I just escaped the wolf's den?" Only to walk into a tiger's lair. In the gloom of the forest ahead, pairs of blood-red eyes, each the size of a fist, suddenly lit up. These eyes were hidden in the darkness, gleaming with a cold light, like nocturnal predators on the hunt, fixed intently on him. Then from the woods on both the left and right, similar blood-red eyes flickered to life. Even from behind, he heard rustling sounds and the shaking of trees. One pair of eyes after another emerged, forming an encirclement from all directions, trapping him firmly in the center. As the objects around him drew closer from the shadows, Jiang Yun discovered that he was surrounded by fierce beasts, spiders, each about a meter in size. At that moment, a spectral spider crawled down from an old locust tree. Its entire body was covered in a black shell with dark purple glows shimmering along the edges. Its 8 legs were adorned with dense silver fur, and with each step the fur would pick up several fallen leaves. What was most unsettling was its compound eyes, a blood-red sphere composed of hundreds of small eyes. As its mouth opened and closed, transparent mucus dripped down, corroding the ground and creating small holes in the dead branches. Jiang Yun's heart sank as he scanned his surroundings. Other spiders emerged from behind tree trunks, from the grass, and even from the shadows of the tangled vines. Some were perched on branches, lowering their webs, while others quickly scurried along the ground. The densely packed black figures quickly formed a mass, and upon rough counting there were nearly 20 of them. Jiang Yun immediately activated the information manifest. He wanted to understand the true nature of these fierce beasts. A pale blue light screen unfolded before him. The information for each spectral spider clearly emerged: race spectral spider, dark attribute level black iron tier 5, 17 units black iron tier 6, 2 units skill web binding normal dark attribute silk can bind beasts below black iron tier 7. Those affected will be eroded by dark attribute energy weakness. Fire attribute attacks dark attribute energy, fears high temperatures. The shell will rapidly carbonize in flames. In the center of this group of spectral spiders, one that was twice the size of the others slowly raised its head. Its shell was etched with strange black patterns, and its abdomen bore a skull-like mark. The silk it produced was not transparent, but dark purple, shrouded in mist. The information from the manifestation made Jiang Yun's pupils contract sharply. Race spectral spider king, dark attribute level black iron tier 7, core skills 1. Web binding rare enhanced version silk can release dark attribute poison mist 2. Venom attack rare sprays dark attribute venom from its mouth. Death upon contact. Tip: the spectral spider swarm acts under the core leadership of the Spider King, exhibiting high levels of cooperation. Even a black iron tier 9 beast would be in peril due to the entangling webs and erosion from the poison mist. A black iron tier 7 Spider King. And so many underlings. Jiang Yun gasped, thinking to himself that he wasn't at the outskirts of the misty forest. How could such powerful beasts appear here? Jiang Yun suddenly recalled what a few instructors had mentioned earlier. The red cedar forest is the boundary between the inner and outer regions, even the core zone. He looked around at the trees. The trunks here were entwined with vines, emitting a faint glow starkly different from the ordinary trees on the outskirts. Oh no, I must have accidentally wandered into the inner area, or even the edge of the core zone. This was the only possibility. It would explain why he encountered these fierce beasts, each of which was at least tier 5. The spectral spiders were now glaring at him hungrily. They had already marked him as their prey. Thinking of the information displayed earlier, Jiang Yun saw a glimmer of hope. These spectral spiders were vulnerable to fire attribute beasts. His fire dragon fish just happened to possess fire attribute skills. Moreover, having recently broken through to black iron tier 6, with its formidable combat power, it could easily annihilate these tier 5 spectral spiders and those of the same rank. Only the Spider King would require some effort. Jiang Yun quickly formed a plan. Little fire, come out, he called out softly. A flash of crimson light appeared, and the fire dragon fish landed before him. Having just emerged from the beast's space, it sensed the rich dark attribute aura around it. The dark golden horns on its head grew warm, and the flames on its body surged to half a meter high, dispersing some of the surrounding black mist. It turned to look at Jiang Yun, then glanced at the approaching swarm of spectral spiders, flicking its tail impatiently. Clearly, it was displeased at having to fight again so soon after recovering. Did they treat it as a combat machine? Though it didn't retaliate, it still assumed a combat stance. After all, if its master were to perish, it would lose its free meal ticket. We can't let them get close. Jiang Yun quickly analyzed the situation. Their silk can bind beasts, and once entangled, even if you're fire attribute, you will be eroded by the dark attribute. First encircle us with a fire domain cage, then take them out one by one. The fire dragon fish understood Jiang Yun's command. Its tail slammed down on the ground, and crimson flames surged from beneath it, rapidly spreading across the ground to form a circular fire domain with a diameter of 10 meters. The flames at the edge of the fire domain formed a half-meter-high firewall. As the flames danced, they crackled and popped, making the air scorchingly hot. The spectral spiders that had been gradually approaching all halted in their tracks, even taking a few steps back, their eyes flashing with a hint of fear, not daring to advance another step. Now's the time, use flame breath. Jiang Yun pointed at the 3 spectral spiders on the left branch. Take out the ones above first, their webs can attack from the air. The fire dragon fish nodded, took a deep breath, and aimed at the branch, unleashing a thick stream of flame breath. The 3 spectral spiders were too weak. The crimson flames whipped around like whips, instantly wrapping around the branch, the high temperature quickly burning it through. The 3 spectral spiders screamed as they fell from the air, and before they could hit the ground, they were engulfed by flames. They struggled to spit silk to escape, but as soon as the silk touched the flames, it turned to ashes, and their black shells rapidly carbonized in the fire, soon succumbing to silence, leaving behind 3 charred corpses. Seeing that the fire dragon fish could eliminate these spectral spiders in an instant, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up, pointing to the 4 spectral spiders on the ground to the right. Over there, be careful of their webs. The 4 spectral spiders, witnessing the death of their companions, overcame their fear of the flames and sprayed dark purple silk towards the fire dragon fish. The silk drew black arcs in the air, carrying a pungent stench. Just as it seemed about to ensnare the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun immediately shouted, "Dodge! Use flames to sweep away the silk." The fire dragon fish swiftly turned its tail, sweeping through the flames, and with a whoosh the fire spread like a fan, incinerating all the silk. The severed silk fell to the ground, still emitting black smoke, corroding the ground into small pits. Seizing the moment while the spectral spiders were momentarily stunned, the fire dragon fish once again spewed flame breath, engulfing all 4 spectral spiders. This time it deliberately controlled the temperature of the flames, only burning through their shells, leaving relatively intact corpses. These spectral spiders are all dark attribute. Their beast cores must contain residual dark attribute spiritual energy. We can't waste them. Jiang Yun kept an eye on the battlefield while collecting the corpses into his storage ring. The dark attribute beast cores will be perfect for Yun's sky-devouring rabbit as dark attribute spirit stones. The battle lasted about 10 minutes, and many spectral spider corpses lay around the perimeter of the fire domain cage. The remaining 2 black iron tier 6 spectral spiders and the Spider King sensed the shifting tides and began to retreat. They realized they could not break through Jiang Yun's beast defense and were helpless against him. Suddenly, the Spider King let out a sharp shriek as if issuing a retreat command. The 2 spectral spiders immediately turned and scuttled quickly up the tree trunk into the depths of the forest, while the Spider King released a cloud of dark purple poison mist, attempting to hinder Jiang Yun's pursuit. Want to escape? Not so easily. Jiang Yun would never let them go. Especially that black iron tier 7 Spider King. The dark attribute spiritual energy within its beast core must be equivalent to dozens of dark attribute spirit stones. If he could obtain it, Yun's sky-devouring rabbit might directly awaken its dark attribute devouring skill. Little Fire retract the fire domain cage and chase after them. Be careful of the poison mist, Jiang Yun shouted. The fire dragon fish immediately extinguished its flames and followed closely behind Jiang Yun. Although the poison mist released by the Spider King was potent, the flames on the fire dragon fish formed an invisible barrier that kept the mist at bay. The trio of Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish chased in the direction the spectral spiders had fled, soon exiting the forest and arriving at the entrance of a hidden cave. The cave entrance was obscured by vines. Had it not been for the Spider King breaking a few vines while fleeing, one would hardly realize there was a cave here. The 2 black iron tier 6 spectral spiders had already burrowed into the cave, while the Spider King paused at the entrance, turned to Jiang Yun, sprayed a mouthful of venom, and then quickly darted into the cave. The venom hit the ground, sizzling and corroding a large pit almost instantly. Be careful, there might be an ambush inside the cave. From the Spider King's earlier reaction, it was clear it possessed some level of intelligence. Jiang Yun cautiously watched the cave entrance and said to the fire dragon fish, "First spray a breath of fire inside to assess the situation." The fire dragon fish nodded and sprayed a breath of fire into the cave. The crimson flames illuminated the cave's interior, allowing Jiang Yun to see that the cave was filled with the remains of various fierce beasts. There were skulls of giant bears, spines of wolfkin, and some unknown fierce beast scales, all still bearing remnants of dark purple silk, clearly the prey hunted by the spectral spiders. The flame breath echoed throughout the cave, encountering no obstacles, and no other spectral spiders emerged. It seemed the only ones inside were those 3 spiders. Let's go in. Jiang Yun followed closely behind the fire dragon fish into the cave. A pungent smell of decay and dampness filled the air. The bones underfoot cracked with a crunch, sending chills down one's spine. The fire dragon fish's flames illuminated the path ahead. As they walked about 50 meters, in the space before them suddenly opened up. Entering the chamber, Jiang Yun was immediately taken aback. His pupils constricted as he saw that the ground was piled high with multicolored spirit stones. Jiang Yun squatted in front of a pile of spirit stones. He pinched a dark purple ice attribute spirit stone with his fingertips. The cold touch sent a shiver through him, and he could feel a weak energy flowing within the stone. Upon recalling the mountain of fierce beast bones accumulated inside the cave, he suddenly understood the origin of these spirit stones. The bones he saw at the cave entrance included the charred remains of a fire wolf, its body adorned with flame patterns, the skeleton of a water python shimmering with a watery glow, and the bones of a bird-like creature marked with lightning patterns on its back, all evidently from different types of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were hunted down by the king of the netherworld spiders, and the residual attribute spiritual energy within them fused with the natural spiritual energy of the forest, over time ultimately condensing into these various attribute spirit stones within the cave. The king of the netherworld spiders had inadvertently provided him with a treasure. What a windfall for me, he chuckled as he gazed at the vast quantity of spirit stones before him. He casually placed the ice attribute spirit stone into his storage ring and turned to look at the fire dragon fish, which was busily burrowing its head into a pile of fire spirit stones. Its tail was held high, and it was munching on a dozen stones with a crunching sound. The crimson scales of the fish glimmered brighter in the light of the spirit stones, clearly enjoying itself. This glutton. It can't resist food at all. Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. Just then he caught sight of 3 pairs of blood-red eyes slowly lighting up in the shadows deep within the cave. It was the 3 netherworld spiders that had fled into the cave earlier. They were larger than ordinary netherworld spiders, their outlines partially revealed, evidently hiding behind the pile of bones, waiting for Jiang Yun to let his guard down before launching a surprise attack. It's indeed not that simple. Jiang Yun had been prepared. After killing the Spider King, he sensed that it possessed unusual intelligence, and there was bound to be an ambush. He immediately shouted, "Little fire, be careful behind you." The fire dragon fish abruptly raised its head, still holding half a fire spirit stone in its mouth, its tail tightening instantly as flames erupted around it, soaring to half a meter high. At that moment, the 3 netherworld spiders sprang from behind the pile of bones and lunged toward Jiang Yun in unison, clearly intent on taking out the human first. The leftmost netherworld spider spat out dark purple spider silk towards Jiang Yun, the silk carrying a pungent smell arcing through the air as it aimed to ensnare his wrist. Seeing this, Jiang Yun hurriedly pulled out a bottle of low-level beast healing potion from his storage ring and smashed it against the spider silk. As the potion bottle shattered, a pale green liquid splashed onto the spider silk, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. The silk instantly lost its stickiness and fell to the ground in several broken pieces. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. If I had been entangled by that silk, I would have likely been corroded in an instant. Meanwhile, the other 2 netherworld spiders had already pounced in front of Jiang Yun. One spat out spider silk, while the other unleashed a cloud of poison mist, attempting to kill him outright. The fire dragon fish let out a roar, its dark golden antlers flashing red, releasing a domineering bloodline aura. Clearly, it had autonomously activated its bloodline suppression skill. Although the effect on the Black Iron 7th-tier Spider King was limited, it was more than enough to deal with these 2 Black Iron 5th-tier netherworld spiders. The 2 spiders froze in place, their eyes flashing with sheer terror, even halting their actions of spitting silk. Seizing the opportunity, the fire dragon fish swung its tail fiercely, sending a wave of flames that incinerated the spider's silk and poison, then turned to unleash a fiery breath at the 2 netherworld spiders. The crimson flames surged like a tide, and the 2 netherworld spiders didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the flames. Their black shells quickly charred, ultimately reducing them to 2 piles of black ash. Seeing this, the king of the netherworld spiders immediately launched another attack. Unfortunately, the fire attribute skills of the fire dragon fish were too fearsome, compounded by their elemental restraint. A single breath of flames instantly engulfed and killed the Black Iron 7th-tier king of the netherworld spiders. After dealing with the Spider King, Jiang Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After scanning his surroundings carefully to ensure there were no hidden netherworld spiders, he began to clean up the battlefield, pulling out a dagger from his storage ring. The blade was sharp and could sever a tribute's spiritual energy, which Jiang Yun had specifically bought for extracting beast cores from fierce beasts. He first approached the corpse of the Spider King. Crouching down, he carefully sliced open its abdomen with the dagger. Although the Spider King's shell was hard, it had become brittle after being scorched by flames, and the dagger easily cut through. He reached inside and felt a cold, round object. Gently pulling it out, he retrieved a dark purple beast core the size of a pigeon egg. The core emitted a faint glow containing rich dark attribute energy, purer than ordinary dark attribute spirit stones. This beast core is worth at least 50 to 60 dark attribute spirit stones. I'll save it for my sister's sky-eating rabbit to absorb. Jiang Yun contentedly placed the core into his storage ring and proceeded to process the other netherworld spider corpses. Although the beast cores from the 15 ordinary netherworld spiders were small, their numbers added up to a considerable amount of dark attribute energy. Including the ice plane snake he killed earlier, Jiang Yun specifically retrieved the corpse, extracting a light blue ice attribute beast core from 7 inches behind the snake's head, which was swirling with icy mist, clearly another high-quality beast core. After collecting all the beast cores, Jiang Yun began to tally the spirit stones in the cave. He found a clean bone to use as a table and arranged the spirit stones by their attributes. The dark attribute spirit stones numbered over 1,200 each, plump and glowing with an even dark purple hue, the most urgently needed resource. The fire attribute spirit stones totaled about 5,000, forming a small mountain just right for the fire dragon fish, which would surely keep it occupied for quite some time. The water attribute spirit stones also numbered over 4,800, varying in color from light blue to deep blue, seemingly of slightly lower quality than the fire spirit stones, but still sufficient for the fire dragon fish to absorb. Additionally, there were some special spirit stones. About 800 thunder attribute spirit stones were fewer in number, their surfaces marked with fine lightning patterns, and a weak current could be felt upon contact. There were also around 600 wind attribute spirit stones, completely transparent and resembling crystals, which gave off a faint sense of wind when held. Lastly, there were about 3,000 earth attribute spirit stones and 2,500 wood attribute spirit stones. These two types were the most common attributes, although numerous, their value paled in comparison to the special attributes. All in all, there are nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yun roughly estimated the quantity of spirit stones, unable to contain his astonishment. Even ordinary earth and wood attribute spirit stones could sell for 1,000 Federation coins, each amounting to 3 million for 3,000 stones, not to mention dark thunder and wind attributes, which could sell for over 3,000 Federation coins each. This doesn't even account for the value of the beast cores and the fierce beast corpses. Jiang Yun couldn't help but grin widely. This was truly a surefire way to become rich overnight. With 1,200 dark attribute spirit stones and the Netherworld Spider's beast core, it's enough for the sky-eating rabbit to jump directly from black iron first tier to bronze level. I was still worried about Yun's sky-eating rabbit not having resources. With these, I shouldn't have to worry for a while. Moreover, after the sky-eating rabbit awakens its attribute skill, it can devour other attributes and gain those properties, which will provide even more ways to enhance its strength. As for Little Fire, with nearly 10,000 fire and water spirit stones combined, it shouldn't have to worry about resources for quite some time, even if its appetite is large. As long as Little Fire reaches black iron 8th tier, I can then let it consume that silver level gathering spirit flower, allowing it to directly elevate 2 levels to bronze, maximizing the flower's effect and saving a lot of spirit stones. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction. He had turned misfortune into fortune this time, gaining a lot of benefits. Gulugulu. The fire dragon fish, seeing Jiang Yun focused on counting the spirit stones and not giving it any, couldn't help but nuzzle against his arm, its eyes fixated on the pile of fire spirit stones, its tail swaying eagerly. Jiang Yun laughed and patted its head. Don't be greedy. You can't eat too much right now. You just broke through and already consumed over a dozen stones. If you eat more, you might end up falling asleep again to recover. This is the edge of the core area. Without you by my side, I can't deal with those high-tier fierce beasts. The fire dragon fish seemed to understand, letting out a pitiful low cry, its head drooping as the luster of its crimson scales dimmed. Don't worry, when we get back, I'll let you eat your fill, no limits. Jiang Yun quickly comforted. At his promise, the fire dragon fish's eyes immediately brightened and its tail began to wag joyfully. By this time, the sky outside the cave had completely darkened. Through the gaps in the vines at the cave entrance, all he could see was an expanse of darkness, occasionally pierced by distant roars of fierce beasts carrying a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine. Jiang Yun knew that the misty forest at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. Many fierce beasts were nocturnal, with significantly enhanced vision and attack power at night, and the edge of the core area was rife with high-tier fierce beasts. If he encountered a black iron 8th or even 9th tier beast, even with the fire dragon fish, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Looks like I can only spend the night in this cave, Jiang Yun sighed. Although he had a signal flare, he didn't dare to send it off. If the signal flare didn't attract Instructor Lin, but instead drew a pack of high-tier fierce beasts, it would be a case of losing more than he gained. He thought that Yun and Zhang Chong must have already informed Instructor Lin of his disappearance. The most important thing now was to preserve his strength and wait for rescue. Jiang Yun instructed the fire dragon fish to return to the beast space to recover. The rapid recovery properties of the beast space would allow the fire dragon fish to maintain its best condition just in case. He himself found a spot near the cave entrance to sit down, leaning against the cold stone wall, intending to recover some of his beast control power. There exists a resonance between beast masters and their beasts. Only with sufficient beast control power can one command the beasts better in battle, and he must maintain his peak state. As night deepened, the cave was so quiet that only Jiang Yun's breathing could be heard. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside the cave, as if some massive creature had broken a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, the tremors shaking the ground and causing dust to fall from the walls. Jiang Yun instantly woke up, alertly looking toward the cave entrance. Following that, a deep, low beast roar echoed from outside the cave, the voice thick and violent, causing the vines at the entrance to sway. The beast roar was accompanied by another sharp screech, suggesting that 2 fierce beasts were in combat. Jiang Yun held his breath and quietly parted the vines to look outside. He saw only darkness outside, with 2 gigantic shadows wrestling in the woods. One shadow seemed to be a bear-like fierce beast, each swipe of its paw capable of snapping trees. The other shadow resembled a massive snake coiling around the bear-like beast, emitting a hissing sound. The sounds of battle grew louder, the cracking of trees, the screams of fierce beasts, and the dripping of blood intermingling, creating a horrifying symphony in the silent night. Jiang Yun could even smell the wafting scent of blood in the air thick enough to make one feel nauseous. Shortly after, the bear-like beast's roars gradually weakened, finally fading into silence. The shadow of the giant snake seemed satisfied, twisting as it dragged the corpse of the bear-like beast deeper into the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind. But that wasn't the end. Not long after the giant snake left, a flurry of wings flapping sounded from outside the cave, accompanied by a sharp eagle cry. Clearly a bird-like fierce beast had passed by, discovered the blood on the ground, and after circling a few times flew in the direction the giant snake had left. For the next few hours the outside remained restless. There were intermittent roars of fierce beasts, the sounds of trees snapping, and the cries of unknown creatures emitting eerie whines. At one point, a massive shadow swept over the entrance of the cave, casting a shadow that nearly covered the entire opening, startling Jiang Yun into holding his breath. Jiang Yun used his ability to manifest entries to peek at a few fierce beasts. Seeing the information left him cold with fear. Among those fierce beasts, none were below 8th or 9th tier, and there was even a silver fierce beast. Leaning against the stone wall, Jiang Yun's palms began to sweat slightly. He finally understood why Instructor Lin said that entering the core area was akin to seeking death. The fierce beasts here were not only high in level, but also continuously fought at night. It was like a hellish scene. He stared intensely at the cave entrance, not daring to relax for a moment. It's a good thing I'm in this cave, Jiang Yun thought to himself. The king of the netherworld spiders had occupied this place for many years, and the cave still retained its aura, causing ordinary fierce beasts to be too afraid to approach. Otherwise, he would have been besieged by fierce beasts long ago. Thus, Jiang Yun endured through the night in vigilance. Only when the first light of dawn broke did the noises outside gradually subside. He rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and stretched. In his heart, he was possessed by only one thought: to quickly leave this deadly place. The traces of last night's monstrous clash remained starkly visible. Shattered tree trunks littered the ground, dried blood stained the earth, and even a half-eaten beast bone, bearing deep tooth marks, lay exposed. A faint coppery scent of blood hung in the air, mingling with the damp chill of morning dew, tightening the chest with quiet dread. How could it have become like this? Jiang Yun frowned, scanning the surroundings. Just yesterday, he had pursued the umbral spider into this place. He could still recall the landmarks along his path, but after a single night of savage bestial warfare, the familiar trees were either snapped clean in half or reduced to blackened husks, and the once clear trail had been trampled beyond recognition. He tried to retrace his steps, yet every direction offered only alien vistas. Distant canopies fused into a vast undulating sea of darkness, erasing all sense of north, south, east, or west. If I head the wrong way, deeper into the core zone, I may truly perish here. A cold tremor ran through Jiang Yun's chest. His hand instinctively reached for his storage ring, weighing whether to fire a signal flare to alert the instructors. Yet the memory of last night's roars, emanating from 8th and 9th tier beasts, even silver rank monstrosities outside the cave, made him snatch his hand back at once. He drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing calm upon himself. Wait a little longer. Perhaps Instructor Lin and the others are already searching for me. No sooner had the words left his lips. 3 streaks of tangerine light blazed across the horizon. Signal flares. Jiang Yun jerked his head upward. Miles away, 3 flares detonated in sequence across the sky, their crimson radiance blazing like celestial beacons. They really never gave up on me. A surge of elation flooded Jiang Yun. At last, direction had been granted. It was clear Yun Yun and Zhang Chong must have reported his disappearance to Instructor Lin, who, far from abandoning hope, had launched an immediate search. But then a sudden pause gripped him. The flares had ignited far, far away. I didn't realize I'd run so far yesterday. A wry, self-deprecating smile flickered across his face. He finally understood why the beasts he'd encountered grew steadily more formidable. He had long since crossed the outer boundary of the core zone and stumbled unwittingly into its deepest, most perilous heart. With direction now certain, Jiang Yun wasted no time. He strode swiftly toward the flare's origin, summoning the fire dragon fish to flank him as a vigilant sentinel. Along the way, they indeed encountered numerous beasts, black iron 5th and 6th tier ones alike, each instantly incinerated by the fire dragon fish, offering nothing but fleeting warmth before vanishing. Some 8th and 9th tier beasts did launch assaults, but Jiang Yun commanded the fire dragon fish to ensnare them within a flame domain prison, allowing both master and beast to slip away unscathed via detours. Survival, not combat, was their sole imperative. There was no wisdom in grinding against such indomitable foes. After covering roughly 5 or 6 kilometers, Jiang Yun's breath grew ragged, his brow slick with cold sweat. Just as he prepared to pause for breath, the fire dragon fish froze mid-step. Its body rigid, flames trembling along its scales, even its dark golden horns dipping slightly downward. This was fear, raw primal terror. Something unspeakably dreadful loomed ahead. What is it, Xiaohua? Jiang Yun's heart plummeted. He followed the creature's fixed, trembling gaze forward. In the next instant, a terrifying aura surged from the distance. It bore none of the bloody intimidation of black iron beasts. Rather, it was a soul-deep suppression, like an invisible mountain pressing upon his chest, constricting even his breath. Even the beast taming energy coiling within his meridians churned violently, quaking in resonance. The ground began to tremble, not with the frantic rhythm of stampeding beasts, but with slow seismic weight. Each pulse cracked the soil beneath his feet, sent leaves fluttering down in silent surrender, and thickened the very air until it felt solid. What kind of presence is this? His heart hammered wildly, his fingers turned icy. He sensed it instantly, stronger than the ice-field serpent or the umbral spider king, stronger even than the ninth-tier beasts roaring outside the cave last night. The fire dragon fish trembled more violently, still tail pressed flat against the earth, too paralyzed even to lift its head. As a beast bearing pseudo-dragon bloodline, it was utterly immobilized by this aura, a testament that its oppressor stood leagues above it in cultivation realm. Retreat now. Jiang Yun acted without hesitation, recalling the fire dragon fish instantly into its spatial domain. He knew against a being of this magnitude the fire dragon fish would not aid him. It would only betray his position through bloodline resonance. Dropping low, he slipped into a thicket beside the path, clamping both hands tightly over his mouth, daring not even to exhale audibly. The tremors drew nearer, deeper, heavier, inevitable. Peering through the tangled foliage, Jiang Yun watched the forest ahead shudder. Then, with a sickening crack, a colossal ancient tree, requiring 4 or 5 men to encircle, snapped cleanly in two, not felled by wind, but shattered by sheer brute impact. Then it emerged, a monstrous beast, resembling a qilin, yet unmistakably something else entirely. Standing over 20 meters tall, taller than a 3-story building. Its body gleamed beneath overlapping silver-blue scales, each etched with intricate lightning sigils that shimmered with metallic brilliance under the sun. A spiraled horn crowned its brow, crackling with violet lightning that spat and hissed, each stray spark striking the earth and blasting craters half a meter deep. For pillar-like legs supported its mass, its claws forged of dark gold crushed stone to dust with every deliberate step. Most astonishing was its tail, no fur nor fin, but a coalesced orb of pure lightning pulsing with raw power. Each sway unleashed jagged bolts that seared nearby trees into charred stumps. What is this beast? Such terrifying aura. What tier could it possibly be? Jiang Yun's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He dared not draw breath. Yet greater shock awaited him. Perched atop the lightning qilin's horn stood a young woman, 17 or 18 years old, draped in a flowing white gown. Her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of pale violet, each strand occasionally flickering with tiny arcs of lightning. Barefoot, she stood beside the horn, her slender alabaster toes resting lightly upon the frigid gleaming scales, unwavering as if rooted to a mountain peak. Though balanced atop a 20-meter terror, she exuded serene detachment, as though untouched by the surrounding carnage, an ethereal observer passing through a world not her own. Who is she? Why does she stand upon such a fearsome beast? Is she a beast tamer? And is this her tamed beast? Questions swirled fiercely within Jiang Yun's mind. Compelled by curiosity, he activated the lexicon manifestation. His gaze fell upon the lightning qilin, and a soft cerulean interface bloomed before him, its contents stealing his breath. Species: lightning qilin, lightning affinity, qilin bloodline. Realm: diamond 6th tier. Quality: meteor star grade. Innate skills: Thunder Judgment Transcendent releases a colossal lightning bolt from its horn, capable of obliterating all diamond 3rd tier and lower beasts, who deals double damage to metallic targets. Qilin Step Heaven Transcendent stomps the earth to trigger a lightning-infused seismic shockwave, paralyzing all targets within range for 10 seconds. Lightning Scale Shield: rare lightning sigils across its scales coalesce into an impenetrable barrier, deflecting all physical and elemental attacks up to diamond 5th tier. Lightning Blink: rare teleports short distances via lightning. Maximum range 100 meters, cooldown 5 seconds. Storm Domain: rare generates a 50-meter radius storm. Evolution Path: current quality is meteor star grade. Absorption of qilin blood may elevate it to eclipse moon grade, unlocking the true qilin form technique. Diamond 6th tier. Meteor star quality: 6 innate skills, including 2 transcendent grade 1s. Jiang Yun stood utterly stunned. Each line of data sent shockwaves through his consciousness. This was the first time the lexicon manifestation had revealed a beast of such staggering power. Between black iron and diamond lay 4 entire major realms: bronze, silver, gold, and violet crystal. Indeed, a single skill from this lightning Qilin could erase Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish, hundreds perhaps thousands of times over. Who is she to command a beast of such unimaginable might? His gaze lifted again, drawn irresistibly to the girl standing atop the lightning Qilin's horn. Hesitating only a moment, he resolved to activate the lexicon manifestation once more to unveil her identity. Yet as the cerulean interface shimmered into existence, Jiang Yun froze, utterly motionless. The display bore no human profile. It showed another beast's data, more terrifying still than that of the lightning Qilin. The information panel hovered before Jiang Yun, each piece of information striking his heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to forget to breathe. He confirmed it 3 times. The information on the panel showed no change. The girl standing atop the thunder unicorn, appearing cool and ethereal, was actually not human at all. The information displayed race, spiritual demon, nine-tailed fox, royal bloodline, elemental, attribute realm, purple crystal, level 9 qualification, legendary level, talent skills, thousand-faced charm, legendary level, can manipulate the target's mind through gaze and aura with a 100 success rate on targets below purple crystal level. Even purple crystal level powerhouses may experience brief moments of distraction. Thousand illusion technique, legendary level, can perfectly transform into any creature seen before, including humans, mimicking not only appearance but also aura and beast control fluctuations, undetectable unless the opponent possesses a talent like True Eye. 5 elements, fox fire, extraordinary level, can unleash fox fire of 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, each with its own effects. Metal fire breaks armor, wood fire burns, water fire freezes, fire ignites, earth fire crushes. Nine-tailed guardian, rare level, unfurls 9 fox tails. 2 FO evolution route, can complete 1 evolution by inheriting the nine-tailed fox royal heritage, enhancing qualification to Saint King level, and unlocking the Fox Emperor True Form skill. Note the spiritual demon nine-tailed fox possesses extremely high intelligence comparable to that of adult humans and even excels in calculation and planning. Its royal bloodline is highly esteemed in the realm of spiritual demons, being one of the few capable of commanding countless demons. Purple crystal, level 9. Legendary qualification, and a member of the spiritual demon royal family. Furthermore, this purple crystal level possesses 9 skills, most of which are rare, extraordinary, and even legendary skills. Jiang Yun's astonishment had reached its peak. Although this nine-tailed fox beast's realm is not as high as that of the thunder unicorn, its qualifications are simply astonishing. Such qualifications among beast races are likely to be considered the genius of geniuses. He had previously thought that the underworld spider king and icefield serpent were terrifying enough, but compared to this nine-tailed fox, those beasts seemed like weaned cubs. Even more shocking to him was the intelligence of such a beast, which was actually stronger than that of humans. Yet this left Jiang Yun deeply puzzled. Why would a beast of this caliber appear in such a place? Why would she boldly ride the thunder unicorn here? Does she not fear being discovered by human diamond level or even higher level beast tamers? No way. Jiang Yun suddenly realized that the thunder unicorn is diamond level 6, while the nine-tailed fox is purple crystal level 9. These two existences would be the strongest even in City C. For example, the principal would at most be at purple crystal level, and even he might not be a match. They had no need to hide, and one could say that the core area of this misty forest is their back garden. Even if they were to rampage in City C, no one would be able to stop them. Just as Jiang Yun's thoughts were swirling, the nine-tailed fox atop the thunder unicorn suddenly tilted her head slightly, her light purple hair fluttering gently with her movement. Her gaze wasn't deliberately searching, yet it precisely landed in the direction of the bushes where Jiang Yun was hiding. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Yun felt all the blood in his body freeze. Her eyes were beautiful, but deep within her pupils lay a coldness that seemed to see through everything, as if all of Jiang Yun's thoughts were laid bare before her. Jiang Yun even sensed a faint mental force coming through her gaze, seemingly trying to penetrate his mind. It's over. Jiang Yun's heart sank to the depths. He quickly averted his gaze and turned to hide. But the next second, the nine-tailed fox gently withdrew her gaze, as if nothing had happened, as if she had never seen Jiang Yun at all. She raised her hand and patted the thunder unicorn's horn, which let out a low growl, and turned to walk deeper into the misty forest. The silver-blue scales gradually receded under the sunlight, and that suffocating oppressive aura dissipated along with it. Jiang Yun stood frozen in place, and only after the thunder unicorn's figure completely disappeared into the woods did he collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. That brief moment of eye contact was even more nerve-wracking than battling the underworld spider king. I probably have already been discovered by her. But why didn't she kill me? Jiang Yun furrowed his brows in confusion. With the nine-tailed fox's strength, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant, yet she chose to ignore him. Could it be because he was too weak to warrant her action? Or did she have other intentions? Unable to find an answer, Jiang Yun could only suppress his doubts for the time being and continue moving towards the direction of the signal flare. This time he dared not be careless again, allowing the fire dragon fish to remain in the beast taming space on standby while he stepped lightly, cautiously observing the movements around him. After about half an hour of walking, a familiar aura suddenly approached from ahead. It was Coach Lin's beast, the Earth Profound Turtle. Jiang Yun's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace. He saw Coach Lin riding atop a gigantic yellow-brown turtle, its shell covered with deep brown patterns, appearing immensely heavy, just like his beast, the Earth Profound Turtle. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Coach Lin was momentarily stunned, then a look of disbelief spread across his face, nearly causing him to fall off the Earth Profound Turtle. Jiang Yun, you're still alive. Coach Lin's voice seemed genuinely surprised as he jumped off the Earth Profound Turtle and hurried to Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You're not injured. It's so dangerous in the core area. How did you manage to come out alive? Jiang Yun frowned at Coach Lin's exaggerated reaction. It seemed that the other party was very surprised to see him. He vaguely guessed something in his heart, but still pretended to be confused. Coach Lin, I was chased by the Icefield Serpent yesterday, accidentally stumbled into the core area, and later the fire dragon fish broke through to Black Iron level 6, fortuitously killing the Icefield Serpent. I found a cave to hide for the night, and just saw your signal flare, so I came this way. By the way, weren't you here looking for me? Coach Lin seemed to realize he had said something wrong, his expression suddenly becoming a bit awkward. He cleared his throat twice and said, I was here to find you, but we were mainly looking for another student, and also happened to be looking for you. He paused. In fact, yesterday when they heard the news of Jiang Yun entering the core area, they had already sentenced him to death. After all, in his view, Jiang Yun's beast was only Black Iron level 3, and in that core area, even the weakest beasts would be at least Black Iron level 7, or even 8 or 9. Moreover, there was a possibility of encountering gold-level beasts that even his mother could not withstand, so he and the other two coaches believed that Jiang Yun was surely doomed. However, upon hearing Jiang Yun's earlier words, Coach Lin seemed to have thought of something. He immediately frowned in surprise and said, Wait, what did you just say? Your fire dragon fish broke through to Black Iron level 6. Wasn't it just Black Iron level 3 yesterday? You leveled up 3 tiers in a day. Coach Lin's tone was filled with shock. Raising a beast's realm requires a vast amount of resources. To level up from Black Iron level to the next requires nearly 100 corresponding spirit stones. To level up 3 tiers in a day, how many resources must that consume? Moreover, it also depends on the beast's appetite. It's not just about how many spirit stones there are to eat. To level up 3 tiers in a day, it must have eaten at least 200 to 300, right? Can this beast eat that much in a day? Coach Lin was very curious about how Jiang Yun managed to achieve this. Hearing Coach Lin's words, Jiang Yun realized he needed to provide him with an explanation. After all, the speed at which the fire dragon fish was improving was indeed too unreasonable. It seemed that only the gathering spirit flower could produce such an effect. So Jiang Yun explained, I obtained a gathering spirit flower from the Icefield Serpent. In a critical situation, I gave it to the fire dragon fish. Perhaps it's due to the fire dragon fish's good qualifications that its breakthrough speed was fast, directly advancing 3 tiers. Gathering spirit flower. You kid really is lucky. You came across such a treasure that greatly benefits Black Iron and Bronze level beasts. This is also a stroke of luck for you. Coach Lin chuckled. Although he found it a bit unbelievable, he did not inquire further. After all, he was also aware of the effects of the gathering spirit flower. The breakthrough speed would differ depending on the beast's qualification. Perhaps Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish really was a chosen one, directly jumping 3 tiers. He nodded in satisfaction, reflecting the principal truly did not misjudge this talent. Even if Jiang Yun lacks the talent of a beast tamer, his beast qualifications are quite good. Relying on his beast, he will surely be able to rise to a gold-level beast tamer in the future. Jiang Yun smiled, noticing that Coach Lin did not seem to harbor any suspicions. He then took the opportunity to change the topic. Coach Lin, you mentioned earlier that you were looking for another student. Is something wrong? Upon mentioning this matter, Coach Lin's expression immediately grew serious. He sighed and spoke in a lowered voice. It's regarding Su Qingxue from the advanced class. She is the daughter of the first family, the Su family in City C. Yesterday night, while we were searching the outskirts of the core area, the advanced and intermediate classes were suddenly attacked by a terrifying beast. A beast attack. Jiang Yun's heart tightened. Indeed, the strength of that beast was incredibly terrifying, definitely exceeding gold level, and it might even be purple crystal level. Coach Lin's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. It suddenly rushed out from the core area, shattering the defenses of the advanced class with a single swipe. Even the 3 of us gold-level beast tamers were overwhelmed, but this wave of attacks seemingly caused minimal casualties, with only a few students suffering minor injuries. However, amidst the chaos, the young lady of the Su family, Su Qingxue, went missing. Now the principal has contacted the Su family, and they have sent a purple crystal-level powerhouse over to enter the core area with the principal to search for Su Qingxue, but until now, there's still been no news. As Coach Lin spoke, he suddenly looked at Jiang Yun, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Jiang Yun, since you came out of the core area, did you see any particularly strong beasts? Or have you seen Su Qingxue? Jiang Yun's heart skipped a beat. Purple crystal-level beast. Su Qingxue. He immediately thought of the terrifying beast, the Thunder Unicorn, and the girl atop it. Could it be that Coach Lin was talking about that nine-tailed fox and her Thunder Unicorn? But Su Qingxue is human while the nine-tailed fox is a beast. These two should not be related, right? Jiang Yun pondered. Though he was uncertain whether the nine-tailed fox and the Thunder Rain beast were the fierce beasts and Su Qingxue that Coach Lin mentioned, he still described the appearance of the Thunder Rain beast. As Jiang Yun briefly recounted, the Thunder Rain beasts formed the thunder patterns on its scales, and the terrifying pressure it exuded. Coach Lin's expression shifted from astonishment to certainty. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's it. That's the one." When the beast shattered the defensive barrier with a single claw yesterday, it was wreathed in that same silver-blue lightning. Since you've seen it, you must know which direction it went. I must inform the principal and the head of the Su family immediately. As Coach Lin spoke, he had already pulled out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. The moment the orange-eared light pillar pierced the thin mist, moments later, a piercing eagle cry, capable of splitting metal and stone, echoed from the distant horizon. A streak of cyan-blue light tore through the clouds. Jiang Yun instinctively squinted. A massive eagle with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters came into view. Its feathers were carved like crystal ice, each edged with faint golden wind and thunder patterns. Its talons clutched a thundercloud half a meter in diameter, and every beat of its wings stirred up a hurricane over the forest below. Even more astonishing was the middle-aged man standing on the eagle's back. He wore a robe of moon-white silk, a jade belt studded with blue crystals cinching his waist. His features were handsome, yet cold as ice, and as his gaze swept across the ground, it was as if he looked down upon ants. Jiang Yun's attribute manifestation had just swept over the bird when the middle-aged man descended with the divine eagle. The wind pressure alone cracked the ground like a spiderweb. Without even glancing at Coach Lin or Jiang Yun, his voice rang out like a chilling wind sweeping over ice. "Have you seen my daughter?" "No." Jiang Yun, facing that invisible pressure, pointed in the direction the Thunder Rain beast had vanished. "I only saw that fierce beast heading deeper into the core zone, carrying a girl in white." He deliberately omitted the nine-tailed fox, mentioning only the Thunder Rain beast. As the middle-aged man frowned, the wind spirit divine eagle suddenly let out an agitated cry, its eagle eyes fixed intently on the direction of the core zone. The man asked no further questions. With a light tap of his foot, he was back on the wind spirit divine eagle's back. The hurricane stirred up by the eagle's wings nearly knocked Jiang Yun off balance. The cyan blue light shot like an arrow toward the core zone, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. "So this is the power of an amethyst crystal rank," Coach Lin murmured, gazing at the sky. He turned to Jiang Yun with a wry smile and shook his head. "The strong are always like this, arrogant and believing themselves invincible. They'll take you back to the assembly point first. It's not safe out here." Jiang Yun said nothing, merely nodded. Having witnessed the domineering posture of an amethyst crystal beast tamer, a sense of anticipation ignited in his heart. Amethyst crystal rank. He'll reach that level sooner or later. Under Coach Lin's escort, Jiang Yun soon returned to the outer perimeter. After seeing Jiang Yun back, Coach Lin departed. By now, all three classes had gathered at the outer edge. The assembly point for the novice class was set on a clearing trampled by fierce beasts. When Jiang Yun appeared alongside Coach Lin, everyone in the novice class stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their faces painted with astonishment as they looked at Jiang Yun beside Coach Lin. "Thighs guy, didn't they say he entered the core zone and was already dead? Holy crap, I'm seeing a ghost. Incredible. I saw him enter the core zone with my own eyes, and yet he came back alive. That place is crawling with 8th and 9th rank fierce beasts. How the hell did he survive?" The novice class trainees murmured in disbelief. When Jiang Yun saw Jiang Yun, her water bottle clattered to the ground. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. She threw herself into Jiang Yun's arms, nearly knocking him back half a step. "Brother, I thought you were dead." "Silly girl, your brother's tough as nails." Jiang Yun ruffled his sister's wind-tousled hair, noticing the grass stains on her sleeves, a sign she had fallen while searching with the group. He knew full well that his sister must have been the most worried during his day of silence. The dark circles under her eyes suggested she had barely slept the night before. Beside them, Lina, her eyes redrimmed, handed over a water bottle, while Zhang Chong patted Jiang Yun's shoulder with a silly grin. "I knew you'd be fine, classmate Jiang Yun. Thank you both for taking care of Yun Yun." Jiang Yun smiled. Seeing the three of them together, it was clear they had been looking after his sister since yesterday. To express his gratitude, Jiang Yun took out 2 small pouches of spirit stones from his storage ring. He handed them to Zhang Chong, and Li Na respectively. Zhang Chang received 50 Earth Yellow Earth Attributed Spirit Stones, while Li Na received 50 Sky Blue Wind Attributed Spirit Stones. Jiang Yun offered them forward. These are some Earth and Wind Spirit Stones. Your Rock Armor Rat and Wind Feather Sparrow can use them. This is too generous. Both stepped back simultaneously, Li Na waving her hands repeatedly. We only did what we had to. Take them. Jiang Yun pressed the pouches into their hands, lowering his voice. Think of it as a thank you gift from me, her brother. If you don't accept, don't expect to team up with me again. He knew that 50 spirit stones were a fortune for a novice, but for him, now, it was a drop in the bucket. Besides, he had no use for these two types of spirit stones. Still, he couldn't offer too many as it might arouse suspicion, given that his storage ring still held nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Li Na and Zhang Chang could only smile awkwardly and pocket the spirit stones. Their fondness for Jiang Yun's sword. Both declared that Jiang Yun was a friend worth keeping close. They promptly said, Jiang Yun, we can't just take your spirit stones for nothing. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and we won't refuse. I'm sure. Definitely. Jiang Yun nodded. Li Na and Zhang Chang were both sincere people. He felt they were worth befriending. He silently acknowledged them as friends. However, as the three were exchanging pleasantries, a gloomy voice sounded from behind Jiang Yun. The voice carried a mix of anger and disbelief. Jiang Yun, you're still alive. Jiang Yun slowly turned around. Following the sound, his gaze fell upon the approaching figure. Xiao Ling stood not far away, leaning on a broken wooden crutch, limping as he moved his left leg wrapped in bandages. Clearly, the injury from being sent flying by the ice serpent's tail yesterday was severe. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Yun as if he wanted to devour him alive. I didn't expect you to still be standing before me. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. He still vividly remembered the terrified look on Xiao Ling's face when he was sent flying by the ice serpent yesterday. Don't be so smug. Xiao Ling's crutch thumped against the ground, his voice trembling with rage. If you hadn't lured the ice serpent over, how would I have been attacked? My miserable state is all your fault. Huh. Jiang Yun stepped forward, his gaze falling on Xiao Ling's injured leg. As I recall, you were the one who ambushed me yesterday. The ice serpent's target was always me. If you hadn't interfered by trying to block me, why would it have attacked you? He paused, his voice turning cold. You were narrow-minded and couldn't accept defeat, so you sought revenge. Getting targeted by a fierce beast is your own doing. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Ling's face flushed red, his mouth opening and closing, but unable to form words. Everything Jiang Yun said was true, but how could he accept it? He was the second young master of the Xiao family. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just then a contemptuous voice came from behind Xiao Ling. So you're Jiang Yun. Quite the silver tongue. No wonder you dare to oppose our Xiao family. The crowd parted automatically. A young man in black clothes walked out. Behind him followed a lizard-like beast, its body 2 to 3 meters in size. The young man was half a head taller than Xiao Ling, with broad shoulders. Silver bracers were wrapped around his arms, engraved with the emblem of the intermediate class. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yun frowned slightly. He didn't recognize this person. However, the surrounding students gasped. Xiaohong. It's him. He's Xiao Ling's cousin, and a core student of the intermediate class. I heard his rift lizard recently broke through to Black Iron Rank 6. Murmurs of fear spread through the crowd. This is it for Jiang Yun. Xiaohong is far more troublesome than Xiao Ling. Last time a student accidentally bumped into him, his rift lizard broke the student's arm. I didn't expect Jiang Yun's offense to Xiao Ling would bring him out. Jiang Yun is in grave danger this time. The whispers pierced Jiang Yun's ears like needles. Trembling with worry, she clutched Jiang Yun's sleeve tightly. Brother, maybe we should leave quickly. Jiang Yun patted her hand, signaling her not to be afraid, and fixed his gaze on Xiaohong again. He understood. Xiao Ling had suffered a loss, so now the bigger fish had come. Yes, Jiang Yun. Is there something you need? Jiang Yun's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. He showed no fear in the face of Xiaohong. Something? Xiaohong sneered, stepping forward and looking down at Jiang Yun. I heard you took 500 spirit stones from my cousin last time, and yesterday his leg was injured by you. Do you think there's something? Xiao Ling is lying. Suddenly, Li Na stepped forward. He knew Xiaohong was looking for trouble and had to speak up for Jiang Yun. His face flushed as he spoke, having mustered all his courage. After all, defending Jiang Yun meant opposing Xiaohong. Yet Li Na continued. That day at school, Xiao Ling voluntarily bet with Jiang Yun. He lost 500 spirit stones and couldn't accept it. Yesterday, he deliberately ambushed Jiang Yun. The ice serpent's attack had nothing to do with him. The students from our freshman class can testify to this. Zhang Chang also nodded, adding urgently, yes. We all saw it. Xiao Ling started the trouble. In the moment of crisis, the two stepped forward. Seeing this, Jiang Yun sighed inwardly. He had not misjudged their character. As their words faded, the surrounding freshman students lowered their heads, none daring to agree. Everyone knew the Xiao family's influence in City C. It was a powerful clan. Offending Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling would make life in the academy miserable. Xiao Hong glanced at Li Na and Zhang Chong, his contempt deepening. Who are you two? Worthy of speaking to me. He turned back to Jiang Yun, his tone domineering and unquestionable. I don't care about any bet or who started what. The fact is a member of my Xiao family was injured, and you need to answer for it. What kind of answer do you want? Jiang Yun smiled instead of getting angry. It was clear the other party had come to avenge Xiao Ling. Even without justification, they would still make things difficult for him. Jiang Yun was well aware of this. Simple. I won't make it hard for you. Xiao Hong pointed at Xiao Ling's injured leg. Then at Jiang Yun's leg. My cousin lost a leg, so you'll lose one too. Then we'll call it even. At these words, the entire scene fell silent. No one expected Xiao Hong to be so ruthless, directly wanting to cripple Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun turned pale with fear, clutching Jiang Yun's arm tightly. Brother, don't listen to him. Let's leave quickly. Li Na and Zhang Chong grew anxious too, wanting to step forward and argue, but Xiao Hong's beast glared at them. The pressure of black iron rank 6 froze them in place, unable to move. Seeing Jiang Yun unmoving, Xiao Hong curled his lips into a smug smile. What? Scared? He stepped forward, his beast closing in as well. Its cyan-black claws scraped deep grooves into the ground. If you don't dare, then kneel and kowtow 3 times to my cousin. Hand over your beast, and I'll spare you. He had heard that Jiang Yun was a talentless waste without a beast tamer's gift, but owned a flame dragon fish of decent quality, which had earned him special admission to the core class. Thus the idea of seizing the beast had taken root in his mind. In his eyes, Jiang Yun was just a newcomer with no background. Even if he crippled him and took his beast, no one would dare object. After all, he was a member of the Xiao family, and a core student of the intermediate class with a cray talent. How could he be compared to a talentless, luck-dependent pauper? Jiang Yun's eyes turned completely cold. He hadn't wanted to clash too harshly with a major family like the Xiao, but now it was clear these people would keep pushing. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would think he was a pushover. Jiang Yun slowly released Jiang Yunyun's hand, took a step forward, and met Xiao Hong's gaze. And if I refuse? Oh, you want to resist? Xiao Hong laughed as if he had heard a great joke. You easily defeated my cousin's claw wolf, so your beast must be at the 2nd or even 3rd rank. But with your black iron rank 3 flame dragon fish, you want to fight me? My rift lizard is black iron rank 6. Let me be blunt. Whether you lose your leg today is not up to you. With that, Xiao Hong immediately commanded his rift lizard. Rift lizard, go, take his leg. The roar of the fisher lizard exploded across the clearing. Its thick limbs stomped the ground, leaving shallow craters in the earth. Fisher lizard, use earth spike assault. Cripple him. Xiao Hong's voice carried an unyielding dominance. His finger pointed directly at the empty ground before Jiang Yun. Xiao Ling stood nearby, leaning on his crutch, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Jiang Yun, let's see how you escape this time. He could already envision the scene of Jiang Yun being sent flying by the fisher lizard, severely wounded, then kneeling and begging for mercy. The pent-up resentment in his heart was finally about to be vented. The surrounding trainees held their breath. Some instinctively took a few steps back. They had witnessed the fisher lizard's earth spike assault in the intermediate class practical combat sessions. It could instantly thrust over a dozen stone spikes from the ground, enough to gravely wound even a black iron rank 4 beast. A mere human like Jiang Yun would likely be crippled, if not killed. Brother, be careful. Jiang Yun nervously grabbed Jiang Yun's arm, trying to pull her brother away. Li Na and Zhang Chong also stepped forward. Li Na had already summoned her wind feather sparrow, which perched on her shoulder ready to interfere with a wind blade at any moment. Zhang Chong clenched his fists. If Jiang Yun were in danger, he would have his rock-hide rat charge forward to block the attack, even if it meant his beast got injured. Just as the fisher lizard's front claws were about to stomp the ground and the earth began to swell slightly, Jiang Yun remained standing still, his face showing no trace of panic. He spoke calmly, "Xiao will come out." As his words fell, a flash of crimson light appeared. The figure of the blaze fish materialized instantly before Jiang Yun. It had grown a bit larger than 3 days ago. Its dark golden horns shimmered faintly, and the vermilion patterns on its scales blazed like flowing flames under the sunlight. A single flick of its tail stirred a scorching wind of fire. The fisher lizard caught sight of the blaze fish, and a flicker of disdain crossed its eyes. Its massive body lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed. Earth Spike Assault activated. The ground split open with a sharp crack, and over a dozen jagged stone spikes shot toward the blaze fish at a speed that left only afterimages. The fisher lizard followed closely behind the spikes in a savage charge. Seeing Jiang Yun summon his beast, Xiao Ling's grin grew even more smug. A futile attempt. But in the next second, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. The blaze fish didn't dodge at all. Instead, it abruptly raised its tail, crimson flames coiling around the tip, and lashed out fiercely at the charging fisher lizard and its spikes. A crisp snap echoed. Like a whip striking leather, the massive body of the fisher lizard was sent flying like a tattered sack, arcing through the air before crashing heavily onto the grass 10 meters away. Even the stone spikes that had just erupted were shattered into dust. The fisher lizard struggled to get up, but as soon as it propped itself on its front claws, it collapsed again with a thud. Blood-tinged drool dripped from its mouth, and its eyes fixed on the blaze fish were filled with terror. The clearing fell into instant silence. Even the rustle of wind through the leaves was audible. After a few seconds, someone finally gasped sharply, letting out an incredulous cry. Holy crap! Isn't Xiaohong's fisher lizard at Black Iron rank 6? How did Jiang Yun's blaze fish bonded just 3 days ago send it flying with a single tail swipe? Am I seeing things? That fish, it didn't even seem to use any effort. Yeah, it didn't even use a skill, and it still sent it flying. How is this possible? Wasn't Jiang Yun's beast only at Black Iron rank 3? How could it beat a Black Iron rank 6 fisher lizard? Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned. Jiang Yun's eyes widened, and her grip on Jiang Yun's arm loosened slightly. She murmured softly, "Brother, your beast. How is it so powerful now?" She had bonded her beast on the same day as her brother. Without suitable spirit stones, her own beast was still only at Black Iron rank 1. But she never imagined that her brother's beast had grown strong enough to send a Black Iron rank 6 beast flying with a single tail swipe. Li Na and Zhang Chong were also stunned. Zhang Chong instinctively patted his rock-hide rat beside him and swallowed hard. This combat power is just insane. If my rock-hide rat had to face that fisher lizard, it probably wouldn't last a single move. Li Na's wind feather sparrow flapped its wings uneasily, clearly intimidated by the blaze fish's strength. The smugness on Xiao Ling's face vanished, completely replaced by utter bewilderment. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misseen. No. Impossible. My cousin's fisher lizard is Black Iron rank 6. How could a fish send it flying with one tail swipe? It must be luck. Yes, that's it. The fisher lizard wasn't paying attention. A sneak attack. This is definitely a sneak attack. Xiaohong's face darkened, as well his brows knitted into a knot. He stared intently at the blaze fish, then at his fisher lizard, which had tumbled over and was now in a wretched state on the ground. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Right? The fisher lizard must have been careless just now. Let's do it again. With that, he shouted at the fisher lizard. Fisher lizard, use rock shield to protect yourself, then attack with charge. Hearing the command, the fisher lizard struggled to its feet. A thick layer of rock armor covered its body, making it look even more like a moving hill. It let out a low growl and charged at the blaze fish again. Its speed was slightly slower than before, but the impact was clearly stronger, the ground thudding heavily under its steps. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. Through the manifestation of traits, he had already seen all the information about the fisher lizard, including its weaknesses. The scales on the fisher lizard's belly were thin and not covered by the rock shield. This so-called charge skill was nothing but brute force. Xiaohua avoid its front and attack its belly. Jiang Yun's command reached the blaze fish's ears clearly. The blaze fish sidestepped nimbly, easily dodging the fisher lizard's charge. Carried by inertia, the fisher lizard stumbled forward several meters before stopping, showing a brief moment of stiffness. At that instant, the blaze fish whirled around, took a deep breath, and spat a crimson flame breath precisely onto the fisher lizard's belly. A sizzling sound rang out as the flames scorched the rock, producing a piercing noise. The rock shield on the fisher lizard's belly instantly melted away, revealing tender skin beneath. The fire licked directly onto the skin, causing the fisher lizard to let out an agonized shriek. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The rock shield shattered, and the luster faded from its scales. It had clearly lost all combat capability. This exchange sent the murmurs in the clearing into an uproar even more intense than before. No, that wasn't luck. It definitely wasn't luck. That flame breath was too precise, hitting the fisher lizard right on its weak point. What realm is this fish actually at? A Black Iron rank 6 fisher lizard was one-shotted. And Jiang Yun is incredible too. In such a short exchange, he actually found the fisher lizard's weakness. I remember Jiang Yun only bonded his beast 3 days ago. How could his blaze fish be this strong in just 3 days? Could it be? Did Jiang Yun raise the blaze fish's realm to Black Iron rank 6? Or even higher in 3 days? That's even more impossible. Do you think raising a beast's strength is as easy as drinking water? If it's not at Black Iron rank 6, how did the blaze fish so easily defeat the Black Iron rank 6 fisher lizard? Everyone was deeply puzzled. At this moment, Xiaohong was equally incredulous. His eyes went wide as saucers. He rushed to the fisher lizard's side and examined its condition. He found that it had completely lost its combat ability, breathing only faintly. His face turned pale with distress. He jerked his head up to look at Jiang Yun, his voice tinged with a roar. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a blaze fish bonded less than 3 days ago defeat my fisher lizard? It's at Black Iron Rank 6. Jiang Yun smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable force. Sorry, but my blaze fish is also at Black Iron Rank 6. Moreover, its aptitude is better than your fisher lizard's, and its combat experience is richer. Is it so strange that it could defeat it? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling. He continued, you said earlier that you'd settle the score by taking one of my legs. Now that your beast has lost, if you still want to go through with it. Xiao Hong and I are ready anytime. Xiao Hong looked at his dying fisher lizard, then at the imposing blaze fish. A wave of frustration surged in his heart. The fisher lizard had cost him a fortune in resources to raise to Black Iron Rank 6. Now it was beaten so badly that it would need at least half a month to recover. If they fought again, the beast might be permanently ruined. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, but he could only force out a sentence. Jiang Yun, just you wait. This isn't over. With that, he carefully retracted the fisher lizard into his beast space and turned to leave. Xiao Ling's expression was even worse, looking as if he had swallowed something foul. Seeing his cousin leave, he dared not say another word. Leaning on his crutch, he hobbled awkwardly behind Xiao Hong, not daring to look back, fearing Jiang Yun would come after him. Watching the Xiao brothers' retreating figures, the surrounding trainees immediately swarmed around Jiang Yun, showering him with praise as if they were old friends. Jiang Yun, you're amazing. A Black Iron Rank 6 beast. You'll be the top dog in our rookie class from now on. Jiang Yun, can you tell us how you raised your beast so quickly? Any secrets? Jiang Yun, next time there's a practical session, can you take me along? I promise I won't hold you back. These were the same people who had kept their heads down and said nothing when Xiao Hong threatened Jiang Yun. Now that Jiang Yun had won and possessed such a powerful beast, they thought he would surely rise quickly in the school. So they immediately flocked to fawn over him, their faces changing faster than flipping a book. Jiang Yun couldn't stand it. She stepped forward, blocking Jiang Yun. Frowning, she said, when my brother was being threatened by Xiao Hong, none of you spoke up. Now that my brother has won, you all come crowding around. Aren't you embarrassed? At Jiang Yun's words, the gathered trainees stopped awkwardly. Some scratched their heads, others lowered their gazes. No one dared to speak, and they slowly dispersed. Only Jiang Yun, Li Na, and Zhang Chong remained in the clearing. Li Na stepped forward and said with a smile, Jiang Yun, you're too modest. Your blaze fish is already at rank 6, and you didn't tell us earlier. You scared us just now. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement, his voice full of admiration. Yeah. We must have entered the rookie class on the same day, right? In 3 days, you've raised your blaze fish from rank 1 to rank 6. If word gets out, it'll shake the whole school. Even the entire Sea City. You're a genius among geniuses. How on earth did you do it? Jiang Yun smiled without elaborating, only saying vaguely, I got lucky and found some opportunities in the core area of the Misty Forest which gave me resources to quickly raise my beast's realm. That's why Xiaohor advanced so fast. He didn't want to reveal the nearly 20,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. After all, that was no small amount. Apart from the Su family, the top clan in Sea City, no other family could produce so many spirit stones of different attributes, including such rare special attribute ones. If that got out, it would inevitably invite murder and robbery. Li Na and Zhang Chong understood that everyone had their secrets and didn't press further. They just said with a smile, regardless, you've brought honor to our rookie class. The Xiao brothers won't dare to trouble you anymore. Jiang Yun nodded. I hope so. The 4 of them sat together and chatted for a while. Before long, the coaches' voices rang out in the distance. Coach Lin and the coaches from the other 2 classes had returned. The trainees from all 3 classes quickly gathered. Coach Lin took a head count and, confirming no one from the rookie class was missing, led the group toward the city. As for Su Kings's matter, no one brought it up. After all, gossip about the Su family wasn't something to discuss lightly. Back in the city, when they disbanded at the school gate, Jiang Yun said to Jiang Yun, go home first. I'm going to the Beast Tamer Mall to sell some items I don't need from this session and exchange them for federal credits and resources. I'll give you a big surprise when I get back. Jiang Yun nodded, looking forward to it, and reminded him, brother, stay safe and come back early. Watching Jiang Yun's retreating figure disappear, Jiang Yun turned and headed toward the Beast Tamer Mall. In his storage ring lay the corpses of the Nether Spider and Ice Serpent, along with a large number of spirit stones of unusable attributes. If he sold all of these, he could exchange them for a considerable amount of federal credits. He would likely become an instant nouveau riche, a wealthy man. At the thought, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile, and his steps lightened. Arriving at the beast taming market, Jiang Yun pushed open the glass door and stepped into the lobby. His eyes immediately fell upon the office of the head of the Resource Exchange Department. The amount he needed to exchange this time was bound to be substantial. Thus, Jiang Yun directly sought out the person in charge here. This approach was more secure and would also be much faster. He walked straight into the office. Inside the office sat a woman dressed in a cyan business suit, her hair combed meticulously. She was bent over a holographic screen checking data, while occasionally jotting something down on paper with a pen. This woman was Lu Mei, the manager in charge of resource exchange at the market. Having worked here for a decade, she had seen all kinds of customers. But she had never taken a young man in a student uniform seriously. Little brother, you can go to the small amount window on the third floor to exchange Federation credits. I only handle orders worth millions here. Lu Mei had noticed Jiang Yun the moment he entered. Without even lifting her head, her pen gliding across the paper, her tone carried a hint of dismissiveness. She had seen too many new students like Jiang Yun who at most brought a few dozen ordinary spirit stones to exchange for credits to supplement their families. At best, it was a few thousand Federation credits, hardly worth her personal reception. Jiang Yun was not offended. He simply walked to the counter and took a canvas bag out of his storage ring. He placed it on the counter, unzipped it, revealing spirit stones of various attributes neatly sorted inside. Manager Lu, I'd like to exchange these spirit stones. Would you consider it a large transaction? The canvas bag contained a considerable number of spirit stones. There were earth and wood attribute stones, and beside them several stones shimmered with fine lightning patterns while others were as transparent as crystal. Lu Mei finally looked up, glanced at the bag, her expression still nonchalant. Oh, how many? If it's over 500, I could help you use the express lane. Jiang Yun smiled calmly. This is just a part. I have many more in my storage ring. I've done a rough count: over 3,000 earth attribute spirit stones, over 2,500 wood attribute stones, over 800 lightning attribute stones, and over 600 wind attribute stones. Jiang Yun's voice was very calm, but it struck like a pebble thrown into still water. The pen in Lu Mei's hand fell onto the paper with a snap, a large blot of ink spreading out. She jerked upright, her eyes wide as saucers, staring at the canvas bag in Jiang Yun's hand, utterly incredulous. You? What did you say? 3,000 earth attribute. 800 lightning attribute. She knew that lightning attribute spirit stones were rare, even among special stones. One could sell for 3,000 Federation credits. 800 of them would be 2,400,000. Although earth and wood attribute stones were cheaper at 1,000 credits each, 5,500 of them would still amount to 5,500,000. Adding the 600 wind attribute stones, a special type, the total reached a staggering 9,700,000 credits, just shy of 10 million. Lu Mei's mind raced through a storm of calculations. Her attitude did a complete 180. A warm, enthusiastic smile spread across her face. She hurried out from behind the counter, her tone softening by several degrees. Oh my, I underestimated you, little brother. Please follow me to the VIP lounge. It's too crowded and nosy out here. Let's discuss this in private. As she spoke, she guided Jiang Yun towards a corridor deeper in the hall, her mind churning. She wondered how this youth, who looked only 16 or 17, could possess so many spirit stones. And such rare attributes at that. Could he be the scion of some major clan carrying resources for training? Lu Mei was deeply puzzled. But she was also extremely excited. After all, this was a huge deal. The VIP lounge was a small, exquisitely decorated room. It featured genuine leather sofas and a rosewood coffee table with 2 decorative paintings made from beast pelts hanging on the wall. Upon entering the VIP lounge, Lu Mei said respectfully, little brother, now please bring out all the spirit stones you wish to sell. Jiang Yun didn't hesitate. He nodded, and with a wave of his right hand, nearly 10,000 spirit stones materialized in the room. Instantly, the air became thick with the rich spiritual energy of various attributes. Looking at the small mountains of spirit stones piled before her, even Lu Mei, who had seen much of the world, was stunned. Little brother, wait here. They'll calculate this for you right away. Lu Mei's face beamed with joy. As she spoke, she stepped forward to begin counting, recording figures on paper, and quickly arrived at a total. 3,000 earth attribute stones, 3,600,000. 2,500 wood attribute stones, 2,750,000. 800 lightning attribute stones, 2,800,000. 600 wind attribute stones, 1,920,000. That totals 9,070,000 Federation credits. When Lu Mei announced the figure, her eyes were full of anticipation. If this deal went through, her commission for the month would easily triple. But Jiang Yun just nodded and said calmly, Manager Lu, not so fast. I also have some beast corpses and beast cores to sell. Could you appraise those as well? More. Lu Mei's eyes instantly lit up. She nodded eagerly. Of course, of course. Little brother, what grade of beasts are you selling? Are they black iron rank 3 or 4? I guarantee you the fairest price. In her mind, even if Jiang Yun had beast corpses, it would be at most a few mid-grade black iron ones, adding a few 100,000 credits. But what Jiang Yun said next left her frozen in place. Over a dozen black iron rank 5 netherspite spiders, 2 black iron rank 6 netherspite spiders, 1 black iron rank 7 netherspite spider king, and 1 black iron rank 7 frost serpent corpse along with its beast core. Jiang Yun's tone remained flat. But Lu Mei looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. She shot up, pushing the sofa back half a meter. You said what? Black iron rank 7. And more than 1. Lu Mei's voice trembled with shock. She pointed a finger at Jiang Yun, unable to form a complete sentence. Little brother, you're not joking, are you? A black iron rank 7 beast in the wild would take even a rank 7 beast tamer some effort to hunt. You're so young. Her words trailed off. Only then did she really take a good look at Jiang Yun. He wore a student uniform, but his gaze was extraordinarily steady. There was a faint, lingering scent of blood on him, the unmistakable aura of one who had fought beasts. Lu Mei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could this youth really be the son of some major clan? To be able to hunt black iron rank 7 beasts at such a young age, he was definitely a genius beast tamer. Manager Lu, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, I can show you the corpses right now. As Jiang Yun spoke, he was about to release the beast corpses. No. Lu Mei quickly waved her hands, her enthusiasm increasing even more now, mixed with a hint of awe. I believe you. Of course I believe you. It's just that there are too many beast corpses. The VIP lounge isn't big enough. Let me take you to the warehouse. It's much more spacious there and easier to count. She no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Yun. Her only thought was to treat this walking fortune while hoping for future cooperation. Lu Mei led Jiang Yun through 2 corridors to the warehouse on the market's basement level. It was as large as 2 basketball courts with non-slip floor tiles. Piles of beast pelts awaiting processing were stacked in a corner. Jiang Yun walked to the center of the warehouse and raised his hand. With a wave, the corpses of over a dozen netherspite spiders and various other beasts from his storage ring appeared on the floor. The largest, the netherspite spider king, was 2 meters long, its black carapace still bearing the scorch marks of fire. The frost serpent corpse beside it was even more astonishing. Its 7 to 8 meter long body was covered in pale blue scales that emitted a cold light, the wound at its vital point still clearly visible. Lu Mei stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wider than before. Her hands covered her mouth, and she even forgot to breathe. The pile of beast corpses on the floor was like a small hill. Each one exuded the aura of a high-grade black iron beast. Especially the frost serpent and the netherspite spider king. Their corpses alone were worth a fortune. She hurried over, crouched down to examine them closely, her fingers tracing the frost serpent's scales and then the netherspite spider king's carapace. She muttered incessantly, good stuff. All good stuff. The frost serpent's scales can be used for defensive armor, the netherspite spider's silk for binding ropes. Jiang Yun stepped forward. He took out the beast cores. These are the beast cores I want to sell. Please appraise them as well. Lu Mei nodded and took the cores. The frost serpent's beast core made her exclaim in admiration. The purity of the ice attribute's spiritual energy in this frost serpent core is incredibly high. It's probably worth 100 ice attribute spirit stones. This one is good too. And this one, it's probably worth 1,000,000. Lu Mei worked for over half an hour. Finally, she calculated the total price and walked over to Jiang Yun with the settlement sheet, her voice filled with excitement. Little brother, for the beast corpses, 15 black iron rank 5 netherspite spiders at 80,000 each, that's 1,200,000. 2 black iron rank 6 netherspite spiders at 150,000 each, that's 300,000. 1 black iron rank 7 netherspite spider king at 500,000. 1 frost serpent at 600,000. The total for the corpses is 2,600,000. For the beast cores, 15 rank 5 cores at 50,000 each, that's 750,000. 2 rank 6 cores at 200,000 each, that's 400,000. 2 rank 7 cores at 600,000 each, that's 1,200,000. This frost serpent core is special, so it'll offer 1,000,000 credits for it. The total for the cores is 3,350,000. Lu Mei took a deep breath and announced the final figure, her eyes shining with excitement. Adding the 9,070,000 from the spirit stones, the total is 9,070,000 plus 2,600,000 plus 3,350,000, which comes to a grand total of 15,020,000 Federation credits. Upon hearing the amount Lu Mei had calculated, Jiang Yun was also slightly taken aback. 15,020,000. All of it was his profit. I won't have to worry about resources anymore. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lu Mei approached, holding a gilded black card, presenting it to Jiang Yun with both hands, her enthusiasm even more pronounced than before. Little brother, this is our mall's supreme VIP card. With this card, you won't have to queue when selling resources in the future. The purchase price can be increased by another 5,000, and will notify you immediately when rare items arrive. She paused, then pulled a business card with contact information from her bag. She added, this is my personal contact. Whether you want to sell something or buy rare materials, contact me anytime. I guarantee you the most hassle-free service. Jiang Yun accepted the VIP card and business card, nodding. Thank you, Manager Lu. He'll contact you if I need anything. Your 15,020,000 federal coins. Please wait here a moment while I deposit them into a spending card and bring it to you. Jiang Yun nodded, but reminded Lu Mei to convert 5,002,000 into cash for him. After all, not every place he frequented accepted card payments. Lu Mei acknowledged the request. She returned after about 10 minutes holding a card and a case of federal coins. Jiang Yun took the card and the cash and stored them in his storage ring. He then left the resource exchange center. However, Jiang Yun wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had money, he decided to browse the beast taming mall. The first floor housed the common spirit stone and beast core section. The shelves were filled with colorful spirit stones, their tags reading high-grade fire spirit stone 1200 federal coins piece and black iron rank 4 earth beast core 8000 federal coins piece. But these held no appeal for him. The fire and water spirit stones in his storage ring numbered nearly 10,000 more than the mall's entire stock. The second floor was the spiritual flower and herb section. Several salespeople were gathered around a ornately dressed middle-aged man explaining, "Sir, this chi condensing herb is silver grade. It can increase the success rate of a beast's breakthrough by 30. It's only 88,000 federal coins." Jiang Yun moved closer to take a look, activating his trait manifestation ability. The item's information was laid bare before him. Item Chi Condensing Herb Black Iron Rank 3 Purity 65. Actual effect increases beast breakthrough success rate by 5. A long-term use can cause spiritual energy disorder. The silver grade label on the tag was a gross exaggeration. He also browsed the equipment section on the 3rd floor and the beast egg section on the 4th floor. They were either common goods of inferior quality or overpriced taxes on stupidity. It seems there's nothing good in this mall either. Jiang Yun shook his head and turned to leave. Just as he reached the entrance, he overheard 2 middle-aged men outside talking. "Have you heard? There are good finds at the West Market Beast Tamer vendor fair these days. Someone found a gold-grade beast core there yesterday." "Really? Last time I went, a vendor tricked me into buying a useless stone costing me half a month's salary." The Beast Tamer vendor fair? Jiang Yun's interest was piqued. He had heard before that it was the most chaotic yet interesting place in City C. Vendors brought various treasures from deep within the misty forest, some real, some fake. With luck, one could find incredible bargains. Without it, one could lose everything. But for Jiang Yun, with his trait manifestation acting as a piercing eye, he had no fear of being cheated. He might even find something he truly needed. Even if he didn't find what he needed, he could pick up a valuable treasure, buy low and sell high, and make a killing. It could be said that Jiang Yun's trait manifestation ability was an outrageously overpowered cheat. Following the directions of passers-by, Jiang Yun soon arrived at the Beast Tamer market. It was a stark contrast to the cleanliness of the beast taming mall. A narrow street was lined with temporary stalls. Under plastic sheet awnings, there were piles of beast bones, spirit stones, unknown herbs, and even blood-stained beast hides. Vendors shouted at the top of their lungs, passers-by haggled, and the air was thick with the bitter smell of herbs and the rank odor of beast materials. It was as lively as a vegetable market. "Hey, young man, take a look at this. A black iron rank 7 Thunder Beast Claw, perfect for making a defensive accessory. Only 5,000 federal coins." A vendor with a bushy beard spotted Jiang Yun and immediately greeted him enthusiastically, holding up a claw covered in cracks. Jiang Yun activated his trait manifestation, and a light screen instantly appeared. Item Black Iron Rank 3 Wind Wolf Claw, decayed, no practical value. He shook his head without a word and continued walking. Over the next half hour, Jiang Yun visited over a dozen stalls, his trait manifestation filtering out countless pieces of junk. Some vendors dyed ordinary stones black to pass them off as dark attributed spirit stones, while others packaged withered weeds as 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. And some held up damaged beast eggs, claiming they could hatch rare beasts. But there were a few genuine items. For instance, a Qingming herb at one stall was revealed by his trait manifestation to be a gold-grade evolution material. However, it was for wood-attributed beasts, which Jiang Yun didn't need, so he didn't buy it. Just as he was about to leave, a stall tucked away in a corner caught his attention. The stall owner was a thin, middle-aged man in a faded white shirt dozing off on the table. His stall only had a worn wooden box containing dozens of spirit stones of mixed colors, looking like they had been randomly collected from a beast's lair. Jiang Yun was about to walk past when his trait manifestation suddenly flashed a golden light screen. The information made him stop dead in his tracks. Item Devouring Spirit Crystal, contains laws of spatial devouring, compatible beast. Devouring Sky Rabbit, requires Moon Soul Essence to aid evolution into Devouring Sky Divine Rabbit. Seeing this information, Jiang Yun's heart began to race. A Devouring Spirit Crystal. Wasn't this one of the core materials needed for the Devouring Sky Rabbit to evolve into the Devouring Sky Divine Rabbit? He had read about it in the school's beast taming compendium. Such crystals were born near spatial rifts and were extremely rare. Even a gold-grade beast tamer might not encounter one. He never expected to see one at such an inconspicuous stall. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Yun walked over to the stall. He deliberately picked up an ordinary earth-attributed spirit stone and asked casually, "Boss, how much for this spirit stone?" The middle-aged man was roused from his nap. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Jiang Yun in a student uniform, and a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. He sat up straight and said, "Young man, these spirit stones I picked up from the core area of the Misty Forest are top quality. Common ones are 2,000 federal coins each, special ones are 5,000 each." The market price for an ordinary spirit stone was around 1,000 federal coins. This vendor was clearly trying to rip him off. And from his words, Jiang Yun realized the vendor didn't seem to know the true value of the devouring spirit crystal. Jiang Yun sneered inwardly, but put on a hesitant expression. 2,000 each. That's a bit steep. I just want to buy a few to try on my beast. As he spoke, he deliberately fidgeted with the spirit stones in the wooden box, taking the opportunity to touch the devouring spirit crystal with his fingertip. It was mixed in with a pile of ordinary dull gray spirit stones, its surface covered in dust. It looked no different from any common stone, so it was no wonder the vendor hadn't recognized it. You get what you pay for. The vendor slapped the table. Many of these stones I risked my life to get from high-rank beast dens. Look at this one, such a deep color. It's definitely a top-grade spirit stone. He pointed at an ordinary water-attributed spirit stone spinning an elaborate tail. Jiang Yun had already figured it out. This vendor had no idea what the devouring spirit crystal was and mistook it for an ordinary dark-attributed spirit stone. He deliberately frowned, pretending to be swayed. Well, they'll take 10 then. Just the common ones. As he spoke, he picked through the box, seemingly at random, slipping the devouring spirit crystal in with the others. He then picked up a few more common earth and wood spirit stones to make up the 10. Seeing him take the bait, the vendor's face broke into a smug grin as he quickly calculated. 10 stones, 2,000 each, that's 200 federal coins total. You're a straightforward young man. I'll throw in a free common beast core. He pulled a black iron rank 1 beast core from a drawer and handed it over, thinking to himself, these students are so easy to fool. 200 for a pile of common stones. What a profit. Jiang Yun didn't take the beast core. He simply paid the 200 federal coins in cash. He put the 10 stones, including the devouring spirit crystal, into a bag, deliberately acting pleased. Thanks, boss. They'll come back if you get any more good stuff. Of course, of course. The vendor's eyes crinkled with laughter as he watched Jiang Yun leave, inwardly celebrating his luck at finding such a sucker today. But little did he know this sucker, in his eyes, was clutching a priceless spirit crystal. After leaving the stall, Jiang Yun found a deserted alley and took the devouring spirit crystal out of the bag. Wiping away the dust, it revealed a translucent dark purple interior with fine black patterns swirling within. It felt cool to the touch, carrying a faint spatial fluctuation. The light screen from his trait manifestation appeared again, confirming it was the devouring spirit crystal. Jiang Yun clenched his fist, unable to contain his excitement. I found one of the materials needed for Yun, the devouring sky rabbit's first evolution. He carefully placed the devouring spirit crystal into his storage ring, preparing to leave the market. But just as he reached the alley entrance, his peripheral vision caught sight of an even more secluded corner not far away. There was a stall made of patched cloth with an old woman as the vendor. She was knitting with her head down. On the stall was only a palm-sized bronze box engraved with faint patterns looking like an antique. Jiang Yun initially paid it no mind, but his trait manifestation suddenly flashed a light screen. The information associated beast fire dragon fish made him stop in his tracks. Fire dragon fish. Jiang Yun was startled. What is this? Could it be related to the fire dragon fish? He quickly walked to the stall, crouched down, and fixed his gaze on the bronze box. He said to the old woman, "Boss, what's in this box? Can you open it and let me take a look?" Jiang Yun crouched before the rug, his gaze locked tightly on the bronze box. The verdigris on the box bore the rough texture of age, and the cloud patterns at the corners were worn and blurred, yet they still exuded a faint, ancient luster. "Young man, if you're interested, you may certainly take a look," the elderly woman said. She asked no further questions, but following Jiang Yun's gaze, gently twisted the hidden clasp on the box's rim. A soft click sounded. The moment the lid was slowly lifted, a faint yet exceptionally pure wisp of energy seeped through the gap. It carried a subtle scent of sulfur, a warmth brushing against Jiang Yun's nostrils and causing him to instinctively clench his palms. The box was lined with dark red velvet, and in its center lay a half-foot-long bone. The bone was no ordinary animal bone. It shimmered with a golden glassy luster, its surface covered in fine scale-like golden patterns. The edges of each scale sparkled with tiny glints of light, as if meticulously forged from molten gold. Even after countless years, its former brilliance remained evident. His instincts told him at once this was definitely a treasure, and one connected to the fire dragon fish. Jiang Yun's heart pounded violently. Suppressing the excitement in his throat, he instantly activated the manifestation of all things attributes talent. A pale blue light screen unfurled, clearly every line of text striking his heart like a hammer. Item: golden scaled python dragon bone, diamond grade status energy, Well-preserved value, one of the three core materials for the fire dragon fish's first evolution form, golden scaled fire dragon fish, priceless and unavailable on the open market. What? It's actually an evolution material for the fire dragon fish's first evolution. And it's the main evolution material. A diamond-grade golden scaled bone. Jiang Yun shouted inwardly with ecstatic joy. He was somewhat stunned. Evolution materials for spirit beasts were not easy to collect, and some required hunting incredibly powerful ferocious beasts to obtain. This golden-scaled bone could only be obtained by hunting a diamond-grade golden-scaled beast. He never expected to stumble upon it today at this market. But Jiang Yun dared not show even a hint of excitement. He tried to keep his voice calm and flat. Granny, how much is this? His gaze fell on the bone, then quickly shifted away, afraid of revealing his true intentions. The elderly woman looked up, her murky eyes showing no particular interest, as if what she held was not a priceless diamond-grade material, but just an ordinary old trinket. She glanced at the bone in the box, then at Jiang Yun, her voice raspy like sandpaper. It's an old thing passed down from ancestors. The family's in a bit of trouble now, so I'm selling it. No one's asked about it. If you really want it, just give me 10,000 federal credits. 10,000 federal credits. Jiang Yun almost thought he had misheard. When he had inquired at the spirit beast shop before, even the lowest grade gold tier purification material fragments cost over $1 million. And this complete golden scaled bone was only 10,000. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked no further questions. He feared that once he spoke he would reveal his eagerness, and even more that the old woman might suddenly change her mind and refuse to sell. All right. Jiang Yun nodded immediately, pulling a stack of crisp federal credits from his storage ring. He wasn't short on federal credits now, so he didn't hesitate to make the purchase. He handed over the money, and as he took the bronze box, he deliberately used his sleeve to cover the opening, preventing the unique energy from leaking out and attracting unwanted attention. The old woman took the money, casually stuffed it into her apron pocket without counting it, and said not another word. She simply lowered her head again and wiped an old porcelain bowl on the corner of the table with a rag, as if the transaction had been nothing more than handing over an ordinary old box. Jiang Yun held the bronze box, rose with light steps, and without lingering turned and walked toward the market exit. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would inadvertently reveal his hand. Stepping out of the market gate, the afternoon sun bathed him, and Jiang Yun finally let out a long sigh of relief. He never imagined he could so effortlessly acquire an evolution material of this caliber. Today's trip to the spirit beast market had truly presented him with an incredible bargain. A diamond-grade golden-scaled bone obtained so easily. I truly did not expect this. The feeling of a diamond-grade evolution material is indeed different. Its energy is so well preserved. With this, the fire dragon fish's evolution has a foundation. Jiang Yun did not dwell in joy for long. He quickly calmed down and began planning his next steps. Of the three core materials, I only have the golden-scaled bone now. I still need the dragon blood body and the heart of molten fire. Only when all three materials are gathered can the fire dragon fish's first evolution be completed. But these three items are all extremely difficult to obtain. Jiang Yun sighed quietly. He recalled from the records that the dragon blood body grew beneath the dragon blood tree near volcanoes, while the heart of molten fire was hidden in the molten rock of deep-sea volcanic craters. Both were located in extremely dangerous beast territories, and their acquisition seemed no less challenging than that of the golden-scaled bone. No matter how difficult, I will find them. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his gaze becoming resolute. For the evolution of the fire dragon fish to grow stronger faster, and to protect my sister and those dear to me in this dangerous world. Thinking of his sister, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth. Time to go home. I'll also give Yun the dark attribute spirit stones and beast cores I collected in the misty forest. Crossing two familiar streets, Jiang Yun finally saw the gate of his residential complex. He hurried upstairs, pulled out his keys, and the moment he opened the door, a figure immediately pounced on him. It was Jiang Yun. She was wearing a pink home outfit, her hair tied in two small braids, her eyes sparkling like stars. Brother, you're back. Jiang Yun hugged his arm, her voice full of anticipation. What about the surprise you mentioned? Did you bring me something good? Her eyes scanned Jiang Yun from head to toe, and even the devouring rabbit hopped off the sofa, its snowy white body rubbing against Jiang Yun's pant leg, letting out soft whining sounds from its throat. Jiang Yun was amused by his sister's eagerness. He set down his backpack and pulled a large black cloth bag from his storage ring. Here, the surprise is in here. He handed the bag to Jiang Yun. She immediately took it and eagerly unzipped it. The next second, her eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape, and her voice trembled slightly. Oh my, brother, how do you have so many resources? The bag was filled with dark attribute spirit stones and nether spider beast cores piled together like a small mountain. These are all for me. How many federal credits are these worth? They're all for you. Jiang Yun reached out and gently patted his sister's head, his smile warm. These are beast cores from the ferocious beasts I hunted in the misty forest, along with some dark attribute spirit stones I gathered. They're perfect for your devouring rabbit. It's at a critical growth stage now, and these resources will be enough to significantly boost its strength. You shouldn't have to worry about resources for at least the next half year. Jiang Yun thought to himself. With these dark attribute spirit stones and beast cores, the devouring rabbit's unique dark attribute devouring ability would surely awaken. Once this ability awakened, the devouring rabbit's aptitude would inevitably change. Jiang Yun felt a hint of anticipation and curiosity about this devouring ability. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Jiang Yun's eyes instantly reddened. She hugged the bag tightly and nodded vigorously. Brother, you're amazing. Thank you. She knew how dangerous the misty forest was. Her brother must have endured a great deal to return safely with so many resources. She turned to the devouring rabbit, holding a dark attribute spirit stone to its mouth. Look, little Blackie, we have lots of good food now. We'll grow strong together. The devouring rabbit immediately leaned and nibbling the spirit stone in small bites, its eyes full of contentment, and even rubbed its head against Jiang Yun's palm. Watching his sister and the devouring rabbit enjoying their harmonious time, warmth filled Jiang Yun's heart. This was the meaning of his efforts, to ensure the people he cared about could live in peace and happiness. But the surprises were not over. Jiang Yun took out a dark purple crystal from his storage ring, its surface wreathed in faint black mist, looking mysterious and precious. And this? He handed the crystal bottle to Jiang Yun. This is the devouring spirit crystal, one of the core materials for the devouring rabbit's evolution into the devouring divine rabbit. The devouring spirit crystal. Jiang Yun's eyes widened even further. The devouring rabbit was a spirit beast recorded in the school's database. Its evolution path had already been researched by the school. She had once seen an introduction to this material in the school's Spirit Beast Evolution Illustrated Handbook. It was an extremely rare evolution resource. This is that super rare spirit crystal mentioned in the book. Brother, you even found this. She carefully cradled the devouring spirit crystal as if it were a priceless treasure, afraid of accidentally dropping it. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Yun was practically a god in her eyes. But Jiang Yun's expression turned serious. However, don't rush to evolve the devouring rabbit. He pointed at the devouring spirit crystal. Evolving into the devouring divine rabbit requires 2 core materials. We only have the devouring spirit crystal now, we still need the moon essence marrow. Moreover, the devouring rabbit's level is too low and its foundation is weak. Forcing an evolution would likely result in failure or even damage its roots. He paused, looking at his sister's earnest eyes, and continued, first use the resources I gave you to let the devouring rabbit improve its strength, raising it to the peak of the 2nd tier and solidifying its foundation. I will keep an eye out for the moon essence marrow. Once the materials are gathered and the foundation is solid, then you can proceed with the evolution. That way it will be foolproof. Jiang Yun nodded emphatically, hugging the crystal bottle tightly. I understand, brother. They'll listen to you. I want Rush. Little Blackie and I will work hard together and build a strong foundation. When you find the moon essence marrow well evolved. Her eyes were filled with trust in her brother and hope for the future. She could almost see her devouring rabbit evolving into a majestic devouring divine rabbit. After speaking, Jiang Yun eagerly pulled the devouring rabbit over to the living room rug and began feeding it the new resources. Watching his sister's focused and happy profile, a gratified smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face. He didn't disturb her and turned to go to his own room. My sister's devouring rabbit's advancement path should now be smooth sailing. As for Xiaohua's evolution path, the most crucial first step has been taken. The golden scaled bone is in hand. The dragon blood body and the heart of molten fire. I'm sure I can find them when I go searching later. But for now I should focus on improving Xiaohua's strength. With such an abundance of spirit stones now, I wonder how many Xiaohua can consume this time, and how many tiers it can advance within the black iron rank. Jiang Yun murmured to himself. Then he released the fire dragon fish from the spirit beast space. A flash of red light, and the nearly 2-meter-long fire dragon fish landed in the center of the room, its scales gleaming with a bright fiery luster, a low whimper rumbling from its throat, as if anticipating something. It clearly knew it was time for feeding. Jiang Yun turned around and began pulling items out of his storage ring, a continuous clattering sound echoing through the room. In mere moments, 2 small mounds had piled up before the fire dragon fish. On the left, a heap of fiery red fire spirit stones, each plump and radiating scorching energy waves. On the right, a pile of pale blue water spirit stones, their crystals so translucent that the water-type energy flowing within could be clearly seen. Together, the 2 piles reached half a man's height. Xiaohua, eat up. There's plenty this time. Jiang Yun clapped his hands, his tone as calm as if he were talking about a simple meal. After all, he was not short on spirit stones now. Today he intended to test just how much the fire dragon fish could consume. As if understanding his words, the fire dragon fish suddenly raised its head, its golden vertical pupils brightening. The next second, it opened its massive mouth wide, and a powerful suction force erupted. The fire spirit stones on the left moved first. The outermost few were instantly pulled into the air, transforming into a crimson torrent that shot into its mouth with a whoosh. Following closely, the water spirit stones on the right were not to be outdone, their pale blue crystals forming a continuous stream that poured endlessly down its throat. The entire process was astonishingly fast. In less than half a minute, the two spirit stone mountains had shrunk noticeably. Jiang Yun watched utterly dumbfounded. Though he knew the fire dragon fish had a big appetite, he had originally thought it would absorb at most 500 or 600 stones. He had underestimated its capacity. It was eating so much this time. The number of stones consumed had already reached 700 or 800, yet it continued to eat. It seemed intent on devouring every last spirit stone on the ground. He knew the two piles totaled nearly 1,500 stones. If it kept eating at this rate, even his savings wouldn't last more than a few meals. He had heard that top-tier talents and more powerful spirit beasts required astonishing resources, but the fire dragon fish, at only the black iron 6th rank, already consumed as much as a silver-grade spirit beast. This was utterly shocking. After about another 10 minutes, when the last water spirit stone had been swallowed, the fire dragon fish let out a satisfied snort, spitting out a tiny flame. The red light around its body gradually receded, but the luster of its scales had brightened several times over, and its aura had grown significantly steadier. The energy fluctuations around it visibly surged. At first, only a faint red glow lingered, but soon it thickened into a fiery armor enveloping its body. The scales grew increasingly radiant, even beginning to glimmer, with fine golden sparks raising the temperature in the room. As Xiaohua's realm improves, its absorption speed seems to have increased too. If it returns to the spirit beast space, that speed would surely double. Jiang Yun reached out and touched the fire dragon fish's scales. They were warm to the touch, and he could feel the power contained within. He estimated in his mind. Over 1,500 spirit stones fully absorbed with no waste. At this rate, it should definitely break through to the black iron 8th rank, right? At this thought, his eyes grew fervent, and the earlier regret vanished in an instant. Resources spent on the blade's edge. Worth it. He withdrew his thoughts and began planning the next step. Once it reaches black iron 8th rank, I can use that spirit gathering flower as a catalyst. The pure spiritual energy of the spirit gathering flower is abundant enough to help the fire dragon fish break through the bottleneck from black iron to bronze. Once it steps into the bronze rank, not only will its strength undergo a qualitative leap, but it will also unlock new skills. Then facing an opponent of Shaoling's caliber, victory will be certain. Jiang Yun grew more excited as he thought, patting the fire dragon fish's head. Digest well. We're one step closer to becoming stronger. The fire dragon fish nuzzled his palm, letting out a docile whimper before transforming into a streak of red light and returning to the spirit beast space. It fell into slumber, having eaten so much it would likely take a day or two to wake again. The next morning, when Jiang Yun and his sister arrived at the newcomer class, he immediately sensed something was off. The disdainful and hostile glances that occasionally came his way had vanished, replaced by a mix of complex expressions, curiosity, awe, and a certain cautiousness he couldn't quite name. He paid it no mind and walked straight into the classroom. But the moment he entered the sight of all the newcomer students, the previously noisy room fell silent instantly. Dozens of gazes focused on him, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. As he passed by a classmate, the student who had been crouching suddenly looked up, his face instantly breaking into a fawning smile. "Morning, Brother Yun. You look especially handsome today." His demeanor was a complete about-face from before, when he would often sneer and call Jiang Yun a lucky waste. Jiang Yun glanced at him without responding. At that moment, he caught sight of Shaoling's lackeys sitting diagonally behind him. Previously, when Shaoling had caused trouble, these were the ones who jumped the highest, glaring at him with provocative eyes. But now those same people either had their heads down pretending to be busy, or were looking around nervously, unable to meet his gaze. One boy even instinctively lowered his head and hunched his shoulders when Jiang Yun looked his way, as if trying to show goodwill. Clearly, the events of yesterday, when Jiang Yun defeated the intermediate class student Xiao Hong, had left a deep impression on these classmates. They weren't fools. Being able to defeat Xiao Hong's black iron 6th rank fisher lizard meant Jiang Yun's strength must also be at black iron 6th rank, or even higher. With their spirit beasts only at the 1st or 2nd rank, how could they dare to offend Jiang Yun? He was now undoubtedly the strongest in the newcomer class. Jiang Yun scanned the room, but did not see Shaoling. Clearly, Shaoling had been severely injured by the ice serpent that day and had not come to class. Now in the class, Jiang Yun and his sister were only familiar with Zhang Chong and Li Na. The four of them gathered and chatted animatedly. This drew envious glances from the other students. They thought to themselves, why hadn't they been sharpied back then? They had clearly missed out on latching onto a powerful figure. A few more minutes passed. Then Coach Lin arrived at the training ground. His gaze immediately fell on Jiang Yun. In the past, Coach Lin would only glance over the class without paying special attention to anyone. But this time he not only looked at Jiang Yun for a few extra seconds, but also gave a slight nod, his eyes filled with evident approval. Everyone's attention once again focused on Jiang Yun. His excellence had clearly earned the coach's recognition. This left the core students of the newcomer class feeling deeply embarrassed. Each of them awakened beast tamers with innate talent was still inferior to a beast tamer without such talent. The morning class was on beast taming theory. During the lesson, Coach Lin, while explaining skill combinations for spirit beasts, specifically gave an example of a high-level skill combo. After finishing, instead of randomly asking questions as usual, he directly looked at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, what are your thoughts on this skill combination? Share your ideas based on your fire dragon fish. The room fell silent again. All eyes once more fixed on Jiang Yun. Coach Lin was known throughout the school for his strictness and rarely invited students to share their opinions, let alone called on them by name. Jiang Yun stood up, showing no sign of nervousness. After his experience in the Misty Forest, he had gained first-hand insights into skill combinations and their practical use. Jiang Yun then spoke clearly and logically, Coach, I believe this combination is not only powerful, but also delivers a series of different effects. My fire dragon fish could first trap the opponent with a fire domain prison and then unleash a flame breath, catching them off guard. Coach Lin's eyes lit up and he couldn't help nodding. Excellent. Knowing how to adapt tactics based on your spirit beast's attributes is far better than rote memorization of theory. Take your seat. If you have more ideas, feel free to discuss them with me. Jiang Yun's answer pleased Coach Lin greatly, and he now held even higher expectations for him. Naturally, this left the other students both envious and astonished. When the bell rang, many female students swarmed around him. Some seeking advice on spirit beast training, others hoping to build a good relationship, and a few even expressing interest in dating. The scene was as lively as a marketplace. Jiang Yun dealt with them briefly and was about to leave when Coach Lin suddenly called out, Jiang Yun, wait a moment. Jiang Yun stopped and turned to see Coach Lin approaching him. It seemed there was something important. Jiang Yun asked, puzzled, Coach, is there something you need? Coach Lin looked around and then said with a smile, I just received a notice. The principal wants to see you. He asked you to go to his office immediately. The principal wants to see me. Jiang Yun was taken aback by this news. Last time it was because of the fire dragon fish's performance that he was introduced to the principal and subsequently granted exceptional status as a core student. What could the principal want now? Could word of yesterday's defeat of Xiaohong have already reached him? The door to the principal's office was slightly ajar. Jiang Yun stood outside, taking a deep breath, his fingertips faintly cold. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it because defeating Xiaohong yesterday was too conspicuous, arousing suspicion? Or had the growth rate of the fire dragon fish already exceeded common sense, prompting the principal's inquiry? He gently knocked on the door. Come in. The steady voice of Principal He Tiangang came from inside. Jiang Yun pushed the door open and entered. The office was filled with a faint scent of books and old wooden furniture. He Tiangang sat behind a large rosewood desk, looking down at a computer screen with a slight frown, as if reading something important. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on his graying hair. Principal, you wanted to see me. Jiang Yun walked to the desk, striving to keep his tone calm. He Tiangang looked up, shifting his gaze from the screen to Jiang Yun like a gentle spotlight, a smile appearing on his face. Jiang Yun, come have a seat. Jiang Yun complied, sitting on the chair opposite with his back straight. I heard about yesterday from Coach Lin. He Tiangang got straight to the point, folding his hands on the desk. Facing a black iron rank 6 rift lizard as your opponent, your performance was outstanding. Jiang Yun's heart tightened slightly. Here it was. So it was indeed about this matter. He weighed his words and replied cautiously, Thank you, Principal. It was mostly luck. My opponent was a bit overconfident. Overconfident? He Tiangang chuckled, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Defeating an overconfident black iron rank 6 opponent itself requires sufficient strength. Tell me, what rank is your fire dragon fish at now? The question had indeed landed here. Jiang Yun was silent for a moment, quickly weighing his options. Concealment was meaningless, strength would eventually be revealed, and deliberate hiding would only seem suspicious. It just broke through to black iron rank 6 Principal. Jiang Yun chose to tell the truth, but his tone was steady without a trace of boastfulness. A moment of silence fell over the office. He Tiangang's gaze lingered on Jiang Yun's face for a few seconds. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through his experienced eyes. Black iron rank 6. This speed was extremely rare, even among geniuses with grade or even great talent. Moreover, he knew that the meager resources the school had previously distributed were utterly insufficient to support such a terrifying rate of improvement. Jiang Yun held his breath, waiting for the inevitable follow-up questions. About his resources, his secrets, how he had achieved this. However, the expected interrogation never came. He Tiangang leaned back slightly in his chair, his surprise transforming into a deeper appreciation. He nodded slowly, his tone filled with emotion. Black Iron rank 6. Good, very good. Much faster than I anticipated. He paused, his gaze growing profound, as if seeing something else through Jiang Yun. It seems this fire dragon fish of yours has a far more extraordinary talent than our initial assessment suggested. Deeply rooted with astonishing potential. A faster improvement is only natural. Don't worry, everyone has their own opportunities. What the school values is the result, the honor you can bring to it. Hearing the principal's words, the heavy stone in Jiang Yun's heart quietly settled, replaced by a surge of warmth. The principal's open-mindedness and understanding relieved him and stirred a sense of gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, principal. This time his thanks were far more sincere. He Tiangang waved his hand, dismissively showing little concern, and instead asked with care, the spirit stones the school rewarded you with last time must be nearly depleted, right? The further you go in beast tamer cultivation, the greater the resource consumption. As he spoke, he directly took a heavy pouch from his drawer and pushed it in front of Jiang Yun. The mouth of the pouch was slightly open, revealing the glittering, energy-rich spirit stones inside, roughly 300 in number. These spirit stones are still my personal investment in you. He Tiangang looked at Jiang Yun, his eyes full of expectation. I have high hopes for your future. Jiang Yun looked at the pouch of spirit stones, his emotions complex. The spirit stones in his storage ring were piled like a mountain. These 300 were indeed nothing. But at this moment, they represented not just resources, but the principal's profound trust and support. This sentiment was far more precious than the spirit stones themselves. Without any hesitation, he took the pouch with both hands and said solemnly, "Thank you for your guidance, principal. I will remember this kindness. I will cultivate diligently and never let down your trust and expectations." Good. That's the spirit I want to see. He Tiangang beamed with satisfaction, then tapped on his computer screen, his expression turning serious. Back to business. I called you here today besides checking on your cultivation progress, more importantly to inform you about the Beast Tamer Academy quota. The Beast Tamer Academy quota. Jiang Yun's spirits lifted immediately, and he focused his attention. The Beast Tamer Academy was a provincial-level beast tamer institution. Jiang Yun had heard others mention it. If he could become a student of this academy, not only would beast tamer resources be plentiful, but if his talent was good and he received the academy's key training, the path of a beast tamer would be smooth and broad. Next month, the quotas allocated by the major beast tamer academies to City C will be officially confirmed. He Tiangang's voice was steady and forceful. Based on past experience and this year's leaks, the competition will be unprecedentedly fierce. Our City C will likely have only 10 spots this year. 10. Jiang Yun was startled. The intensity of the competition far exceeded his imagination. That's right, the preliminary estimate is around 10. He Tiangang confirmed, his tone heavy. Geniuses and elites from other schools in City C will be fighting tooth and nail for these 10 spots. To even qualify for the competition, you must first raise your fire dragon fish to at least Black Iron rank 8 within a month. Black Iron rank 8. Jiang Yun secretly rejoiced. This goal was not distant for him. Barring any accidents, his beast would soon reach Black Iron rank 8. He Tiangang continued. Once you reach rank 8, you need to pass the school's internal assessment and be promoted to an advanced class student. Only by becoming a core student of the advanced class will you truly have the standard qualification to represent the school and compete for that precious quota. A clear and arduous path unfolded before Jiang Yun. Within a month, raise the fire dragon fish's strength to Black Iron rank 8, pass the assessment, enter the advanced class, and become a core student. Only then would he have the chance to compete for the quota. Currently, the fire dragon fish's strength was steadily increasing. This seemed not too difficult for him. Then the principal's tone became enticing again, painting a picture of the future. Jiang Yun, you must understand what it means to successfully enter a top-tier beast tamer academy. There are vast cultivation resources there, from high-grade spirit stones to rare evolution materials far beyond your imagination. There are meteor-level beast tamers of unfathomable power offering personal guidance, saving you countless detours. There are libraries housing countless powerful beast tamer techniques and secret methods, a treasure trove of knowledge absolutely inaccessible to the outside world. More importantly, there is a broader stage, stronger opponents, and a passage to higher levels. Upon graduation, whether joining the military elite, entering a top-tier consortium, or becoming an explorer of unknown realms, your prospects will be limitless. And for our Qingchuan No. 1 high school, every student sent to a top-tier beast tamer academy is an unparalleled honor, also bringing more resource allocation and development opportunities to the school. This is a win-win endeavor. The principal's words were like a flame, thoroughly igniting the desire and anticipation within Jiang Yun. It seemed that a more magnificent world was beckoning him. He took a deep breath, his gaze firm as iron. Principal, I understand. Once the fire dragon fish reaches black iron rank 8, I will immediately apply for the advanced class assessment. I will give it my all. Good. He'll be waiting to see your performance. He Tiangang smiled with relief. Go on, cultivate well. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me anytime. Jiang Yun took his leave. Holding the heavy pouch of spirit stones, he walked out of the principal's office with determined steps. In the evening, after returning home from school, Jiang Yun rushed into his room immediately. He sensed that the fire dragon fish was about to awaken. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the beast taming space. Inside the space, the surging energy fluctuations of the fire dragon fish had gradually calmed, no longer violently churning as before. Its massive body floated in the center, its breathing long and powerful. With each breath, it absorbed and exhaled pure fire and water energy. Its crimson scales shimmered with iridescent light, and the faint golden glow seemed to have condensed somewhat. Clearly, this absorption and digestion were nearing completion, and it was about to awaken from its slumber. Jiang Yun was involuntarily filled with anticipation and tension. Having absorbed over 1,500 water and fire spirit stones, Xiaohua, just what rank will it break through to this time? His consciousness sank into the beast taming space. Jiang Yun's mind was immediately captivated by the sight before him. In the center of the space, the massive crimson body was no longer still. The hard scales covering its entire form gently opened and closed with each increasingly powerful breath, as if a slumbering giant beast was awakening. The red and blue dual-colored energy halos of water and fire attributes that swirled around it receded like the tide, all converging back into its body, signaling that the absorption was nearing its end. Boom. A surge of energy far more formidable than before erupted from within the fire dragon fish, like a dormant volcano suddenly exploding. A powerful wave of energy swept across its body surface. Its aura climbed steadily, breaking through a certain boundary without any hindrance, stabilizing at black iron rank 8. Yet this was far from the end. The surging torrent of energy seemed to have only just begun its journey, its aura still skyrocketing at a breathtaking pace. Mid-8th rank. Late 8th rank. Finally, after the massive body trembled slightly, this climbing momentum slowly came to a halt, solidifying firmly at the peak of black iron rank 8. At the same time, the fire dragon fish's appearance also underwent a significant change. Its body length grew from over 2 meters to nearly 2.5 meters, appearing more elongated and powerful. The crimson scales all over its body became deeper in color, with a cold metallic sheen shimmering at their edges, as if each one had been tempered through countless refinements. The mysterious patterns on the scales, once somewhat blurry, were now much clearer. Faint trails of crimson light slowly circulated within them, radiating an even more intense heat. The two crystal-clear horns on its head, barely 3 centimeters long, seemed to have grown slightly. Their color was more translucent, as if molten lava flowed within, concentrating fire-attributed energy of greater purity. The edges of its broad fins became sharper, and the flames they stirred while moving grew more vigorous. The massive tail, when swung, churned the air more violently, faintly carrying the sound of wind and thunder. Most importantly, the aura it emitted was dense, solid, and scorching, far surpassing ordinary black iron rank 8 beasts, carrying a chilling pressure that struck fear into the heart. This was the manifestation of an extremely deep foundation and a rock-solid base. Roar! The fire dragon fish fully awakened, letting out a clear, resonant cry, filled with immense power and joy. Its large tail wagged happily, stirring up considerable waves on the lake's surface within the beast taming space. It quickly swam 2 laps around Jiang Yun's mental projection, then affectionately brought its massive head closer. Its golden vertical pupils were brimming with the excitement of evolution and dependence on Jiang Yun, as if to say, "Master, I've grown stronger." Feeling the joyful emotions it transmitted and its solid peak 8th rank aura, Jiang Yun's lingering anxiety finally dissipated completely. A look of surprise difficult to suppress spread across his face. Excellent. Peak 8th rank. 1,500 spirit stones. The consumption was terrifying, but it met expectations. Worth it. If such a massive investment of resources couldn't even reach the 8th rank, the future cost of raising the fire dragon fish would be an unimaginable bottomless pit, enough to drive anyone to despair. Now it seemed its potential, though immense, was not yet absurd and remained within acceptable limits. With a thought, the manifestation of all things traits ability activated. Race pseudo-dragon bloodline fire dragon fish water and fire attributes realm black iron rank 8 peak talent top tier amethyst. Information confirmed. Xiaohu, well done. Jiang Yun didn't hold back his praise. First, stabilize your aura and feel the newfound power. Next, we're going to charge directly into the bronze rank. Hearing this, the fire dragon fish excitedly quieted down. Clearly, the increase in strength filled it with anticipation. It hovered in the center of the space, carefully experiencing the surging energy within its body, several times more powerful than before, and adapting to its much tougher physique. Once its aura had completely stabilized and its condition was at its peak, Jiang Yun knew the time had come. Without any hesitation, the moment his consciousness withdrew from the beast taming space, he flipped his right hand, and the spirit-gathering flower radiating a brilliant glow and exuding pure refreshing spiritual energy appeared in his palm. Without a second thought, he sank his consciousness back into the beast-taming space holding the spirit-gathering flower and said in a deep voice to the fire dragon fish, "Xiao Hua now. Eat it, break the shackles of black iron, and step into the bronze rank realm." The fire dragon fish's golden pupils instantly locked onto the spirit-gathering flower. As a beast, it had an instinctive craving for such natural treasures containing pure energy. It opened its massive mouth wide and a suction force emerged. The spirit-gathering flower turned into a streak of light, instantly vanishing into its throat. Boom! The spirit-gathering flower dissolved upon entry as if detonating a volcano of pure spiritual energy inside the fire dragon fish. A boundless yet gentle and pure energy erupted, instantly surging through its limbs and bones. Every cell seemed to greedily drink in this unprecedented power. The fire dragon fish's body stiffened abruptly, then trembled violently. Dazzling rays of light burst from the gaps between its scales. Its aura, already at the peak of 8th rank, began to skyrocket wildly again under the push of this terrifying energy. Almost without any bottlenecks, its aura fiercely broke through the threshold of black iron rank 9, and its momentum showed no sign of slowing. Early 9th rank, mid 9th rank, late 9th rank, peak 9th rank. In just a few breaths, its strength soared to the true apex of the black iron rank, peak 9th rank. However, just as it attempted to press forward, channeling this vast energy toward the invisible barrier leading to the bronze rank, the situation suddenly changed. Between black iron and bronze lay a vast chasm in life level 1 that could not be easily crossed by mere accumulation of energy. Roar! The fire dragon fish let out a dragon's roar, a mixture of pain and defiance. The immense spiritual energy, upon impacting the bronze barrier, encountered unprecedented resistance. The barrier stood as firm as a rock, unmoving, instead rebounding most of the energy back, rampaging wildly within its body, as if trying to burst it apart. Its massive body writhed violently from the pain. Beneath the crimson scales, countless chaotic beams of energy seemed to dart about, making its entire form flicker. Its aura became extremely unstable, sometimes climbing to a critical point, only to be forcibly suppressed back to peak 9th rank. The entire beast-taming space, stirred by the violent energy within it, began to tremble fiercely. The vast lake in the center was no longer calm. It churned like boiling water, throwing up colossal waves that crashed wildly against the shores. In the sky, energy turbulence formed visible ripples with red and blue ribbons of light flying chaotically. The whole space looked like a scene of an apocalypse. Jiang Yun's heart leaped into his throat, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could clearly feel the immense pain the fire dragon fish was enduring and the difficulty of breaching the bronze barrier. "Hang in there, Xiaohua. Gather your energy and strike that barrier." Jiang Yun shouted in his mind, cheering it on, but he could not intervene. This was something the beast had to accomplish and comprehend on its own. Sustained by the vast pure spiritual energy, the fire dragon fish launched assault after assault, its roars filled with wildness and defiance. The indestructible bronze barrier, under the increasingly fierce impacts of spiritual power, seemed finally to begin loosening slightly, a faint, barely perceptible crack emerging. The fire dragon fish gathered all its strength for a final charge. Roar! Another dragon's cry rang out, but this one was more ancient, more vigorous, filled with an unassailable majesty. It was as if a call from an ancient bloodline. It mobilized all its power, merging the full energy of the spirit-gathering flower into a terrifying torrent of red and blue tinged with a hint of pale gold, and launched a final desperate assault against the unyielding bronze gate. Crack! A faint yet crystal-clear sound of shattering, as if originating from the depths of the soul, echoed through the beast-taming space. The gate of tribulation that had blocked countless beasts was finally, by this domineering and unmatched power, fiercely breached. It had broken through. In the real world, inside Jiang Yun's room, seated cross-legged on the bed, Jiang Yun's body jolted violently. A scorching, majestic aura far surpassing the black iron level, like an uncontrollable tsunami, erupted from within him, instantly sweeping through the entire room. Papers on the desk were sent flying by the invisible blast of air. Water in the cup shook violently. The window panes hummed with a buzzing vibration. Cough, cough. In the living room, Jiang Yun, who was watching TV, suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if being stared at by some terrifying existence, her breath catching for a moment. The devouring sky rabbit in her arms reacted even more intensely, its fur bristling in terror. With a whoosh, it darted straight out of her arms and dove under the sofa, leaving only a trembling rear and short tail exposed, letting out fearful whimpers of woo-woo. Xiao Heizi, what's wrong? Jiang Yun was startled. Then she too felt the terrifying hair-raising pressure emanating from her brother's room. Thighs. She stared sharply at Jiang Yun's door, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as an incredible thought entered her mind. Brother, are you okay? Inside the room, Jiang Yun's eyes snapped open. Deep within his pupils, a flash of crimson gold flame flickered and vanished. The aura radiating from him was as if he had been reborn. The beast's breakthrough had nourished his beast-taming power in return. Subtle changes seemed to have occurred within him as well. His aura had undergone a qualitative transformation. A bronze-rank beast-tamer. He had finally stepped into this entirely new realm of the beast-taming world. From now on, among the new generation of Qingchuan No. 1 high school, Jiang Yun would likely have no rivals. At this moment, a brilliant light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes, as if a flash of crimson golden flame passed through them. He exhaled a long breath, the air itself carrying a scorching warmth, revealing the increasingly intimate bond between him and his beast. With a mere thought, the air around him began to warp and ripple, as if stirred by an invisible force. Accompanied by a deeper and more majestic dragon roar than before, the evolved fire-scale fish materialized in the room. Its mere presence caused a wave of scorching, formidable aura to spread like a tide. The temperature in the room soared, the edges of papers on the desk curling slightly, and the dust particles in the air trembling faintly. Jiang Yun held his breath, his gaze burning as he studied this partner bound to him by life. This breakthrough had brought about changes in the fire-scale fish far beyond his imagination. Its size had surged from over 2 meters to nearly 4, its long and agile body coiled in the center of the room, occupying most of the space. Beneath the smooth lines of muscle lay explosive power, every fiber seemingly honed through countless refinements. Its scales, a deep crimson, shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the light, their edges sharp as blades. Upon their surface lay an extremely thin yet tangible pattern of dark gold veins interwoven into mysterious designs like a natural, enigmatic battle armor, adding an air of nobility and mystique. The most striking change was on its head. What were once 2 slight bulges had now burst through the skin, forming a pair of spiral crystalline horns about 15 centimeters long, extending upward. These horns were as fine as the finest ruby, translucent and delicate, with a crimson golden current flowing within like concentrated magma, bestowing upon it a profound majesty. Its snout had grown longer and more powerful, every breath exhaled carrying sparks of tangible flame. Its golden vertical pupils opened and closed with a piercing light, exuding the natural dominance of a predator. It bore an air reminiscent of a true dragon. Though still worlds apart from the legendary true dragon form, any observer could see it was undergoing a positive transformation toward that mythical direction. It already possessed a faint draconic silhouette, and the authority stemming from its bloodline inspired awe. Xiao, your changes are immense after this breakthrough. I recall gaining a new skill with each advancement. I wonder what your bronze tier skill is. Jiang Yun could hardly contain his anticipation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He immediately focused his mind and activated the talent manifestation of all things descriptors. A pale blue light screen unfolded before him, clearly displaying the complete data panel of the Firescale Fish Race, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Firescale, Fish Firewater, Attribute Realm Bronze, First Rank Talent Top Tier Amethyst, Innate Skills Flame Breath Rare, sprays high-temperature flames to scorch enemies. Bloodline Authority Rare activates Draconic Blood within, slightly boosting all stats and emitting a bloodline pressure. Fire Domain Prison Transcendent creates a field of fire to trap enemies. Water Manipulation Rare controls water currents for both offense and defense. Dragon Flame Explosive Kill Transcendent compresses Dragon Flame to its limit before detonating, causing devastating explosive damage imbued with a trace of dragon might that intimidates beasts. Evolution Path can evolve 3 times. After first evolution evolves into Golden Scale Fire Dragon Fish Top Tier Diamond Talent. After second evolution evolves into Fire Flood Dragon Top Tier Eclipse Talent. After third evolution evolves into Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon Top Tier Legendary Talent. Dragon Flame Explosive Kill Transcendent. Jiang Yun's heart pounded violently, nearly leaping from his chest. He hadn't expected Xiao Hua's bronze tier skills to be of the transcendent rank. Transcendent skills meant a qualitative leap in power and effect. Compressing Dragon Flame to its limit before unleashing devastating explosive damage coupled with the intimidating effect of Dragon Might. This was a trump card tailor-made for cross-tier combat. He yearned to witness the skill in action immediately, to experience firsthand the formidable strength of the Firescale Fish at bronze rank. A thought naturally crossed his mind. How about going to the school training ground tomorrow? Or directly applying for the advanced class assessment? He quickly suppressed the idea. No, too fast. Just yesterday in the principal's office, he had claimed the Firescale Fish was at Black Iron's 6th rank. After only a single night, it had suddenly become bronze tier. This could no longer be explained by mere genius. After all, even a top-tier amethyst beast would need at least half a year to reach bronze rank without the blessing of his beast space's rapid absorption trait. 3 days for 6 ranks was already absurd. Now he had achieved bronze in 5 days. How could he explain this? It would inevitably invite deeper scrutiny and suspicion from the principal, even drawing unwanted attention and trouble. He was all too aware of the principle of a man is as good as his treasure. I must find an absolutely safe place. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted toward the window. He looked beyond the city toward the vast, deep green expanse, the misty forest. Only there, with ample space and countless opponents, could he unleash his full potential, testing the fire scale fish's complete strength and familiarizing himself with the power of its new skills. More importantly, deep within the forest, no matter how much commotion he caused, it would not be easily detected. And Jiang Yun's thoughts drifted further. The fire scale fish had grown significantly in strength, but its weakness of needing to sleep after consuming spirit stones remained. He had to prepare for the future and not place all his hopes on a single partner. After all, in this dangerous world, accidents could happen at any time. It's time to consider contracting a second beast. He murmured to himself, his eyes growing deep and bright. A partner that could compensate for the fire scale fish's shortcomings. One with high mobility, aerial reconnaissance abilities, and even some control or long-range attack capabilities. Preferably a flying type. At the thought, a fresh, exhilarating sense of conquest welled up from within him. Deep within the misty forest, among the more powerful and rarer beasts, there must be a target that met his requirements. Imagining the scene of 2 beasts fighting side by side, Jiang Yun's blood began to boil. Xiaohua, tomorrow's a holiday. We're heading to the misty forest. Jiang Yun patted the fire scale fish's increasingly resilient and cold scales, a confident and expectant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let's go to the forest and see your combat prowess now. And also see if we can find a future partner for you. The fire scale fish seemed to fully understand Jiang Yun's words, raising its head to emit a low, battle-hungry dragon roar. The crimson golden patterns on its body glowed, radiating a fearsome aura of authority. It had already begun to take on the bearing of a king. The sky gradually brightened. The fire scale fish transformed into a streak of red light and returned to the beast space. Jiang Yun pushed open the door and left his home. Destination, the misty forest. Leaving the urban area, Jiang Yun headed directly towards the vast misty forest outside the city. The surge in his power made him restless, eager to verify the true combat strength of the fire dragon fish. This time he had a clear goal, the edge of the core area. Only there could the ferocious beasts possess the strength to battle against Xiaohua. Standing before a noticeably older and deeper forest region, the malevolent energy permeating the air felt almost tangible. The surroundings were eerily silent, only broken by the low growls of unknown beasts hinting at the danger that lurked within. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Just the day before yesterday, I had to tread carefully here, avoiding those powerful entities and even exerting all my strength to slay a black iron level 7 phantom spider. He lowered his gaze to his tightly clenched fist, feeling the surging power of beast taming within him and the close connection with the fire dragon fish in the beast taming space. A wave of immense confidence welled up within him. Now, after just 2 days, I have returned with a bronze-level companion. He was confident that as long as he didn't encounter a terrifying being above gold level, he could stride through this area with ease. Come forth, Xiaohua. A flash of crimson light erupted, and the fire dragon fish, nearly 4 meters long with shimmering scales and crystalline horns, proudly appeared. The pressure emanating from the bronze-level beast, mixed with a hint of draconic, might naturally spread out, instantly breaking the deadly silence at the forest's edge. This sudden influx of delicious blood, aura, and provocation immediately attracted onlookers. Rustling sounds emerged from the surroundings, and several pairs of eyes gleaming with greed and bloodlust lit up in the shadows. A few ferocious beasts, black iron level 7 and 8, such as hyenas and poisonous pythons, could no longer suppress their hunting instincts and charged forward with howls, drool dripping, as they viewed Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish as a meal served on a platter. Unaware of their impending doom, Jiang Yun didn't even issue a command, he merely focused his thoughts. The fire dragon fish beside him flashed a hint of contempt in its golden vertical pupils. It didn't even bother to use skills, it simply swept its colossal tail covered in dark golden patterns like a steel whip. Boom. The air exploded with sound. The 2 leading black iron level 7 hyenas didn't even have time to wail before being struck, as if they had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. Their bones shattered, and they flew backward in a bloody mess, crashing heavily against a distant tree and falling silent. Immediately after, the fire dragon fish opened its massive jaws, slightly unleashing a flame breath that was even more condensed and terrifyingly hot than before, sweeping across like a laser. Sizzle. The poisonous python that had attempted to sneak attack from the side was instantly severed in half. The wound charred black with even its poisonous blood evaporating in an instant. Another clawing eagle that swooped down was also directly engulfed by the flames, transforming into a fireball that plummeted to the ground, quickly becoming charred. Instant kill. All were instant kills. In just a few breaths, 5 or 6 ferocious beasts that were considered formidable at Black Iron level 7 and 8 were completely annihilated, their deaths gruesome. This scene completely intimidated the other lurking ferocious beasts in the darkness. Those originally greedy and bloodthirsty gazes were instantly replaced by boundless fear, retreating in panic back into the shadows, trembling. What was this if not a meal served on a platter? This was clearly a wild beast crashing into a sheep pen, an undeniable harbinger of doom. Jiang Yun expressionlessly collected the corpses of these ferocious beasts into his storage ring. Although they are a bit low in level, selling them could still yield some profit. Yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Too weak. They don't even qualify to let Xiaohua warm up. I can't even test Xiaohua's true strength at the bronze level, let alone experience the power of the new skill Dragon Flame Explosive Kill. Come on Xiaohua, let's go deeper. I refuse to believe this core area is filled with only these weaklings. He clearly remembered the events of that night. There must be bronze-level ferocious beasts on the outskirts of this misty forest. Jiang Yun, accompanied by the fire dragon fish, continued to delve deeper into the core area of the misty forest. The deeper they went, the taller and sturdier the surrounding trees became, their canopies blocking out the sunlight, making the atmosphere increasingly oppressive. The ferocious beasts encountered along the way indeed showed a steady increase in strength, gradually advancing from Black Iron level 7 and 8 to Black Iron level 9, and occasionally he could sense the aura of Bronze level 1. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Regardless of the ferocious beasts, any that dared to reveal themselves and provoke would either be smashed by the fire dragon fish's tail or charred by its fiery breath. Each of its attacks was powerful and forceful, far exceeding before. The ordinary fire breath had multiplied in power, covering a wider range and reaching higher temperatures, while its massive tail swiped with a terrifying force capable of crushing everything in its path. After advancing to the bronze level, all its basic attributes, physical strength and skill power, had received a tremendous overall enhancement. Dealing with these Black Iron level ferocious beasts required no use of truly powerful skills. Just as Jiang Yun was starting to feel numb from this one-sided slaughter, the bushes ahead shook violently, and a significantly stronger aura suddenly erupted. A giant ape nearly 3 meters tall with bulging muscles, protruding fangs, and skin like granite leaped out, blocking the path. It pounded its chest, producing a thunderous drum-like sound, its crimson eyes fixated on the fire dragon fish as it let out a provocation roar. Jiang Yun's expression tightened, not daring to be careless, and immediately activated his talent. Manifestation of all attributes. A pale blue light screen unfolded, instantly revealing the giant ape's detailed information: race, giant strength, demon ape, earth, attribute qualification, intermediate, silver realm, bronze, level 2, talent skills, frenzied strike, rare, rock skin, rare. A bronze level 2, giant strength, demon ape. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up, finally showing some interest. Xiaohua, let's test its strength. Use fire breath. He deliberately refrained from using the new skill, wanting to see the upper limit of the ordinary skill's power. If this giant strength demon ape could withstand it, he could use the new skill afterward. The fire dragon fish received the command, letting out an even more resounding dragon roar. Its massive mouth opened wide, unleashing a flame breath nearly twice as thick as before, glowing white-hot, roaring towards the giant strength demon ape. The demon ape, evidently confident in its defensive abilities, roared as it crossed its arms, activating the rock skin skill. A yellowish glow enveloped its body, attempting to withstand the attack. However, boom. The white-hot fire column crashed into the demon ape. Its confident yellow glow shattered like paper in an instant. Immediately after, its skin, as hard as rock, emitted a sizzling sound from the terrifying high temperature, rapidly carbonizing and cracking. A woo. The giant strength demon ape let out an earth-shattering tragic cry as its entire body was engulfed in flames, the immense force sending it flying backward, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a stop. As the flames dissipated, a charred, shattered, an unrecognizable giant corpse remained still, emitting wisps of smoke. Another instant kill. Jiang Yun was dumbfounded. He knew the fire dragon fish would be strong, but he never expected it to be this powerful. This is a bronze level 2 defensive, ferocious beast. It's a whole level higher than Xiaohua. And yet, it couldn't even withstand a single fire breath. It was killed instantly. This power was simply terrifying. What kind of apocalyptic scene would it create if the skilled Dragon Flame Explosive Kill was unleashed? Just as Jiang Yun was stunned by the fire dragon fish's unexpectedly terrifying combat power, feeling a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, it suddenly roared. A roar more frenzied, more furious, infused with endless pain and killing intent, erupted from deep within the forest, shaking the entire mountain forest as if it were trembling. A horrifying aura vastly more powerful, fierce, and brutal than the earlier demon ape erupted like a volcanic explosion, locking onto Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish. The strength of this aura far exceeded all previous opponents, even causing the fire dragon fish, which had just displayed its might, to instinctively tense its body and emit a cautious low growl. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted suddenly, and his manifestation of all attributes talent instinctively activated as he looked towards the source of the aura. He saw a giant ape nearly twice the size of the previous one, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, fangs like curved blades, and eyes blood red wildly, pounding its chest, shattering countless trees as it charged forward in a posture of annihilation. The pale blue light screen refreshed instantly, and the attributes appeared: race, giant strength, demon ape, earth, attribute qualification, low-level gold realm, bronze level, 4 talent skills, frenzied strike, enhanced rare, diamond body rare, earthquake, uncommon status, enraged, bloodline, boiling, hatred locked. Jiang Yun felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, but couldn't help but break into a grin, a mixture of tension and extreme excitement. Bronze level 4. That's a full 3 levels higher than Xiaohua, and it's in an enraged state with hatred locked. Could it be that the one I just killed was this big guy's relative? Did I take out the younger one, and now the elder is here? This time, we're in for it. Roar. A deafening roar sharp enough to rupture human eardrums signaled the bronze tier grade IV mutated Mytape's full descent into berserker fury. Its crimson eyes locked unblinkingly onto Jiang Yun. Its colossal frame surged forward like a mobile mountain wreathed in an aura of utter annihilation. The earth trembled violently beneath its feet, trees along its path snapped and crumbled like brittle straw. Xiaohua, flame breath. Jiang Yun's mind tightened with urgency as he issued the command. The fire dragon fish flared its maw wide and unleashed a searing, blinding white column of flame that slammed directly into the charging ape's chest. Yet this attack, capable of effortlessly melting bronze tier grade II monstrous beasts, only caused the ape's charge to falter for the briefest instant. A radiant ochre glow blazed across its metallic furred hide, deflecting the brunt of the inferno. Only faint scorch marks remained upon its surface. Flame domain cage. Jiang Yun shifted tactics with lightning speed. Countless incandescent chains erupted from the void, coiling tightly around the ape and pinning it momentarily in place. Since ascending to the bronze tier, the flame domain cage had undergone a profound metamorphosis, not merely in power but in form itself. Its binding effect was now far more absolute, far more tyrannical. Grara, the ape bellowed in contempt. Its bulging muscles swelled with raw might, and to Jiang Yun's utter disbelief, the fiery chains, strong enough to entomb even a grade II bronze beast, shattered inch by inch under sheer brute force. The entire struggle lasted barely 2 or 3 heartbeats. In its rage-fueled mutation, the Mytape's strength and defense soared far beyond ordinary grade IV bronze standards, surpassing even grade V, perhaps brushing the threshold of grade VI. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted sharply. This mutated wrath-incarnate ape had grown far more terrifying than he'd anticipated. Ordinary techniques stood no chance of delivering a killing blow. Then there's no choice. I must unleash the new technique. A flash of resolve and anticipation ignited in Jiang Yun's gaze. Xiaohua, combine flame domain cage with a new skill. Dragon flame burst strike. The fire dragon fish sensed its master's burning battle fervor, the golden vertical slits of its eyes blazing with molten fire. Once again it summoned the flame domain cage. Denser, more concentrated chains of flame erupted wildly from the air, wrapping relentlessly around the ape's limbs and torso, anchoring it fast. Simultaneously it threw open its maw wide. The dark golden dragon scale patterns across its body flared brilliantly, as vast reserves of fire energy laced with a faint yet unmistakable draconic aura converged and compressed at its throat with unprecedented velocity. No longer mere expulsion. This was pure, focused condensation. Within mere breaths, a fist-sized sphere materialized in its maw, crimson gold at its core, encased in an unstable, ominous crimson-black shell, radiating palpable entropy, as if poised to obliterate all existence. The moment the orb appeared, the surrounding air seemed vacuumed away, a light warped and bent, while a wave of soul-shaking dread pulsed outward. Even amid its frenzied thrashing, the Mytape's primal instincts overrode blind rage. Its bestial intuition screamed mortal peril from that tiny pulsing sphere. It let out a cry, not of fury but of raw terror, and struggled with renewed, desperate frenzy. But it was too late. Fire it! Jiang Yun roared. Shoo! The crimson-black orb vanished from the dragon fish's maw, teleporting through air without sound, then reappeared an instant later, slamming directly into the ape's chest, wide open in fear. Time froze. Then, kaboom! An explosion beyond description tore through reality. It was as if a miniature sun had ignited deep within the forest's heart, blinding light and incinerating heat erupted first, consuming everything in their wake. Immediately afterward came the cataclysmic shockwave, expanding in perfect rings, obliterating every tree and boulder within dozens of meters, reducing them to dust and splinters. At the epicenter, the Might Ape, whose strength rivaled Grade V bronze beasts and whose diamond body defense was legendary, proved as fragile as parchment before that apocalyptic energy infused with draconic authority. It never uttered a final wail. Its massive frame vaporized mid-explosion, half its body gone in an instant, while charred limbs and blackened fragments were hurled violently in all directions by the blast. A miniature mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky. As smoke and radiance faded, only a vast scorched crater remained, along with the acrid stench of sulfur and burnt flesh hanging thick in the air. Silence. An absolute, suffocating silence, broken only by faint crackling arcs of crimson gold energy dancing along the crater's rim, testifying to the lingering horror of that single strike. Jiang Yun stood rooted in place, his robes whipping violently in the residual wind. Gazing upon the devastation, even with prior expectation, he drew in a sharp, involuntary breath, his heart hammering against his ribs. This is the power of Xiaohua's transcendent tier skill at the bronze stage. A 5-grade leap, dispatching a beast famed for impenetrable defense. The sheer magnitude of that blast made him certain even a true Grade VI bronze monster would suffer grievous injury, or death, if struck heated. A profound wave of exhaustion emanated from the fire dragon fish, evidence of the technique's staggering cost. Yet beneath the fatigue bloomed exhilaration, pride, and sovereign triumph. Only after a long, quiet pause did Jiang Yun steady his racing pulse and settle his turbulent emotions. He stepped forward and collected the Might Ape's most valuable remnants, the pair of metal-lustered tusks, patches of intact hide, and its Grade IV bronze beast core, stowing them all into his spatial ring. We've struck gold. These materials alone may surpass the value of all our previous hauls combined. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yun's face. He recalled the habits of such high-tier beasts, their lairs invariably concealed treasures. After all, surviving and thriving in such hostile terrain required constant access to potent cultivation resources. Let's see what lies hidden in its den. He recalled the spent fire dragon fish into its spirit space for recovery, then followed the path of shattered trunks and crushed earth deeper into the forest. Not far ahead, nestled beneath a concealed cliff, loomed a massive cave, exuding a thick coppery stench and a faint resonant hum of spiritual energy. Yet just as he neared the entrance, a chorus of sorrowful, urgent cries echoed from nearby. Jiang Yun frowned, instantly alert, and turned his gaze toward the source. 2 iron-tier Grade AX avian beasts, entirely azure, feathers ruffled and bloodied, circled a fallen fledgling, gently nudging it with their beaks while emitting mournful, keening cries. The fledgling lay motionless, its plumage dull, its breath shallow and faint, its chest rising only in weak, irregular pulses. Clearly it hovered on the edge of death, likely caught in the cataclysmic shockwave moments earlier. Jiang Yun had no intention of intervening. Predation and survival off thefitist were the immutable laws governing both the monstrous realm and the world of spirit beast taming. Yet almost unconsciously he activated his innate talent, all things lexicon manifestation, upon the dying fledgling. What he saw stunned him into stillness. His pupils contracted violently. A soft cerulean lexicon interface shimmered into view. Species: Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow, Wind Thunder Affinity. Rank: Iron Tier, Grade V. Innate Talent: Supreme Violet Crystal Tier. Innate Skills: Wind Rush, Rare, command atmospheric currents to achieve peerless velocity. Thunderclaw, uncommon, infused talons with thunder essence, inflicting piercing damage and paralytic shock. Wind Thunder Aegis, exquisite passive ability. Wind and thunder energies swirl about the body, granting modest speed enhancement and retaliatory wind thunder backlash against close-range attackers. Status: critically injured, life force severely depleted, primordial essence damaged. Evolution pathway: 3-stage evolution possible. First evolution: Storm Thunder Sparrow, Diamond Tier, Supreme talent, unlocks area effect skill, Summon Thunderstorm. Second evolution: Wind Thunder Celestial Sparrow, Sun Tier, Supreme talent, awakens domain skill, Wind Thunder Tribulation Domain. Third evolution: 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Sovereign Legendary Tier, Supreme talent, masters wind and thunder laws, ascending as ruler of the skies. Note: this spirit beast carries an exceedingly rare trace of the primordial Wind Thunder Divine Peng bloodline. Should its talent reach legendary tier and should it undergo a divine tier baptism, using the primordial wind source and the chaotic thunder seed, its bloodline may revert to its ancestral purity, transcending all limits to become the mythic tier Chaos Wind Thunder Divine Peng, a being whose wing beats can rend star rivers asunder and summon cosmic tribulations of wind and thunder. Primordial Wind Thunder Divine Peng bloodline. Jiang Yun's pupils snapped shut, His face flooded with overwhelming shock, his voice nearly failing him in stunned disbelief. On the pale blue screen, those lines of words seemed to possess a kind of magic, holding Jiang Yun's gaze captive, making his heart race and his breath stall. Ancient ferocious beast bloodline. Zijing great aptitude. Wind and thunder dual attributes. A storm of astonishment rose in Jiang Yun's chest. He was nearly compelled to cry out, this aptitude, this potential could perfectly rival Huolonjiu. Although it still fell a little short of Huolonjiu in bloodline talent, Jiang Yun was filled with overwhelming joy. To encounter such a miraculously gifted ferocious cub in a place like this, his luck was absurdly good. Having just endured a vicious battle and worrying about where to find a second beast companion, a flying-type cub with a mythic bloodline and astonishing aptitude appeared before him, as if heaven had dropped a boon into his lap. Glancing at the manifested information panel, it felt as though the entry had been tailor-made to be his perfect partner. Yet seeing the cub's breath grow ever fainter like a candle about to be extinguished in the wind, Jiang Yun's heart tightened once more. No, I cannot let it die like this. I must save it. A fierce resolve surged through him. If heaven had arranged this meeting, then it was his opportunity. He would never allow such a prodigiously gifted beast companion to perish before him. Jiang Yun's Yusho space possessed a miraculous rapid recovery attribute. Once the contract succeeded and the cub was placed inside, it could be nurtured back to health. Not half an hour. Only a moment was needed to stabilize the wounds. In 10 minutes or so, it could be made whole again. Huolonjiu understood this keenly. Jiang Yun immediately stepped forward. No sooner had he approached than the two Black Iron 9th rank Fenglei Yunk guarding the cub detected him. They snapped their heads up, neck feathers flaring, and unleashed sharp cries full of hostility and grief. Their great wings spread into a desperate attack stance, interposing themselves between Jiang Yun and the cub. They were still immersed in the pain of losing their offspring, any nearer being would likely be perceived as an enemy. At a thought from Jiang Yun, Huolonjiu gave a low snarl. Its massive form radiated bronze tier pressure, crimson pupils locking onto the two large birds. A fierce killing intent surged forth. If Huolonjiu willed it, a single burst could have eliminated the two Black Iron 9th rank Fenglei Yunk in an instant. But Jiang Yun stopped Huolonjiu at once. Xiaohe, stop. Do not kill them. His eyes swept over the two Jifeng Jiao desperately protecting their cub, and then to the faint Fenglei Yunk chick on the ground. They are the cub's parents. If I kill them and force a contract, aside from whether the cub would resist, causing the pact to fail or even backfire, even if it succeeded when it learned the truth, it would harbor resentment. Between tamers and their beasts, there must be unity of heart and mutual trust. As his thoughts turned, Jiang Yun had already made his decision. He signaled Huolonjiu to be patient, then slowly released a gentle beast companion force, not an assault, but an attempt to communicate. He looked sincerely at the two wary bereft birds, and word by word in his mind, made his intent clear. I mean no harm. Your child is gravely wounded and near death. I can save it, but there is only one way. Let it become my companion and bind a contract to me. I will treat it as kin, give it the finest cultivation, and help it soar among the 9 heavens. Please believe me. As he spoke, he signaled to Huolonjiu. Huolonjiu understood. Its scales flared with firelight as Huoyu Qiulong fire domain prison activated again. This time the flaming chains were not meant to harm or bind, but to form a warm, sturdy ring of flame that gently separated the two Jifeng Jiao from Jiang Yun. In this way, Jiang Yun displayed his strength while preventing an impulsive attack. To his surprise, the two Jifeng Jiao seemed to comprehend his meaning. They sensed Huolonjiu's power far beyond their own, yet felt no murderous intent. Perhaps Jiang Yun's anxious sincerity and the promise that he could save the child struck the most vulnerable chord within them. Their frantic struggles gradually ceased, ruffled feathers smoothed, and the madness of hostility in their eyes yielded to vast grief and a faint, incredulous hope. They looked between Jiang Yun and the cub, whose breath was nearly gone beyond the barrier, then gave several low, mournful calls, and slowly crouched, their great wings limply spread, as if pleading or as if finally, helplessly choosing to trust the only hope that might save their child. You really understood. That's wonderful. Jiang Yun was astonished and overjoyed. His final misgivings vanished. It seemed the cub's extraordinary bloodline had also endowed its parents with intelligence far beyond ordinary ferocious beasts. Wasting no time, Jiang Yun dispelled the flaming barrier and hurried to the cub's side, crouching down. He reached out, letting a gentle, pristine strand of beast companion force flow into the cub, attempting to establish the most basic mental connection. At first, the cub's faint consciousness was rife with pain and instinctive resistance. Patiently, Jiang Yun conveyed his thoughts. Hold on. Your parents are right beside you. They want you to live. You possess an extraordinary bloodline and surpassing aptitude. The world ahead waits for you to conquer it. Would you accept dying here without a sound? Become my companion, and I will show you broader horizons, allowing the talent within you to blossom into its rightful brilliance. Whether moved by the parents' sorrowful gaze, touched by Jiang Yun's vision of the future, or simply driven by the will to survive, the cub's faint consciousness finally ceased resisting and cautiously accepted the contract forced Jiang Yun sent. A mysterious rune light flared beneath the cub and swiftly merged into both its and Jiang Yun's being. Their minds were instantly drawn into the Yusho space. Contract. It had succeeded. Feeling the new faint yet resilient bond in his consciousness, Jiang Yun rejoiced beyond measure. Without hesitation, he willed it, immediately drawing the newly contracted life-failing Fenglei young chick into the Yusho space. The instant it entered the Yusho space, the surrounding spiritual energy within that space rapidly converged upon the Fenglei young chick. Healing began. Seeing this, Jiang Yun withdrew his consciousness from the Yusho space with relief. The two Jifeng Diao parents, seeing this, erupted in frantic cries and struggled to pounce forward. Unable to see their child, they were gripped by unprecedented panic. Jiang Yun hurried to soothe them, saying, "Don't be anxious, don't be afraid. It is already receiving treatment inside my Yusho space and will recover soon. I promise you." He decided to wait here for a while, allowing the cub to recover inside the Yusho space at least enough to come out and see its parents for a farewell before he departed. This was not only to ease the hearts of the parents, but also to give his bond with the new partner a more harmonious beginning. Within the beast taming space, the once-dying wind thunder cloud sparrow fledgling, its breath faint, was now tightly enveloped by a dense milky white spiritual energy that had nearly materialized, resembling a massive cocoon of light. The pure energy within the space, as if possessing a will of its own, surged unceasingly into its tiny body, gently and swiftly mending its damaged sinews, bones, and internal organs, while replenishing its depleted life essence. The shocking wounds on its body healed, scabbed, and shed at a visible rate, revealing beneath the fresh, healthy, cyan golden down. Its once frail breath, as thin as a silk thread, soon became steady and robust, its chest rising and falling in a regular rhythm, and the faint sound of blood surging through its veins could even be heard. In just a brief moment, it had completely escaped the brink of death, its life force now vigorous and brimming with vitality. The miraculous, rapid recovery nature of the beast taming space was fully displayed in this instant. Outside the space, the two wind-swift sparrow parents paced anxiously, emitting low, mournful cries from their throats, unable to see what was happening within. All they could sense was that their child's presence had suddenly vanished. This unknown torment was agonizing, their massive wings fluttered uneasily, and had it not been for the slight trust previously established and the fire dragon fish guarding quietly nearby, they would have surely gone mad. Jiang Yun understood their emotions, but he trusted the power of his beast taming space even more. He waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, a smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. Through the soul connection, he sensed that the fledgling's condition had completely stabilized, and it was even healthier and more lively than before it was injured. With a thought, a flash of cyan light appeared, and the wind thunder cloud sparrow fledgling was summoned out of the beast taming space. Chirp! A clear, melodious, and vigorous cry rang out. The fledgling now was a different bird from before. It stood spiritedly on the ground. Its cyan golden down was smooth and glossy, its small pitch-black eyes were lively and curious as it surveyed its surroundings, and faint arcs of electricity and wisps of gentle wind could even be seen swirling around it. Chirp, 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 chirp. The two wind-swift sparrow parents were first stunned, then burst into ecstatic cries. They lunged forward, carefully enveloping the fledgling with their massive wings, gently preening their child's feathers over and over with their beaks, seemingly deeply moved. The previous sorrow and despair vanished, replaced by immense joy at the recovery of what was lost. The fire dragon fish let out a low roar, dispelled the maintained flame domain prison, and swam quietly to Jiang Yun's side. The family of three snuggled together, affectionately chattering softly, a heartwarming and touching scene. The fledgling occasionally rubbed its head against its parents, as if comforting them or recounting its experience in that miraculous space. Watching this, Jiang Yun felt a surge of warmth and a sense of accomplishment. He did not disturb this rare moment of reunion and turned his gaze toward the direction of the giant strength ape's lair. Taking this opportunity to check the giant strength ape's lair might yield something good. The giant strength ape's lair was located deep within a hidden crevice on a rocky cliff. The entrance was littered with numerous bones, and a thick, rancid, and brutal aura permeated the air. The cave was quite spacious, but very crude, with only a nest made of dry grass and animal skins. Jiang Yun entered cautiously, searching around. Soon, beneath a pile of disordered bones deep inside the cave, he detected an unusual dense energy fluctuation. He brushed aside the surface bones, revealing a relatively intact, dark golden, glazed jade-like giant beast skull. Even after ages, this skull still emanated a soul-shaking heavy pressure and pure earth element energy. Sensing this pure power, Jiang Yun realized that the creature the skeleton belonged to must have been extraordinary in life. He instantly activated manifestation of all things attributes. Item Skull of the Earth-Shaking Bull, damaged quality amethyst-grade material property, contains pure and dense earth-attributed spiritual energy. Effect can be used as one of the core main materials for the first evolution of an Earth-type tamed beast, or can be ground into medicine to greatly enhance the bone strength of defensive tamed beasts. Amethyst-grade material. Seeing this information, Jiang Yun's eyes burst with surprise and delight. No wonder that giant strength ape, despite being only at the 4th order, had combat power close to the 5th order. It must have been due to long-term absorption of the residual energy emitted by this skull. This item was useless to him, but its value was unquestionable. If sold in the market, it would fetch an astronomical price. Put on the open market, it would drive countless Earth-type tamers into a frenzy. I've struck it rich. Jiang Yun unceremoniously stored this precious skull into his storage ring, his heart brimming with elation. The gains from this adventure far exceeded his expectations. He searched the area once more, carefully confirming nothing was left before turning away contentedly. When Jiang Yun returned to the original spot, he found the family of 3 had finished their reunion and were waiting quietly for him. The Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow fledgling hopped to Jiang Yun's feet, nuzzling his pant leg affectionately. Clearly, Jiang Yun's rescue and his attitude toward its parents had earned the little sparrow's trust. The 2 Wind Swift Eagle parents exchanged glances as if making a decision. They walked up to Jiang Yun, lowered their heads, and let out a few gentle calls. Then, using their massive wings, they gently nudged the fledgling toward Jiang Yun, their eyes filled with reluctance, but even more so with entrustment and trust. Jiang Yun understood and nodded solemnly, saying, "Rest assured, I will treat it as my most important partner and will never mistreat it. In the future, I will also bring it back often to visit you." Hearing this, gratitude shone in the eyes of the 2 Wind Swift Eagles. Just then, the male Wind Swift Eagle suddenly let out a few strange cries, its throat rolling as if struggling to expel something. After a moment, it opened its mouth wide, and a single feather drifted down lightly. This feather was unique, about the length of a palm, shimmering with a dreamlike, iridescent, multicolored luster. At the base of the feather, tiny wind swirls and electric sparks seemed to naturally form and fade. It felt weightless in the hand, yet one could sense the pure and powerful wind thunder energy contained within. Jiang Yun was puzzled. He picked up the feather and instinctively activated manifestation of all things attributes. Item 7 Colored Immortal Feather Quality Amethyst Grade Property contains a trace of immortal aura and pure wind thunder origin effect, one of the core materials for the first evolution of the Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow into the Storm Thunder Sparrow. This is a... Jiang Yun stared at the information on the light screen, his pupils suddenly contracting, his face a mask of disbelief and shock. A 7-colored immortal feather, one of the core materials needed for the first evolution of the Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow, and a precious amethyst-grade treasure. He abruptly lifted his head to look at the 2 Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrows. They gazed back at him gently, letting out soft calls as if saying, "This was prepared for our child. Now we entrust it to you." In an instant, immense joy surged through Jiang Yun's body like an electric current. He had never imagined. Not only had he successfully contracted a tamed beast with boundless potential and harvested materials from the giant strength ape and an amethyst-grade skeleton, but now even the material for its evolution had been delivered to his doorstep by its parents. This luck, these gains, it was like taking everything and leaving nothing behind, plus receiving an enormous bonus gift. Gazing at the iridescent 7-colored immortal feather in his hand, Jiang Yun's heart swelled with a myriad of emotions. Though he knew not how the little lark's parents had acquired such an amethyst crystal-level treasure, considering the astonishing ancient bloodline of the tiny bird and its parents' intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary beasts, he surmised they too must have had their own fortuitous encounters. Perhaps they had long sensed their child's extraordinariness and had silently prepared the first cornerstone of its evolutionary path. "Thank you for your trust." Jiang Yun expressed his gratitude solemnly once more to the little lark's parents. He lowered his head to look at the naive bird by his feet, which had already formed a bond with him, and made a promise. "Rest assured, I will find the other material to help the little lark complete its first evolution. I will not betray your trust." The first evolution of a wind thunder lark required 2 materials. The first, the 7-colored immortal feather, had already been obtained. The second was the thunderclap soul crystal, a peculiar crystal born at the heart of extreme thunderstorms, absorbing the essence of thunder, containing pure power of the thunder soul. Both materials were indispensable. The former governed the transformation of wind and form, while the latter was crucial for stimulating the latent potential within the wind thunder lark's race. The road ahead was long, but Jiang Yun was brimming with confidence. As long as he kept a keen eye out, he would surely find clues. The little lark's parents seemed to understand Jiang Yun's promise. They let out a few long, gratifying calls, took one last deep look at their child, then finally flapped their wings and disappeared into the sky above the dense forest. They chose to leave voluntarily, perhaps unwilling to face the sorrow of parting. Chirp. The little lark gazed in the direction its parents had vanished, letting out a plaintive cry of attachment. Jiang Yun stepped forward, gently stroking its smooth down, and comforted it softly. Don't be sad. They'll bring you back to see them often. You don't have a name yet. From now on you shall be called Little Lark. Chirp. The little lark seemed to love the name, nuzzling Jiang Yun's finger affectionately, dispelling much of the sorrow of parting. With a thought, Jiang Yun recalled Little Lark and the fire dragon fish back into the beast taming space. You two get along well. He specifically sent a mental reminder especially to the proud fire dragon fish. Xiaohui, you are the senior. Don't bully the new arrival Little Lark. Inside the beast taming space, the fire dragon fish lazily flicked its tail, snorted, and cast a sideways glance at the timid little creature, curiously checking it out. Its gaze held a hint of disdain, as if thinking, would I the king stoop so low? Then it sank into the lake to cultivate on its own. Seeing the two beasts were at peace for now, Jiang Yun smiled and withdrew his consciousness from the space. It was time to head back. The trip had exceeded expectations. The combat test for the fire dragon fish was complete, and he had even contracted a new partner with boundless potential, reaping a bountiful harvest. Time to return to the city, process the spoils, and purchase wind thunder attribute cultivation resources for Little Lark. If only I'd known my second beast would be of the thunder attribute, I shouldn't have sold all those thunder spirit stones last time. Jiang Yun gave a wry smile. He made his way towards the city, silently calculating in his mind. No matter. I have over 10 million federal credits now. Buying resources for Little Lark won't be a problem, but I'll need to buy more just in case this little one has a big appetite. It'd be terrible if it turned out to be a big eater, Jiang Yun said with eager anticipation, just as he was cheerfully traversing the edge of the forest. Suddenly, a fierce explosion of energy and the roar of a beast echoed from not far ahead. A battle. The energy fluctuation suggests a bronze-level beast. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, concealed his aura, and quietly crept closer. If two bronze-level beasts were fighting, he might be able to reap the benefits. The thought made him impatient, wondering if another treasure awaited him. However, when he parted the bushes and saw the scene, clearly Jiang Yun was stunned. It wasn't a fight between beasts, but four humans besieging a massive rhinoceros-like beast. The four were wearing what appeared to be the uniforms of the Sea City Defense Force. Is that the City Defense Force? Aren't they supposed to patrol the city's outskirts? Why are they at the edge of the misty forest core area? Jiang Yun was puzzled. The Sea City Defense Force. Their duty was to guard the city's perimeter, preventing beasts from entering and ensuring the safety of the citizens. Currently, the battle situation was clearly dire. Among the four, a short-haired woman who appeared to be the captain commanded a bronze-tier third-stage wind shadow leopard as the main attacker, while the other three members bronze-tier first-stage beasts provided support. But their attacks had little effect on the dark purple rhinoceros. The beast seemed crazed, its eyes bloodshot and vacant, neither dodging nor flinching from the blows, like a walking corpse feeling no pain. It simply relied on its brute strength and the strange carapace covering its body to charge recklessly, fighting with a life-risking abandon. One member's shield shell turtle was already injured, with cracks appearing on its shell. This struck Jiang Yun as eerie. Something's wrong. This beast doesn't dodge or avoid. It's like a zombie. Doesn't it feel pain? Jiang Yun instinctively sensed an anomaly. This beast seemed different from others. It wasn't a lack of intelligence. It seemed to have lost its consciousness. Jiang Yun immediately activated his talent manifestation of all things attributes. As the talent took effect on the beast, its attribute information rapidly materialized. Race purple wood rhinoceros would attribute realm bronze tier 5th stage mutated state status deceased traits no pain sensation, no fear, extremely high destructive drive, greatly enhanced defense. Warning, high concentration of berserker potion residue and faint mind control rune fluctuations detected within the body. Judged as a man-made mutant. Deceased man-made mutant. Seeing this information, Jiang Yun was deeply shaken. No wonder the beast looked like a walking corpse. It's already dead. But how can it still attack after death? Jiang Yun was puzzled, but his eyes caught the warning in the attribute information. A man-made mutant. Is someone controlling it from behind? Just as Jiang Yun was pondering, the battle situation suddenly changed. The deceased mutated rhinoceros withstood a rending claw from the wind shadow leopard, and the twisted horn on its head erupted with a blinding dark purple light. It charged fiercely at the woman. Captain, be careful. The team members cried out in alarm. The wind shadow leopard was knocked back by the immense impact. The woman couldn't dodge in time. The edge of the dark purple energy grazed her, and she was sent flying back with a grunt, her face instantly turning pale. Facing a bronze tier 5th stage walking corpse that felt no pain, her bronze tier 3rd stage beast was clearly outmatched. The mutated rhinoceros let out a silent roar, raised its front hooves, and prepared to trample the fallen woman. If that landed, the consequences would be dire. The other 3 team members watched in horror, but were too far away to help. Just as the tragedy was about to unfold, Jiang Yun's eyes sharpened, and he stopped hiding. A low shout like a clap of thunder exploded across the battlefield. "Xiaohua, come out!" Jiang Yun shouted loudly. A massive crimson figure descended like a mountain, precisely intercepting the furious purple wood rhinoceros and the fallen female captain. The giant tail of the fire dragon fish, covered in dark golden patterns, swung out with tremendous force, colliding violently with the horn of the purple wood rhinoceros, which contained destructive energy. Boom! A muffled roar erupted in the scene. Waves of air rolled, and dust flew into the air. The fierce charge of the purple wood rhinoceros, capable of splitting mountains and stones, was abruptly halted by this sudden blow. The fire dragon fish stood tall and unmoving, its crimson scales shimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its golden vertical pupils coldly locked onto the enemy in front. Its massive mouth opened wide, unleashing a scorching breath of flame that surged forth like an enraged dragon, instantly engulfing the large purple wood rhinoceros and forcing it to stagger back several meters, its heavy limbs carving deep grooves into the ground. However, when the flames dissipated, the sight before them made one's heart sink. The purple wood rhinoceros, aside from its hard, charred skin emitting wisps of blue smoke, seemed entirely unscathed. It shook its fierce head. There was no pain or fear in its crimson eyes, only a more frenzied brutality and desire for destruction, as if the formidable attack that had just struck was merely a tickle. Cough, cough. The female captain, with the help of her team members, struggled to stand, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Her wind shadow leopard stood protectively in front of her, emitting a low warning growl. She immediately looked towards the sudden reinforcements. Discovering it was a magnificent dragon fish beast with 2 horns on its head, a spark of hope ignited in her heart. However, upon sensing the bronze first-tier aura emanating from it, she couldn't help but waver. A bronze first-tier. The one that just sent this bronze 5th-tier purple wood rhinoceros flying was this bronze first-tier beast. Although it was bronze first-tier, its aura was solid and heavy, seemingly far beyond an ordinary first-tier's capabilities. Her gaze swiftly passed over the fire dragon fish and landed on the young man behind it, whose face was youthful yet extraordinarily calm. He couldn't help but be taken aback again. A bronze-level beast master so young. Could he be a genius seed from some school? Roar! Just as the woman was amazed. The purple wood rhinoceros seemed thoroughly enraged, letting out an ear-splitting roar, its limbs clawing the ground, as the strange purple-black energy surrounding it began to oscillate violently, clearly preparing to charge again, even more frantically. The woman's expression changed, forcing down her injuries. She urgently shouted to Jiang Yun, "Classmate, thank you for your help. But this beast is very unusual. Its strength is at the bronze 5th tier, and its combat power approaches the bronze 6th tier. Even with your addition, the 5 of us may not be its opponents, and it cannot be killed. You must leave. Go to the city for help. We will hold it off here." As she spoke, the woman and her beast entered a state of readiness once again. She could not let such a promising genius student perish here. They planned to fight to delay the beast, so Jiang Yun could escape. They would wait for him to bring back other strong fighters to kill this beast. Her team members gritted their teeth, commanding their injured beasts, preparing to fight desperately to buy time for Jiang Yun to retreat. However, in response to her urgent call, the young man seemed oblivious. His gaze calmly fell upon the rampaging purple wood rhinoceros, his eyes sharp as if they could penetrate all illusions. In the next moment, he parted his lips slightly, his cold voice clearly entering the fire dragon fish's consciousness. "Little fire domain cage, trap it. Then dragon flame explosive kill, finish it." The command was simple, direct, and without hesitation. Upon receiving the master's order, the fire dragon fish's golden vertical pupils instantly ignited with battle intent. Buzz! In the void, countless stout chains made of blazing white flames surged forth, as if alive, instantly weaving into a massive flame prison that descended from the sky, firmly trapping the purple wood rhinoceros, which was preparing to charge. Compared to strength, the power of this purple wood rhinoceros was not as formidable as that of the demon ape. Its defensive ability was far inferior. As the fire domain cage descended, the purple wood rhinoceros struggled madly, its terrifying strength causing the flame chains to flicker and emit a grating sound, but it could not break free. Seeing it being restrained, the fire dragon fish opened its massive mouth as vast fire energy and a thin trace of dragon might were compressed and condensed at unprecedented speed. The surrounding air seemed to be drained, light distorted, and a fist-sized energy sphere imbued with crimson gold and exhibiting an extremely unstable, seemingly destructive dark red color rapidly took shape. The terrifying fluctuations emanating from that energy sphere made everyone present and their beasts feel a tremor from deep within their souls. The words of persuasion from the woman behind her were choked in her throat, her beautiful eyes suddenly contracting, staring in disbelief at the small, yet suffocating energy sphere. What? What skill is that? The power contained within is terrifying. The other team members looked at the scene before them with faces filled with astonishment. Whoosh! The energy sphere left the massive mouth of the fire dragon fish, silently moving so fast it surpassed the limits of visual capture, and in the next moment, it accurately struck the center of the temporarily restrained purple wood rhinoceros chest, where its energy was most chaotic and core. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening explosion that could not be described in words suddenly erupted, as if the thunder of the heavens had exploded right beside their ears. The ultimate light and heat erupted first, engulfing the figure of the purple wood rhinoceros. A small flame mushroom cloud rose into the sky, followed by a destructive circular shockwave that spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami, almost knocking everyone off their feet, their clothes flapping and clearing away all debris and vegetation from the ground. From the core of the explosion came a brief, piercing shriek that seemed too chilling to be emitted by a living creature, quickly stopping as the blinding light and swirling dust slowly dissipated. Where the purple wood rhinoceros once stood, only a horrifying charred pit remained. On the edge of the pit were scattered remnants that resembled charred fragments of limbs, still emitting wisps of smoke and a pungent, burnt smell. The mutated beast once at the bronze 5th tier, which had plunged the entire city defense team into despair, vanished. Or rather, it was completely erased from this world by that devastating strike, leaving only scattered fragments as proof of its existence. And what followed was silence, a deathly silence. Only the sound of the wind blowing over the scorched earth and the heavy, incredulous breaths of everyone remained. The woman stood frozen in place, her cherry lips unconsciously parted, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with unparalleled shock and confusion. Her expression completely froze, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. What had she just seen? A bronze 1st tier beastmaster had just, with one control skill and one attack skill, effortlessly eliminated a beast with strength reaching bronze 5th tier, whose power was so overwhelming it felt hopeless. A combo. So simple. So straightforward. How could this be? This completely overturned her understanding of the Beastmaster power system. She had seen challenges that surpassed levels before, but to exceed 4 tiers, and with such absolute crushing instant annihilation. This was not a challenge, this was a subversion. It was destruction. The 3 team members behind her were like statues, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside their eyes, blankly staring at the charred pit, then at the dragonfish beast that calmly swam back to the young man, as if it had merely completed a trivial task. Captain, is that Rhino gone? One team member stuttered, his voice hoarse, as if unable to accept the reality before them. Another team member rubbed his eyes vigorously, mumbling, "Am I seeing things? Bronze 1st tier, annihilating 5th tier." The woman did not answer. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Yun, the young man who had remained extraordinarily calm throughout. At this moment in her eyes, the figure of this young man appeared incredibly mysterious and tall. She had actually let him leave first, and wanted to protect him. A surge of indescribable complex emotions rose in her heart. There was relief from surviving a calamity, fear from being shocked by absolute power, but more was an almost maddening curiosity and astonishment. Who exactly is this young man? What kind of monster is his beast? Could he be a genius from that great family? When did City C acquire such a terrifying bronze 1st tier beast master? And so young. The shock of the instant kill washed over every person present like a tsunami, leaving their minds unsettled for a long time. The air still reeked of gunpowder and scorched earth. The woman and several city defense team members stared at the massive charred remains of the purple rosewood tree on the ground. They then glanced at Jiang Yun, whose demeanor was composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial feat. It took them a long while to snap out of their profound shock. "Thank you so much." The woman took a deep breath, stepped forward, first her voice laced with lingering fear and immense gratitude. "If it weren't for you, our squad would have been wiped out today. I am Lin Wei, captain of the Sea City Beast City Defense Team, 3rd Squad. Im Wang Gang, Li Wei, Zhang He." The team members behind her also stepped forward, expressing their thanks with lingering fear, giving their names in turn. Their gazes darted between Jiang Yun and the extraordinarily majestic fire dragon fish by his side, filled with awe and disbelief. "It was nothing. Don't mention it." Jiang Yun smiled slightly, his tone gentle, without a trace of arrogance. "A student? Are you from Sea City?" Lin Wei asked curiously. Given Jiang Yun's age and talent, she had never heard of Sea City producing such a bronze-level prodigy. Jiang Yun nodded and introduced himself. "I am also a local of Sea City, a rookie class student at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. My name is Jiang Yun." Qingchuan No. 1 High School. The rookie class. At these words, all the team members, including Lin Wei, showed expressions of astonishment once more. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same incredulity in the other's eyes. Since when did Qingchuan know? One high school have such a monstrous genius? And he was in the rookie class. Given the power the youth had just displayed, while the fierce fire dragonfish's aura was only at bronze rank 1, its terrifying combat strength that could one-shot a purple rosewood tree was definitely at bronze rank 5. A middle school rookie class student. This beast tamer not only had a bronze rank 1 realm, but also possessed bronze rank 5 combat power. This was simply unheard of. With such combat power, he would be the absolute top student not just in the rookie class, but even in the advanced classes, or even among all of C City's middle schools. Lin Wei suddenly thought of the upcoming city-level academy quota competition. With this student's strength, he was sure to stir up a storm on the battlefield. You are actually a student of Qingchuan No. One high school. Lin Wei's tone was complex, carrying a hint of incredulous delight. Come to think of it, I am your senior. I also graduated from Qingchuan No. One high school, but back then I failed to become a core student. But, with your strength, why are you still in the rookie class? With this kind of power, you would be the top contender even in the advanced class. I just haven't had the time to take the assessment yet. Jiang Yun explained casually, without saying more. Lin Wei nodded in understanding and didn't press further. Everyone had their own secrets, especially geniuses. Just then a team member finished examining the purple rosewood tree's remains and frowned. Captain Lin, this beast's corpse. Its condition is very abnormal. The flesh is withered as if its life force was drained, and we can't find the beast core. Hearing this, Lin Wei's face turned grave instantly. She examined it carefully for a moment and said solemnly, these symptoms likely have something to do with those damned cults. Collect some tissue samples to take back for investigation. If it really is the cults doing well, need to be on high alert for a while. At the mention of the cult, the team member's expression tightened, showing anger, and even cursed under his breath. Damn cult. From his words, it was clear he harbored deep hatred for this cult. Cult. Jiang Yun caught this key word, his brow furrowing slightly. He immediately thought of the information revealed by attribute manifestation. The beast core had been invaded and controlled by abnormal spiritual power. Could the one controlling this beast be the cult they spoke of? He couldn't help but ask curiously, Captain Lin, what organization is this cult you mentioned? Lin Wei took a deep breath, her face showing clear disgust and caution, and explained, you haven't left school yet, so you don't have a full picture of the world outside C City. Beyond C City, there are not only many powerful beast tamer academies governed by the Beast Tamer Alliance, but also numerous beast tamer sects. The cult I just mentioned is an extreme evil organization that believes all things can be controlled and bones can be weapons. It's called the Skeleton Control Sect. Their members are called beast controllers, but their methods are worlds apart from us orthodox beast tamers. She paused for a moment. Her tone turned cold and urgent. We beast tamers form bonds with our beasts and grow together. But they use extremely cruel mental techniques to forcibly invade and pollute the divine sense of beasts, even their beast cores, destroying their minds and turning them into puppets that only know how to kill, feel no pain, and fear no death. They even don't spare corpses and can continue to control skeletons to fight. Their philosophy has long deviated from humanity, and they stop at nothing to gain power. They even secretly hunt beast tamers with high-quality beasts just to steal their beasts and turn them into cold puppets. The condition of this purple rosewood tree perfectly matches the characteristics of being controlled by them. Rage, mindlessness, fearlessness of death until it's destroyed by a powerful force, and the beast core shatters from the overload. Therefore, this organization is boycotted by the Beast Tamer Alliance and branded a cult. After listening, Jiang Yun's gaze turned completely cold. Forcible control, destruction of minds, exploitation of corpses, hunting of their own kind to steal beasts. Every action of the Skeleton Control Sect precisely trampled on the bottom line of humanity, making it pure, unadulterated evil. He silently etched this name into his memory, vowing to be extremely cautious if he ever encountered them. Our mission this time came after a report from other beast tamers training here saying that an abnormally conditioned purple rosewood tree was frequently attacking humans, so we were sent to eliminate it. Lin Wei continued, her expression worried. Now it seems the situation is more serious than we thought. It's very likely that members of the Skeleton Control Sect have already infiltrated the misty forest. She paused, her gaze warily sweeping over the deep, dense woods, and whispered, we must report this to the higher-ups immediately and request powerful experts to conduct a thorough investigation. Maybe everything we did just now was being watched by someone in the shadows. This speculation sent a chill down everyone's spine. It's not safe to stay here. Lin Wei looked at Jiang Yun and extended an invitation. Classmate Jiang Yun, it's not safe for you to go back alone. How about we return to the city together? Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. He put away the fire dragonfish and quickly left the misty forest with Lin Wei's squad. They returned to the familiar Sea City urban area. It was already evening. After bidding farewell to Lin Wei and the others, Jiang Yun didn't go straight home, but turned and headed towards the city center's Beast Tamer Mall. Although this trip to the Misty Forest was fraught with unexpected incidents, the gains were equally immense. In his storage ring, the harvested beast carcasses, beast cores, and the unexpectedly acquired amethyst-grade earth attribute skeleton would surely bring in a huge sum of federal credits once sold. With money, I can buy some high-quality thunder attribute spirit stones for little Skylark. I won't have to worry about resources for my two beasts for a while. Jiang Yun planned for the future, his steps becoming a bit lighter. Lu Mei was astonished once more. Sea City's Spirit Beast Shopping Mall. In the third-floor office of the mall's management, Lu Mei was frowning slightly as she calculated the performance reports of the past few days. Recently, the business in her jurisdiction wasn't bad, but there hadn't been any multi-million transactions like a few days ago. A subtle sense of disappointment settled in her heart. Just as she was frowning, a soft knock came at the office door. "Come in." Lu Mei responded formally, without looking up, her face cold. The door opened. A figure walked in. Lu Mei instinctively raised her eyes to look, but when she recognized the visitor's face, her professional expression melted away like ice and snow, replaced by an exceedingly warm smile, tinged with surprise. "Oh, it's the young master. Please have a seat." Lu Mei almost sprang from her chair. She personally guided Jiang Yun to the guest sofa and seated him. With nimble hands, she brewed a cup of premium clear heart tea, its aroma wafting gently. This young man before her was her great benefactor. The transaction of over 10 million last time had significantly boosted her commission and performance for the month. How could she not be enthusiastic and attentive? And this young man was none other than Jiang Yun. "Young master, are you here to buy or sell this time?" Lu Mei asked with a smile. Anticipation flickered in her heart. Jiang Yun accepted the tea, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and said calmly, "First, I'll sell some things. Dispose of some beast carcasses and cores. Then I'll buy some special spirit stones." "No problem. Leave it to me. I'll arrange everything." Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Lu Mei's smile grew even brighter. She immediately stood up and invited, "Please follow me. We'll go to the warehouse for inventory. It's more convenient there." Lu Mei once again led Jiang Yun to the spacious warehouse. She speculated silently about how many high-grade black iron beasts Jiang Yun might bring this time. Perhaps a few black iron 8th or 9th rank creatures. That would be quite impressive. However, what followed completely shattered her expectations. As Jiang Yun entered the warehouse, his storage ring flickered with faint light, and one after another massive, oddly shaped beast carcasses, still exuding a fierce, lingering aura, were taken out and dropped heavily onto the open floor. A thick scent of blood and waves of energy instantly filled the air. So many again. Lu Mei's face lit up with excitement. But the next moment her smile froze. Her eyes widened involuntarily. Among the carcasses, a considerable number were formidable black iron 8th and 9th rank beings, but what made her breath catch was that several of them emanated distinctly different energy fluctuations. That was undoubtedly the aura of bronze-tier spirit beasts. Moreover, the residual presence from one or two carcasses was exceptionally imposing, clearly reaching the bronze 2nd or even 3rd rank. Lu Mei gasped sharply. Last time Jiang Yun had brought 6th and 7th rank beasts. How had he now brought 8th and 9th rank ones, and even bronze-tier beasts? She spun around abruptly to face Jiang Yun, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. "Young master, did you hunt all of these?" "Yes," Jiang Yun said flatly. Yet Lu Mei's heart jolted again. She could hardly believe it. 3 days ago, this young man had mainly brought black iron 6th and 7th rank goods. How much time had passed since then? He could now independently hunt bronze-tier, even bronze 3rd rank beasts. To slay such creatures, it meant his strength had likely reached that level, perhaps even higher. And only about 3 days had passed. This terrifying speed of improvement was almost unbelievable. How had he managed it? Countless questions flooded Lu Mei's mind, but her high professional discipline forced her to suppress them. A client's secrets were not hers to pry into. She only needed to know that the person before her was a client of boundless potential, one she must wholeheartedly cultivate. She forced herself to calm down, restored her professional expression, and spoke with even more deference. "Apologies, I lost my composure. Please wait a moment, I'll have it appraised immediately." She summoned several expert appraisers, and the team began busily inspecting, evaluating, and calculating. Soon the results were ready. Lu Mei held the inventory list, her voice still carrying the tremors of shock. "Young master, the inventory is complete. Among the goods, 5 bronze-tier beast carcasses, 3 first rank, each valued at 6 federal credits, 1 second rank valued at 7 and 1 third rank valued at 8. The total for bronze-tier carcasses is 2.9 million federal credits. The remaining black iron carcasses are valued at 1.5 million. All beast cores after calculation total 7 million federal credits. Thus, the total proceeds from this sale amount to 11.4 million federal credits. As she announced this figure, Lu Mai's heart raced with excitement. Another multi-million sale. Another massive boost to her performance. But just as she finished speaking, Jiang Yun nodded as if it were a trivial matter, then retrieved something else from his storage ring. The moment it appeared, a pure and vast earth element energy spread out, even faintly overshadowing the aura of the beast carcasses scattered on the floor. By the way, Manager Lu, please appraise this too and sell it along with the rest, Jiang Yun said casually. The instant Lu Mai's eyes fell on the crystal, she froze as if spellbound, her pupils contracting sharply. Thighs is an amethystier earth element evolution material. Her voice shot up, filled with disbelief and shock. A treasure of this level was a rare resource in all of Sea City, sought after, but seldom available. Every time it appeared, it sparked fierce competition among major families and powerful spirit beast tamers who commanded earth element beasts. She had never imagined that Jiang Yun not only possessed terrifyingly rapid growth and strength, but also such incredible resources, even being able to part with something like this. Young master, are you sure you want to sell this treasure? Lu Mai's voice tightened with excitement. Materials of this level usually have enormous demand in the market. Yes, I have no use for it now. Spirit stones are more practical, Jiang Yun replied firmly, as if he were casually discarding a piece of scrap. Lu Mei took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, her mind racing as she demonstrated her professional acumen as a seasoned manager. Young master, in that case, I strongly recommend consigning this treasure to our mall's auction. Her tone turned extremely serious. While a standard buyout offers a fair price, it can never reflect the true value of such a rare material. At auction, the highest bidder wins with no cap. Given the quality of this item, the final price could far exceed current estimates. Our Baibao Pavilion's auction reputation is absolutely trustworthy. An auction? Jiang Yun's interest was piqued. What items are typically auctioned? At the very least, items worth over 1 million credits. Rare treasures, high-grade spirit stones, top-tier evolution materials, and occasionally powerful spirit beast cubs or rare artifacts unearthed from ancient ruins. Lu Mei explained in detail. Jiang Yun's heart stirred. This seemed like a good place to hunt for treasures. He immediately thought of the core materials needed for the evolution of Fire Dragon Fish, Little Cloud Sparrow, and his sister's Sky-Devouring Rabbit. Perhaps he might encounter those materials at this auction. All right, let's go with the auction, Jiang Yun decided, then shifted the topic. Manager Lu, since you have access to the auction channel, I'd like to ask you to keep an eye out for a few materials. If any news or items appear, notify me immediately regardless of price. Is that possible? Please go ahead. Lu Mei promptly took out a notepad, her expression focused. I need Thunder Soul, Crystal Molten Heart Dragon Blood Bodhi, and Moon Essence Marrow, Jiang Yun stated clearly. With each name Jiang Yun uttered, Lu Mai's heart skipped a beat. These materials were all legendary, known by name but rarely seen. Top-tier evolution resources. Each one was of incalculable value, even rarer and more precious than the amethystier material before her. This plunged Lu Mei into deep doubt. Who was he really? What was the potential of his spirit beasts that they required such terrifying materials to evolve? Lu Mei's gaze at Jiang Yun shifted from seeing him as a benefactor to regarding him as an unfathomable, mysterious genius. She suppressed the stormy waves in her heart. She solemnly recorded each name. Rest assured, young master. Your commission is the highest priority task for our mall. I will use all available channels to closely monitor the movements of these four materials. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Yun nodded, satisfied with Lu Mei's attitude. He continued, now please prepare 2,000 thunder-attributed spirit stones. Use the 9 million from earlier along with this card to settle the payment. With that, he handed over the card containing his federal credits. All right, please wait a moment. He'll handle it personally. Lu Mei took the card with both hands and hurried away. Before long, she returned. In her hands were a small storage ring and the bank card. Young master, 2,000 thunder-attributed spirit stones are ready, all in the storage ring. After deducting this purchase, your card balance has been updated. This storage ring is a small gift from our mall to VIP guests. Please accept it. Lu Mei handed over the items respectfully. Additionally, the amethystier material has been registered and will be scheduled for the upcoming auction. Here is the certificate. The proceeds will be directly deposited into your account after the auction. Thank you. Jiang Yun pocketed the storage ring and card. He reiterated his request about monitoring the materials, then left the mall under Lu Mei's enthusiastic farewell. Walking home, Jiang Yun rubbed the storage ring on his finger, which now held 2,000 crackling, thunder-attributed spirit stones. Little Cloud Sparrow's resources are settled. He mused inwardly, a hint of anticipation rising. I wonder how big this little one's appetite is. I hope it's not like Little Fire's bottomless pit, or else with my current assets, I might soon go bankrupt. Thinking of the terrifying rate at which Fire Dragon Fish consumed spirit stones, Jiang Yun felt a pang in his wallet. At least those were regular spirit stones. If Little Cloud Sparrow consumed thunder-attributed spirit stones at the same rate, That would be a different story. By the time Jiang Yun arrived home, darkness had already fallen. As he pushed open the door, his sister Jiang Yun was curled up on the sofa, intently watching a replay of a beast taming competition on television. Her eyes sparkled as she softly mimicked the names of skills. Hearing the door, the little girl spun around, and upon seeing her brother Jiang Yun, a brilliant smile blossomed on her face as she bounded over joyfully. "Brother, you're back." She grabbed his arm, tilting her face up and chattering nonstop. "You were gone all day today. Did you sneak off to play without me? Did anything fun happen?" Seeing his sister's lively and adorable demeanor, the weariness from Jiang Yun's day of rushing about melted away considerably. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice gentle. "I didn't go play. I went to cultivate. I have to become stronger, or how else can I protect you? Brother is so amazing, working so hard." Jiang Yun's eyes instantly filled with admiration. She clenched her little fists and declared earnestly, "I want to work just as hard as you. Next time you go to cultivate, can you take me along? My devouring sky rabbit can help too. All right, when you're a bit stronger, I'll bring you along." Jiang Yun agreed with a smile, then asked, "By the way, how is your devouring sky rabbit doing now?" Mentioning her beast companion made Jiang Yun even more excited. Little Blackie has been so well behaved. The day before yesterday, it ate 100 spirit stones and drained all the spiritual energy from a black iron grade beast core. It's still sound asleep in the beast space, working hard to digest it all. I feel like it's about to become even stronger. 100 spirit stones plus a beast core. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. This devouring sky rabbit's appetite seemed a bit larger than ordinary beasts of the same rank, yet far from the extravagance of the fire dragon fish. It appeared its devour talent had yet to be fully activated. "I'm good." Jiang Yun nodded. "Keep it up, Yun Yun. I'm a bit tired today, so I'm going to rest in my room first. If Mom comes back, tell her I've turned in." "Got it. Go rest, brother." Jiang Yun nodded obediently. Jiang Yun returned to his tidy room. Closing the door shut out the television noise from the living room. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus. Rest. Now was not the time. Next came feeding the little cloud sparrow and little fire. With a flicker of his will, the extraordinary little cloud sparrow, its body shimmering with faint arcs of lightning, was summoned forth. It nuzzled his finger affectionately with its beak. "Little one, you must be starving, right? Today you get an extra meal." Jiang Yun smiled, pouring out 500 gleaming lightning-attributed spirit stones from his storage ring with a clatter. They spread across the floor in a small patch of brilliant blue radiance, the dense thunder element energy filling the air and making it seem more alive. "Chirpe." The little cloud sparrow was clearly stunned by this sudden feast. Its tiny black bean-like eyes went wide as it looked from the spirit stones to Jiang Yun, seemingly in disbelief, yet brimming with intense longing. In the past, when it was with its parents, it had lived frugally. Never had it seen such a spectacle. "Eat up, eat as much as you like until you can't eat anymore." Jiang Yun encouraged. With his master's permission, the little cloud sparrow cautiously pecked at its first spirit stone. With a crisp crack, the pure thunder element energy surged into its body, making it fluff its feathers in comfort. Then, without hesitation, it began pecking rapidly, one stone after another, its pace quickening as if tireless. Jiang Yun observed closely. The little cloud sparrow ate eagerly, but its speed had a clear limit, unlike that certain creature that devoured like a whale. Finally, when the little cloud sparrow let out a small, satisfied burp and stopped, the pile of stones on the floor had diminished by about 300. 300. Jiang Yun felt a wave of relief, even a hint of satisfaction. After all, at the black iron rank, the fire dragon fish could down at least 500 or 600 spirit stones in a single meal at its minimum. In comparison, the little cloud sparrow's mere 300 stone appetite was almost frugal. "Good, it seems I can still afford to keep you and little fire for now." Jiang Yun smiled, stroking the little cloud sparrow's now glossier feathers. He sent the drowsy, sated bird back to the beast space, letting it leverage the rapid growth trait to accelerate absorption and digestion. But then Jiang Yun's expression grew serious. Next came the true test of his wallet's thickness. He waved his hand again. A scorching, powerful aura instantly filled the room. The fire dragon fish, its body now larger, its scales imposing, and its draconic might emerging, was summoned forth. Its presence seemed to raise the room's temperature by a few degrees, and the once spacious room suddenly felt cramped. Looking at this glutton, Jiang Yun smiled helplessly, then poured out more spirit stones from his storage ring. This time, it was a small mountain of over 5,000 spirit stones, a mix of water and fire elements. Radiant light, shimmered energy surged, and it nearly filled half the room. "Eat up, little fire. I know you've been starving too." Jiang Yun patted the fire dragon fish's sturdy body. "Roar." The fire dragon fish let out a low, joyful cry. Opening its massive mouth wide, a powerful suction force materialized, and like a whale drinking, it devoured over 300 spirit stones in an instant. The efficiency made Jiang Yun's eyes twitch. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The fire dragon fish gulped down mouthful after mouthful, and the pile of stones shrank at a visible speed. Finally, when the fire dragon fish stopped contentedly, its body glowing with red light, and its aura thickening, over 3,000 of the 5,000+ spirit stones had vanished. Jiang Yun stared at the nearly half-empty floor silent. After advancing to the bronze rank, Little Fire's appetite had indeed surged again. It had doubled. He checked his storage ring. The remaining water and fire spirit stones totaled only a little over 3,000. Enough to feed you only one more time. Jiang Yun felt a sharp pang of financial dread and the looming threat of bankruptcy. Yet it was only because his beast space had the extraordinary rapid absorption trait that he dared let his beasts devour energy so recklessly. If any other beast tamer fed their companions like this, the beasts would suffer energy stagnation, at best falling into eternal slumber, at worst bursting apart. This luxurious worry was itself a mark of strength. After sending the satisfied fire dragon fish back to the beast space to accelerate absorption, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged, planning his next move. Now that I've contracted my second beast, I should expedite the advanced class assessment. But I can't use Little Fire for the test. Its bronze rank strength is too conspicuous. He understood the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. Until he had enough self-preservation ability, it was wise to keep his trump cards hidden. Unless absolutely necessary, he decided not to reveal Little Fire in public. Once the little cloud sparrow absorbs these 300 spirit stones, its strength should rise to around black iron rank 8. Then he'll use it for the assessment. It'll also be a good chance to test its compatibility. With his mind made up, Jiang Yun's thoughts calmed. The next day, it was still the weekend, a day off. Jiang Yun allowed himself a rare lien. Both of his beasts were in the beast space, fully digesting the massive energy from the day before. He enjoyed the leisure, taking a break to relax his mind. In the afternoon, his sister Jiang Yun's excited cheers echoed from the living room. Brother, come quick. Little Blackie woke up. It's gotten so strong. Jiang Yun stepped out to find his sister holding the fluffy pitch-black devouring sky rabbit, visibly thrilled. Brother, look. Little Blackie advanced to black iron rank 3. So fast. Jiang Yun raised the rabbit to him like a prized treasure. The devouring sky rabbit's red eyes seemed more vivid and lively, and its aura had indeed grown sturdier. Good. Yun and Little Blackie are both wonderful. Jiang Yun was genuinely happy for his sister. At the same time, his curiosity was piqued. After eating 100 spirit stones and a beast core to smoothly advance to black iron rank 3, had the devouring sky rabbit's devour talent awakened. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yun activated his myriad manifestations ability with a thought, casting his gaze upon the seemingly harmless black rabbit. Race, sky devouring rabbit. Attribute, dark. Realm, black iron tier 3. Grade, gold low. Innate skills, rabbit, kick normal, swift leap rare. Special innate skill, devour awakened. It can devour and absorb the essence of other attributes to rapidly enhance its own strength, potentially gaining traits of that attribute and awakening new attribute skills. Evolution path can evolve twice. First evolution into Sky Devouring Divine Rabbit Diamond top grade. Second evolution into Moon Devouring Divine Rabbit Eclipse Moon top grade. Seeing the information manifested by the entries, Jiang Yun's gaze immediately locked onto the special innate skill. Devour attribute. Awaken new skills. Jiang Yun took a deep breath. Just as the entry information described, after absorbing sufficient dark attribute power, the Sky Devouring Rabbit's special skill Devour has awakened. With this Devour skill, the Sky Devouring Rabbit's realm advancement speed will likely increase. I wonder if its grade will change later due to the operation of this skill. Jiang Yun mused silently. He began to look forward to the Sky Devouring Rabbit's future. This innate potential placed it in the top tier among most beast tamers. However, it still lagged behind those with innate potential like the fire dragon fish and the little cloud sparrow. Even so, Xiao Hei might well become a powerful beast tamer with multiple attributes and a rich array of skills in the future. At the same time, a huge question and intense curiosity arose in Jiang Yun's heart. After devouring spirit stones of different attributes, in what manner would new attributes be born? And what wondrous new skills would emerge? Thinking this, Jiang Yun immediately took out over 100 water blue spirit stones, emitting a soft ripple from his storage ring, and handed them to his sister Jiang Yun. Yun, your Sky Devouring Rabbit should now possess some unique ability and can eat other attribute spirit stones. Give these to Xiao Hei and see if it likes them. Special ability. It can eat other attribute spirit stones now. Wow, really, brother? Thank you, brother. Although Jiang Yun did not understand her brother's words, she happily took them and fed them to Xiao Hei one by one. After all, in her heart, her brother would never harm her. It seemed that due to the awakening of the Devour skill, the Sky Devouring Rabbit became particularly interested in the energy of water attribute spirit stones. Its little nose twitched, and it quickly devoured over 100 spirit stones. After finishing it looked at Jiang Yun again, clearly not having had enough. Understanding, Jiang Yun patted its head and took out many dark attribute spirit stones to feed it. Only after consuming another 50 or 60 dark attribute spirit stones did it contentedly rub against Jiang Yun's palm. A faint black halo shimmered over its body, and it yawned, appearing somewhat drowsy. Brother Xiao Heizi seems to want to sleep again, Jiang Yun said, stroking the sky-devouring rabbit's head. Let it return to the beast taming space to absorb well. Jiang Yun anticipated inwardly. After consuming the water attribute spirit stones, what changes would the sky-devouring rabbit undergo? Days passed one by one. Jiang Yun's life was routine, yet fulfilling. During the day, he attended basic courses and beast taming training at school. Because it was widely known in the beginner class that Jiang Yun's beast had reached Black Iron Tier 6. Coach Lin also urged Jiang Yun to quickly take the intermediate class assessment and undergo intermediate class training. In response, Jiang Yun declined, citing that his beast was cultivating and had not yet awakened. Little did Coach Lin know Jiang Yun had no intention of taking any intermediate class assessment. Instead, he was waiting for the little cloud sparrow to awaken, this time break through to Black Iron Tier 8, and then directly take the advanced class assessment. In the evenings, Jiang Yun returned home to closely monitor the condition of his two beasts. The next morning, a crisp chirp echoed in the room. The little cloud sparrow had awakened. The arcs of electricity around its body were more solid and sharp, and its aura had significantly strengthened. Upon inspection, its realm had advanced from Black Iron Tier 5 to Black Iron Tier 7. Jiang Yun nodded with satisfaction. Black Iron Tier 7. At this rate, the next time the little cloud sparrow awakens, it will surely be above Black Iron Tier 8. Jiang Yun smiled. He immediately began feeding it. This time, the little cloud sparrow absorbed over 350 thunder attribute spirit stones. Its appetite had increased slightly compared to last time, but it was still within acceptable range. At this rate, perhaps the thunder attribute spirit stones I have on hand will be enough to support the little cloud sparrow's breakthrough to the bronze tier. After feeding the little cloud sparrow, he glanced at the fire dragon fish, which was still absorbing and refining. Jiang Yun felt at ease and went to school. It wasn't until the afternoon, when he returned home after school, that Jiang Yun immediately sensed a scorching and powerful aura permeating the room. The fire dragon fish had also awakened. Its massive body coiled in a corner of the room. Its crimson scales like burning flames shimmered with a molten luster, and the draconic aura it exuded was denser and more solid than before. Jiang Yun eagerly checked its status. Other information remained unchanged. Its realm had increased from Bronze Tier 1 to the peak of Bronze Tier 2. Only advanced by one tier. Jiang Yun was slightly taken aback. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but click his tongue at the result. Over 3,000 water-fire spirit stones had only pushed it from Bronze Tier 1 to the peak of Tier 2, still one step away from Tier 3. The consumption rate was terrifying. He glanced at his storage ring. The remaining spirit stones were fewer than 3,000. At this rate, they probably wouldn't be enough for the fire dragonfish's next meal. Looks like I need to buy more spirit stones. Jiang Yun made an immediate decision, left the house, and headed to the beast taming mall again. Finding Lu Mei, Jiang Yun cut straight to the chase. Manager Lu, give me 10,000 water-fire dual attribute spirit stones. Hearing the number, Lu Mei's eyes widened. A beaming smile spread across her face. All right. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. They'll prepare them for you right away. She was secretly astonished. This young client's consumption rate was simply staggering. Was he raising a whole herd of beasts? His wealth and background must be unfathomable. Soon 10,000 spirit stones were prepared. The total price was 10 million federal credits. Jiang Yun swiped his card with a stoic expression, his heart bleeding at the deduction notification from the terminal. Fortunately, the 12 million from the auction of the Earth attribute evolution material had just arrived, covering this massive expense. However, his total assets had shrunk drastically, leaving him with only about 16 million federal credits. Jiang Yun felt a pang of pain. The speed of earning money can never keep up with Xiao Hu's rate of burning it. Jiang Yun laughed, bitterly feeling the pressure mount. He realized that with the fire dragon fish's heaven-defying grade and its bottomless appetite, the fortune in his hands couldn't sustain it for many rounds. He had to find a more efficient way to acquire resources as soon as possible. Returning home, Jiang Yun immediately began feeding. As expected, after its strength increased, the fire dragon fish's appetite skyrocketed again. It devoured nearly 4,000 spirit stones in one go before stopping contentedly, then fell into slumber once more to digest the vast energy. Jiang Yun looked at the storage ring, now a large empty space again, and shook his head helplessly. 2 more days passed. Chirp. An even clearer chirp carrying the subtle sound of wind and thunder rang out. Inside the storage space, the little cloud sparrow's body flashed with thunderous light. Its aura surged and climbed, finally stabilizing at a new height. Black Iron Tier 8. Excellent. A joyful smile finally spread across Jiang Yun's face. The little cloud sparrow's growth rate was very stable. With its amethyst, crystal top grade, and ancient bloodline, its combat power would surely, like Xiaohu's, far exceed that of its peers. It was enough to become his formidable combat strength on the surface. With the city-level selection tournament approaching, he now had the qualifications for the advanced class assessment. It was time to apply. Early the next morning, Jiang Yun went straight to Coach Lin's office. "Coach Lin, I want to apply for the advanced class assessment." Jiang Yun came straight to the point, his tone calm, yet carrying an unshakable confidence. Coach Lin was sipping tea. Upon hearing this, he jerked his head up, nearly spitting out his tea. His eyes bulged like brass bells, his face a mask of disbelief. "Jiang Yun, what did you say? You want to take the advanced class assessment?" Coach Lin's hand, which had just lifted the teacup, gave a sudden violent tremor. Several drops of scalding tea splashed onto the back of his hand, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes wide as he stared at Jiang Yun standing before his desk, as if he had heard some fantastical tale. "What did you just say? Assessment. Advanced class assessment." Coach Lin wondered if he was too exhausted and suffering from auditory hallucinations. He set down the teacup and leaned forward. "Jiang Yun, as I recall, your contracted beast is at Black Iron rank 6. Did you misspeak? Did you mean the intermediate class assessment?" Jiang Yun's expression was calm, but his tone was resolute. "Coach Lin, I did not misspeak. I am applying for the advanced class assessment." "Nonsense." Coach Lin almost blurted out the word. He stood up, hands pressing on the desk. "Jiang Yun, I know you are exceptionally gifted and making rapid progress. But the standard for the advanced class assessment is for the contracted beast to reach Black Iron rank 8. I remember clearly that just 4 or 5 days ago your fire dragon fish was only at Black Iron rank 6. Are you trying to tell me that in just a few days it has jumped 2 ranks and reached rank 8? He paused mid-sentence, only to see that in Jiang Yun's dark eyes there was not a hint of jest, but only a near-certain confidence and calm. Coach Lin's voice involuntarily grew softer, a thought arising in his mind that even he found absurd. Could it be that this kid had indeed elevated that fire dragonfish's realm to Black Iron rank 8 in just a few days? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? Even with an ample supply of resources, the contracted beast still needs time to absorb and digest. From Black Iron rank 6 to 8, ordinary students require at least several months of arduous effort, and that is already considered extremely fast. Even for a prodigy's cultivation, it would take nearly a month. 4 or 5 days. Unheard of. Coach Lin took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Jiang Yun, I know you are eager to improve your strength, but the path of a beast tamer requires gradual progression. Do not aim too high. The advanced class assessment is no child's play. The examiner will release a genuine Black Iron rank 8 ferocious beast as your opponent. If your strength is insufficient, your life could be in danger." His words were cut short once again, but Jiang Yun did not respond with words. Instead, he answered with action. A faint glimmer of light flickered at his fingertip, and within the office a clear, melodious bird cry suddenly rang out. The next moment, a majestic and extraordinary wind thunder lark, its body wreathed in fine arcs of electricity, appeared in midair, its wings stirring a faint breeze as they flapped. Though its size was not as imposing as some birds of prey, its plumage was full, its gaze sharp, and more importantly, the energy fluctuations emanating from its body were unmistakably that of Black Iron rank 8. "Oh, this is..." As the small lark appeared, Coach Lin's eyes instantly bulged, his mouth slightly agape, wide enough to hold an egg. Sensing that unmistakable Black Iron rank 8 aura, he was as if struck by a paralysis spell, his mind a complete blank. He even deliberately probed the little lark's realm. This only deepened his shock. It was truly Black Iron rank 8. In just a few days it had leaped from rank 6 to rank 8. What terrifying speed of advancement was this? In all his years of teaching, he had never seen or even heard of such an outrageous feat. After the initial shock subsided, he quickly realized something profoundly amiss. An even greater question suddenly surged into Coach Lin's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun, his voice distorted by extreme astonishment. "No, Jiang Yun. Your contracted beast. Wasn't your contracted beast that fire dragon fish? How did it become a wind thunder lark? Wait, where did this wind thunder lark come from?" He remembered clearly that Jiang Yun had contracted a fire dragon fish. How had his contracted beast inexplicably changed? And this unfamiliar contracted beast had also reached Black Iron rank 8. Jiang Yun looked at Coach Lin, who was on the verge of falling into confusion, and pondered briefly. Regarding the origin of his second contracted beast, he had already prepared a story. As for its terrifying growth rate, given the investment relationship with Principal He Tiangong, there was no need to conceal too much from Coach Lin. With this in mind, Jiang Yun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly spoke. "Coach Lin, the fire dragon fish is naturally still here. He paused as if choosing his words. I encountered some fortune a few days ago and managed to contract this second beast. As for the rather rapid increase in strength, perhaps it's due to some resources privately provided by the principal. As his words fell before Coach Lin could digest the impact of this second contracted beast, Jiang Yun raised his hand again. This time the very space within the office seemed to freeze for an instant. A scorching vast aura carrying a faint draconic might erupted abruptly, filling the entire room. The air grew hot and dry, and the light itself seemed to warp slightly. A flash of crimson light blazed, and there appeared a massive fire dragon fish, its scales dense and imposing, a bulge on its head fearsome and majestic. It was still slumbering, digesting the vast energy absorbed within. Its enormous body nearly filled the office's open space, making the area feel cramped and oppressive. But the energy fluctuations it emitted, unbridled and far more potent and formidable than the black iron rank, were unmistakably bronze rank. And it was by no means a novice to the bronze rank. That thick, condensed aura clearly indicated it had reached bronze rank 2, seemingly only a step away from rank 3. With a thud, Coach Lin collapsed back into his chair, which groaned under the strain. His eyes were wide as brass bells, fixed on the coiled fire dragon fish radiating bronze rank pressure, then snapping back to the black iron rank 8 winged thunderlark crackling with electricity in the air. 2 contracted beasts. One was a mutated fire dragon fish with boundless potential already at bronze rank 2. The other was a rare lightning-type flying species at black iron rank 8. At this moment, Coach Lin felt his worldview subjected to an unprecedented shock and upheaval. His mind completely shut down, plunging into a chaotic storm. 2 contracted beasts. Jiang Yun actually possessed 2 contracted beasts, and he had contracted the second one in such a short time after contracting the fire dragon fish. How could this be? Contracting a second beast requires extremely strong control over the beast taming space and sufficient spiritual power to support it, which usually takes years of training. How long had he been a beast tamer? Barely less than 2 weeks at most. And this strength? Bronze rank 2. Black iron rank 8. Coach Lin's consciousness involuntarily swept through his own beast taming space. The faint silhouette of his old partner, the gold rank Earth Profound Turtle, emerged, casting a puzzled glance. Looking at his own Earth Profound Turtle, Coach Lin felt an even greater storm surge within him, an indescribable bitterness and absurdity welling up. He recalled that when his Earth Profound Turtle had advanced from black iron rank to rank 2, it had taken a full week, which he had considered incredibly fast and had felt quite proud of for a long time. Advancing from black iron to bronze had consumed nearly 2 years of arduous effort and relentless toil. And from bronze to the current gold rank, how much blood and sweat had he shed? How many years had he wasted? A full 20 years. But what about this youth before him? 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. 2 contracted beasts. One had directly soared to bronze rank 2, and he had casually raised his second beast to black iron rank 8. What kind of demonic speed was this? Even a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Wasn't it said that Jiang Yun had no talent as a beast tamer? And this is called having no talent. Raising beasts quickly, isn't that a talent? Then what were they who had worked hard for decades? Worthless. Resources. Right, resources. Even if Principal He Tiangang had indeed provided generous private support, didn't the beast need time to absorb and transform energy? This speed of digestion and absorption was far too heaven-defying. This defied all common sense. Coach Lin's mind was crammed with countless question marks and exclamation points. He opened his mouth, but found his throat too parched to utter a sound. He could only stare at Jiang Yun with a look reserved for a monster, his face a canvas of disbelief, shock, bewilderment, and a trace of barely concealed envy and frustration. Jiang Yun watched the completely discomposed Coach Lin, his own face still calm, as he asked again softly, Coach Lin, may I proceed with the advanced class assessment now? Yes, absolutely, definitely. Coach Lin almost reflexively sprang to his feet, his voice sharp and hoarse with excitement. Wait here. Just wait right here. No. Go back and rest first. I'm going now. He'll go find the principal immediately. He'll report to him personally. Let him personally arrange the highest standard of assessment for you. His tone was urgent, carrying an indescribable excitement and sense of urgency, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering treasure that must be reported to the highest authority at once. Jiang Yun nodded, said no more, dismissed his 2 beasts, and left the office. As soon as the office door closed, Coach Lin shot out like a rocket that had been ignited, not even bothering to close the door. He ran at what was perhaps the fastest speed of his life, sprinting down the corridor towards the office building where Principal He Tiangang worked. Students and teachers along the way only felt a gust of wind and glimpsed Coach Lin's unprecedented, near-maniacal sprinting figure, all stopping in bewilderment, utterly clueless. Bang! The door to the principal's office was shoved open, violently slamming heavily against the wall behind it with a thunderous noise. Principal He Tiangong, who had been leisurely sipping fine tea and browsing documents behind his spacious desk, was startled by the sudden commotion, his teacup trembling in his hand. He looked up at Coach Lin, who stood panting at the door, his face flushed and hair somewhat disheveled, and couldn't help but frown. Old Lin, what's gotten into you? Chased by a gold-rank, ferocious beast. At your age, why are you still so rash? He Tiangong set down his teacup, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but more so confusion. Principal, Jiang Yun. It's Jiang Yun. He wants to take an assessment. Coach Lin, having sprinted all the way without catching his breath, leaned against the doorframe, gasping out his words. Hearing this, He Tiangong's brow relaxed slightly, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Oh, that kid Jiang Yun. I know. He's here for the intermediate class assessment, right? Black Iron rank 6, it's indeed time for him to move up to the intermediate class. The kid's progress is a bit fast, but it's no reason for you to get this worked up, is it? Calm down, be calm. No, it's not. Coach Lin took a huge gulp of air and waved his hand vigorously. It's not the intermediate class assessment. Not the intermediate class assessment. He Tiangong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. This kid, he's not thinking of directly challenging the advanced class assessment, is he? It's good for young people to have drive, but going for the advanced class at Black Iron rank 6. Old Lin, did you not clearly explain the assessment rules to him? This is no joke. Too rash. It seems he still needs to temper his character. He spoke with earnest gravity, convinced he had guessed the truth, and was about to offer a lecture on the virtues of steadiness for the young. No, it's not Black Iron rank 6 anymore. Coach Lin finally caught his breath. His voice shot up sharply, words tumbling out rapidly. His contracted beast has reached Black Iron rank 8. What a... Hearing Coach Lin's words, the smile on He Tiangong's face instantly froze. The teacup in his hand paused midair, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. Rank 8. How many days has it been? From rank 6 to rank 8. This kid, his beast cultivation speed is truly too fast. I was right to have faith in him. He Tiangong quickly composed himself, showing approval for Jiang Yun. He also felt gratified about his own investment. However, before he could fully process this startling news, Coach Lin's next sentence struck him like a bolt from the blue, precisely upon his crown. It's not Black Iron rank 8. Coach Lin's voice, driven by extreme agitation, was nearly a roar. It's Bronze rank 2. Principal, it's Bronze rank 2. Uffed. He Tiangong spat out the mouthful of hot tea he had just taken, turning it into a mist. The usual composure and authority on his face shattered instantly, leaving only utter shock and bewilderment. You? What did you just say? Bronze. Rank 2. Didn't you say Black Iron rank 8? He Tiangong's voice was dry and raspy. He even wondered if his ears were malfunctioning, plagued by auditory hallucinations. His mind, like a rusted gear, struggled to process the meaning behind the combination of these words. Coach Lin nodded vigorously, gesticulating wildly with excitement, continuing to drop even more earth-shattering bombs. Yes. Bronze rank 2. And that's not all, Principal. He doesn't have just one beast. He has two. The other is a Black Iron rank 8 Wind Thunderlark. 2. In 2 weeks, that fish has reached Bronze rank 2. A Wind Thunderlark has reached Black Iron rank 8. I saw it with my own eyes. That draconic might. That lightning. It's absolutely true. A dead silence fell over the office. He Tiangong was completely frozen in his seat, his shocked expression seemingly petrified into a statue. The teacup in his hand slipped and fell with a clatter onto the expensive carpet, soaking a patch, but he remained utterly oblivious. His mind was a blank, echoing only with Coach Lin's dreamlike words. 2 contracted beasts. Bronze rank 2. Black Iron rank 8. 2 weeks. Each word was like a heavy hammer ruthlessly pounding against the foundations of his cognition. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. Even if he poured all of He Tiangong's wealth into resources, it would be impossible to produce a Bronze rank 2 and a Black Iron rank 8 in just 2 weeks. This was no longer a matter of resources. This completely defied the basic common sense of beast tamer cultivation. How could a beast's cultivation and advancement be this fast? Was raising a beast's realm as simple as drinking water and eating a meal? Even drinking water and eating requires a process of digestion, doesn't it? He Tiangong's mind was screaming and denying in a frenzy. But looking at Coach Lin's expression before him, excited to the point of madness yet utterly earnest, he knew very well that his old subordinate would never joke about something like this. An indescribable, unprecedented wave of shock instantly flooded his entire being. Could it be that kid Jiang Yun had truly accomplished this feat bordering on a miracle? After a brief moment of extreme shock, He Tiangong snapped back to his senses, a terrifyingly sharp light bursting forth in his eyes. His previous calm and composure vanished without a trace, replaced by a near-burning urgency and an almost unbelievable excitement. If this were true, then Qingchuan no One high school had given birth to an absolute prodigy in beast cultivation. If this got out, it was destined to shake the world of beast tamers. Then wouldn't Qingchuan know? One become renowned throughout the world. He abruptly stood up, his voice trembling with a violent surge of emotions, and nearly shouted his orders at Coach Lin. Quick! Immediately! Right now! Go and bring Jiang Yun to me. I want to see him now. Even if Coach Lin wasn't lying. He had to see for himself. Soon, Jiang Yun arrived at the principal's office upon receiving the message. Inside the principal's office, the air seemed to congeal. He Tiangang scrutinized Jiang Yun standing before him, seeking any flaw beneath the youth's calm exterior. He took a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent waves within his heart. His face remained impassive, though a barely perceptible tremor laced his voice. Jiang Yun, Coach Lin said you've contracted a new spirit beast, and the fire dragon fish has reached bronze rank 2. He Tiangang inquired. Jiang Yun remained composed, merely nodding calmly without a word. Then, with a subtle thought, a clear, melodious bird cry rang through the office. A small cloud sparrow, its body wreathed in fine arcs of electricity, materialized and perched obediently on Jiang Yun's shoulder, its black bead-like eyes curiously observing the old man across the room. Next, a scorching and majestic aura spread through the space. The massive scale-armored fire dragon fish appeared in the vacant area of the room. It was still in a slumber of digestion, yet the palpable pressure of bronze rank 2 radiating from its body was undeniable. Though he had already heard Coach Lin's report, witnessing it firsthand, feeling the solid, extraordinary rank aura of these 2 spirit beasts far surpassing conventional understanding. The impact was unparalleled. In his decades of teaching, he had seen countless geniuses, yet never had he witnessed anything so absurd. 2 weeks bronze rank 2 and black iron rank 8. This completely shattered his understanding of the laws governing spirit beast masters' cultivation. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. He Tiangang murmured to himself. He paced half a circle around the 2 spirit beasts, the shock in his eyes gradually giving way to intense curiosity and a desire to investigate. He halted abruptly, his gaze shooting toward Jiang Yun like lightning. Such terrifying growth speed. Jiang Yun, tell me honestly, how did you do it? And what about the aptitude of this new spirit beast? Hearing He Tiangang's questions, Jiang Yun remained composed, for he had already prepared his explanation. He allowed a hint of well-timed bewilderment and caution to appear on his face, shaking his head slightly. Principal, perhaps they are just gifted. I only feed them spirit stones normally. As for the cloud sparrow's aptitude, I don't know. I was fortunate to contract it in the misty forest. I just feel they seem to consume more spirit stones and absorb them faster. Fortunate. Consume more. He Tiangang was caught between laughter and exasperation by this understated reply, yet the light in his eyes burned even brighter. Though the misty forest was mysterious, could one truly contract a spirit beast of this caliber through mere luck? He knew Jiang Yun was holding something back. However, he decided not to press further. Because from this moment on, Jiang Yun was the face of the younger generation at Qingchuan First High. Still, he was curious about the cloud sparrow's aptitude. All right, since you don't know, the principal will find out for you today. He Tiangang laughed heartily, visibly excited. He turned and retrieved a beautifully crafted metallic sheen silver-white pen-like instrument from his desk drawer, its tip set with a translucent crystal. It was clearly an appraisal pen. This is the latest Spirit Beast Aptitude appraisal pen from the Spirit Beast Masters Alliance. Though not as precise as the large instruments, it's adequate for a general assessment. He Tiangang explained, moving first toward the seemingly still sleeping fire dragon fish. Let's start with this one. I remember it was special when first contracted. Oh, we couldn't get a reading then. Let's see if this new device works. He Tiangang activated the appraisal pen. The crystal tip emitted a soft white light, enveloping the fire dragon fish. However, after the white light flickered over the fire dragon fish's scales for a moment, the pen emitted several abnormal beep sounds. The screen flashed with chaotic code, eventually displaying a series of prompts: error, energy interference, unidentifiable. My. He Tiangang was stunned, his brow furrowed. Again. It couldn't be detected last time, and it still can't be detected now. This fire dragon fish's constitution is truly peculiar. Could it be some even stranger mutation? Jiang Yun had been a bit worried on the side. Seeing this result, he breathed a sigh of relief. He understood inwardly, this must be the influence of the fire dragon fish's pseudo-dragon bloodline. Yet he put on a puzzled expression. Principal, this is. No matter. He Tiangang waved his hand, concealing his surprise, and looking at the fire dragon fish thoughtfully. Your fire dragon fish must have an extraordinary constitution, as if some power is blocking the probe. However, purely based on its ability to advance to bronze rank 2 in such a short time, its aptitude is definitely at the amethyst level, or even higher. He made his judgment, his tone absolute. Finished, his gaze shifted to the cloud sparrow on Jiang Yun's shoulder. Come, let's see this little one. The white light of the appraisal pin shone again, enveloping the cloud sparrow. This time the pin functioned normally. On the miniature light screen above the pin, body data began to scroll and refresh rapidly. Race Wind and Thunder Cloud Sparrow, Attribute Wind and Thunder, Rank Black Iron, Rank 8, Skills Wine - Thunder Claw, Aptitude, Assessment, Amethyst level. The data was clearly displayed on the screen. Silence fell upon the office. 2 skills, dual attributes, Amethyst level. Kid, your luck is really something. Coach Lin stared intently at the information on the appraisal pin, unable to hide his shock. An amethyst level spirit beast was extremely rare, even in Sea City. Yet it seemed effortless for Jiang Yun. He casually contracted an amethyst level spirit beast. Principal He Tiangang's hand holding the appraisal pin trembled almost imperceptibly. Despite being mentally prepared, the clear result of amethyst level before his eyes still sent a wave of intense dizziness and ecstasy through him. Amethyst level. This was an amethyst level aptitude. The top-tier aptitude that countless spirit beast masters dreamed of but rarely attained. Across the entire Sea City, one could count such spirit beasts on one hand. And Jiang Yun, this talentless youth, had come to possess 2 amethyst-level spirit beasts in such a short time. Amethyst. He Tiangang's voice was hoarse. He slowly raised his head, his gaze immensely complex as he looked at Jiang Yun. A look containing shock, ecstasy, emotion, and even a trace of envy he himself hadn't noticed. Kid, your luck. It's simply against the heavens. Heaven isn't just handing you a meal, it's force-feeding you a feast of delicacies. Jiang Yun, however, was looking at the results displayed by the appraisal pin, his heart stirring slightly. He realized this pin seemed limited in function. It could only display the most basic race attributes, rank, and conventionally learned skills. It had failed to detect the Cloud Sparrow's passive skill Wind and Thunder possession and its boundless potential evolution path. Nor could it detect its hidden ancient bloodline. In comparison, his own manifestation of all things descriptor's ability, which could see through to the origin, revealing hidden skills, evolution paths, and even abnormal statuses, was on an incomparably higher level. This gave him a deeper appreciation of the value of his talent and reinforced his determination to conceal such a heaven-defying ability. I was just lucky. Jiang Yun maintained a low profile. Luck. This goes beyond luck. Jiang Yun, with 2 amethyst-level spirit beasts, your future is undoubtedly bright. He Tiangang said excitedly, then declared directly, Heaven blesses Qingchuan First High to have produced a prodigy like you. Jiang Yun, with such rapid improvement in your spirit beast, your consumption must be great. The school must not hold you back. He Tiangang then picked up the internal communicator on his desk and contacted the school's resource management department. This is He Tiangang. Immediately transfer from the school reserve. No, from my personal resource pool, 5,000 Waterfire Spirit Stones and 300 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones to my office. After ending the call, He Tiangang looked at Jiang Yun, his eyes brimming with boundless expectation. These resources are my personal and the school's investment in you. Don't bear any burden, use them freely. I have only one request. Our Qingchuan First High has lagged behind in academy quota competitions in recent years. You need to enhance your strength quickly. In the upcoming Spirit Beast Masters Elimination Tournament, win first place and thoroughly teach the geniuses from other schools a lesson, bringing glory to Qingchuan First High. Jiang Yun, seeing the principal's decisive arrangements and such generous investment, felt a surge of warmth and excitement in his heart. He nodded solemnly. Thank you, Principal. I will do my utmost. Though these spirit stones were nothing for the fire dragon fish and cloud sparrow's consumption, it was still better than spending a fortune to buy them himself. Soon a staff member delivered several heavy storage chests. Jiang Yun stored them in his storage ring and thanked the principal again. Looking at the Jiang Yun before him, He Tiangang nodded with great satisfaction. All right. As if jolted by the shock, He Tiangang seemed to remember the main business. The assessment for the advanced class is to independently defeat a Black Iron Rank 8 ferocious beast on a specific arena platform. The time is set for tomorrow morning. Prepare yourself. Though I know you will certainly pass with your strength, you still need to demonstrate your power and qualification so no one can gossip behind your back. Other than that, if there's nothing else, you can head back and rest well. Prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Yes, Principal. Jiang Yun nodded again. He had nothing else to do for now, so he turned and left the principal's office. In the office, only He Tiangang and Coach Lin remained. He Tiangang slowly sank back into his chair, his excitement gradually subsiding, replaced by an extremely serious expression. Old Lin, he said in a deep voice, regarding the true aptitudes of Jiang Yun's 2 spirit beasts and his performance today, it is strictly forbidden to disclose them to anyone. Especially that fire dragon fish. Undetectable with terrifying growth speed. Its aptitude likely far surpasses the amethyst level. Coach Lin's heart tightened, clearly sensing the principal's high regard for Jiang Yun. He immediately replied solemnly, Understood, Principal. This concerns the future of Qingchuan High School. I will remain absolutely tight-lipped. He Tiangang nodded. Good. If there's nothing else you may go back to. Coach Lin cupped his hands and left. He Tiangang gazed out the window, his eyes full of anticipation. It was as if he could already see the future. A bronze-level spirit beast, 2 amethyst level 1s. This kid must be hiding some significant secret. In the future, he is bound to stir up an unimaginable storm. Have you heard? That newcomer class student Jiang Yun is going to take the advanced class assessment tomorrow. No way. Hasn't he only formed a contract with his beast for a week? He's a genius. Haven't you heard about him reaching the 6th rank in 3 days? This rumor, whose origin was unknown, spread like wildfire. Like a boulder thrown into a serene lake, within just an hour before school ended, it stirred up a massive uproar that swept through the entire Qingchuan First High School. Initially, the rumor was merely vague, claiming Jiang Yun would challenge the advanced class assessment, but after being passed through countless mouths and fermenting, it spawned various exaggerated versions. Some said he had received personal guidance from the principal and made rapid progress. Others claimed he had a fortuitous encounter in the misty forest and soared to greatness. Still others swore they had seen his contracted beast size increase dramatically, exuding a formidable aura. The truth could no longer be verified. However, Jiang Yun had already made a name for himself among the core students of Qingchuan First High School after defeating Xiaohong. Reaching the 6th rank of Black Iron in 3 days was not something anyone could achieve. It had already drawn the attention of many back then. Now the news that he would take the advanced class assessment in just a week undoubtedly became the focus of the entire school once again. At the edge of the newcomer class training ground, Xiao Ling's face was terrifyingly dark, with a few lackeys gathered around him. Advanced class assessment. Him. Xiao Ling spat out these words through gritted teeth, his face brimming with jealousy and resentment. Ever since he realized the gap between himself and Jiang Yun, he dared not say much in Jiang Yun's presence, but deep down his hatred for Jiang Yun remained as strong as ever. Clearly the grudge ran deep. Could that broken fish of his really have reached the 8th rank of Black Iron in such a short time? I don't believe it. He must have stumbled upon some incredible luck or used some forbidden drug that drains his potential. Why does this kind of luck always fall on him? At the intermediate class training ground, Xiaohong's eyes were sinister. Compared to Xiao Ling's irritability, he felt more uncertainty and suspicion. After his battle with Jiang Yun, he understood better than Xiao Ling the peculiarity and formidable combat power of Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish. Still, he sneered coldly. How utterly reckless. Directly challenging the advanced class assessment. He's practically asking for death. The advanced class assessment pits you against real ferocious beasts, not the sparring matches in the academy. Practical experience and on-the-spot reactions are indispensable. A rookie who's been a core student for less than half a month might wet his pants from fear or make a fatal mistake and get torn to shreds by a beast. He cursed maliciously, as if only this could alleviate his inner sense of defeat. Meanwhile, when Jiang Yun's figure appeared at the newcomer class training ground, the originally noisy classroom fell silent for a second, and all eyes focused on him. Those gazes were filled with shock, curiosity, envy, and even a hint of incredulous awe. The next moment, whispers spread like a tide. It's really him. He's going to take the advanced class assessment. Oh my god, how long has it been? How did his fire dragon fish cultivate? It's terrifying. Jiang Yun paid no heed to these discussions. At that moment, Zhang Chong Li Na and his younger sister Jiang Yunyao approached, their faces brimming with excitement. Jiang Yunyao, like a little rabbit, was the first to bounce over to her brother. Brother, you're truly incredible. Her small face flushed red with excitement, her voice clear and loud, as if afraid the whole class wouldn't hear. An advanced class assessment. You're about to become a core student of the advanced class, but you've improved too fast. You didn't even wait for me. Zhang Chong slapped Jiang Yun's shoulder forcefully, excitedly muttering, Brother Yun, you kept us in the dark. You caused such a big stir without a word. You've brought so much honor to our newcomer class. His smile nearly reached his ears, as if he were the one about to take the assessment. Li Na stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy for Jiang Yun, but her thoughtfulness compelled her to remind him. Jiang Yun, congratulations. But I've heard the advanced class assessment is very strict, involving combat with formidable beasts. You must be careful. Jiang Yun looked at his friends and sister, who were genuinely happy for him, and a gentle smile appeared on his calm face. He nodded, his tone still composed. I know. Don't worry, I have a plan. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the excited atmosphere around him, adding to his mysterious and powerful aura. His classmates watched him, their envy deepening. They understood that this former classmate, once deemed a talentless loser, had soared to great heights at a speed they couldn't comprehend, about to ascend to a platform they could only look up to. Jiang Yunyao watched her brother's composed manner, proudly puffing out her little chest, her sparkling eyes silently declaring to the entire class, Look, this is my brother. He's the best. Her heart swelled with pride. A shift in seeing the ordinary student area. Most were buzzing with the excitement of spectators. I have to go to the core area tomorrow to watch. An advanced class assessment is a huge event. Anyone who can take the advanced class assessment is a genius of Qingchuan First High School. And this Jiang Yun reached the 6th rank in 3 days. It's only reasonable he's at the 8th rank after a week. Black Iron 8th rank. I'm also untalented, but my beast has only reached the 5th rank after half a year. Comparing people drives me crazy. I wonder how Jiang Yun managed it. Do you think he'll succeed? I recall the pass rate for the advanced class assessment isn't high. Who knows? As long as there's a spectacle. In the core area where advanced class students operated, the atmosphere was completely different. When the news arrived, over a dozen advanced class students, either resting or training, mostly showed expressions of surprise. To have entered the advanced class, each of them had beasts at the 8th or 9th rank of Black Iron, and their talent and strength were undoubtedly formidable. As the chosen ones, each naturally had their pride. A tall, sturdy boy wiping his boxing gloves raised an eyebrow. Oh, that newcomer who reached the 6th rank in 3 days and defeated Xiao Hong from the intermediate class. His pace is astonishingly fast. Hasn't it been less than a week? Has he already reached the 8th rank of Black Iron? The boy questioned, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Beside him, a bespectacled girl, who appeared more scholarly, pushed up her glasses and analyzed calmly. To improve so rapidly in such a short time, either he's been showered with unimaginable resources or his beast's talent is truly extraordinary. Whichever it is, it's worth paying attention to. If he successfully advances to our advanced class, he'll definitely become a strong competitor for the limited slots. A competitor? How just to show off? As the girl's words fell from a corner, a tall, slender young man with handsome features and an innate haughty demeanor let out a very faint sneer as if he had heard a boring joke. A lackey by his side immediately caught on and loudly chimed in, "Brother Feng, it seems any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they can join our core class now. Relying on luck and shady tricks to level up quickly with a shaky foundation, they're just paper tigers in real combat. The ferocious beasts released in tomorrow's assessment aren't vegetarians. He'll probably be exposed on the spot." He slowly stood up, his gaze indifferent as he swept across the arena outside the window, his tone flat, but chillingly cold. The advanced class is not a stage for those who seek attention through flashy stunts. Without the corresponding strength and foundation, even if they luck out and get in, they'll be eliminated soon enough. The young man's pride stemmed from his absolute strength and long-standing position as the top student in the advanced class. Anyone who might challenge or share his spotlight was instinctively repelled by him. Jiang Yun's sudden rise and the attention he garnered deeply displeased him. 3 days to the 6th rank, taking the advanced class assessment in a week. In his eyes, it was nothing but a cheap stunt. The young man sneered disdainfully. Tomorrow we'll see what tricks this so-called speed-leveling genius has up his sleeve. The next day, the specialized arena in the core area usually reserved for advanced class students was already surrounded by a crowd completely packed. Not just core students and intermediate class students, but even many ordinary class students had arrived early to secure advantageous positions, eagerly waiting. The noisy discussions converged into a buzzing sea, with everyone's topic tightly centered around the same name, Jiang Yun. Has he come? Has Jiang Yun arrived yet? Not yet. The assessment starts at 9, so there's still some time. I heard that for this assessment, Coach Wang specifically chose an iron-horn rhinoceros known for its defense and charge. That's a genuine Black Iron level 8 ferocious beast, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, charging like a war chariot. The iron-horn rhinoceros. Oh my, that's not an easy opponent. Many inexperienced beast tamers facing this kind of ferocious beast for the first time can easily be intimidated by its imposing aura, unable to unleash their skills. This is going to be interesting. Let's see if Jiang Yun creates a miracle or makes a fool of himself. In the crowd, Xiao Ling and several lackeys squeezed together, wearing schadenfreude smiles, eager for the assessment to begin and to witness Jiang Yun's disgrace. Xiao Hong stood a bit further back in the intermediate class area, his gaze cold, a smirk at the corner of his mouth, waiting for Jiang Yun to make a blunder. Zhang Chong and Li Na had also arrived early. Jiang Yun's sister Jiang Yun seemed to have arrived at school first. Sitting beside them, the few were squeezed at the front, nervously clenching their fists, palms sweating. Jiang Yun's small face was tense, continuously murmuring, "Go, brother. You're the best. You must pass the assessment." The advanced class students appeared in groups in their designated area, their expressions relatively calm, though their eyes carried varying degrees of scrutiny and curiosity. A young man displeased with Jiang Yun stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar, his expression indifferent, as if merely there to watch an inconsequential spectacle, but his slightly narrowed eyes betrayed a hint of unnoticed coldness. Directly opposite the arena in the high observation room, Principal He Tiangong, Coach Lin Yong, Coach Lu Wen, and Coach Wang Lei had already taken their seats. The huge one-way glass allowed them to see the entire arena clearly, while the outside could not see them. Old one, you really know how to pick the iron horn rhinoceros. This thing has quite a terrifying impact when it charges, Coach Liu said, looking at the heavy gate on one side of the field, frowning slightly. The advanced class assessment is no child's play. Strength, mentality, and on-the-spot reactions are all essential. The iron horn rhinoceros is perfect for testing these. If he can't even pass this hurdle, it shows he's still far from ready. His gaze was sharp like a hawk. He Tiangang smiled, without speaking, leisurely savoring his tea. Lin Yong was somewhat restless, his eyes filled with anticipation, mixed with a hint of tension, fearful of unexpected occurrences. When the hand of the clock pointed to 9 o'clock, the noisy sound waves on the scene suddenly peaked. He's here. Jiang Yun has arrived. The crowd parted to create a passage as Jiang Yun, dressed in simple core student training attire, walked in calmly. He appeared unaffected by the roaring chaos around him and the countless focused gazes, steadily stepping onto the center of the arena. After the host briefly announced the assessment rules, the heavy gate slowly rose with a creaking sound. Moo! A deep, powerful roar emanated from the darkness behind the gate, carrying a strong, wild aura. In the next moment, a massive creature suddenly charged out. It resembled a rhinoceros, its entire body covered with thick rock-like gray-brown armor, and a thick single horn on its brow glimmered with a metallic sheen. Its sturdy limbs thudded heavily against the arena floor, sending vibrations that made people's hearts tremble. Its crimson eyes scanned the arena, ultimately locking onto Jiang Yun, nostrils flaring and pawing at the ground restlessly. It seemed poised to launch an attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun's talent manifested instantly. The information about the iron horn rhinoceros was laid bare. Species: iron horn rhinoceros, Earth, attribute realm black, iron, level 8 qualification, low level, gold skills, savage charge, rare, concentrates all its strength into its horn, launching a high-speed linear charge with immense power, capable of strong repulsion and armor-piercing effects. Thick skin, passive, rare skin and armor are exceptionally tough, effectively reducing physical damage. Earthquake wave, common, stomps the ground, releasing shock waves in a small surrounding area, disrupting the enemy's steps. Seeing the information about the iron horn rhinoceros, Jiang Yun smiled calmly, seemingly unfazed. A black iron level 8 ferocious beast. The iron horn rhinoceros, renowned for its powerful defense and savage charge. Seeing the iron horn rhinoceros, the surrounding classmates began to get excited. It's definitely an iron horn rhinoceros. Such a strong sense of oppression. It's over. I remember Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish is a ranged attacker, right? Can it break through this thing's defense? Let's see how he copes. If he gets hit once, it's not a joke. Gasps of surprise erupted from the stands, and many felt a squeeze of worry for Jiang Yun. Xiao Ling and the others were almost laughing out loud. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more Jiang Yun would suffer. The referee looked at Jiang Yun, signaling the assessment to begin. Jiang Yun's expression remained calm. With a lift of his hand, the light of the beast taming space illuminated. However, the next moment, the entire audience was stunned. What appeared before him was not the mighty fire dragon fish as everyone had expected, but rather a magnificent bird surrounded by delicate arcs of electricity. Huh, a bird. Why is it a bird? What happened to his fire dragon fish? Did he accidentally let it die? Did he contract a new beast? What nonsense. Using a newly contracted beast for an advanced class assessment. Isn't that a death wish? Ha, I knew it. He truly revealed his true form. He lost his main beast. A waste is still a waste. What quick evolution. He must have been overfeeding it and led it to death. Now he doesn't even know where to contract a sparrow and thinks he can undertake the advanced class assessment. This is simply suicidal. As they observed the situation in the arena, Xiao Ling and the others erupted with piercing laughter. Zhang Chong, Li Na, and Jiang Yun were also stunned, their faces filled with shock and worry. In the advanced class area, many students frowned. Qin Feng's sarcasm grew more pronounced, slightly emphasizing 4 words. For show. In the observation room, Coach Liu covered her mouth in surprise. Coach Wang Lei's brows furrowed tightly. He Tiangang and Lin Yong exchanged meaningful glances, just as the audience erupted in an uproar filled with doubts and ridicule. The small lark seemed to be stimulated by the surrounding noise and the ferocious aura of the iron horn rhinoceros, naturally releasing its own aura. Boom. Black iron level 8. The clear energy fluctuation instantly spread out. The moment this aura burst forth, the arena fell into silence. 8th level. This bird is also 8th level. How is this possible? Where did he get a second 8th level beast? My heavens. Is he now a dual beast tamer? Or is it that he changed beasts? In less than a week, did he raise it to 8th level? Who just called Jiang Yun a waste? Jiang Yun contracted his first beast less than a week ago. How is this second beast already at 8th level? When did he contract this? Did he contract it before becoming a beast tamer? Wasn't he supposed to be talentless? This is too outrageous. The entire arena suddenly plunged into a wave of even more intense shock. The previous laughter and doubts abruptly ceased. replaced by countless expressions of disbelief and astonished gazes. Xiaohong, Xiaoling, and the others' smiles froze on their faces. Their faces turned pale as paper. Zhang Chong and the others, however, shifted from worry to joy, nearly jumping with excitement. Dual beasts. I should have thought of it. This guy Yungu has been hiding deep. The advanced class students could no longer maintain their composure, all straightening up. For the first time, their faces displayed an exceedingly grave expression. Qin Feng's indifferent demeanor shattered, his pupils slightly constricted and his gaze sharpened. Cursing internally. Damn it. Dual beasts. What a little brat. In the observation room, Coach Wang Lei muttered to himself. The seriousness on his face transformed into shock. The idea of letting a beast die is still not easy to achieve. If a beast senses life danger, it will inevitably abandon the contract and leave its master. Clearly, Jiang Yun on stage must possess dual beasts. In the arena, the iron-horned rhinoceros seemed angered by the small lark's aura. It let out a furious roar, its sturdy hind hooves stomping the ground like an out-of-control heavy war chariot. Lowering its head, it charged wildly towards the small lark, and Jiang Yun leading with its terrifying horn. The momentum was astonishing. The battle was about to begin. Everyone immediately calmed down, seriously watching this exhilarating fight. Facing this terrifying impact capable of shattering rocks, Jiang Yun's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He merely calmly issued a command. Quick battle, quick resolution. As the words fell, the small lark moved. It did not choose to evade. Instead, it transformed into a blue-white lightning bolt that tore through the air. The speed was so fast that most in attendance only felt a blur in front of their eyes. The lightning did not advance in a straight line. At the moment the iron-horned rhinoceros was about to charge, the small lark's surrounding airflow suddenly swirled violently, its speed increasing once more. It raced. It sidestepped with an incomprehensibly small arc. The motion was graceful and agile, perfectly avoiding the apex of the horn, circling behind the comparatively weak side of the iron-horned rhinoceros' neck. In the next moment, dazzling blue-white electric light erupted from its tiny claws, the thunderous power, highly concentrated, radiating a chilling aura of destruction. Thunderclaw. Without the slightest hesitation, the small lark transformed into lightning, decisively striking downward. Pooh, zzz. A muffled tearing sound accompanied by the sharp pain of scorching electricity erupted. The lightning flashed and disappeared. The small lark's figure elegantly hovered in midair. It seemed surrounded by faint whirlwinds and disappearing electric arcs, the traces of the skill, wind, and thunder protection quietly dissipating. It gently smoothed its feathers as if that brief moment had never occurred. The imposing, heavily defended iron-horned rhinoceros' massive body suddenly froze in place, as if the pause button had been pressed, sliding forward a short distance before crashing to the ground. On its side neck, several deep, bone-visible claw marks were conspicuously visible, the edges of the wounds singed, even emitting wisps of white smoke and faint electric arcs. The crimson in its eyes quickly faded, becoming dull and lifeless. Its massive body occasionally twitched involuntarily, remnants of the thunderous power still wreaking havoc. One strike. Instant kill. The appearance of this scene caused the entire arena to plunge into a dead silence. One could almost hear the crackling thunder surrounding the small lark. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape. It was as if they collectively had their throats seized, unable to make a sound. They had expected a prolonged and exhilarating battle. But they never anticipated that just as their emotions had surged high, it would be over in a second. The black iron level 8 iron-horned rhinoceros, known for its defense, was killed in one blow by a lark of the same level. Impossible. After a brief silence, a complete eruption followed like a volcanic explosion. Instant kill, eh? What did I just see? What speed was that? What kind of attack power was that? I didn't even see clearly. So strong. So outrageous. Is this really a battle of black iron level 8? A monster. Jiang Yun is a monster. No, his beast is simply a monster. This new beast is astonishingly powerful. This is simply ridiculous. Calls of shock, screams, and cries of disbelief nearly overturned the entire arena. Xiao Ling and the others turned pale, their bodies icy, as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Xiao Hong's face turned ashen, fists clenched, nails almost embedding into his palm. Zhang Chongli Na and Jiang Yun excitedly embraced each other. Yungu, you're amazing. Brother, you're so impressive. They joyfully jumped and shouted. In the advanced class area, all the students fell silent. They could no longer find a hint of disdain on their faces, only deep shock and a sense of indescribable pressure. Even with their current black iron level 9 strength, it was impossible to say they could instantly kill the black iron level 8 iron-horned rhinoceros, known for its defense. The only explanation is that Jiang Yun's beast taming qualifications were likely above theirs, making all combat power so terrifying. Or perhaps some mutation occurred, or some means was used to enhance combat power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the iron-horned rhinoceros in one blow. The young man in the advanced class stood straight, his expression terrifyingly dark, staring intently at the calm figure in the arena. He finally realized that this newcomer was by no means a mere crowd pleaser, but a true threat to his position. A formidable foe. In the observation room, Coach Lu Wen was so stunned she couldn't close her mouth for half a day. Coach Wang Lei took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words. Very strong. Principal He Tiangang burst into hearty laughter, his face filled with satisfaction and pride, as if everything had gone according to his expectations. Coach Lin Yong was even more excited, his face flushed, sharing in the glory. The referee was stunned for a while before suddenly snapping back to reality. He hurriedly approached to check the Ironhorn Rhinoceros condition, confirming its loss of combat ability, then loudly announced, "The advanced class assessment is over." Newcomer Jiang Yun passed. The voice reverberated through the loudspeaker, reigniting the crowd's emotions, especially with the words "newcomer class." This caused the entire arena to boil over. Jiang Yun's expression remained calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, raising his hand to retract the small lark, nodding slightly towards the referee and the observation room, then turning to leave. Amidst a myriad of complex gazes filled with awe, admiration, and jealousy, he slowly walked down the arena, as if everything was within his expectation. Such a reaction caused those around him to erupt in a frenzy. At this moment, they finally understood that Jiang Yun seemingly did not take this assessment seriously at all. The referee's voice announcing the result. Like cold water thrown into a searing cauldron of oil, it instantly shattered the dead silence of the arena. He passed. He really passed. A one-hit kill. My God, I still can't believe it. That Ironhide Rhino looked so formidable, yet it couldn't withstand a single blow against his beast. Dual beasts. Black Iron rank 8. How did he manage that? A genius. A prodigy. From today on, Jiang Yun is my idol. Jiang Yun is my boyfriend who hasn't agreed to be with me yet. Jiang Yun, you're so handsome. I love you. Gasps, cries of admiration, and incredulous screams swept across the core zone like a tsunami. Countless gazes locked onto the youth slowly descending from the arena, filled with unprecedented reverence, worship, and profound shock. All previous doubts and mockery were ground to dust before such absolute power. Brother, you were amazing. Jiang Yun was the first to break through the crowd, bounding toward Jiang Yun like a joyful fawn. Her small face flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with immense pride. Witnessing this scene, the other girls nearby were practically consumed by envy. Zhang Chong and Li Na also squeezed through, their faces beaming with excitement. Yunch, awesome. That was insane. That was an Ironhide Rhino. One-hit kill. How did you do it? Zhang Chong stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. He clapped Jiang Yun hard on the shoulder. Li Na smiled radiantly and offered sincere congratulations. Jiang Yun, congratulations. You've successfully advanced to the advanced class. Seeing the trio, Jiang Yun revealed a gentle smile. Thank you. In stark contrast to their jubilation was the deathly silence on the other side. Xiao Ling and his lackeys stood frozen, their faces ashen, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the shocking scene. The scenario they had imagined, Jiang Yun making a fool of himself and losing, never materialized. Instead, there was a devastating, overwhelming victory. The result struck them like a resounding slap across the face, burning with humiliation. Xiao Hong stood in the intermediate class area, his face terrifyingly pale. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms without him realizing it. He stared fixedly at Jiang Yun, surrounded by the crowd, his eyes brimming with resentment, venom, and a trace of fear he was unwilling to admit even to himself. The strength Jiang Yun had displayed had completely surpassed his comprehension. In the advanced class area, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost drip. All the advanced class students remained silent. The earlier ease and scrutiny had vanished, replaced by an intense sense of crisis and gravity. With a swift and decisive kill, Jiang Yun announced his arrival to them all, along with the formidable power capable of threatening any one of them. That youth stood upright, his earlier lazy, lounging posture gone. The indifference and mockery on his face had been replaced by an extreme gloom, his eyes sharp as knives locked onto Jiang Yun. That astonishing talent and strength like a thorn pierced deep into his proud heart. Jiang Yun. He practically ground out the name through his teeth. His voice was icy cold. Just then the observation room door opened. Led by Principal He Tiangang, followed by coaches Lin Yong, Wang Lei, and Lu Wen, the group slowly walked toward the arena. Their appearance instantly drew everyone's attention, and the roaring crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone knew the main event had arrived. Principal He Tiangang wore a gratified and appreciative smile, sweeping his gaze across the venue before settling on Jiang Yun. From the silk tray held by a staff member beside him, he picked up a badge gleaming with a silvery luster engraved with complex runes and the emblem of Qingchuan First High School. Student Jiang Yun. He Tiangang's voice, clear and powerful, spread throughout the venue via the microphone. In the advanced class assessment, you performed excellently, demonstrating outstanding strength and successfully defeating the assessment beast. After unanimous recognition by the assessment panel, you have fully met the strength and qualifications of an advanced class student. He personally and solemnly pinned the core badge, symbolizing the highest student rank at Qingchuan First High School, onto the left chest of Jiang Yun's training uniform. Congratulations! You are now officially a core student of Qingchuan First High School's advanced class. He Tiangang patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder, his voice full of encouragement. I hope you remain humble and diligent, continue to work hard, and strive for greater honors for the school in the future. Thank you, Principal. I will. Jiang Yun bowed slightly, his tone calm but resolute. The silver badge gleamed brightly under the sunlight, stinging the eyes of countless envious onlookers below. He Tiangang nodded with a smile. Then his gaze shifted to the stern-faced advanced class coach Wang Lei. Coach Wang, from now on, student Jiang Yun is in your hands. Coach Wang Lei stepped forward. His gaze complex fell on the newly pinned badge on Jiang Yun's chest, then on Jiang Yun himself. He said in a deep voice, Jiang Yun, I've seen your strength and potential. Report to the advanced class training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll handle all the formalities for you. Though his tone remained stern, it now carried the recognition and regard befitting a true core student. Yes, coach, Jiang Yun replied. The principal and the advanced class coach personally appearing to award and delegate matters. This honor was extremely rare in previous advanced class assessments. The crowd below saw it clearly. This was a clear signal from the school's top brass of their immense regard for Jiang Yun. Gasps and murmurs among the crowd rose once more. Filled with envy, the award ceremony concluded. The crowd began to disperse, but discussions about Jiang Yun and that one-hit kill match were destined to become the hottest topic at Qingchuan First High School for a long time to come. After school, on the way home, Jiang Yun was still in a state of extreme excitement, chattering incessantly about how impressive her brother had been, drawing sidelong glances from passers-by. However, just as they passed a relatively quiet street corner and were about to exit the school gate, a figure abruptly blocked their path. The person was tall and lean, with a handsome face marred by an indelible arrogance. It was the youth from the advanced class who harbored a grudge against Jiang Yun. With his hands in his pockets, his eyes cold and filled with undisguised contempt and hostility, he looked Jiang Yun up and down. Jiang Yun. He spoke, his voice carrying a mocking chill. Humph, a worthless piece of trash who got lucky and contracted 2 decent beasts, and you think you've risen to the top. His gaze swept over the new badge on Jiang Yun's chest, the sneer on his lips growing heavier. The core class isn't a place for a lucky scum like you. You'd better know your place. He released a faint aura from his beast, the oppressive pressure of black iron rank 9 peak bearing down. It instantly made Jiang Yun's face turn pale. Don't think having some strength makes you special. The waters in the advanced class run deep. The youth stepped closer, his tone full of menace. When you get to the advanced class tomorrow, it'll make you understand what a true genius is. A nobody like you isn't even fit to shine my shoes. With that, he let out a cold snort, gave Jiang Yun no chance to reply, turned and walked away with an air of extreme arrogance. How can you be like this? Jiang Yun's small face flushed with anger. She wanted to rush forward and argue, but Jiang Yun grabbed her arm. Brother, he's too much. Jiang Yun protested indignantly. Jiang Yun watched the youth's figure disappear around the street corner, his eyes calm and unruffled, though a faint, barely perceptible cold glint flickered in their depths. A barking dog rarely bites, he said flatly, then comforted his sister. No need to get angry over someone like that. Let's go home. Though he didn't know exactly who the youth was, he could infer from his words that he was definitely an advanced class student. The aura of black iron rank 9 peak. His status seemed considerable. His own stellar performance today had stirred the nerves of some vested interests. Provoking hostility was inevitable. However, such a level of provocation was not enough to anger him. True strength was not won through words. Yet the youth's hostile gaze and words also made Jiang Yun realize that the seemingly glamorous advanced class was likely far from peaceful within. Perhaps the conflicts were even fiercer. The next day, Jiang Yun awoke from his cultivation. His first action was to sense the beast-taming space. As expected, the fire dragon fish had completed its absorption, its aura growing denser and more solid as it successfully advanced to bronze tier 3. Jiang Yun felt a surge of joy. As his greatest trump card for now, each rank the fire dragon fish ascended bolstered his confidence. The beast tamer elimination tournament was fast approaching. To leave nothing to chance, he needed to strengthen the fire dragon fish as much as possible before the competition. Without hesitation, he immediately took out the remaining 9,000 plus waterfire spirit stones, piling them into a small mountain within the room. The fire dragon fish coiled its massive body nearby, opening its great maw like a whale drawing water. It began a new round of devouring. In the end, it consumed over 5,000 spirit stones to its satisfaction before sinking back into dormant digestion. Gazing at the storage ring now half empty, in an instant Jiang Yun rubbed his temples, feeling a troubled delight. This appetite is getting bigger and bigger. He let out a low wry chuckle. The 5,000 spirit stones the principal had granted just yesterday, combined with his own reserves, were nearly depleted by this single feeding. Now he had less than 4,000 spirit stones left. That would likely only be enough for the fire dragon fish's next meal to be half full. Roughly calculated, there were still nearly half a month until the city-level Beast Tamer League. With the fire dragon fish's average digestion cycle of 3 days, he could manage at least 4 more such feedings. His current resources were certainly insufficient. This meant he had to acquire more resources as soon as possible. It seems this 10 million plus Federation credits in hand won't stay long. Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. He decided to visit the Beast Tamer Mall after school and convert all his funds into spirit stones. Combined with what he had, it should barely last until the competition began. As for resources after the tournament, he would have to take it one step at a time. Perhaps securing a spot in the Beast Tamer Academy at the competition would bring substantial resource rewards. After settling the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the little cloud sparrow. He did not rush to feed it thunder spirit stones. Instead, he kept it in its optimal waking state. He had a premonition that today's advanced class registration would not be smooth sailing. After breakfast, Jiang Yun and his sister set off together for school. Though they were now in the same school, they inhabited different worlds. Jiang Yun still strove in the novice class, while Jiang Yun was about to step into the core region representing the school's top combat strength. Take care of yourself in the novice class. If anyone bullies you, you must tell me immediately. At the school gate, Jiang Yun urged with concern. This only sister was his greatest worry. I know, big brother. You can rest assured. Jiang Yun lifted her small face. A confident smile on her lips. My little Blackie is now Black Iron Tier 3. In the novice class, and the one who bullies others, oh, no one dares to mess with me. Mentioning the devouring rabbit, Jiang Yun recalled the information revealed by the trait manifestation this morning. Due to the awakening of the Devour talent, little Blackie's growth rate had accelerated and the water attribute awakening progress showed 10. It seemed that fully awakening the new attribute and acquiring skills would require a sustained investment of a large number of water attribute spirit stones. Jiang Yun was not in a hurry about this. He had given his sister plenty of water attribute spirit stones, allowing her to nurture it step by step. After parting from his sister, Jiang Yun took a deep breath and strode toward the training ground reserved for advanced class students. The facilities here were far superior to those of other classes. The spiritual energy concentration in the grounds was higher, the space more expansive. A full array of advanced training applications was available. When he entered the designated training ground, the 6 advanced class students, including himself, had already assembled. Coach Wang Lei stood at the front, his expression as stern as ever. Seeing Jiang Yun enter, Wang Lei gave a slight nod as a greeting. Then facing the group, he spoke concisely. Jiang Yun, the newcomer. The rules of the advanced class are simple, no fixed curriculum. There are only 2 paths to growth. 1, engage in actual combat with various fierce beasts in the simulation training grounds at the back. 2, spar among yourselves to grow together. His gaze swept over the 6 present, his tone flat, yet laden with pressure. Resources and guidance must be earned through combat performance. Here, strength is everything. I won't say more. All right, you can train on your own. If you have any questions, you can find me in my office. With that, Coach Wang Lei turned and walked away directly. Without any hesitation, he left behind a dashing back. He was like a hands-off manager. This move left Jiang Yun slightly stunned. He mused that the teaching style of the advanced class was far too less is fair. Just as Jiang Yun was silently lamenting in mild speechlessness, a figure approached him proactively. It was a tall, sturdy, dark-skinned boy with a simple and warm smile. Hey, newcomer. You're Jiang Yun, right? I'm Zhao Taiju. His voice was loud and clear as he extended his hand. I watched your assessment yesterday. That was awesome. One-shotting the armored rhino. It really opened my eyes. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. The boy before him seemed a bit too enthusiastic. Still, he felt a liking for his straightforwardness. He didn't seem like someone with hidden motives. Jiang Yun shook his hand. Thanks, I was just lucky. Brother, you're too modest. That's not luck. Zhao Tai's eyes widened as he lowered his voice, asking with curiosity and excitement. Hey, they say you have 2 beast tamers. Is that true or false? And that fire dragon fish, what rank is it? Jiang Yun smiled. He neither confirmed nor denied, only vaguely said, didn't Coach Wang say it? Here, strength is proven through combat performance. Hearing this, Zhao Taiju didn't feel brushed off at all. Instead, he slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Right. Got it. Hee, but you're definitely hiding plenty. 3 days to 6 tiers, a week to 8 tiers. At this pace, I old Zhao salute you. His loud voice and unreserved praise drew sidelong glances from the others in the training ground. Just then, a cold, sneering voice rang out abruptly. It shattered the slightly harmonious atmosphere. Admire. Admire a waste who squeezed in by overdrawing potential and sheer dumb luck. Jiang Yun looked up. He saw a young man strolling over with his hands in his pockets. His face bore undisguised contempt. Beside him followed a tall, thin student, who echoed with a snicker. Jiang Yun paused. This newcomer was none other than the young man who had stopped him and his sister in the alley yesterday. Hearing the young man's words, Jiang Yun showed little reaction, but Zhao Taiyi's face suddenly darkened. He rumbled back, Qin Feng, watch your mouth. If you've got the skills, go one-shot an armored rhino yourself. Qin Feng didn't even look at Zhao Taiyu. What's so hard about one-shotting an armored rhino? His gaze shot like a cold arrow straight at Jiang Yun. What's there to show off about brief strength bought by burning potential? The advanced class isn't a stage for clowns who seek attention. He stepped forward. The aura of a black iron tier 9 peak beast tamer was unleashed without restraint, carrying an aggressive pressure that enveloped Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, I formally challenge you now. Let me see what this genius of yours is really made of. Qin Feng's tone was arrogant, as if issuing a command. Zhao Taiyu erupted in fury, stepping forward abruptly. Qin Feng, have you no shame? A peak tier 9 challenging a tier 8. Want to fight? We'll take you on. As Zhao Taiyi's words fell, his own tier 9 aura burst forth, standing in opposition to Qin Feng. The atmosphere in the training ground instantly became charged. Tension reached its peak. The other students stopped their activities, their eyes darting among the three. They wore expressions of eager spectators. Yet at the center of the storm, Jiang Yun's face showed no change. He didn't even meet Qin Feng's provocative gaze. Instead, he turned slightly to Zhao Tieju, who was bristling with anger, and said calmly, "Classmate Zhao, no need to be angry." His voice was soft, but carried clearly through the suddenly quiet training ground. My qualification was jointly recognized by the principal and the coaches, earned through a formal assessment. It cannot be denied by anyone's words, nor does it need to be proven through a meaningless private duel. As he spoke, he slowly turned his gaze to Qin Feng. In his eyes there was no anger, no fear, only an almost detached calm, as if looking at a petulant child. Fight you? Jiang Yun shook his head slightly. His tone carried a faint, barely perceptible aloofness. Why should I fight you? If I win, I gain nothing. It only wastes my precious training time and delays my preparation for the upcoming tournament. He paused. His gaze swept over the onlooking students before finally settling back on Qin Feng's increasingly sour face. My time and energy are valuable. They're meant for self-improvement, not for satisfying someone's petty vanity and competitive urges. If you think I don't belong here. Jiang Yun gestured sideways, making a motion of invitation. The direction pointed toward Coach Wang Lei's office. You can go find Coach Wang or Principal He. If either of them says I'm not qualified to stay, you'll leave immediately. As Jiang Yun's words fell, the entire venue grew even more silent. No one had expected Jiang Yun not only to refuse Qin Feng's challenge, but to articulate his reasoning so compellingly. His words were logically clear, well-structured, delivered calmly, yet with undeniable authority. He had elevated a personal conflict to the level of rules and qualifications, effortlessly kicking the ball back to Qin Feng and even to the coach and principal. Indeed, Jiang Yun had entered through a formal assessment. On what grounds did Qin Feng question him? If he had the guts, why not take it up with the principal? You? Qin Feng was choked, speechless, his face alternating between pale and red, his chest heaving violently, yet he found no words to retort. How could he possibly go to the principal? Wouldn't that be asking for humiliation? He had originally intended to pressure Jiang Yun into accepting a duel, then defeat him with absolute dominance. In doing so, his name Qin Feng would spread across the school, making him the center of attention. But he never expected the other party to refuse his game, entirely countering with the most legitimate reasoning, handing him a soft rebuff. What frustrated him most was that Jiang Yun had shown not a trace of emotional fluctuation from start to finish. That feeling of being utterly ignored and dismissed was 100 times more unbearable than direct insult. Jiang Yun, however, no longer looked at him as if he were mere air. He turned to the still-dazed Zhao Tieju, his tone regaining some warmth. Classmate Zhao, I'm new here and unfamiliar. Could you show me around the advanced class training ground? I'd like to start today's training as soon as possible. Oh, sure. No problem. Zhao Taiyu was also stunned by Jiang Yun's speech. He snapped back to reality at the sound of Jiang Yun's voice. Then he nodded quickly, seeing Qin Feng's deflated look. He felt a secret thrill and a smile spread across his face. Come on, I'll show you around. Over here is the strength testing area, and over there is the reaction speed training pod. The advanced class has tons of great stuff. With that, he enthusiastically guided Jiang Yun. They walked right past Qin Feng, who stood frozen, his face livid. Neither of them spared him another glance. They chatted naturally, as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. This utter disregard was more insulting than any verbal retort. It humiliated him to the core. Crack. Crack. Qin Feng's fists clenched, the joints cracking. He stared fixedly at the retreating backs of Jiang Yun and Zhao Tieju, his eyes brimming with venom and fury ready to erupt. The other students drew in silent breaths. Their gazes toward Jiang Yun had completely changed. This newcomer was not only absurdly strong, but his mindset and approach were utterly unlike a youth. That unfathomable steadiness and calm sent a shiver down their spines. Seeing Jiang Yun humiliate Qin Feng so thoroughly, these students also felt a secret satisfaction. This Qin Feng had been in the advanced class for a year or two, relying on his peak Tier 9 strength. He looked down on everyone. This time he had finally met his match. The confrontation between Jiang Yun and Qin Feng just now was fully observed by Coach Wang Lei through the one-way glass in the distant office. Seeing that Jiang Yun not only remained unshaken by Qin Feng's oppressive aura but instead used a series of logically clear and unyielding remarks to make his opponent feel snubbed and ultimately walked away with utter disregard. A hint of appreciative smile surfaced on Wang Lei's resolute face. Calm and composed, meticulous in thought, not resorting to brute courage and knowing how to leverage the rules. This kid is indeed intriguing. He murmured to himself. He Tiangang's judgment is as sharp as ever. Within the training ground, Zhao Tieju in sheer excitement slapped Jiang Yun hard on the back with such force that Jiang Yun stumbled slightly. Brother, that was awesome. Ha ha. Zhao Tieju laughed heartily. You should have seen that bastard Qin Feng's face. It was almost purple like an eggplant. So satisfying. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. A glint of schadenfreude on his face. This Qin Feng, relying on his talent and his father being a gold-tier beast tamer, has always been arrogant in class, treating us like his underlings, constantly sneering and saying we're useless piles built by family resources. He values face above all else and loves being flattered. Today you thoroughly stomped his face into the ground. But Zhao Tieju's tone turned slightly serious. He holds grudges. You'll need to be more careful from now on. His father is gold tier and has some influence in Sea City. Unless there's a deep-seated enmity, there's no need to completely burn bridges. Jiang Yun nodded, taking the advice to heart. Thanks for the reminder. I understand. Hey, no need for formalities. We're classmates now. Zhao Tieju waved his hand generously and then enthusiastically began introducing Jiang Yun to the other 4 members of the advanced class, briefly mentioning their names and family backgrounds. As expected, aside from Jiang Yun, an anomaly, almost everyone in the advanced class came from distinguished families with parents at least among the elite of silver tier. Several even had elders who were gold tier beast tamers. When Zhao Tieju introduced the last person, one of the 2 female students in the class, the student with the most prestigious family background, his tone unconsciously carried a hint of longing and regret. See that one over there? That's Su Qingxue, the young lady of the Su family in Sea City. Her family is a top-tier clan with an amethystier powerhouse. Zhao Tieju gestured with his eyes toward a quiet corner of the training ground. Su Qingxue. Jiang Yun's heart jolted at the name, instantly recalling what Coach Lin had told him at the edge of the misty forest not long ago. The advanced class was attacked, and the Su family's young lady went missing. He pressed further. Brother Zhao, I heard the advanced class had an accident during their training in the misty forest. Wasn't Su Qingxue missing? How was she found later? Oh, that matter. Zhao Tieju scratched his head. I heard it was quite a close call. Principal He and the Su family head personally went deep into the core area to find her. She was unconscious when found, but thankfully no life-threatening injuries. However, he changed his tone, a trace of confusion on his face. After returning, it feels like Su has become a different person. She used to be aloof, but would occasionally speak. Now she's almost silent all day, preferring to sit alone in a corner, lost in thought, ignoring anyone who talks to her. What a pity. Such a beautiful and well-born young lady. She must have been frightened by something in the core area, leaving a psychological shadow. As he spoke, Zhao Tieju pointed again toward the corner. Look, she's right there. Jiang Yun followed his gaze. He saw the back of a girl in an exquisite training suit sitting alone on a distant rest bench, her figure slender and graceful, with jet black hair cascading like a waterfall. Even from just her silhouette, one could sense her breathtaking beauty. However, as Jiang Yun studied this figure, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine. This silhouette looked so familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? A nameless palpitation and fear seized him, his heart racing uncontrollably, cold sweat seeping from his back. Just as his mind trembled violently, that silhouette moved. Su Qingxue seemed to sense the lingering gaze behind her and slowly turned around. Sunlight spilled over her flawless face, her skin pale to the point of translucence, her features perfect like a meticulously carved work of art. Anyone would admit she was a peerless beauty. Yet the moment Jiang Yun clearly saw her face, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze. His mind went blank with a loud buzz. Extreme fear, like an icy giant hand, tightly gripped his heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. It was her. Jiang Yun instantly understood why his heart had inexplicably chilled at the sight of that silhouette. This face. It was unmistakably the figure he had seen in the core area of the misty forest standing atop the diamond-tier thunder-chillin beast, the one with amethystier power and legendary grade talent. The spirit fox, the nine-tailed fox. How is she here? Isn't she a beast? How did she become Su Qingxue? Jiang Yun's mind screamed in frenzy, overwhelming shock and absurdity threatening to drown him. Driven by immense terror, Jiang Yun instinctively and without hesitation activated the word manifestation ability. A light screen appeared in his vision. Familiar yet despairing information surfaced again. Race Spirit Fox, Nine-Tailed Fox, Royal Bloodline, 5 elements, Attribute Realm, Amethystier, 9th stage, Talent Legendary Grade, Innate Skills, 1000 Faces, Enchantment Legendary, can manipulate target's mind through gaze and aura, 100 success rate on targets below Amethystier. Even Amethystier experts may briefly lose focus. 1000 Illusions Legendary, can perfectly transform into any scene creature, including humans, replicating not only appearance, but also aura and beast taming energy fluctuations undetectable unless the target has a true eye talent. 5 elements Foxfire Transcendent, can release Foxfire of 5 elements, Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth, each with unique effects: Gold Fire Armor Piercing, Wood Fire Burning, Water Fire, Freezing Fire, Fire Spreading, Earth Fire Smashing. 9-Tail Guard Rare, unfurls 9 fox tails to form a shield resisting all attacks below Diamondeer, reflecting 30 damage to the attacker. Evolution Path, can complete 1 evolution by inheriting the Nine-Tailed Fox Royal Legacy, after which talent upgrades to Saint King grade, unlocking the Fox King True Form skill. Hint: the Spirit Fox, Nine-Tailed Fox, possesses extremely high intelligence equal to adult humans and even surpasses them in calculation and scheming. Its royal bloodline holds a revered status in the spirit beast realm, making it one of the few beings capable of commanding myriad beasts. Boom. Even though he had braced himself when this terrifying information was once again undeniably presented before him, Jiang Yun felt as if struck by lightning, his very soul trembling. She was not Su Qingxue. The real Su Qingxue, the young lady of the Su family, had likely met with misfortune in the misty forest. This girl before him was a fearsome beast capable of easily destroying the entire sea city. She wore Su Qingxue's human skin, infiltrated the human city, and entered Qingchuan First High School. What did she intend? Was there some earth-shattering conspiracy? Or did she plan to annihilate Sea City in the shadows? Countless terrifying thoughts flooded Jiang Yun's mind like a tide, making his scalp tingle and his limbs ice cold. He stood frozen, unable to move a single finger. Their gazes suddenly collided. A faint, elusive, eerie smile seemed to appear on her face. Then, she slowly stood up and began walking. Unhurriedly, she strode toward him and Zhao Taiju. Though she walked slowly, each step felt like a stomp on Jiang Yun's heart. The shadow of death had never loomed so near. Panic and fear surged within Jiang Yun. She's coming over. I saw her in the misty forest. Is she going to kill me? Su Qingxue approached. No, to be precise, it was that beast cloaked in human skin, the spirit fox, the nine-tailed. She drew near Jiang Yun with steps both graceful and perilous. Jiang Yun's heart was seized by an unprecedented terror. Purple Crystal, 9th grade, legendary talent, 9 horrifying skills. These phrases echoed in his mind, each one a reminder that the seemingly delicate girl before him possessed the terrifying power to annihilate the entire city sea in an instant. In stark contrast to Jiang Yun's terror, Zhao Taiju beside him was wide-eyed with astonishment and excitement. He jabbed Jiang Yun hard with his elbow, his lowered voice brimming with exhilaration. Damn, Jiang Yun. The great beauty, Su actually walked over. Heading our way. You lucky dog. Got the goddess attention on your very first day. Jiang Yun's throat was parched. He couldn't utter a single syllable. Every muscle in his body was taut, as if turned to stone. He knew all too well that any hint of abnormality, any misplaced word, could detonate this walking nuclear bomb. He was certain that if he exposed her identity on the spot, everyone present, himself included, would be instantly annihilated. And the fact that she hadn't struck directly. Perhaps she didn't intend to reveal herself in public, or perhaps she had other designs on him. Just as Jiang Yun's thoughts raced, and his panic peaked, the nine-tailed spirit fox had already reached him. She halted, tilting her head slightly to look up at him. Performed by Su Qingxue, this gesture carried a delicate charm that stirred sympathy. Yet Jiang Yun could clearly perceive the soul-freezing coldness and indifference beneath that calm gaze. Several other advanced class trainees also noticed the situation and looked over, curious to see what Su Qingxue would do. However, the scene that unfolded next left everyone envious. Su Qingxue took the initiative to speak. Her voice was cool, yet carried a deliberately softened warmth. Hello, you must be the new student Jiang Yun. I'm Su Qingxue. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a sweet smile that mesmerized the other boys. But in Jiang Yun's eyes, that smile was fraught with indescribable eeriness and danger. Your performance in yesterday's assessment was impressive. Su Qingxue continued, her tone as natural as if it were genuine. Can I be your friend? These words exploded like thunder in the training ground. Zhao Taizhu was utterly stunned, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg, his face a canvas of disbelief and extreme envy. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was hallucinating. That Miss Su, who was always aloof and unapproachable as an icy snow lotus, was actually taking the initiative to befriend a newcomer. The other 5 advanced class trainees also noticed this unbelievable scene, pausing their activities to cast shocked, curious, and probing glances. Since the Misty Forest incident, Su Qingxue had become increasingly withdrawn and silent. Was the sun rising from the west today? Meanwhile, Qin Feng, watching from a distance, was fuming with rage. His face was livid, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his eyes burning with jealousy and fury. In the advanced class, he considered himself a genius, looking down on everyone. Only for Su Qingxue, with her formidable background, stunning beauty, and unfathomable strength, did he harbor both fear and a desire to conquer. Yet she had always treated him as if he were invisible. Now the goddess he could never win was actively approaching that waste Jiang Yun, whom he had just humiliated and who had only gotten in by luck. Jiang Yun. Qin Feng spat out the name through gritted teeth, his murderous intent more intense than ever. Jiang Yun had not only made him lose face in front of everyone, but now dared to covet the woman he had his eye on. This man must not be allowed to live. Facing Su Qingxue's proffered hand of friendship, Jiang Yun's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Her move was completely unexpected. She had come to him surely because she remembered their eye contact in the misty forest. But instead of silencing him, she was trying to befriend him. This was more chilling and unfathomable than a direct threat. Was she planning to placate him first, then find a chance to eliminate him quietly later? Or did she truly have some design on him? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he dared not show any sign on the surface. He knew that any hesitation or resistance now could become a pretext for her to strike. Survive, he must survive. Forcing down the terror that threatened to overwhelm his reason, he strained his face into a flattered and slightly shy smile, his voice even stammering with tension. Of course. Miss Su, it's my honor. Seeing Jiang Yun's reaction, Su Qingxue's smile seemed to deepen, but the icy coldness in her eyes remained unchanged. However, her next move left everyone dumbfounded once more. Su Qingxue actually rose slightly on her tiptoes and brought her face beautiful enough to topple kingdoms close to Jiang Yun's ear. A faint chilly fragrance like the first scent after snow wafted into Jiang Yun's nostrils, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Then, a whisper soft as a murmur sounded clearly in his ear. Jiang Yun, you're very clever. Some things that shouldn't be seen or said are best buried in your heart forever. For you, for me, and for this city you live in. It's for the best. I think you know very well what I mean and the consequences of disobedience, don't you? A threat. A naked, undisguised death threat. Jiang Yun's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. These words were a clear warning. If he dared to utter a single word, a catastrophe would befall him and City C. But at the same time, they also served as a reassurance, albeit one forced down his throat. At least it meant she wouldn't kill him to silence him in the short term. Perhaps he still had value, or she didn't want to cause a commotion for now. There must be some conspiracy behind this. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she casually stepped back, her voice returning to its former coolness, even with a hint of girlish playfulness. She winked at Jiang Yun. It's settled then. Keep our secret, okay? The word secret was subtly emphasized, the bloody undertone audible only to Jiang Yun. With that, she lingered, no longer turned, and strode gracefully out of the training ground, as if she had merely come to say a casual hello. Yet her intimate posture, almost cheek to cheek, appeared extremely ambiguous to others. Holy crap, Jiang Yun, you lucky bastard. Zhao Taizhu was the first to react. He excitedly threw an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulder, shaking him vigorously, his face a mix of envy and admiration. The great beauty Su was that intimate with you, even whispering in your ear. What kind of divine treatment is this? Is the pull of a genius that strong? Old Zhao here doesn't have that luck. What did Su Qingxue say to you? What secret? Did you two know each other before? A barrage of curious questions from Zhao Taizhu followed. The other trainees also cast complex, unfathomable glances, some curious, some jealous, some thoughtful. Qin Feng's gaze was especially dark and venomous. With a cold snort, he turned and left. Jiang Yun, however, remained dazed. For the rest of the time, Jiang Yun had no heart for training. He mechanically followed Zhao Taizhu, familiarizing himself with various places, watching him and other members spar, but his mind was a million miles away. He couldn't focus on training. His mind replayed every detail of his encounter with Su Qingxue, trying to dissect her true intentions from her seemingly perfect disguise and threatening words. A terrifying spirit fox royal willing to disguise herself as a human lady and infiltrate a city's academy. What was she after? Searching for something. Gathering intelligence. or brewing some colossal conspiracy that could overturn everything? And where was the real Su Qingxue? Alive or dead? Countless questions tangled around him like vines, suffocating him with oppressive anxiety. He learned from Zhao Taizhu that Su Qingxue had a special status not bound by the school's regular management, free to come and go, because the resources the Su family could provide far surpassed what the school could offer. Hearing this, Jiang Yun's heart sank heavily. A terrifying thought uncontrollably surfaced. She must have remembered his aura, his appearance from their encounter in the misty forest that day. His performance in yesterday's assessment had caught the attention of this nine-tailed fox. So her coming to school today was no coincidence or whim. She had come specifically to wait for him. This seemingly accidental encounter was in truth a warning and a test. He had already been marked by this terrifying existence. The first full day in the advanced class was nothing short of torment for Jiang Yun. A persistent sense of foreboding gnawed at him, an ominous premonition that refused to dissipate. That premonition turned into a chilling reality when he set off for home with his younger sister, Jiang Yun. At a quiet corner of a secluded street, a graceful figure stood waiting as if she had been there for an eternity. That figure was none other than Su Qingxue. She had shed her training attire for an exquisitely tailored lavender dress, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. Her purple hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her skin gleamed blindingly white under the golden sunset. She was ethereally beautiful enough to make any young man's heart race. Yet to Jiang Yun, this breathtaking sight was like the shadow of death cast upon him, plunging him into an icy abyss. So she had come after all. Su Qingxue slowly turned around, a faint, elusive smile playing on her lips. Her gaze fixed directly on Jiang Yun, her tone light, as if greeting an old friend. Jiang Yun, long time no see. Jiang Yun's heart filled with speechless dread. Long time no see. They had just seen each other at school this morning. This deliberate familiarity reeked of a cat and mouse game, a mocking sense of control. She had chosen this time and place with his sister present. What was she plotting? Could it be she had murderous intent? The thought nearly stopped his heart, but he forced himself to calm down and analyzed, dismissing the idea. Impossible. He was now a prominent figure at school, having just passed the assessments and attracting the principal's attention. If he were to die suddenly on the street, the investigation would escalate, potentially exposing her disguised identity. Given her intelligence, she wouldn't risk such a loss. Then what did she want? A further warning? Or some other scheme? As Jiang Yun's mind raced and his body tensed in vigilance, Jiang Yun beside him remained oblivious to the eerie atmosphere. The little girl's eyes lit up at the sight of Su Qingxue, who seemed like a celestial maiden from a painting. She tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve, her voice brimming with innocence and delight. Brother, this big sister is so beautiful. Who is she? Blinking her big eyes, she looked from her brother to Su Qingxue and then dropped a bombshell. Could this beautiful big sister be my future sister-in-law? Jiang Yun nearly choked on his own saliva, his scalp tingling. He quickly reached out to cover his sister's mouth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yun, don't talk nonsense. This is Senior Su. Apologize to her now. He groaned inwardly. This little troublemaker had to bring up the worst possible topic. The woman before him could turn the entire sea city upside down with a mere thought. If this remark angered her. But to Jiang Yun's surprise, Su Qingxue did not get angry. Instead, she covered her lips and let out a soft laugh. Her laughter was as melodious as silver bells, and her smile was pure and warm, as if genuinely amused by the little girl's innocent words. Anyone would find it stunning and captivating. Yet Jiang Yun, standing opposite her, clearly caught the fleeting, cold, predatory gleam hidden deep within that smile. You must be Jiang Yun's sister. How adorable. Su Qingxue bent down and patted Jiang Yun's head, her voice incredibly gentle. My name is Su Qingxue. Little one, I have some important matters to discuss with your brother. Could you lend him to me for a while? Just a moment. Jiang Yun looked at the beautiful sister's warm smile and heard the words important matters. Her little mind instantly conjured up countless scenes from TV dramas. She immediately put on an I understand expression, winking at Jiang Yun, then patted her chest and promised Su Qingxue, don't worry, Sister Su. I get it. I promise I won't disturb your date with my brother. Brother, you have to work hard. With that, she actually ran off toward home, giggling and looking back every few steps, muttering under her breath, brother is amazing. He just got into the advanced class and already found me such a pretty sister-in-law. Jiang Yun watched his sister's cheerful figure recede. His emotions were a roller coaster. He was relieved that his sister was safe for now, but also immensely embarrassed and tense about her ridiculous misunderstanding. He had no idea if the word date would provoke the young mistress before him. Only when his sister's figure completely vanished around the corner did Jiang Yun take a deep breath, force himself to calm down, and turn to Su Qingxue, his voice tinged with barely concealed tension. Su. Senior Su, my sister is young and naive. Please don't take her words to heart, and please don't hurt her. But no sooner had he spoken than an indescribably terrifying pressure, like a tangible mountain, crashed down upon him, pinning him to the spot. This was no mere aura of intimidation. It was the majestic bestial might of a violet crystal-tier fierce beast, cold, savage, and condescending, an absolute crushing force from a higher plane of power. Ugh! Jiang Yun grunted, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to his knees. Every bone in his body groaned under the strain. His blood felt like it was freezing. Breathing became agonizingly difficult, and darkness crept into the edges of his vision. Too powerful. This was merely a trace of her inadvertently released aura. Compared to Coach Lin's earth-profound turtle's heavy, steady pressure, this one was filled with primal savagery and a desire to destroy, overwhelmingly domineering. Jiang Yun had no doubt that if she truly wished to kill him, a single thought would be enough to annihilate him body and soul, leaving not even ashes. Yet paradoxically, this only confirmed his certainty. She wouldn't kill him now. Otherwise, there would be no need for this elaborate display. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, summoning all his mental and willpower to hold himself upright. He lifted his head with difficulty, meeting her eyes, which had now transformed into cold, bestial orbs, and forced out the question through gritted teeth. What do you really want? What are you disguised as? A human? The warmth in Su Qingsu's smile had vanished, completely replaced by an indifferent contempt for an ant and a hint of mocking derision. Humans? Her crimson lips parted, her voice icy and devoid of emotion. In my eyes, they are nothing but a bunch of weak, laughable lower races who arrogantly occupy this world. No different from the beasts I trample underfoot. Su Qingxue leaned forward slightly, her deep eyes seeming to pierce through Jiang Yun's soul. The reason I came to you is because I find you quite interesting. Her gaze turned tangible, sweeping over him with probing scrutiny. You harbor a peculiar power within you, though it is exceptionally well concealed. Her voice paused as if sensing something surprising. This power even makes me feel a faint hint of wariness. Hearing Su Qingsu's words, Jiang Yun's heart lurched violently, like a thunderous wave crashing within him. What had she seen? Had the existence of manifestation of all things attributes been exposed? How could that be? The talent ability was formless and intangible. Just as his mind was reeling, an even stronger, purer wave of spiritual energy, like invisible tentacles, instantly locked onto him. This force was domineering and icy, attempting to penetrate his body, delve into his spirit beast space, and thoroughly probe every inch of him. Jiang Yun was horrified, almost trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if his secrets were exposed under a spotlight with nowhere to hide. Yet at this critical moment, he keenly sensed that the probing spiritual energy, upon reaching a certain boundary within him, seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, failing to truly penetrate the core. It was the special nature of the spirit beast space that protected him. He understood instantly. What she had sensed was likely not his talent, but the aura of the fire dragon fish's evolved, purer, and more unique pseudo-dragon bloodline within the space. Even so, this was terrifying enough to vaguely perceive the abnormality of a spirit beast's bloodline from outside the space. Just how freakishly acute was this spirit beast, the nine-tailed fox's spiritual perception? Jiang Yun kept his mouth shut, suppressing the shock within him, and forced his face to maintain an expression of agony under the pressure, not answering her question. Silence was the best choice now. Too many words would only betray him. Su Qingxue stared at him for a moment, her seemingly all-seeing eyes flickering with slight surprise at the obstruction. She slowly withdrew the suffocating pressure like a receding tide. Jiang Yun felt an instant lightness, gasping for air, his back drenched in cold sweat. Su Qingxue did not press further. She gave Jiang Yun a deep, lingering look as if to engrave his final reaction in her memory. Then, without hesitation, she turned her skirt, tracing an elegant cold arc. But just as her figure was about to merge into the shadows of the street, a bone-chilling, utterly threatening sentence precisely reached Jiang Yun's ears. Remember my words. Everything between you and me should rot in your gut, if even a fraction leaks out. Her voice paused, carrying the indifference of crushing an ant. I will make the entire sea city your funeral pyre. With those words, her figure vanished completely, as if she had never been there. The street was left with only Jiang Yun standing alone, breathing heavily, overwhelmed by a sense of post-escape exhaustion and immense gravity. He stared in the direction where Su Qingxue had disappeared, his gaze exceedingly grave. This encounter was undoubtedly another naked warning and a deeper probe. This time she had even directly sensed the anomaly of the fire dragon fish. If she were to truly discover the secret within him, the consequences would be unthinkable. From now on, I must stay as far away from her as possible, Jiang Yun silently admonished himself. Watching Su Qingsu's figure vanish at the street corner, Jiang Yun leaned against the cold wall, finally letting out a breath of relief. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Yun could not fathom the intentions of this nine-tailed fox, nor could he guess them. The unknown only seemed more terrifying. Interacting with this nine-tailed fox felt like walking a tightrope over a bottomless abyss. One misstep, and he would be doomed beyond redemption. To stay safe, he had to minimize contact with it. He calmed his mind. Now the only way was to rapidly enhance his strength to become powerful enough to protect himself and those around him. With this thought, Jiang Yun turned and headed straight for the beast taming mall. He urgently needed to go there. The fire dragon fish's insatiable appetite had never ceased. The spirit stones purchased last time were nearly depleted, and he had to replenish them quickly to prepare for the next 4 absorptions. Arriving at the familiar beast taming mall, Zhang Mai's face immediately lit up with a warm, beaming smile upon seeing him, her eyes nearly squinting into slits. By now, Jiang Yun had become her biggest customer. Little brother, long time no see. What do you need this time? Zhang Mei hurried over. Jiang Yun did not beat around the bush and directly stated, Manager Zhang, the usual, spirit stones. This time, I need an amount worth 15 million federal coins. Despite being mentally prepared, Jiang Mei was still taken aback by the figure, inhaling sharply in astonishment at such a lavish expenditure. She sighed inwardly, unfathomably extravagant. Absolutely unfathomable. Though her heart was in turmoil, her professionalism kept her composure intact. Please wait a moment, I'll prepare it right away, Zhang Mei said and left. Watching her trot away, Jiang Yun's mouth twitched slightly while his heart bled profusely. After paying this, only a few 100,000 federal coins would remain in his account, leaving him virtually bankrupt. Raising a spirit beast was indeed a money-burning, bottomless pit. More precisely, raising the little fire dragon was a colossal money-draining project. Soon Zhang Mei returned with a storage ring. Inside were sparkling crystal-clear water and fire attribute spirit stones imbued with pure spiritual energy. After carefully counting them, Jiang Yun transferred the stones into his own ring, his heavy heart lightening slightly. Thanks. With the transaction complete, Jiang Yun got up to leave. Just then Zhang Mei seemed to remember something and lowered her voice. Little brother, wait a moment. There's something I forgot to tell you. Jiang Yun paused, his heart stirring. What is it? It's about the dragon blood body. Zhang Mei leaned in closer, her voice even lower, as if sharing a secret. The mention of dragon blood body immediately piqued Jiang Yun's interest. A few days ago, a high-ranking figure from the Provincial Chamber of Commerce revealed that deep within a secret realm called the Molten Cave in Yu Province, an ancient dragon blood tree was discovered. Dragon blood tree. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted, his heart pounding. Dragon blood body was a rare treasure formed by the dragon blood tree, absorbing earthly dragon chi, and it was one of the 3 crucial main ingredients for the fire dragon fish's evolution. Is the information reliable? He suppressed his inner excitement, keeping his tone as calm as possible. Zhang Mei patted her chest in assurance. Absolutely reliable. That figure is of no ordinary status. It said the exploration team paid a heavy price for this intel. The Molten Cave is a major secret realm controlled by the Provincial Beast Tamer Alliance, and it's quite dangerous. Moreover, it said that powerful guardian beasts lurk near the dragon blood tree. So while the information is valuable, few would dare to go even if they knew, and the entry quotas for the secret realm are strictly controlled. Hearing Zhang Mei's guarantee, Jiang Yun's heart blossomed with joy. Molten Cave. Guardian beasts. Provincial secret realm. These keywords were instantly etched into Jiang Yun's mind. He already possessed the golden scale skeleton he had stumbled upon at the beast market, and now with the lead on the dragon blood body, he only needed to find the molten heart to complete the materials for the fire dragon fish's first evolution. As for the entry quota for the provincial secret realm, Jiang Yun immediately thought of the upcoming Municipal Beast Tamer Elimination Tournament. Weren't the quotas for entering the Beast Tamer Academy the perfect stepping stone to gain access to these secret realms? As long as he went through the academy to the provincial capital, he was sure to find a way into the Molten Cave. Suppressing his surging emotions, Jiang Yun said to Zhang Mei solemnly, "Thank you for the lead." Zhang Mei chuckled. "You're too kind, little brother. You're our mall's big client. This is nothing. I wish you success in getting what you desire soon." "Thank you." Jiang Yun nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude once more before leaving the beast taming mall and returning home. Back home, Jiang Yun began feeding the little cloud sparrow. With the tournament approaching, he had to maximize the strength of both the cloud sparrow and the fire dragon fish in this time. In the following days, Jiang Yun entered an almost fanatical state of cultivation. He rarely summoned the little cloud sparrow at school and refused all invitations for sparring matches from classmates. On one hand, it was to conceal the true strength and trump cards of the fire dragon fish and the little cloud sparrow. After all, in the tournament, everyone in the advanced class would be competing for the quotas. He didn't want others to know too much about his spirit beasts, lest the information spread to prodigies from other schools. Only by keeping his opponents in the dark could he achieve surprise victories. On the other hand, it was to avoid the creature disguised as Su Qingxue as much as possible. However, to Jiang Yun's surprise, after that encounter in the alley, Su Qingxue seemed to have stopped coming to school altogether. This gave Jiang Yun some relief, but he never let his guard down. Meanwhile, in class, Qin Feng's provocations continued unabated. That proud son of heaven seemed to interpret Jiang Yun's avoidance as cowardice, his taunts growing more blatant. "Oh, is our genius scared? planning to hide like a turtle until the elimination tournament. Don't even dare to do practical training. Did you luck into your advanced class spot? Jiang Yun treated these childish provocations with cold indifference, acting as if he hadn't heard them. His silence and disregard only made Qin Feng, who had thrown a punch into thin air, more frustrated and furious, making him look as ridiculous as a jumping clown. Zhao Taizhu sometimes couldn't stand it and wanted to argue for Jiang Yun, but Jiang Yun stopped him with a look. All this verbal bickering was meaningless now. In the elimination tournament, he would silence this arrogant fool who thought himself the top of the advanced class with absolute strength. Jiang Yun's training ground was the misty forest outside the city. Though dangerous, it was quiet and free in real combat with other beasts. Only this could greatly enhance his spirit beast's practical combat skills. Sparring with classmates at school could never involve going all out. Every time the little cloud sparrow woke up with increased strength, he would take it deep into the forest for high-intensity skill training and actual combat drills. The accelerated growth effect of the spirit beast space was remarkable, and with ample spirit stone supply, the little cloud sparrow's strength skyrocketed at a visible rate. During this time, Jiang Yun also took the little cloud sparrow to visit its parents. When they met again, the sparrow couple's attitude toward Jiang Yun had become noticeably more affectionate and trusting. Sensing that their child's aura had grown robust and had even reached the peak of Black Iron rank 9, matching their own strength in such a short time, the parents' eyes were filled with barely concealed relief and gratitude. They nuzzled against Jiang Yun's hand, chirping melodiously, expressing their trust and recognition in their own way. However, good times didn't last. The breakthrough from Black Iron rank 9 to Bronze rank was a huge threshold, a leap in life level. Even with Jiang Yun's Spirit Beast Space and Spirit Stone assistance, the little cloud sparrow's progress slowed significantly. It had absorbed a large number of lightning attribute Spirit Stones, but still couldn't break through the solid barrier of Bronze rank. Jiang Yun knew this was a bottleneck. Without a heavenly treasure like the Spirit Gathering Flower to provide a powerful impetus, relying solely on gradual refinement might take a considerable amount of time to break through. This was not just about accumulating power, but also a test of endurance. Though anxious, he understood this couldn't be rushed. He could only guide patiently and wait for an opportunity. Time flew by in monotonous, yet fulfilling cultivation. As the Municipal Beast Tamer Elimination Tournament drew near, the atmosphere at the academy grew tense and heated with discussions about the competition and opponents everywhere. 3 days before the tournament, Coach Wang Lei announced the specific time and location 3 days later in the Misty Forest. The day after the announcement, Jiang Yun, as usual, took the little cloud sparrow to a secluded forest clearing in the Misty Forest for extreme training. He commanded the little cloud sparrow to repeatedly perform Thunder Claw and Wind Sprint beyond its limits, exhausting every ounce of its stamina and squeezing out its full potential. The air was thick with the scorching scent of thunder and sharp wind elements. The little cloud sparrow's feathers were disheveled, its breathing heavy, but its black eyes sparkled with stubbornness and unyielding spirit as it struggled to fly up again and again, carrying out Jiang Yun's commands. Without heavenly treasures, the only way to break through the limit, surpass oneself, and reach Bronze rank was through perseverance and determination. Just as its physical strength and spiritual energy were completely depleted and it was about to fall from the sky, a sudden change occurred. The air around the little cloud sparrow suddenly froze. The next moment, countless faint cyan energy specks materialized from the void, as if drawn by an invisible force, and surged madly into the little cloud sparrow's body. Screech! The little cloud sparrow let out a high-pitched, painful cry, its small body trembling violently. Faint cyan arcs of electricity burst from its surface, and the surrounding air currents began to spin uncontrollably, forming a miniature storm vortex. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted, his heart tightening instantly. The opportunity had come. It was about to break through. At this most critical moment before the tournament, the little cloud sparrow was finally breaking through the barrier of Bronze rank. However, the commotion of this breakthrough seemed far greater than that of an ordinary wind thunder sparrow. The violent gusts swept up fallen leaves and dust, nearly blinding Jiang Yun. He could clearly sense the energy within the little cloud sparrow surging, conflicting, and transforming wildly, filled with uncertainty. Success would be a leap like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Failure could damage its foundation. Jiang Yun held his breath, focusing entirely on sensing the little cloud sparrow's state, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. If he could just retract it into the spirit beast space, it would recover quickly. In the air, the little cloud sparrow's body was enveloped in an increasingly dense cyan energy, as if transforming into a cyan cocoon of light. Its contained power awe-inspiring. The cocoon pulsed violently like a heart nurturing new life. Success or failure hung in the balance. As the little cloud lark's signs of breakthrough became increasingly evident, the airflow in the forest clearing grew wild, and chaotic, forming an ever-expanding vortex centered around the floating azure cocoon of light. Leaves, dust, and rubble were swept into the sky, emitting a mournful howl. Within the light cocoon, the little cloud lark's agonizing shrieks had ceased, replaced by a low rhythmic hum, as if some ancient and powerful life was being reborn within. Jiang Yun held his breath, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the increasingly radiant cocoon. He could sense a vast energy far surpassing the black iron rank, compressing and transforming within, on the verge of bursting forth. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering was clearly audible amidst the turbulent wind. On the surface of the azure light cocoon, countless fine fissures suddenly split open, and dazzling azure-purple lightning burst forth from the cracks. The next moment, boom! The light cocoon exploded with a thunderous roar. An indescribably fierce aura spread out like a shockwave. Screech! A piercing, crystal-clear, and exceptionally bright cry resounded through the sky, carrying a nobility and majesty from the depths of its bloodline. An invisible pressure spread like a tide, instantly enveloping an area hundreds of meters wide. Jiang Yun was pushed back half a step by the force. His eyes were filled with awe. Where the little cloud lark had been a magnificent bird spirit beast was now spreading its wings. Its body was a full size larger than before, with a wingspan close to 2 meters, its streamlined form brimming with power. Its original bluish-gray feathers had completely transformed into a deeper, more noble bluish-black, with faint traces of purple lightning flickering at the edges. 3 slender amethyst-like plumes had grown on its crown, extending slightly backward, adding a regal air. Its eyes were sharp as lightning, with tiny whirlwinds and flashes of lightning seeming to be born and extinguished within its pupils. Most striking were its talons, no longer flesh-colored, but transformed into a pure cold metallic dark gold, with threads of purple lightning dancing and coiling around them, exuding a heart-stopping destructive force. The bloodline of the ancient wind thunder rock had now revealed a trace of its true royal quality. This sudden powerful pressure plunged the surrounding ecosystem into an instant deathly silence. Rustling sounds came from a nearby bush, where several black iron rank, 5 sharp-toothed rats foraging for food suddenly froze. Then, trembling all over, they prostrated themselves on the ground with a thud, burying their heads deep in the fallen leaves, not daring to look up. Further away on the branch of a large tree, a shadow claw cat of the black iron rank ate, which had been lazily licking its paw. In that instant of the pressure's descent, its fur bristled, its amber pupils contracted to pinpricks, and with a terrified whimper it fell directly from the tree, scrambling into the deeper forest without a backward glance. Within 100 meters, every black iron rank beast, without exception, felt an immense pressure from a higher life level, prostrating or fleeing. Bronze rank 1. Such a powerful aura. Jiang Yun's heart surged with excitement. He immediately activated his All Things Affix manifestation talent. A translucent azure frame materialized beside the Wind Thunder Cloud Lark race. Wind Thunder Cloud Lark. Wind Thunder Attribute Realm Bronze Rank 1 Potential Amethyst Top Grade Innate Skills Wind Dash Rare Harnesses airflow for extreme speed. Thunder Claw Uncommon infuses claws with lightning power, dealing penetrating damage with a paralysis effect. Wind Thunder Shield Exceptional passive skill surrounds the body with Wind Thunder Force, slightly increasing speed and dealing minor Wind Thunder counter damage to close-range attackers. Thunder Strike Transcendent summons a concentrated bolt of purple sky thunder from above, dealing massive single-target damage with annihilating power. Indeed, it broke through to Bronze Rank 1, and it awakened a transcendent-level attack skill. Jiang Yun was ecstatic. He couldn't wait to command, "Little Cloud Lark, try out your new skill on that small hill over there." Thunderstrike. He pointed to a small earthen hill about 7 or 8 meters high and 4 to 5 meters in diameter at the base, roughly 200 meters away. Screech. The Wind Thunder Cloud Lark raised its head and cried out, the 3 amethyst plumes on its crown suddenly blazing with blinding thunder light. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, the wind thunder force around it surging and gathering above. In an instant, the sky in that area seemed to darken, and a hair-raising aura of destruction rapidly coalesced. Crack! A bolt of lightning, thick as an arm, intensely concentrated and gleaming with destructive purple light, seemed to tear through the void, striking down with a speed beyond visual capture. It hit the top of the small hill with pinpoint accuracy. A deafening roar erupted. Earth and rock shattered and dust billowed into the sky. As the dust cleared slightly, Jiang Yun drew a sharp breath. The upper half of the hill, a full 2/3 of its size, had vanished. It was as if an invisible giant hand had simply erased it, leaving only scorched black gravel and a crater flickering with arcs of lightning. Such power, Jiang Yun murmured. Although it was inferior in area to the dragon flame explosive kill of the fire dragon fish, which could vaporize a large region in terms of single target penetration and instantaneous burst power, Thunderstrike was absolutely terrifying. Among the same rank, few spirit beasts would be able to withstand this attack heat-in without being severely wounded or even instantly killed. Well done, Jiang Yun praised without reservation. The wind thundercloud lark let out a joyful cry, transformed into a streak of bluish-black lightning, and landed precisely on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek affectionately. After the breakthrough, its speed seemed even more swift. Jiang Yun felt greatly reassured and immensely satisfied. He stroked the smooth feathers of the wind thundercloud lark, recalled it to the spirit beast space, and unhesitatingly invested all the remaining few hundred thunder-tributed spirit stones he had. He let it solidify its bronze rank 1 realm, waiting quietly for the competition to begin. He sank his mind into the space and also checked on the fire dragonfish's condition. This fellow was still asleep, the crimson energy around it becoming increasingly dense and pure, its aura having reached the peak of bronze rank 6. It was just a step away from entering rank 7. Waking before the competition, advancing to rank 7 was almost a sure thing. Bronze rank 7 little fire plus bronze rank 1 little wind cloud lark. Jiang Yun rubbed his chin. A smile couldn't help but curl at the corner of his mouth. This elimination round should be a sure thing, right? If others knew this thought, they would probably be utterly astonished. This was far more than a sure thing. With such a configuration for the city-level academy selection, it was like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, purely a one-sided slaughter. In high spirits, Jiang Yun began his return to the city. However, just as he was about to leave the inner area of the misty forest, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. A short-haired woman was leading a squad of city defense troops on patrol ahead. Captain Lin, Jiang Yun greeted with some surprise. The woman was none other than Lin Wei, the squad leader of the city defense team. He had fought alongside to kill the mutated beast, the purple wood rhino, in the misty forest that day. Lin Wei was also slightly startled to see Jiang Yun emerging from the inner area. She walked over to Jiang Yun. You're training in the forest again. It's been unsettled here lately. You need to be careful. Thank you for your concern, Captain Lin. They'll be careful. Jiang Yun nodded and asked, are you conducting a large-scale patrol? Yes. Lin Wei nodded, her expression somewhat grave. With the Spirit Beast Master Elimination Tournament imminent, the mayor has ordered an intensification of the search and clearance operations on the outer and even inner edges of the Misty Forest to eliminate unstable elements and suspicious spirit beasts, ensuring no accidents occur during the competition. She paused, lowering her voice. Moreover, since that last incident, we have successively discovered and dealt with several mutated beasts controlled by bizarre means. Those madmen from the skeletal cult might not have completely left, or they've left some contingency. Since you come here often, you must be especially vigilant. Jiang Yun's heart tightened at the news. He immediately thought of those hideous and terrifying purple wood rhinos. He nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Captain Lin. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yun took his leave. His figure quickly disappeared along the forest path. Lin Wei watched his departing back. Her gaze held a hint of admiration and curiosity. At this age, to be able to frequently venture into the inner and even core areas of the misty forest alone. Qingchuan No. One high school might have produced an extraordinary one this time. The day before the competition, in the senior classroom of Qingchuan No. One high school, Coach Wang Lei stood at the podium looking seriously at the 6 students below, Jiang Yun, Qinfeng, Zhao Tiezhu, and 3 others. Su Qingxue was still absent. Tomorrow, the city-level Spirit Beast Master Elimination Tournament officially begins. The rules are simple, a points ranking system. Coach Wang's voice echoed in the classroom. The competition venue is set in the inner area of the Misty Forest. Hunting spirit beasts earns points. Black iron rank and below each rank corresponds to 1 point, bronze rank and above each rank corresponds to 50 points. Saying this, his gaze swept over everyone, emphasizing his tone. Given your current general strength, if you encounter a bronze rank beast, avoid it if possible. It's best not to provoke them easily. If you do have an opportunity, you can try to cooperate in a kill, but the final points will go to the one who delivers the fatal blow. As he said this, his gaze lingered briefly on Jiang Yun, then he continued, additionally, the rules allow participants to challenge each other. Defeating an opponent rendering them unable to fight allows you to seize all their points. The defeated, once incapacitated, is eliminated. You are all elites of Qingchuan No. One high school representing the school's honor. Coach Wang's voice softened slightly. I hope that on the battlefield you will remember the bond of schoolmates, look out for each other when possible, and unite against outsiders to secure more slots for our school. The 6 people below nodded. However, Qinfeng, standing at the front, slightly turned his head, casting a dark, malicious glare at Jiang Yun, a sneer of undisguised ill intent curling at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this fellow would not care about any schoolmate camaraderie on the battlefield. Jiang Yun keenly felt this hostility, but he only glanced back expressionlessly and then ignored him. In his eyes, Qinfeng was always just a jumping clown not worth minding. On the battlefield, if he dared to make a move against him, Jiang Yun would not hesitate to eliminate him. After the meeting, Jiang Yun went straight home. As soon as he entered the house, he felt a resonance and immediately sank his consciousness into the spirit beast space. Inside the space, the bluish-black lightning around the wind thunder cloud lark had completely retracted, its aura stabilized at the peak of bronze rank 1, its eyes sharper, its plumes lustrous, its condition perfect. Meanwhile, the sleeping fire dragon fish had finally opened its eyes, letting out a low, powerful roar. Its crimson scales were more vivid and thick, its body slightly larger, and the blazing aura it emitted was surging powerfully. The horns on its head also seemed to have grown longer. Its aura was firmly at bronze rank 7. Feeling the formidable power emanating from his two spirit beasts, Jiang Yun was brimming with confidence, a blazing fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Tomorrow the competition. The slot for the Spirit Beast Master Academy. He was determined to claim it. The next day dawn broke with a faint light. The entire city of Qingchuan was already in a frenzy. All universities in the city were given a unified holiday, and countless citizens surged like a tidal wave toward the outskirts of the misty forest in the eastern suburbs. Today marked the commencement of the city-level Beast Tamer Elimination Tournament, a moment that would decide the fate of the younger generation of Beast Tamers in the city. It was also a grand spectacle not to be missed. Jiang Yun rose early, pulling her mother along as they squeezed through the bustling crowd, her small face brimming with excitement and pride. Their goal was clear: to cheer for her older brother. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, had arrived at school, first to meet up with the other 5 members of the advanced class. Qin Feng still wore that arrogant nose-and-fear demeanor. Zhao Taizhu sidled up to Jiang Yun, grinning naively, as if trying to ease the pre-competition tension with this gesture. After Coach Wang Lei briefly reiterated the precautions, the group set off toward the misty forest under the leadership of Principal He Tiangang and the 3 coaches. Upon arriving at the destination, the atmosphere was already electric. A vast clearing had been carved out at the edge of the misty forest as the assembly area for the contestants. Beyond the assembly area, the crowd was a sea of people, shoulder to shoulder, with cheers, murmurs, and the roars of beasts intertwining into a deafening wave that pounded against everyone's eardrums. Parents stood on tiptoe, trying to spot their children in the crowd. Young students gazed with longing, dreaming of the day they too would stand here. Many seasoned beast tamers and representatives from various factions watched with sharp eyes, appraising each contestant like merchandise, seeking to uncover the most promising geniuses. Jiang Yun spotted his sister waving her arms energetically and his mother smiling warmly in the crowd. Jiang Yun shouted with all her might, "Go, big brother. Big brother is the best." Her crisp voice was drowned out by the immense clamor. After guiding Jiang Yun and his 5 companions to the designated area, He Tiangang and the 3 coaches headed straight for the makeshift high platform at the center of the venue. Many people were already seated on it, each exuding an extraordinary aura. As they stepped onto the platform, 4 others greeted them with smiles. They were the principals of the other 2 Beast Tamer middle schools in the city, Lei Lai of Thunderstrike Middle School and Kunpeng of Bedrock Middle School, along with their respective faculty members. "Principal He, long time no see. You're looking as impressive as ever." Lei Lai's voice boomed like a bell as he spoke first, his tall frame clad in an impeccably neat uniform. "Principal He seems brimming with confidence this year. Qingchuan First High is our city's pride. I assume you've nurtured some fine talents again." Kunpeng chimed in with a sly smile, his tone smooth, but his eyes sharp. He Tiangang maintained a formulaic smile and replied with a cupped fist, "Salute you, flatter me, Principals Lei and Shi. Your schools are teeming with talent. I hear Thunderstrike has a student named Lin Qua who at such a young age has already broken through to bronze rank 1. Truly formidable. And Xiao Yutian from Bedrock is no less remarkable. Impressive, truly impressive." Upon hearing this, Lei Lai and Kunpeng couldn't hide their smug expressions. Lei Lai waved his hand in feigned modesty. Lin Qua was just lucky. His contracted beast has decent potential, barely touching the threshold of bronze. Nothing worth mentioning. "But Principal He, I heard your school's Qin Feng is at the peak of Black Iron 9, just a step away from bronze. What a pity." Lei Lai chuckled, his tone dripping with barely concealed pride. Kunpeng added bluntly, "Indeed, Yutian merely benefited from his family's resources. Speaking of which, our 2 schools might snag a few more spots in this tournament, wouldn't you say, Principal He? Qingchuan First High must be under considerable pressure this year. I heard your advanced class assessment only produced a Black Iron 8. Kunpeng's words were barbed, feigning concern, but laced with mockery. He Tiangang was inwardly overjoyed, but kept his face impassive, even donning a hint of gravity. "Yes, some of our students still need honing this year. As for the spots, let ability decide." Internally, he was cackling, "Bronze rank 1. Big deal. My school's Jiang Yun was already bronze rank 2 half a month ago. He'll blow your minds when he shows up." The thought of seeing their shocked faces filled He Tiangang with a secret thrill. Just then, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor, a hint of worry on his face, yet maintaining an air of authority, approached. "Principal He, thank you for your generous assistance with my daughter last time." The newcomer was Su Qingtian, head of the Su family. He Tiangang's expression turned serious. Patriarch Su, you're too kind. Qingxue is a student of our school, and as principal it's my duty. Lei Lai and Shi Peng seized the moment to chime in sarcastically. Patriarch Su, if you sent your daughter to our school, her safety would be guaranteed, without a doubt. No worries would trouble you. Indeed, our school offers top-tier security for genius students. Su Qingtian frowned slightly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Before the students' battles had even begun, the air between the principals was already thick with hostility. Haha, you're all having a lively chat. A steady voice broke the awkwardness. A dignified, middle-aged man in formal attire approached with a smile, the mayor of Sea City. Behind him followed an elderly man in a plain robe with a gaunt face and eyes that were warm, yet unfathomably deep. At the sight of the mayor, the principals immediately dropped their confrontational stance and greeted him with polite smiles. When their gazes fell upon the elder, they tensed up. Several amethystier experts nodded slightly in greeting, showing no arrogance. The mayor introduced with a smile, esteemed guest, this is Elder Li from the Beast Tamer Academy. He will serve as the Academy's special observer for this tournament. Elder Li. They all cupped their fists in respect. A teacher sent by the Beast Tamer Academy was no ordinary figure in terms of identity or strength. Below the platform in the contestant area, Jiang Yun's gaze swept across the high platform, his pupils narrowing slightly. His manifestation of all things talent silently activated, revealing the general information of the dignitaries on stage. Gold tier. Amethystier. 6 amethystier. He was slightly startled internally. This lineup represented the peak combat power of Sea City. When his gaze landed on the plain-robed elder, his heart skipped a beat. Amethyst 9 peak. A mere step away from the terrifying diamond tier. The beast-taming power within him was like an abyss, unfathomable and deep, his mere presence exerting an invisible immense pressure. Jiang Yun realized that these powerful figures must place great importance on the selection of spots in this tournament. He withdrew his gaze from the platform. Then he turned his attention to the contestants from the other two schools. Thunderstrike and Bedrock each had 10 participants plus Qingchuan, first high 6 totaling 26. Information flashed through his eyes rapidly. Iron Shell Turtle Black Iron 8 Wind Fox Black Iron 9 Sharp Claw Monkey Black Iron 9 Peak. The data scrolled quickly. The students from these two schools were generally at Black Iron 9 or 9 Peak, with only a few at Black Iron 8. Qingchuan first high accounted for 2 of them. Jiang Yun understood why the rigorous advanced class assessment was necessary. If one's strength was below 8, they would merely be padding in such a competition, increasing risks. Soon his gaze locked onto 2 individuals. Shadowy Water Python Bronze 1, Shaking Mountain Rock Elephant Bronze 1, Lin Kuo of Thunderstrike, and Xiao Yutian of Bedrock. The 2 stood at the front of their respective teams, looking arrogant, basking in the awe-filled gazes around them. Just then Zhao Tai's large fan-like hand landed on Jiang Yun's shoulder. Seeing him lost in thought, he assumed Jiang Yun was nervous and lowered his voice to comfort him. Jiang Yun, don't worry. Though we're at the bottom here with Black Iron 8, stick with me in the forest. We'll play it safe and pick on the weak ones. As long as we don't run into those bronze tier guys Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian robbing us, well, split the points 50-50. You might even snag a spot. Jiang Yun just smiled in response, not revealing his true strength. It seemed his recent low profile had led this honest brother to underestimate him. But hearing Zhao Tai's words, he realized the bronze tier he mentioned were the 2 bronze tier individuals he had just spotted. So he asked casually, you know those 2? Zhao Taiju perked up at once, lowering his voice, of course. One is Lin Kuo, the sole heir of the Lin family, very precious. The other is Xiao Yutian, the eldest son of the Xiao family. They are the top talents of Bedrock and Thunderstrike, the hot favorites to win this tournament. The Xiao family. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow at the mention. Yeah, that Xiao family. Remember Xiao Ling from the freshman class? He's his little brother. Xiao Yutian is their eldest brother. Zhao Taiju explained with a grin, then added their grandfather Xiao Zhan is at Gold 9 Peak, known as the strongest under Amethyst in Sea City. The Xiao family's position as the second family relies entirely on him. Zhao Taiju finished. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected his grudge with Xiao Ling to become a hidden threat here. A Bronze 1 opponent deliberately targeting him would have been a headache half a month ago, but now it didn't seem too concerning. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't actively provoke the Xiao family. As Jiang Yun pondered, Zhao Taiju added, actually our school had another genius, Su Qingxue of the Su family. Rumored to be bronze tier 2, but she's never fought, mysterious as can be. Hearing the name Su Qingxue, Jiang Yun couldn't help but tremble slightly. He smiled bitterly inwardly. The real Su Qingxue was likely long gone, this current one. He wanted to avoid at all costs. As they spoke, a huge commotion and gasps erupted in the venue. Look, it's Su Qingxue. The Su family's eldest daughter is here. Everyone's gaze, spectators and contestants alike, was involuntarily drawn. At the entrance, a young girl walked slowly. She wore a green dress, her figure graceful, her face stunningly beautiful, with a cool, aloof demeanor tinged with a subtle laziness and nobility, as if she were a celestial maiden out for a spring outing, not a competitor. Her appearance instantly became the center of attention, not just because of her identity as the Su family's only daughter, but also for her peerless beauty and the rumored monstrous beast-taming talent. The moment Su Qingxue appeared, the stands erupted in cries, with many young men gaping, captivated by her stunning looks. Even the perpetually arrogant Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian couldn't help but glance over, their eyes flashing with admiration. On the high platform, the principals also smiled and complimented Su Qingtian. Patriarch Su, your daughter is becoming more remarkable by the day. With Kingsu's grace and being a bronze-tier beast tamer at such a young age, she's sure to shine brilliantly in this tournament. You flatter me. Su Qingtian responded with a forced smile, a hint of hidden worry deep in his eyes. Under the gaze of thousands, Su Qingxue walked straight toward the Qingchuan First High team. Seeing her approach, Jiang Yun's heart sank. He instinctively tried to shrink back. He deliberately avoided her gaze. But fate had other plans. Su Qingxue, as if guided by a precise compass, ignored Qin Feng, who stood at the front striking his most handsome pose, and stopped directly before Jiang Yun, who was trying to downplay his presence. In the midst of everyone's incredulous stares, her stunning face broke into a radiant smile, utterly different from her usual cold demeanor, almost sycophantic, and her voice was as soft as honey. She spoke to Jiang Yun gently. Junior Jiang Yun, it's been half a month. Have you missed me? As she finished, Su Qingxue's face still wore a tender smile. Her voice, though not loud, struck like a thunderbolt, instantly silencing the noisy venue and plunging the area around her and Jiang Yun into a dead silence. Everyone, the nearby contestants and countless spectators, wore expressions of shock and confusion. Countless gazes shifted from Su Qingxue to Jiang Yun. What the hell? What am I seeing? The cold flower Su Qingxue is showing a boy such a gentle, almost ingratiating smile. Long time no see. Miss me. They're close. Something's going on between them. Who is this guy? Is he from Qingchuan First High? I thought their top genius was Qin Feng. Never heard of him. Where did he crawl out from? Countless eyes like searchlights focused on Jiang Yun, filled with shock, confusion, jealousy, and scrutiny, as if trying to see through him completely. Zhao Tai's jaw dropped, looking from Jiang Yun to the smiling Su Qingxue, his mind completely short-circuited. What's going on? When did Jiang Yun get so chummy with Su the beauty? Did he somehow win her over? Qin Feng's smile froze completely. A look of intense jealousy twisted his face. Even Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian fixed their gazes on Jiang Yun. Now Jiang Yun couldn't stay low-key, even if he wanted to. Before the tournament had even begun, because of Su Qingxue's single small comment and a glance, he had instantly become the center of attention. If an ordinary girl were to say such words to Jiang Yun, it might only elicit a few good-natured jests or indifferent glances. But the one who spoke these words was Su Qingxue, the stunning young lady of the Su family, who dazzled everyone upon her entrance with a lineage, beauty, and talent that could only be described as top tier. The uproar caused by her words was akin to a massive stone being thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves upon waves. Almost at the very moment her voice fell silent, Jiang Yun could distinctly feel it. Countless gazes like tangible searchlights suddenly converged upon him. Shock, confusion, jealousy, scrutiny. Various emotions intertwined in their gazes, almost piercing through him. The halo that had originally focused on Su Qingxue, at this moment over half of it had shifted towards Jiang Yun. However, this halo felt uncomfortably hot. Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian, standing at the front of their respective teams, furrowed their brows almost simultaneously, their sharp gazes sweeping towards Jiang Yun. In their eyes was an unmasked appraisal and a hint of indescribable hostility. To them, Su Qingxue represented not just beauty, but also a potential testament to family strength and personal charm. How could this unknown boy seemingly catch the goddess eye? Lin Kuo slightly tilted his head and quietly asked his companion behind him, "Who is that kid? When did Qingchuan know one high school have such a character?" Immediately a well-informed follower answered, "Lin Xiao, I've looked into it. This kid seems to be called Jiang Yun, who managed to pass the advanced class assessment at Qingchuan No. One high school half a month ago, apparently just scraping through with Black Iron 8th tier strength." Black Iron 8th tier. This news spread rapidly among the 26 participants and the spectators near the contestant area. Instantly the venue erupted. What? Only Black Iron 8th tier? What a joke. A waste like him dares to win Su Miss favor. What a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Doesn't he take a good look at himself? Damn it, just looking at him makes me angry. When we enter the forest, I'll be the first to have a chat with him. Right? Eliminate him first. Let him know the gap between geniuses. This kind of waste. How dare he touch our Su family's young lady? Voices of discussion, mockery, and curses filled the air. It was unclear who shouted first. Eliminate Jiang Yun, prove Su Qingxue's heart. This slogan quickly garnered a response from many impulsive participants. In an instant, the voices rose and fell like waves, isolating Jiang Yun as the target. Hearing these calls around him, Jiang Yun felt overwhelmed. Su Qingxue, however, wore a teasing smile. Qin Feng even displayed a look of schadenfreude on Xiao Yushan's side upon hearing Jiang Yun's name. He was momentarily stunned, then his gaze turned cold, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yun. So it's you, the one who bullied my useless brother at Qingchuan No. 1 high school. Xiao Yutian sneered. Old grudges and new grudges combined with the intense jealousy born from Su Qingxue ignited a fierce flame within him. Whether to maintain the Xiao family's face to stand up for his brother or to eliminate this annoying rival, he silently vowed. He would make Jiang Yun pay a heavy price in the misty forest. In the stands, Jiang Yun listened to the commotion around her, her small face puffed up in anger as she pointed at the field, saying to her mother, "Mom, I told you, this beautiful sister must be my sister-in-law. Look, she's even taking the initiative to greet my brother." Her innocent words drew unfriendly glances from around, and those admiring Su Qingxue looked as if they could breathe fire. Jiang Yun then belatedly retracted her neck, mumbling quietly, "Not good. It seems my brother has become everyone's rival in love." Jiang Yun down below. His expression had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. 10,000 beasts were galloping through his heart. He cursed silently in his mind. That damned nine-tailed fox did this on purpose. He thought, could it be that since this fox couldn't kill him directly, she devised such a wicked scheme, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife, using Su Qingxue's influence to make him the target. This way she wouldn't need to act personally. Naturally, many would want to eliminate him in the competition. Too despicable. He raised his eyes to the instigator Su Qingxue. However, she remained standing there, her beautiful face adorned with an enigmatic smile, her gaze seemingly holding a hint of mockery and playfulness. At this moment, Jiang Yun clearly realized that his plan to develop quietly and inconspicuously had completely fallen apart. From the moment Su Qingxue spoke, he was destined to become the public enemy in this elimination round, and it would be hard not to attract attention. On the high platform, the commotion below naturally caught the attention of several bigwigs. Li Lao from the Beastmaster Academy chuckled lightly, a look of interest appearing on his face. "Interesting." The mayor chuckled. "Principal, it seems your school truly has a wealth of talent." This Jiang Yun student, very noteworthy. Principal, this genius is certainly unique, understanding how to increase his difficulties even before the competition has started. Daring to be so ostentatious at Black Iron 8th year, should we commend his courage or call him overconfident? I fear he won't last even an hour before being eliminated. Principal Tiangang's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected such a situation to arise. His prized ace, without even revealing his blade, had become the focus and target of the entire venue. This feeling was quite peculiar. However, thinking about Jiang Yun's bronze 2nd tier fire dragon fish and that seemingly extraordinary black iron 8th tier storm cloud lark, he felt reassured. Without revealing his emotions, he couldn't be bothered to respond to the taunts of the two, only smiling faintly and saying, "We'll just watch the affairs of the young people." However, Su Qingtian, the head of the Su family, furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Yun. With a hint of scrutiny, he quietly asked, "Principal Tiangang, Principal, does this young man have any special traits?" His daughter had never treated any male peers with such indifference. Today's behavior was indeed unusual, making him wonder if his daughter had feelings for this young man. Principal Tiangang smiled awkwardly, carefully choosing his words. "Su family head Jiang Yun is indeed a promising talent we discovered recently with quite a few exceptional qualities. As for the specifics, just keep watching." Hearing Principal Tiangang's words made Su Chengtian feel a stir of curiosity and anticipation. Lei Lai and Shi Pang snickered nearby. "Exceptional qualities. I'd wager it's just exceptional troublemaking skills. Just wait, this promising talent will probably face a premature end." Huh. Just as the atmosphere on stage became subtle, the crowd below was in an uproar. Just as the tension was about to boil over, the mayor stood up, channeling a hint of Beastmaster power, his steady voice echoing throughout the venue. "Silence." The powerful aura instantly suppressed the noise, and everyone immediately quieted down. The mayor scanned the crowd. He began to outline the purpose, rules, and rewards of the competition. "Esteemed genius Beastmasters, please listen carefully. The arena for this regional elimination competition is the misty forest behind you, filled with opportunities and challenges in its inner and outer areas. We have designated a specific area of several dozen kilometers as the boundary of the arena, where supervising teachers will patrol the borders. However, crises still need to be faced by you yourselves. The competition will use a points system. In the next 24 hours, you must rely on your strength, courage, and wisdom to hunt the ferocious beasts in the forest. Ultimately, your scores will be calculated based on the number and tier of the beast cores you obtain. The ranking of points determines everything. The top 10 will qualify for admission to the Beastmaster Academy. This is not only glory but also a crucial step on your path to becoming strong." At this point, the mayor paused momentarily, then emphasized his words once more. The first place in this competition, aside from gaining admission to the Beastmaster Academy, will also receive additional sponsorship from the Academy. 100 Attribute Crystals. What? 100 Attribute Crystals? My heavens. Attribute Crystals. One is worth 1,000 Spirit Stones. And now 100. The audience instantly erupted. Attribute Crystals are a rare resource not only because one is worth 1,000 Spirit Stones, but also because they contain the essence of attributes. They can stimulate the powers of beast attributes, evolve attribute skills, and have a chance to trigger qualitative changes in skills. Jiang Yun's heart trembled. Attribute crystals are more refined and contain vast amounts of energy. The conditions for their formation are extremely harsh, and it takes millennia to condense even one. They greatly benefit the growth of beasts. The Beastmaster Academy truly plays big. Jiang Yun, who initially planned to secure his spot safely. At this moment his gaze sharpened. I'm determined to take first place. He silently vowed. He desperately needed this resource. Soon, under the enthusiasm of the students in the venue, the mayor announced, the competition begins. All contestants enter. The contestants, unable to hold back any longer, surged towards the deep and dangerous entrance of the misty forest like a flood. However, at a subtle moment, many people glared at Jiang Yun with unfriendly eyes before entering, clearly having set their sights on him. Before Su Qingxue turned to enter the forest, she glanced back at Jiang Yun. Her gaze was complex and inscrutable, carrying a hint of provocation and playfulness, as if to say, the game has begun, let's see how you break through. Then her figure vanished into the thick mist of the misty forest. Zhao Taizhu hurriedly approached Jiang Yun anxiously, saying, Jiang Yun, Su Qingxue has gone and we should hurry up too. Hurry up. Jiang Yun cursed inwardly. It was already confusing enough as it was. If he went in and stuck with her, it would only invite more trouble. He pushed Zhao Taizhu lightly, saying, Zhuzi, you go first. I'm definitely being targeted by many now, it's not safe for you to follow me. Zhao Taizhu pounded his chest, saying, what's there to be afraid of? I'm Black Iron 9th tier. As long as I don't run into any powerful guys, protecting you is no problem. Feeling Zhao Taizhu's pure sincerity, a warm current surged in Jiang Yun's heart. However, he still shook his head resolutely. No way, having two people together makes us too big a target. I can't drag you down. Don't worry, I can move more flexibly alone. I have my ways to earn points and deal with them. Hurry in securing a spot is crucial, don't waste time. Seeing Jiang Yun's firm attitude, Zhao Taizhu could only relent then. Be careful. At the end, wait for me at the outer exit. I'll share some beast cores with you then, and maybe you'll make it into the top 10. In order to reassure his friend, Zhao Taizhu had to say. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. Okay, I got it. Only then did Zhao Taizhu turn and stride into the forest. Before entering, Qin Feng glared at Jiang Yun, fiercely threatening in a low voice. Jiang Yun, you better not let me run into you inside, otherwise I'll make you and your two useless brothers experience what despair really means. After saying that, he too vanished at the entrance. Only when almost everyone had entered did Jiang Yun take a deep breath under the gazes that were either mocking, pitying, or filled with schadenfreude. He was the last to step into the perilous misty forest. Instantly, a wave of unrestrained laughter erupted from the stands. Look, he's scared. The last one to enter, afraid of being blocked at the door. Haha, at least he has some self-awareness, but it's too late. Of course, only figures like young Master Xiao Yutian from the Xiao family and young Master Lin Kuo from the Lin family are worthy of Su Miss. That's for sure. I believe the champion will definitely emerge from these two. I wonder who will ultimately take the championship. I truly look forward to it. The crowd continued to mock Jiang Yun, while also discussing the favorites for the championship, with almost everyone betting on Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian. Seated in a designated area, the heads of the Xiao and Lin families wore satisfied smiles upon hearing these discussions. Jiang Yunyun's face turned red with anger. She tugged at her mother's sleeve, saying, Mom, these people are too much. My brother is the most powerful. Her mother gently stroked her daughter's hair. Soothing her emotions, her gaze towards the forest was involuntarily tinged with deep worry. As the last trainee vanished into the thick mist of the foggy forest within the central square, the colossal phantom jellyfish that had been silently floating finally stirred. The mayor cleared his throat, his voice infused with robust beast-taming power resonating across the venue. Everyone quiet down. Allow me to introduce this rare paired beast, the phantom jellyfish. Its offspring has been sent above the arena, while this main body will project the forest scenes in real time. Before his words faded, the colossal phantom jellyfish emanated a soft, dreamy glow, its countless luminous tentacles gently swaying. Then immense energy converged. Above the square, 4 or 5 massive crystal-clear holographic screens materialized. The images on the screens were exquisitely detailed. Even the texture of leaves and the sheen of beast fur were visible, as if a miniature forest had been brought before the crowd. Wow! Incredible! Look, that's my son. I see my boy too. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers and chatter, all eyes captivated by the spectacle. In previous years, matches were held in the beast taming arena, allowing direct view of the action. This year's format was not only novel, but also ingeniously designed for spectatorship. The images initially switched between trainees entering the forest. Some advanced cautiously step by step, while others pushed forward swiftly, leveraging their beast's advantages. When the frame froze, one screen captured Jiang Yun, who had just entered the forest and was preparing to venture deeper. This caught the attention of many in the venue. However, Jiang Yun was in trouble. 3 trainees from other schools blocked his path. They formed a semicircle, their faces twisted with mocking and malicious grins. Their beasts, a snarling clawed monkey, a growling earth wolf, and a buzzing venom bee, were already summoned, exuding formidable auras. The weakest was at Black Iron 8th rank, while the other 2 beasts reached Black Iron 9th rank. Haha, it's that Jiang Yun. He's doomed. Blocked right at the start. How dare he covet our Miss Su? Serves him right. He should be the first eliminated. Clearing the scourge. Go, brothers. A burst of gleeful laughter and cheers erupted from the audience, especially from the Xiao family section. Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling waved their fists in excitement, gleefully cursing him as trash and deserving. His sister Jiang Yun gripped their mother's hand, tightly tense with worry. Among the crowd, Zhang Chong and Li Na, classmates familiar with Jiang Yun, also showed concern. On the high platform, principals Lei Lai of Thunder Middle School and Shi Pang of Rock Middle School couldn't suppress smug smirks, exchanging glances of anticipated amusement. The mayor and elderly remained impassive, their expressions unreadable. Su Qingtian frowned slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun. He Tiangang appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly mused, a bunch of fools. Perfect for Jiang Yun to stretch his limbs and show them the true prodigy of our Qingchuan, first high. At that moment, all eyes and murmurs converged on this first erupting conflict. Everyone believed Jiang Yun's competition journey would soon end in disgrace. Inside the foggy forest, Jiang Yun sighed helplessly at the trio, clearly targeting him. Truly what he feared most had come. Was keeping a low profile so hard. Jiang Yun, be smart and get out now? Save us the trouble and yourself the pain, a lanky trainee shouted arrogantly. Exactly. A toad lusting after swan meat. Miss Su is beyond your reach. Get out on your own. I don't want to dirty my hands. We brothers have little hope for the slots anyway, but being the first to eliminate you, this eyesore, makes this competition worthwhile. Right? Eliminate Jiang Yun, prove our loyalty to Su Qingxue. They spoke in turns as if Jiang Yun were fish on a chopping board. Jiang Yun frowned, attempting a final explanation. I really have nothing to do with Su Qingxue. She deliberately. Bullshit. But he was cut off rudely, we saw it all. Miss Su was so intimate with you, and you still deny it. Do you take us for fools? Enough talk. Looks like he won't leave willingly. Let's beat him out. Seeing explanation was futile, Jiang Yun gave up on communication. This battle was unavoidable. A Black Iron 9th rank trainee eager to show off stepped forward, dealing with a Black Iron 8th rank waste him enough. Watch. He commanded his Black Iron 9th rank, clawed monkey. Go. Blast him out. The monkey screeched, transforming into a dark blur, its sharp claws aimed at Jiang Yun's face. If the strike landed, he would surely be blasted out of the foggy forest. The other 2 already wore triumphant, gleeful, and satisfied smiles. Yet facing the swift attack, Jiang Yun merely shook his head and calmly uttered 5 words. Little lark, come out. As his words fell, a cyan-black bolt of lightning flashed before him. The majestic form of the wind thunder lark materialized. Without even fully spreading its wings, it hovered, and an overwhelming pressure far beyond the Black Iron rank descended like a tangible mountain. Squeak. The clawed monkey mid-pounce crashed into an invisible wall. With a shriek, it was pinned to the ground by the pressure, limbs twitching, unable to lift its head. And not only that, the other 2 beasts, the Earth Wolf and Venom Bee, all whimpered in utter terror as if facing their natural nemesis. They prostrated on the ground, trembling, devoid of any will to resist. What's going on? What happened? What's wrong with my beast? The trainees' smiles instantly froze. Replaced by sheer shock and confusion, they tried to command their beasts, but only sensed endless fear through the soul link. It even affected them, as they struggled to tear their gaze from the limp beasts and focus on the suddenly appeared magnificent cyan-black lark. Everyone's pupils contracted to pinpoints, the condensed radiance flowing around it, the faint aura of wind and thunder, the pressure that made their souls tremble. This was not an aura belonging to the Black Iron rank. This is Bronze rank. Bronze 1st rank. My God, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The earlier info said he was only Black Iron 8th rank. Which bastard spread false info? They've screwed us. Damn, if we'd known he was bronze, we'd never have dared to block him even with 100 guts. We're doomed. This is a disaster. Pale with terror, they stammered incoherently, filled with endless regret and fear. Their previous arrogance was utterly shattered. Now they only wished to flee this dreadful place. Before true bronze rank power, their numerical advantage was a joke. Meanwhile, after Jiang Yun summoned the little lark, the spectators outside had also erupted into chaos. On the colossal light screen projected by the phantom jellyfish, the scene within the misty forest was vividly reflected. When the majestic azure-black skylark appeared, its overwhelming bronze-tier aura seemed to radiate through the screen, crushing the contracted beasts of the provoking trainees to the ground. The entire central plaza fell into an eerie momentary silence, as if time itself had frozen at this instant. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, their expressions frozen, switching from gloating mockery to extreme shock and disbelief. What just happened? Was that a bronze-tier aura? I didn't sense it wrong, did I? After only a brief pause, the scene erupted into a massive uproar like a volcanic explosion. Holy crap! Bronze-tier. Jiang Yun's contracted beast is bronze-tier. Wind Thunder Skylark. That's a Wind Thunder Skylark. Bronze first rank Wind Thunder Skylark. Oh my god. Who the hell said he was Black Iron 8th rank? The intelligence is way off. Instant kill. It was absolute dominance in terms of aura. Black Iron tier doesn't even have the right to fight against bronze. These three are finished. Well. Turns out the clowns were those guys blocking the gate themselves. This twist is damn thrilling. The audience erupted completely. Gasped, sharp intakes of breath and slaps on thighs echoed one after another. Those who had mocked the loudest earlier now had flushed faces, a mix of shock and embarrassment. I told you, Big Brother's beast is the strongest. Jiang Yun jumped up from her seat in excitement, her small face flushed with exhilaration as she vigorously shook her mother's arm. Her mother let out a long sigh of relief, a gratified smile spreading across her face with tears glistening in her eyes. Zhang Chongli Na and the other classmates high-fived each other in celebration, feeling a sense of vindication. The smiles on Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling's faces had vanished without a trace, replaced by a ghastly pallor, as if they had seen a ghost. Xiao Hong's lips trembled as he refused to believe what he was seeing. No. Impossible. How could he be? Bronze tier. How long has it been? Half a month. And he's already bronze first rank. That's absolutely impossible. Xiao Ling clenched his fists tightly. Having hoped to see Jiang Yun humiliated, instead they witnessed his meteoric rise. The immense psychological gap nearly made him vomit blood. A lump seemed to lodge in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. On the high platform, the atmosphere grew even more delicate. The faces of Thunderstrike Academy's principal Lei Lai and Boulder Academy's principal Peng froze, their earlier smugness and mockery replaced by a stinging sensation as if they had been slapped hard. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the intense shock and a hint of foreboding in each other's eyes. Lei Lai let out a dry chuckle, trying to save face. Haha, I didn't expect Principal He to have such a trick up his sleeve. Truly, a hidden dragon. But his laughter was more unpleasant than crying. Peng's expression was so gloomy it could drip water. Having mocked the most fiercely earlier, he was now the most humiliated. He could only snort coldly, fixing his gaze on the light screen in silence. The mayor's face showed surprise, which quickly turned into admiration as he nodded slightly. Bronze first rank. So young. Excellent, truly excellent. A glimmer of genuine brightness flickered in old Lee's warm eyes for the first time. He watched the majestic Wind Thunder Skylark on the screen with keen interest and murmured, Wind and Thunder dual attributes, concentrated aura, solid foundation. This lad not bad. Hearing old Lee's words, the hearts of several people trembled. This great figure who had remained silent all along now gave such high praise. This immediately put pressure on Peng and Lei Lai. Su Qingtian, the head of the Su family, also had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned to look at He Tiangang beside him, keenly catching a fleeting look of astonishment on He Tiangang's face. A playful smile curled at the corner of Su Qingshan's lips as he deliberately teased, Principal He, it seems the exceptional talent of your new prodigy is indeed beyond expectations. But, I wonder, Principal He, did you seem a bit surprised just now as well? Caught off guard, He Tiangang felt his old face flush with heat. But he immediately suppressed the storm within him, coughed dryly, stroked his chin, and put on a pose of being in control. Ahem, did I? You jest, Patriarch Su. Jiang Yun is a student of Qingchuan First High. As his principal, I am naturally well versed in his progress. Merely bronze first rank, why would that be surprising? On the surface, he was as steady as a mountain, but inside, a 12-level tsunami was raging. Holy crap. What has this kid been feeding his beast? Half a month. Just half a month. That little Skylark was clearly Black Iron 8th rank during the assessment. And now it's bronze first rank. This promotion speed is faster than even a rocket beast. Wait, if the little Skylark is bronze first rank, what about his first contracted beast, the fire dragon fish? It was bronze second rank half a month ago. What realm is it at now? Bronze third rank. Fourth rank. It can't be fifth rank, can it? The more He Tiangang thought, the more absurd it seemed. Looking at Jiang Yun's calm face on the screen, he felt dizzy. Monster. A true monster. This kid. Is he cheating, or what? Inside the misty forest, Jiang Yun and his companions were still unaware of the turmoil outside. Be big brother. Brother Jiang Yun. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The tall, thin trainee who had shouted the loudest earlier was now scared out of his wits, his voice trembling with tears. We were blind. We were toads lusting after swan meat. You're a magnanimous person, just let us go like a fart. Yes. Points. Well, gather points and give them all to you. Just please don't eliminate us. Another one quickly begged. Being eliminated right at the start would be an immense disgrace. Looking at the trainees collapsed on the ground pale as ghost, Jiang Yun's eyes were calm, devoid of any pity. If he hadn't been strong enough, it would have been him being humiliated and eliminated. Jiang Yun shook his head, his tone indifferent. No need. Since you wanted to eliminate me, you must be prepared to be eliminated yourself. I'll gather the points on my own. As for you, you must be eliminated. Hearing this, the color drained from their faces instantly. Without another word, Jiang Yun gave the order to the little skylark. Little skylark, blast them out. The wind thunder skylark on his shoulder received the command and gently flapped its wings. A violent yet precisely controlled whirlwind instantly formed, like several invisible hands sweeping up the trainees and their limp, contracted beasts. Amidst their terrified screams, they were hurled like parabolic arcs precisely toward the forest entrance. In the plaza, while everyone was still reeling from the shock of Jiang Yun being bronzeteer, they saw a sudden gust of wind on the screen. Then several black dots were spat out from the forest entrance like cannonballs, accompanied by a series of terrified screams. Thud, thud, thud. With a few dull thuds, the group landed disgracefully on the empty ground at the edge of the plaza, rolling into a heap covered in dust, unable to get up for a long time. They were precisely the trainees who had blocked Jiang Yun. Ha. They really got thrown out. That's just too pathetic. Eliminated in less than 3 minutes. Serves them right. Who told them to court death? The plaza erupted in boisterous laughter filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The instructors from the schools of those trainees had ashen faces. They quickly sent people to help them up, muttering under their breath, "Disgraceful bastards. You've brought shame to us all." On the screen, Jiang Yun had already turned around, dashing, without hesitation, deeper into the misty forest. The wind thunder skylark transformed into a streak of azure-black lightning, clearing the path ahead. His goal was now crystal clear: hunt more powerful, ferocious beasts to earn more points. Since he couldn't stay low-key, he would be high-profile to the end. He was determined to claim the first place in this elimination tournament and the 100 attribute crystals. Above the square, several massive light screens projected by the phantom jellyfish clearly displayed the situation within the arena, with Jiang Yun dominating the main screen. 2 other split screens were locked onto the other 2 recognized prodigies of this competition, Xiao Yutian from Panshir Middle School and Lin Kuo from Leitang Middle School. The remaining screens cycled through other participants, occasionally showcasing a standout student. On one split screen, Lin Kuo was fiercely battling a ferocious bronze tier, level 1 lightning leopard. His thunderlight leopard, with arcs of electricity crackling around it, moved with incredible speed, clashing against the lightning leopard in a flurry of sparks and roars. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Lin Kuo's thunderlight leopard delivered a savage skill, Thunder Fong, biting through the lightning leopard's neck, securing a hard-fought victory. Breathing heavily, Lin Kuo stepped forward to collect the beast core. His points steadily increased. On another split screen, Xiao Yutian appeared far more composed. His rock armor rhino, facing a massive black iron tier, level 9 giant venom spider, neither dodged nor flinched. It withstood the venom spray and crushed the spider with a single powerful rock armor charge, effortlessly harvesting points. The 2 principals watched their prodigies' performances, smiles returning to their faces as they began their usual banter laced with veiled sarcasm. Principal Shipang of Panshir stroked his short beard. Lin Kuo's thunderlight leopard is truly fierce, winning so decisively even against an opponent of the same tier. Principal Lei Lai of Leitang interjected, Xiao Yutian is doing well too, playing it steady and racking up a commanding lead in points. Though that Jiang Yun is also bronze tier level 1, an unexpected surprise. That early delay cost him a lot of time. He's fallen too far behind to catch up now. Seems the first place will be decided between our 2 schools after all. Tiangang listened to their back and forth, clearly aimed at unsettling him. Though inwardly anxious about Jiang Yun's temporary point deficit, he showed nothing on his face. He snorted coldly. The competition has just begun. The outcome is still uncertain. Isn't it too early to draw conclusions? After all, Jiang Yun still possessed a fire dragon fish of unknown power. He held great expectations for it, but deemed it unwise to voice them now. In the stands, still stunned by Jiang Yun's initial brilliance, most spectators kept their eyes fixed on his main screen, eager to see what this dark horse would do next. In the footage, Jiang Yun hesitated not a moment, heading straight for the most chaotic and perilous area within the misty forest. It was the borderland between the inner and core zones, also included in the competition area. What's he doing there? That's where the strongest and densest beasts are. He must be aiming to catch up fast by hunting high-tier beasts. Good idea, but far too risky. Bronze-tier beasts are nothing like black iron ones. The gap between each level is huge, and there might even be beasts above level 1 there. The audience buzzed with discussion, admiring Jiang Yun's courage, yet worrying for him. Everyone knew that high risk might bring high reward, but it could also mean an early exit. Shortly after venturing deeper, Jiang Yun encountered a patrol of city guards at the boundary. The squad leader with a formidable aura was a bronze-tier level 3 powerhouse, as revealed by Jiang Yun's trait manifestation talent. Clearly of the same rank as Captain Lin Wei. Student, this is the competition boundary. Going further means entering unexplored danger zones where you might encounter high-tier bronze beasts and will be disqualified. The squad leader, seeing Jiang Yun approach, warned him sternly. Jiang Yun replied politely, "Thank you for the reminder. He'll be careful." With that, he left the boundary. He had ventured into the core zone many times before. It was indeed fraught with peril. But now his fire dragon fish could handle it all. Jiang Yun thought of the little cloud sparrow's parents. The boundary meant the cliff where they lived was outside the competition grounds, which relieved him. Recalling his earlier warning, he assumed they had already taken shelter. So Jiang Yun began his hunt in the dangerous zone near the boundary. The density of beasts here was extremely high, almost all black iron tier level 9. The Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow transformed into a cyan-black lightning bolt, alternating between Gale Dash and Thunder Claw, with devastating efficiency, taking down one beast after another. Beast cores accumulated visibly, and Jiang Yun's points began to rise at a considerable rate. In just half an hour, he had killed over a dozen. Yet watching from outside, the audience still shook their heads. Jiang Yun is fast, sure, but look at Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian. They're in similar border areas, not only killing plenty of level 9 beasts, but also several bronze-tier level 1 ones. Exactly. One bronze-tier level 1 beast gives 50 points, equal to 5 level 9 ones for Jiang Yun. The gap is widening. It'll be tough for Jiang Yun to win the championship. Just as everyone thought Jiang Yun had no hope for first place, at best a decent rank, an anomaly occurred. On the main screen, the ground ahead of Jiang Yun suddenly bulged, and a colossal creature burst forth. From 100 meters away, it charged straight at Jiang Yun. It resembled a giant lizard, but was covered in thick metallic dark brown scales. Its tail was thick and hammer-like, its legs short and powerful, and its vertical pupils exuded a savage aura. Even Jiang Yun was startled by the sudden anomaly. His trait manifestation talent activated instantly, revealing the creature's information. Beast Iron Armored Land Dragon Earth Attribute Realm Bronze Tier Level 2 Grade Gold Skills. Dragon Scale Armor Rare Passive Skill Scales as hard as refined iron, highly resistant to physical and low-tier elemental attacks. Brutal Charge Superior unleashes power to charge forward using weight and scales to destroy obstacles with immense force. Earth Spike Assault Superior manipulates earth energy to instantly pierce sharp stone pillars from the ground with wide range and surprise. Status Hungry Strong Territorial Instincts enraged by the intruder. Seeing this, Jiang Yun paused. Clearly he had entered its territory, provoking its attack. But this also excited Jiang Yun. Bronze Tier Level 2. That was 100 points. Outside, someone in the stands recognized the beast and cried out in alarm. Oh no, it's an Iron Armored Land Dragon. Its aura is at least Bronze Tier Level 2. It's over. This beast's defense is freakishly tough. Even same-tier spirit beasts struggle to break through. Run, Jiang Yun. A level 2 beast is beyond your ability. Even at the same tier, this thing's defense is nearly invincible. Now that he's a level weaker, he's doomed to be one-shot. What's Jiang Yun doing? Frozen. Why isn't he running? 100 points isn't worth losing your life. The stands erupted in shouts of panic. Most were anxious, fearing this dark horse would fall. Naturally, some gloated. On the high platform, Kunpeng and Lei Lai nearly laughed aloud, barely suppressing their glee as they feigned concern. Oh dear, what a tough opponent. Principal, he tell Jiang Yun to withdraw safety first. He Tiangang's heart was in his throat. A bronze tier level 2 beast. Far stronger than level 1. Could the little sparrow handle it? But he quickly calmed, thinking, if the sparrow can't, the fire dragon fish certainly can. And look at Jiang Yun, completely calm. He must be confident. With that, he Tiangang declared coolly, what's the panic? My student Jiang Yun knows what he's doing. He Tiangang's reaction startled Kunpeng and Lei Lai, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Their own prodigies were in life-or-death situations. How could he be so calm? Did he have a hidden card? Su Qingtian, the mayor, and elderly remained silent, watching intently, their gazes heavy with anticipation as they waited to see how Jiang Yun would handle this sudden crisis. Just as everyone expected Jiang Yun to turn and flee, he did something that left them all stunned. Instead of retreating, he pointed at the roaring, iron-armored land dragon and commanded the Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow on his shoulder, "Little Sparrow, go." Caught. The wind thunder cloud sparrow let out a piercing cry, transforming into a cyan-black lightning bolt charging fearlessly at the beast dozens of times its size. This shocked the onlookers. Damn, is Jiang Yun crazy for points? Bronze level 1 against level 2. And against an iron-armored land dragon known for defense. Is he sending his spirit beast to its death? This is suicide. Too impulsive, kid. It's over now. What a waste of a powerful spirit beast with such a foolish master dying so stupidly. Scoffs, doubts, and laments drowned the square. Almost no one believed Jiang Yun could work a miracle. Seeking death. This Jiang Yun is purely courting death. Xiao Hong pointed at the light screen, laughing uncontrollably, his face brimming with schadenfreude. Xiao Ling echoed in a sinister tone. I thought he was someone special, but he's just a brainless fool. My brother doesn't even need to lift a finger. That ironclad land dragon will crush him to dust. Xiao Ling had already informed his elder brother Xiao Yutian about Jiang Yun. He had intended for his brother to exact vengeance on his behalf during the competition and teach Jiang Yun a proper lesson. But now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Jiang Yun was walking right into his own demise. On the other side of the stands, Jiang Yun clenched her small fists tightly. Her palms were slick with sweat. The mother's heart too involuntarily tightened. Coaches and teachers from other schools witnessing this shook their heads and sighed. Alas, what a pity. He clearly possesses remarkable talent in beast taming, yet why is he so unwise? Youngsters can't stand provocation, always eager to show off. In the end, they must pay the price. A bronze rank 1 challenging a rank 2, especially an ironclad land dragon renowned for its defense. This is a death sentence 10 chances out of 10. Enough. Why haven't the city defense troops arrived to rescue him yet? They were filled with confusion at this thought. In the Qingchuan No. 1 high school zone, Coach Wang Lei nearly jumped up in panic, blurting out, "What is this kid doing? Why isn't he running away? Is he going up there to die? Didn't I tell him that if he encounters a bronze-level beast he can't defeat, he should flee immediately? Could it be that reaching bronze rank has gone to his head? Where are the city defense troops? Why haven't they gone to rescue him yet?" Wang Lei asked urgently. After all, Jiang Yun was the newly emerged prodigy of Qingchuan No. 1 high school. Losing him would be a tremendous loss. However, Coach Lin Yong, standing beside him, remained relatively calm. He knew Jiang Yun's hidden trump card. He tugged at Wang Lei and whispered, "Old Wang, don't panic. Stay calm." Wang Lei stared wide-eyed. "Stay calm? How can I stay calm? That's a rank 2 ferocious beast." A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Lin Yong's mouth. "Look at Jiang Yun, he's still so composed. He must have a plan to handle this. Just watch. A plan to handle this." Wang Lei was skeptical. But seeing Principal He Tiangang on the high platform, though his expression was grim, remained seated firmly, like a mountain, Wang Lei had no choice but to suppress his anxiety, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen. In all these years of competition, no student had ever died during the event. If a genius student from Qingchuan No. 1 high school were to die in the competition, it would be more than just a matter of losing face. It would be an immense loss. Under the gaze of countless onlookers amid a mix of praise and criticism, the battle on the light screen had already erupted. The ironclad land dragon, enraged by the insignificant flying insect daring to provoke, it became furious beyond measure. It let out a deep, guttural roar, its thick hind legs kicking off the ground with force as it unleashed the skill savage charge. Like a moving hillock, it charged at the wind thunder lark with the momentum to crush everything in its path. The ground trembled slightly. Faced with this terrifying assault, the wind thunder lark displayed astonishing agility. With a slight flutter of its wings, it traced a graceful arc in the air, easily avoiding the heated collision. The ironclad land dragon crashed headfirst into a massive tree behind it, snapping the trunk, which was as thick as a person's embrace, cleanly in two. Enraged by its failed attack, the ironclad land dragon raised its front claws, preparing to unleash earth-stomping stampede. However, Jiang Yun's gaze was as cold as ice. Through their soul link, he issued the command, "Now, use Thunderstrike." Scree. The wind thunder lark let out a piercing high-pitched cry. Amidst its cyan-black feathers, dazzling purple lightning erupted abruptly. It hovered in the air, the 3 amethyst-like plumes on its head becoming radiant, as if they were summoning the thunder from the heavens above. In an instant, the sky and a small area around the wind thunder lark darkened, and a destructive aura that made souls tremble converged frenziedly. A bolt of purple lightning, more condensed and dazzling than the one that had blasted the hill earlier, tore through the air like a spear of judgment, striking down with a speed beyond thought. Its target, the ironclad land dragon's relatively small head. The ironclad land dragon sensed the lethal threat and let out a terrified roar, trying to retract its head to dodge, but its massive body and sluggish reactions proved to be its greatest shackles. Boom! A deafening explosion seemed to detonate in everyone's hearts. The violet-white lightning struck the ironclad land dragon's head with pinpoint accuracy. The hard scale strong enough to withstand ordinary blades and axes turned black, shattered, and annihilated like paper in the face of that lightning condensed to its utmost. The powerful current coursed through the ironclad land dragon's entire body. Its massive frame convulsed violently, emitting billowing black smoke, and the air filled with a pungent, burnt odor. The inertia of its charge caused it to stumble a few more steps. Finally, the ferocity in its vertical pupils faded completely, and its enormous body, like a collapsing mountain or a toppling jade pillar, crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. It didn't even manage a complete death cry. It was instantly slain by the Wind Thunder Lark's thunderstrike. This was a true, undeniable instant kill. The entire scene unfolded within the span of a dozen breaths. In the moment the ironclad land dragon fell, the previously boisterous square was once again plunged into an extreme dead silence. The expressions of everyone present froze. Their mouths instinctively fell open, as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. After a brief silence, an uproar and fervor erupted fiercer than any before. My God, what did I just see? An instant kill, eh? A bronze rank 2 ironclad land dragon taken down by a single skill. A bronze rank 1 defeating a rank 2. And it's an ironclad land dragon famous for its defense. No way. How did he do that? What kind of talent does this Wind Thunder Lark have? The power of that skill is just insane. So it turns out we were the clowns all along. Jiang Yun wasn't being reckless. He truly has the strength. A dark horse. This is the biggest dark horse. No, wait. This isn't just a dark horse anymore. This is a monstrous prodigy. The atmosphere in the square was utterly ignited. Jiang Yun, with his absolute strength, silenced all the voices of doubt from moments ago. In the Xiao family area, the triumphant smiles on Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling's faces instantly froze. Their faces inexplicably stung fiercely. Their complexions shifted from red to white, then to green, as colorful as a painter's palette. In the crowd, Jiang Yun was stunned for a moment, then burst into earth-shattering cheers. He won. Big brother won. Big brother is the best. Meanwhile, the coaches and teachers who had been sighing in regret earlier were collectively struck silent, their faces burning as if slapped by an invisible hand. Coach Wang Lei let out a long sigh of relief and slumped back into his chair, only to realize that his back was soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Lin Yong, who gave him an "I told you so" look. He realized once again that his worries had been entirely unnecessary. This Jiang Yun was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. On the high platform, Principal Shi Pang of Panshir Academy and Principal Lei Lai of Leitang Academy had their facial muscles twitching. Their earlier sarcastic remarks still echoed in their ears, now stabbing into their faces like needles. They stared fixedly at the charred beast corpse on the screen, their eyes filled with incomprehensible shock. No. Impossible. Shi Pang muttered, bronze rank 1. Instantly killing a rank 2 ironclad land dragon. How can the skill power of this Wind Thunder Lark be so absurd? Even against an equal rank, a one-hit kill shouldn't be possible. Could this Wind Thunder Lark have mutated? Lei Lai also wore an expression of disbelief. This Jiang Yun kept slapping them in the face time and again. It made his heart tremble with unease. Could it be that Qingchuan No. 1 high school had truly produced a dark horse? No, this wasn't just a dark horse. This was a goddamn monstrous prodigy. Recalling the scene of the Wind Thunder Lark instantly killing the ironclad land dragon, the two of them felt a surge of fear. This undoubtedly told them that Jiang Yun was practically invincible in this arena. Thinking about the rules of this competition, which allowed for the plundering of beast core points, wasn't that just a recipe for disaster for any student who crossed his path? The two principals silently prayed in their hearts. They hoped that their own students wouldn't encounter this monstrous prodigy. After all, at the very beginning, their students had boasted about being the first to eliminate Jiang Yun. If they did encounter him, it would be like lambs walking into the tiger's den. A one-sided massacre. As the two principals were shuddering in their hearts, He Tiangang's shock was equally beyond measure. He had originally thought that Jiang Yun would summon that mysterious fire dragon fish at the last moment to turn the tide. But he never expected that Jiang Yun, relying solely on this newly breakthrough bronze-level Wind Thunder Lark, would accomplish such a stunning feat of cross-rank defiance. This kid, he's hiding too much. The skill power of this Wind Thunder Lark has definitely reached the level of bronze rank 3. Could I have been mistaken earlier? Besides its amethystier talent, does this Wind Thunder Lark possess some other hidden deeper ability? He Tiangang thought he already knew Jiang Yun well enough, but he never imagined Jiang Yun still had so many cards up his sleeve. He Tiangang struggled to maintain a calm facade, but the shock and confusion in his heart lingered for a long time. Old Li, who had been silently observing the battle, couldn't help but speak up again. His voice carried a hint of undisguised admiration. Such condensed, thunderous power. The might of this single-target attack skill is quite rare. The bloodline of this Wind Thunder Lark. is likely extraordinary. This young man is not only exceptionally gifted, but his methods of nurturing beast companions are nothing short of genius. If he can grow smoothly, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of humanity in the future, and it won't be difficult for him to dominate one region. The others were once again shaken by these words. Old Li's evaluation seemed even higher. It appeared that the championship of this competition was already leaning towards Jiang Yun. The mayor nodded deeply in agreement, his gaze at Jiang Yun's image filled with admiration. A sharp light flickered in Su Chengshen's eyes, and the name Jiang Yun had risen even higher in his estimation. Thinking of the intimate gesture between his daughter and Jiang Yun just moments ago, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He mused inwardly, this Jiang Yun has received such high praise from Old Li of the Beast Tamer Academy. As long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Perhaps I can foster a relationship between him and Qing. The shock from the outside world and the thoughts of the major figures were unknown to Jiang Yun, who was deep within the misty forest. On the light screen, Jiang Yun walked casually to the corpse of the ironclad land dragon, skillfully extracting the bronze rank 2 beast core worth 20 points. His score naturally skyrocketed, his ranking shooting up like a rocket, likely closing in on the top tier. However, Jiang Yun did not leave immediately. He looked down at the burrow from which the ironclad land dragon had emerged, then surveyed the surrounding environment, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. A beast of this level usually guards some spiritual treasure, or there might be something good near its habitat. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Might as well go take a look. Recalling the treasures he had found in the nests of the nether spider and the demon ape, Jiang Yun felt a surge of anticipation. He decided to explore the ironclad land dragon's lair. Who knew? There might be an unexpected harvest. This was where the iron-armored earth dragon had burst forth from the ground, leaving behind a deep, rough-hewn hole 2 to 3 meters in diameter, its walls still bearing the fresh marks of upturned soil and the creature's distinctive musky, fetid odor. Clearly, its lair must connect to this tunnel. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun recalled his somewhat depleted winged thundercloud sparrow to the beast taming space to recuperate, then with a light leap nimbly plunged into the pitch-black burrow. Above the square, the massive light screen vividly captured Jiang Yun's unusual move, instantly sparking a wave of astonished murmurs. What's he doing jumping into that hole? Instead of rushing to hunt beasts for points, he's going down a burrow. Could he be heading for the iron-armored earth dragon's lair? A beast of this level might have treasures hidden in its cave. Treasure hunting. In this race against time, he's going treasure hunting. That's just too unconventional. Most people couldn't grasp why, with the point rankings so fiercely contested, Jiang Yun would waste precious time on such a gamble with uncertain returns. On the high platform principal, He Tiangang couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing Jiang Yun dive into the burrow. This kid always acts in such unexpected ways. While everyone else is scrambling for points, he's off looting corpses and picking up gear. Still, given the surprises Jiang Yun had delivered before, a flicker of anticipation stirred deep within He Tiangang. Principals Sherpang and Lei Lai watched with sour expressions, letting out a disdainful snort. This time, wiser from experience, they refrained from hasty mockery to avoid another public slap to the face. More and more spectators began to catch on, their curiosity thoroughly piqued. An iron-armored earth dragon. That's a formidable beast race. Its lair might really hold something good. Exactly. It could have collected rare ores or even companion spirit herbs. Jiang Yun might just find a treasure. The crowd's mood shifted rapidly from confusion to keen interest and anticipation. Regrettably, the illusory light jellyfish's offspring seemed unable to penetrate the earth, leaving the screen frozen at the dark burrow entrance, unable to capture the scene within. This only deepened the mystery, leaving everyone itching with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yun's emergence with whatever he might bring out. After descending a dozen meters, the burrow opened up into a spacious underground cavern before Jiang Yun. It was about half the size of a basketball court, the air thick with the scent of earth and the earth dragon's distinctive aura. The walls were jagged, the ground relatively flat, with piles of unknown beast bones stacked in a corner. Jiang Yun's gaze was sharp as he carefully scanned the area. The cavern was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few faintly glowing peculiar plants. After a thorough sweep, his eyes finally settled on the deepest part of the cave. There, a thick stalactite hung from the ceiling, and directly below it on the ground lay a naturally formed shallow depression. The depression was small, about the size of a palm, yet it held a small pool of viscous dark red liquid. Even from a distance, Jiang Yun could clearly sense the pure, immense energy radiating from it. That liquid in the shallow pit was undoubtedly extraordinary. There really is a treasure. Delight surged in Jiang Yun's heart as he strode forward quickly. Crouching down, a faint, barely perceptible blue light flickered in his pupils as he activated the manifestation of all things descriptor's talent. Information about the liquid materialized before his eyes. Item Earth Dragon's Essence Blood Grade Bronze Effect contains pure Earth Dragon Essence and primal Earth-attributed energy. Any beast tamer's spirit beast that absorbs it can greatly enhance its strength doubled effect for Earth-attributed beasts with a low probability of inheriting the Iron-Armored Earth Dragon's passive skill, Earth Dragon Armor. Description: formed by a bronze grade or higher iron-armored earth dragon over prolonged habitation condensing earthly dragon chi and its own blood essence, used to nurture offspring, extremely rare. Earth Dragon's Essence Blood, and a chance at a passive defensive skill. Jiang Yun was ecstatic. This was an unexpected boon. The Essence Blood wasn't restricted to any specific spirit beast attribute, meaning any spirit beast could absorb it. Whether given to the Fire Dragon Fish or the Wind Thundercloud Sparrow, it would boost their power and might even grant them a defensive passive skill. If the skill successfully transferred, it would greatly enhance their defenses. Grinning with delight, Jiang Yun unhesitatingly took a jade bottle from his storage ring specially designed for holding spiritual liquids. With a thought, he established a link with the Fire Dragon Fish in the beast taming space, instructing it to use its water manipulation technique to guide the Earth Dragon's Essence Blood into the jade bottle. The Fire Dragon Fish in the beast taming space obeyed. The pool of essence blood, as if drawn by an invisible hand, formed a slender stream that precisely poured into the jade bottle, not a single drop spilled. Carefully storing the filled jade bottle, Jiang Yun, thoroughly satisfied, quickly retraced his steps. As he walked, he mused that from now on, after killing a fierce beast, he should always raid its home. Who knew what rare treasures he might stumble upon? Soon Jiang Yun's figure leaped out of the burrow, reappearing on the light screen within the square. All eyes instantly focused on him, noting the barely concealed joy on his face. His eyes bright, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He's out. He's out. Look at him. He must have found something great. Absolutely. That grin is almost impossible to suppress. He definitely scored big. A treasure from a bronze tier 2 iron-armored Earth Dragon's lair. At least a bronze-grade resource, right? More than that. A silver-grade treasure could appear. Priceless. Yeah, I remember a bronze-tier beast tamer killed a bronze-tier beast and found a purple crystal-grade treasure in its lair. That incident shook the whole sea city. With him this happy, his haul must be substantial. Damn, I'm so jealous. When will I ever have such luck? The square erupted into chaos, a cacophony of discussions and guesses. Emotions of envy, jealousy, and curiosity intertwined. Many beast tamers at the bronze or silver grade, upon hearing about bronze or even silver treasures, had undisguised greed flickering in their eyes. Just as some malicious gazes were sizing him up in secret on the high platform, He Tiangang suddenly stood, his eyes like lightning sweeping across the crowd. The oppressive aura of a purple crystal-grade powerhouse was unleashed without concealment. Then his voice boomed like a bell. Everyone present. Jiang Yun is a gifted student nurtured with all our effort by Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Any resources he obtained in this competition through his own skill and at the risk of his life belong to him alone. This is the fortune he has earned. His tone turned icy. If anyone dares to covet or extort him after the match, they make an enemy of Qingchuan No. 1 High School. And an enemy of me, He Tiangang. I will pursue the matter to the end and show no mercy. As he spoke, his terrifying pressure drained the color from the faces of those with greedy thoughts, forcing them to rein in their intentions. Not daring a single malicious thought. Following that, the mayor slowly rose and declared solemnly, "Principal, he is absolutely right. The talent and strength displayed by student Jiang Yun represent the future hope and pillar of our sea city. Protecting the growth environment of our local geniuses is the duty of the city government. Any attempt to undermine this environment will be seen as a challenge to Sea City's future, and on behalf of the city government, I will not tolerate it." With two major figures speaking up in succession, all petty schemers were thoroughly cowed. The crowd marveled inwardly. Jiang Yun's performance today had truly drawn the attention and protection of Sea City's highest echelons. Naturally, no one dared to plot against Jiang Yun anymore. Deep within the misty forest, Jiang Yun was of course unaware of the events outside. But he had just run into trouble as he emerged from the burrow. Fresh out of the hole, still basking in the joy of acquiring the Earth Dragon's essence blood and contemplating his next hunting target for more points. He found his path blocked by two uninvited guests. They were two students in the uniform of Panshir High School, one tall, one short, both wearing arrogant expressions. Their spirit beasts, a snarling flame hound and a circling vulture, stared at Jiang Yun with ill intent. The tall student stepped forward, shouting arrogantly, "Hey kid, be smart and hand over the beast cores and whatever you found in that hole. Save us the trouble of making you look bad." Clearly the two had been drawn by the commotion. They had waited outside the burrow, ambushing him as he came out. But when Jiang Yun turned around, revealing his face, they paused, then their expressions twisted into even more exaggerated sneers and excitement. Well, if it isn't that toad, Jiang Yun," the short student jeered. The tall student was full of contempt. Truly, you can't find something even after searching high and low. We were just worrying about how to find you, and you deliver yourself to our doorstep. A wasted black iron grade 8 dares to covet Miss Sue. Hand over the beast cores, and what you got from the hole then roll out of the arena yourself, or we'll make you taste some real pain. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, thinking to himself, are the students of Panshi and Leitang high schools always this arrogant, this bold? His gaze swept over their spirit beasts, and the information was instantly clear. The spirit beasts of these two, one had just recently advanced to Black Iron Grade 9. The other was at the peak of Black Iron Grade 9, with strength like that they wanted to steal beast cores, demand treasures, order him out of the arena. His good mood born from acquiring the Earth Dragon's essence blood was instantly soured by these two. In the sky above the square, a massive light screen clearly projected the scene of Jiang Yun being ambushed by two students from the Panshi Middle School. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous for the two. Aren't these two from Panshi Middle School? One at the 9th rank of Black Iron, and the other at the peak of the 9th rank. Did they just arrive? Didn't they see Jiang Yun swiftly defeating the iron-armored Earth Dragon earlier? How brave they are, to dare to rob Jiang Yun. So bold, truly too bold. The discussions were filled with schadenfreude and excitement, as if they were watching a spectacle. Clearly, after witnessing Jiang Yun's strength at the bronze level, everyone believed that these two provocateurs were courting death. On the high platform, the principal of Panshi Middle School, Peng, slightly rubbed his forehead. These two fools. Do they have eyes in the back of their heads? Can't they see the iron-armored Earth Dragon on the ground? Beside him, Principal He Tiangang felt immensely pleased at this moment. He leisurely stroked his non-existent beard. He said slowly, Principal, sure, do not be hasty. Young people are full of vigor and wish to protect their goddess in their hearts. Their bravery is commendable indeed, but their vision and intelligence truly need improvement. The sarcasm in his words was nearly unmasked. Peng's face turned ashen, yet he had no retort. It was their students who initiated the robbery. Whatever happened to Jiang Yun was well-deserved. In the misty forest, looking at the two aggressive and boastful individuals before him, Jiang Yun sighed helplessly. He had originally intended to keep a low profile. Yet there were always those who actively brought their faces forward for him to strike. It seems that trying to earn some points peacefully is impossible now, Jiang Yun murmured to himself, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Very well, let's be straightforward then. With a thought, a flash of green-black lightning appeared on his shoulder, and the extraordinary wind thunder lark manifested abruptly. Caught! A clear and long cry rang out, accompanied by the unreserved, formidable pressure of a first-tier bronze beast master crashing toward the two students like a tidal wave. The previously snarling flame hound and the circling vulture instantly emitted cries of utmost terror under this overwhelming pressure. The flame hound fell to the ground with a thud, trembling. The vulture plummeted down like a kite with a broken string. The expressions of the two previously arrogant students froze instantly, and they immediately realized something was wrong. Their faces turned pale at a visible speed. Their pupils shrank in extreme horror. What? This is bronze. Bronze level. Holy crap. First-tier bronze. How is this possible? How could this guy be at the bronze level? Wasn't it said he was only at the 8th rank of Black Iron? Damn it. Which bastard spread false news to trap me? I curse his ancestors for 18 generations. It's over. All over. The two were instantly terrified out of their wits, cursing the one who spread the rumor of Jiang Yun only being at the 8th rank of Black Iron 1,000 times in their hearts. The earlier arrogance had vanished without a trace, leaving only endless regret and fear. With a thud, both of them knelt on the ground. Jiang Yun. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We were blind. It turns out you are not the little frog. We are the little frogs. You are magnanimous, please let us off. We promise to roll away. Right now. Jiang Yun looked at the two individuals before him, bowing and knocking their heads like pounding garlic. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Misunderstanding. Weren't you just trying to eliminate me and rob my beast cores and treasures? You even wanted me to eliminate myself. Now you want to leave? Fine. Jiang Yun's tone was flat, but carried an undeniable meaning. Hand over all your beast cores, spirit stones, and treasures, all of it. Otherwise I won't hesitate to send you out myself. Hearing this, the two turned green with fear. Handing over all their beast cores meant their points would reset to 0. They had wasted half a day. They were the ones who tried to rob, yet were robbed instead. However, considering that giving in would at least allow them to remain in the competition with future chances to hunt fierce beasts, they realized being eliminated would leave them with no hope at all. Weighing the pros and cons, the two could only face with sorrow, painfully emptying their storage bags and piling all their gains in front of Jiang Yun. Jiang, brother Jiang, it's all here. Can we leave now? Jiang Yun glanced at the items on the ground and nodded. All right, You can leave, but remember, don't let me see you again, or each time I see you, it will be a robbery. Jiang Yun said, unpleased. Upon hearing this, the two felt as if they had been granted a great reprieve. They scrambled away in a flurry, cursing the rumor-monger's ancestors as they ran. As the two left, Jiang Yun began counting his spoils. Among the items they had brought out, there were not only dozens of low-grade spirit stones and some scattered spirit herbs, but more importantly, there were also over 10 beast cores at the 8th and 9th ranks of black iron. Roughly calculated, the total points were close to 200. TSK. Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh. I hunted a considerable number of beasts over a long time, yet only gained 3 times this amount. In just a moment, I managed to rob nearly 200 points from 2 individuals. Seems like accumulating points from others is indeed faster. Since that's the case, Jiang Yun pondered, weighing the beast cores in his hand. A glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. He murmured to himself, hunting a fierce beast requires time to search, battle, and expend energy at most 90 points. But persuading a keen classmate only requires a bit of pressure to steadily gain several points. This cost-effectiveness seems extremely high. Why bother hunting fierce beasts? Why not directly prey on other students? After all, these individuals all wanted to eliminate him. Jiang Yun didn't feel any guilt about robbing them. Thus, a bold and clear plan took shape in his mind. He glanced in the direction the 2 students had escaped, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Little lark, call. Fly higher and help me see where there are any eager classmates in need of assistance nearby, especially those wearing uniforms from other schools. The wind thunder lark, highly intelligent, immediately understood Jiang Yun's intention, let out an excited chirp, and transformed into a streak of green-black lightning shooting up into the treetops, beginning to scan the entire forest with sharp eyes. Soon, through their soul link, Jiang Yun received the guidance from the little lark. He moved silently through the forest and quickly discovered 3 students from the Thunder Academy resting by a small stream. Jiang Yun appeared before them like a ghost, the wind thunder lark on his shoulder, exuding a faint bronze pressure. The 3 were initially startled, but upon recognizing Jiang Yun, their faces immediately showed a mix of jealousy and disdain. Clearly, they were unaware of Jiang Yun's true strength. The leader was just about to mock, when Jiang Yun interrupted directly, his tone flat, but carrying undeniable pressure. Everyone meeting his fate. Hand over your beast cores, and you can continue the competition. Otherwise, I will send you out. Jiang Yun, you are too arrogant. We didn't come looking for you, yet a black iron 8th rank dares to come find us. One of them angrily retorted. Yet before he could finish his words, the wind thunder lark flapped its wings slightly, and a stronger pressure descended, forcing the 3's beast companions to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. The 3's faces turned pale in an instant. What? Bronze. Bronze level. Where did he come from? Jiang Yun smiled indifferently. Isn't it obvious? Hand over your beast cores, spirit stones, and treasures, or choose to be eliminated by me. Jiang Yun said coldly. The few of them immediately realized that Jiang Yun before them was actually a bronze-level beastmaster. They were instantly frightened into submission, obediently handing over their treasures. It's a misunderstanding. Classmate Jiang Yun, it was all a misunderstanding. Well, give it. Well, give it. After gaining a batch of points, Jiang Yun continued his patrol. Half an hour later, the little lark discovered another target. It was 2 students from Panshur who had just cooperated to kill a fierce beast at the 8th rank of black iron, and were excitedly dividing the spoils. Jiang Yun employed the same tactic again, encountering many students from other schools, all of whom fell victim to Jiang Yun's ruthless hands. The atmosphere in the misty forest underwent a drastic change. Panic spread among the people. Big brother, why is it you again? We just managed to take one down. Jiang Yun encountered 2 students again. One of them had clearly been robbed before. He recognized Jiang Yun, and his legs trembled. Seeing the face about to cry, Jiang Yun found it somewhat amusing, but his tone remained steady. Oh, it's quite coincidental. You understand the rules, right? The familiar student with a quavering voice said, We understand. Understand. Big brother, take. It's all yours. Please let us go, and we will immediately go to the place with the most people, ensuring we won't encounter you again. Jiang Yun accepted their still warm beast cores and waved his hand. The 2 felt as if they had been granted a great reprieve. They ran faster than they did when they had slain the fierce beast. They felt extremely aggrieved. This was the fierce beast they had just hunted. The beast cores hadn't even warmed up yet, and they were robbed. Such incidents repeatedly unfolded over the next hour at different locations. Initially, Jiang Yun took the initiative to seek them out. Later, as more students he had helped, increased panic began to spread like a plague throughout the forest. Have you heard? The Jiang Yun from Qingchuan? No. One is a bronze level. He robs everyone. Not just robbing. He specifically targets our 2 schools. Wang Laowu has been robbed by him 3 times. Damn it, how do we play now? After working hard for half a day, we haven't earned enough to match one of his robberies. Damn it, I still have 0 points. Let's go. We should find Xiao Xiao and Lin Xiao. This Jiang Yun is only a first-tier bronze. If they take action, they can definitely eliminate him. This Jiang Yun has robbed so many people that he has already incited the wrath of both schools. When the time comes, we will surround him together. And the students from Qingchuan know. We will rob them one by one. Don't say that. That bastard Wind Thunder Lark is flying over. Run. Nearby others were still hunting fierce beasts. Upon hearing this, they immediately abandoned the beasts in fear. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Forget the beast cores. In another area, several students who were originally confronting each other over the ownership of a fierce beast suddenly heard someone shout, "Don't fight. Jiang Yun is coming this way." Both sides immediately ceased hostilities and fled in a panic, very tacitly escaping in opposite directions. In an instant, the call of Jiang Yun is coming, Wind Thunder Lark is coming, became the most effective clearing slogan in the Misty Forest. What was initially a beast master elimination competition had turned into a survival game to avoid Jiang Yun. The spectators in the square watched this both comical and astonishing scene through the light screen, unsure whether to laugh or be amazed. This year's tournament is absolutely incredible. While others hunt ferocious beasts, Jiang Yun here hunts people. Look at Principal Shi and Principal Lei's faces. They've practically turned purple. On the high platform, even the dignitaries could no longer maintain their composure, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. How had such a perfectly normal competition devolved into this? He Tiangang stood nearby, struggling to keep a straight face, but the irrepressible joy in his eyes betrayed his inner delight. Jiang Yun had truly brought Qingchuan No. 1 high a moment of vindication. In just the past half-day, Jiang Yun, leveraging the aerial superiority and efficiency of his Wind Thunder Cloud Sparrow, had plundered nearly every student from the other 2 schools, barring a few like Xiao Yutian and Lin Qua. Many students from Panshi High and Leitang High had essentially wasted most of the day, their accumulated points remaining at 0. Principal Kunpeng watched on the light screen as his own students, once again cornered by Jiang Yun, handed over their beast cores and fled in disarray. He could no longer contain himself. Slamming his hand on the armrest, he leaped to his feet and pointed at He Tiangang, bellowing, "He Tiangang. Look, just look at the fine student your school has produced. Is this any way for a beast tamer to behave? How is this any different from a highway bandit?" Principal Lei, his face dark as a storm cloud, added coldly, "Principal, the rules permit competition, but Jiang Yun's actions are far too despicable, wouldn't you say? Picking on the weak and robbing them repeatedly. This is no longer competition, it's malicious sabotage of the tournament's balance." He Tiangang, being berated to his face, felt a flush of embarrassment and silently cursed that cunning little fox. "Jiang Yun, you little brat, you can't keep shearing the same sheep bald." But he quickly put on a helpless apologetic smile, stood up, and cupped his hands at the 2. "Oh, come now, both of you, please calm down." He gestured for them to sit. Youngsters often don't know their own strength. Perhaps he was holding a grudge from being blocked earlier, and his actions were a bit excessive, just a bit excessive. Kunpeng's beard bristled with rage. Excessive. He's clearly gotten a taste for it. Look, how many times has this been now? I think he's almost robbed every student from Panshi High. He Tiangang coughed dryly, his gaze shifting as he scrambled to defend him. Well, that's not quite right. The tournament rules clearly state that competition among students is encouraged, and defeating an opponent allows you to seize their points. Jiang Yun hasn't harmed anyone or broken any rules, he's just utilized the rules quite thoroughly. Couldn't this be considered a highly efficient strategic innovation for the arena? Strategic innovation. Lei nearly laughed in anger. He's turned the elimination round into his personal harvesting ground. What kind of strategy is that? If he just eliminated them outright, that would be one thing. But he actually fattens them up before slaughtering them. He's treating our students like they're not even human. Hearing Lei's words, He Tiangang felt a pang of awkwardness. Seeing that his placating wasn't working, he steeled himself and hardened his tone, his smile vanishing. "Then what do you 2 suggest? Should I send a telepathic message ordering my student from Qingchuan No. 1 to take a detour whenever he encounters your students, or just stand still and let them rob him? That would hardly be proper, would it?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Yun's figure on the light screen, a hint of barely perceptible pride in his eyes. The path of a beast tamer is inherently competitive. If one lacks strength or intelligence and gets robbed, they have no one to blame but themselves. If anything, they should fault their own incompetence, or for believing in false rumors. His words, laced with veiled barbs, left Kunpeng and Lei speechless, their faces alternating between red and white. They knew they were in the wrong. It was their students who had struck first, and with faulty intelligence. Being robbed now was simply a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. Finally, Kunpeng let out a heavy snort, sat down with a sweep of his sleeve, and growled through gritted teeth, "He Tiangang, you. Just you wait. I hope your precious prodigy doesn't run into Yutian and Lin Qua." Even if his wind thundercloud sparrow is strong, if those two join forces, they'll surely eliminate him. He Tiangang was unperturbed. Did Jiang Yun still have cards up his sleeve? Even if those two geniuses came, they'd probably end up being robbed themselves. He chuckled inwardly. Come on, you two old fools. We'll see who cries in the end. Huh. Deep within the misty forest, Jiang Yun effortlessly collected the beast cores that the fleeing students had abandoned in their panic. Black Iron 9th grade 9 points again. He weighed the beast core in his hand, his divine sense sweeping over his storage ring. Inside, beast cores of various attributes had piled up into a small mountain numbering nearly 200, most of them Black Iron 8th or 9th grade. My points must be over 1,000 by now. A faint smile curved at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. First place in this tournament seems all but secured. He couldn't help but marvel again. Indeed, receiving points from these helpful classmates is far faster than hunting ferocious beasts myself. Speaking of which, he thought of Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian, whom he hadn't yet encountered. Those two, as the aces of their respective schools, must be loaded with points by now. If I could take their points too, first place would be an absolute certainty. With that thought, Jiang Yun felt a surge of motivation and immediately set out to scour the area thoroughly. However, after circling the region, he found that not only were Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian nowhere to be seen, but even students from the other two schools had vanished, as if the entire area had been cleared out. Looks like they've wised up and fled to other areas. Jiang Yun sighed and shook his head helplessly. Seems my reputation precedes me. But, run. You can run, but you can't hide. The tournament's still going, and you're all within the arena. They'll find you eventually. With that, he decided to head deeper, or to areas he hadn't yet plundered. Back in the square, watching through the light screen, the crowd was once again in an uproar at Jiang Yun's relentless pursuit. Oh my god, he's still chasing them. Others are avoiding him, and he's actively seeking them out. He won't be satisfied until he's drained every last contestant dry. Demon. He's an absolute demon. I think after this tournament, these students will be traumatized. On the high platform, Kunpeng and Lei Lai's faces darkened several shades as they watched, clearly furious. But since no rules were broken, all they could do was glare helplessly. Principal He Tiangang's mouth twitched as he tried to defend Jiang Yun, but found even the strategic adjustment excuse hard to utter. After all, Jiang Yun wasn't even pretending anymore. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and pretended nothing was happening. Beside him, Elder Li and the mayor exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly, their faces showing rare expressions of amused exasperation. Clearly, they had never encountered such an efficient and persistent contestant. Back in the forest, Jiang Yun was about to explore deeper areas when he was drawn by the sounds of clashing energy and shouts from ahead. Movement. He raised an eyebrow, a benevolent smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Looks like there are classmates in need of help. Then I won't hold back. As he spoke, he slowly approached the source of the noise. To avoid alarming anyone, he considerately recalled his wind thundercloud sparrow into his beast space, while concealing his aura, moving like a ghost toward the sounds. The crowd watching couldn't help but mutter, "What a sneaky bastard." However, when he parted the dense bushes and saw the scene before him, the kindness on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling fury. The ones confronting each other weren't from other schools, but fellow Qingchuan No. 1 students, Qin Feng and his close friend Zhao Taizhu. The two were locked in battle, their beasts locked in combat. However, Zhao Taizhu was being forced back step by step. His beast, the wood armor iron bull, bore several wounds of varying depths and was panting heavily, clearly at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's beast, the saber-toothed flame tiger, strutted arrogantly, blood still fresh on its claws. Qin Feng's face was twisted with undisguised mockery and cruelty as he pointed at Zhao Taizhu and cursed, "Zhao Taizhu, you muscle-brained idiot. You've been opposing me at school and even dared to stand up for that waste Jiang Yun. Today I'll show you the consequences of crossing me." His lackey chimed in obsequiously, "Brother Feng, why waste words on him? Cripple his wood armor iron bull, first make him a lone commander and see how he acts tough then take his beast cores and kick him out of the tournament." Qin Feng sneered, "Exactly. Cripple your beast first and teach you a lesson. After I'm done with you, we'll find that coward Jiang Yun who's always hiding and send him packing too." Zhao Taizhu, though at a disadvantage, remained hot-tempered, his eyes blazing with fury as he spat Qin Feng. "You're nothing but a coward. Ambushing your own. Bullying your own people. If you've got guts, go rob Lin Kuo or Xiao Yutian. Coming after my beast cores. What a joke. You're asking for death." Stung by the barb, Qin Feng's eyes turned icy, and he was about to order his saber-toothed flame tiger to strike hard. Just then a cold voice thundered through the scene like a bolt of lightning. "Qin Feng, attacking a fellow student from Qingchuan No. 1 and robbing their beast cores. Have you no shame at all?" The two spun around in shock. There stood Jiang Yun, his face cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade, stepping out slowly from the shadow of the trees. Within the dense forest, the atmosphere was thick with menace. Qin Feng and his lackey were first stunned for a moment. when they clearly saw who was approaching. A cruel and mocking grin spread across their faces. Jiang Yun, is it you? I hadn't even gone looking for you yet you come here to court death. Qin Feng was the first to react, his tone laced with surprise, but even more so with the condescending amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. Hearing the voice, he had initially thought it was some tough opponent from another school. He never expected it to be Jiang Yun, the very person he had long wished to eliminate. Seeing this, the lackey immediately pointed at Jiang Yun and began to mock. Oh, isn't this the genius Jiang Yun from our Qingchuan First High? With your mere black iron rank 8th grade strength, instead of hiding and scavenging for leftovers, you come out to play the hero. With just that little sparrow of yours, you think you can right wrongs like some gallant knight. Jiang Yun seemed not to hear their taunts. His gaze passed directly over them, landing on Zhao Tieju, who was slumped on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, his wood armor auroch covered in wounds. He strode forward, quickly reached out to help Zhao Tieju up, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Seeing Jiang Yun, Zhao Tieju was first overjoyed, but then his expression changed drastically. He anxiously pushed Jiang Yun away, saying, "Jiang Yun, you go quickly. Don't worry about me. The competition rules forbid seriously injuring people. At worst, they'll just eliminate me and steal the beast cores. You run, I'll hold them off for you." He lowered his voice, his tone resolute. "Damn it, even if I get eliminated, I want hand over the beast cores to those two bastards. You go." However, Qin Feng and his lackey had already closed in with cold sneers blocking their escape route. "Run." Qin Feng's lips curled into an icy smile, his eyes dark and sinister. "Where do you think you're going? Neither of you is leaving here unscathed today. Zhao Tieju, you think elimination is the end of it? I'm going to cripple your wood armor auroch completely. And you, Jiang Yun, don't think that Thunderwind Sparrow of yours will survive either." He was clearly furious that Jiang Yun had humiliated him publicly before. Now, relying on his superior strength, he sought total revenge. In his view, the fact that Jiang Yun hadn't immediately summoned his beast was a clear sign of cowardice. Jiang Yun's gaze turned as cold as a blade. He had originally only intended to stop Qin Feng from stealing the beast cores and rescue Zhao Tieju. But Qin Feng's vicious intent to cripple their beasts crossed a line. A beast is the very foundation of a beastmaster. Harming it is nearly equivalent to destroying their future. Such an act had touched his bottom line. How could he possibly leave? If he did, given Qin Feng's ruthlessness, Zhao Tieju's wood armor auroch would surely suffer a terrible fate. Without the mysterious restorative properties of his own beast space, the consequences of a severe beast injury were dire. It seems you two are quite confident in your strength. Jiang Yun slowly raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over Qin Feng and his lackey. Yet deep within those eyes it was as if ice was crystallizing. "Ha ha ha." The lackey burst into wild laughter upon hearing this. "Jiang Yun, have you lost your mind? The way you look, don't tell me you actually intend to fight young Master Qin. With just your black iron rank 8th grade little sparrow, you think it can turn the world upside down, eh?" Qin Feng also sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with nothing but disdain and arrogance. He had always looked down on Jiang Yun. After all, Jiang Yun had repeatedly refused his challenges at school, which in his eyes made him nothing but a coward. Thus, he was about to order his saber-toothed flame tiger to attack. However, in the next instant, a chilling pressure suddenly radiated outward from Jiang Yun. This terrifying pressure did not originate from Jiang Yun himself. Instead, accompanied by a clear, piercing cry that split the air, a streak of cyan-white light flew out from within his body. The little sparrow appeared hovering beside him. The pressure of a bronze rank 1st grade was released without reservation. In that single instant, Qin Feng's saber-toothed flame tiger, that once majestic and snarling peak black iron rank 9th grade beast. Under this pure suppression of rank, its limbs went weak. Its massive body uncontrollably trembled, whimpering in fear from its throat. It involuntarily cowered backward, its will to fight completely shattered. The lackey's black iron rank 8th grade claw wolf fared even worse, letting out a single yelp before tucking its tail and hiding behind its master, shaking like a leaf. Upon feeling that formidable pressure and seeing Jiang Yun's Thunderwind Sparrow, the two who had been so arrogant moments before immediately froze. "What? Bro? Bronze rank 1st grade. This is impossible." The sneer on Qin Feng's face instantly stiffened, transforming into utter shock and disbelief. His eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets. He stared intently at the little sparrow beside Jiang Yun, feeling its unmistakable bronze rank aura, his mind going completely blank. A bronze rank 1st grade Thunderwind Sparrow. Wasn't this sparrow only at black iron rank 8th grade half a month ago? How long had it been? Bronze rank. What a joke. Even he, Qin Feng, relying on his family's resources, had only managed to raise his saber-toothed flame tiger to peak black iron rank 9th grade over the past 6 months, still separated from the bronze rank by a difficult gap. This Jiang Yun. How could he? No. Impossible. It must be fake. Some kind of illusion or special skill. He's bluffing. Qin Feng was nearly hysterical, unable to accept this reality. He roared at his trembling saber-toothed flame tiger. Coward. What are you afraid of? It's just a bluff. Attack. Tear it apart. However, the saber-toothed flame tiger's biological instincts far overrode Qin Feng's commands. The absolute suppression on a life-form level prevented it from even conceiving a thought of resistance. No matter how Qin Feng berated it, it simply lay on the ground whimpering, too scared to move. The lackey was even more terrified, his face drained of color, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed. He looked at Jiang Yun with eyes full of fear, stammering, "Br. Bronze rank. Jiang Yun, you were hiding your strength." At that moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known Jiang Yun possessed such a terrifying hidden card, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if he had 100 times the courage. Beside him, Zhao Taiyi's jaw had dropped, staring dumbfounded at Jiang Yun and the extraordinary little sparrow on his shoulder. His brain felt like it was overheating. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he drew in a sharp breath. Damn, Jiang Yun, you're too sneaky. The little sparrow is already bronze rank, first grade. You hid it so well. You even kept it from me. I was worried for nothing." After the shock came pure joy. Qin Feng looked at his beast, which had completely lost its will to fight, and then at Jiang Yun, whose expression was calm, yet eyes were icy. He finally snapped out of his initial shock and disbelief. A bone-chilling coldness shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He realized that he had likely bitten off more than he could chew. A piece of iron he could never hope to dent. Fear instantly drowned his anger and arrogance. Family honor competition slots all became insignificant in the face of such an absolute disparity in power. All he wanted now was to protect his beast and avoid being eliminated. He couldn't afford to miss out on that slot. It was tied to his family's glory. His father's expectations. Jiang Yun. Qin Feng's voice trembled noticeably, his arrogance replaced by a pleading look. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was blind. The beast course. Yes, the beast course. We'll give them all to you. His and mine. Please be merciful and let us off this once. I promise I'll leave immediately and never show my face before you again." Saying this, he frantically took out all the beast cores from his storage ring. He then kicked the petrified lackey beside him, who also tremblingly produced his own beast cores. Together, they offered them to Jiang Yun. However, Jiang Yun only cast a cold glance at the beast cores, his tone devoid of any emotion. "I have no interest in your beast cores." Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart sank to rock bottom. Jiang Yun's gaze swept over Qin Feng's face, twisted with fear, and finally rested on the still shivering saber-toothed flame tiger. His voice was as cold as iron. "For someone like you, elimination is too light a punishment. Weren't you just talking about crippling Taiyi's beast? Now you can experience firsthand the taste of having your own beast severely wounded. You are not worthy of remaining in the arena, nor are you worthy of a place in the Beastmaster Academy." "No, Jiang Yun, you can't," Qin Feng screamed in terror. But Jiang Yun's mind was made up. The little sparrow on his shoulder received the command. With a flap of its wings, it shot forward like lightning, transforming into a cyan-white blur that lunged straight at the saber-toothed flame tiger. Thunderclaw. A claw shadow wreathed in wind blades, and arcs of lightning flashed. Roar. The saber-toothed flame tiger let out a blood-curdling scream. Several wounds deep enough to reveal bone appeared on its chest. Blood gushed forth, and its massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. The little sparrow struck with great restraint, only inflicting heavy damage to incapacitate it without causing lasting harm. But recovery would require a significant cost. With his beast gravely injured, Qin Feng, whose heart was linked to it, felt as if struck by a heavy blow. His face turned deathly pale, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing limply to the ground, his eyes vacant and filled with despair. A severely wounded beast meant he had lost all support in this perilous assessment zone. He could die at any moment, and soon the city defense team would arrive to take him out of the arena, eliminating him. All his ambitions and schemes had in this moment completely dissolved into nothing. Jiang Yun didn't spare another glance at the dejected Qin Feng. He turned to the lackey, who was already scared out of his wits. "Hand over the beast cores you have, then take your master and get lost." The lackey felt as if he had received a pardon. He hurriedly placed his own beast cores along with Qin Feng's on the ground. Then, scrambling and stumbling, he helped the limp Qin Feng up and fled the scene in panic, not daring to utter another harsh word. Outside the arena, before the massive projection, the audience erupted in cheers upon seeing Jiang Yun severely wound Qin Feng's beast. "That's so satisfying. Let that Qin Feng be arrogant. He wanted to cripple someone else's beast, he deserved it. Even though Jiang Yun is a looting fiend, at least he has principles. He doesn't rob his own schoolmates, and even stands up to help them. This Qin Feng is worse than an animal." Tiangang's facial muscles twitched. It was clear he hadn't expected his own school to produce such a degenerate. Beside him, Peng seized the opportunity to stir the pot, immediately speaking with sarcasm. "Principal, he the atmosphere at your esteemed school. is truly an eye-opener. To think you could produce such a villain. Leili, the principal of Thunderbolt Middle School, also snorted coldly indeed. Such moral character brings shame to all Beastmasters. Tiangang's face flushed red. But he couldn't refute it. He had already made up his mind. This Qin Feng, his conduct was atrocious. He would be expelled as soon as they returned. Qingchuan First High School had no room for such a black sheep. Meanwhile, among the crowd below, a middle-aged man seated in the Qin family section wore an expression as dark as a storm cloud. He stared fixedly at Jiang Yun's figure on the projection. His gaze was icy cold. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Jiang Yun. Inside the assessment zone, Jiang Yun collected the beast cores from the ground, totaling around 20 or so. He walked over to Zhao Taizhu and patted the shoulder of his still-shocked friend. It's over. Let's go. Zhao Taizhu finally snapped back to reality. He threw an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulder, his excitement making him incoherent. Damn, Jiang Yun. You're incredible. Bronze rank. You were hiding it so deep. You even kept it from me. That's not cool. Not cool at all. Even as he complained, his face was beaming with pride and excitement for his friend. Then, as if remembering something, he lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, Hey, tell me, your Thunderwind Sparrow is already bronze rank 1st grade. I heard you also have a fire dragon fish. That fire dragon fish of yours. Could it be? He winked, the implication clear. Jiang Yun smiled, but didn't answer directly. He just responded lightly. A hidden card, you always have to keep one in reserve. As he spoke, he casually touched his storage ring. The next moment, 40 or 50 beast cores shimmering with various colors appeared in his arms. Most of them pulsed with strong energy, clearly being black iron rank 8th or 9th grade cores. These were naturally part of his earlier diligent looting efforts. Old Zhao, take these. Jiang Yun handed over the beast cores. Along with what you already have, you should be safely in the top 10. Zhao Taizhu was startled and waved his hands frantically. No way, no way. This is too much. Jiang Yun, what about you? You need the competition slot too. Jiang Yun didn't take no for an answer. He stuffed the beast cores into Zhao Taizhu's arms, laughing. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Take these. I still have over 100 left on me. Oh, over 100? Zhao Taizhu's eyes bulged like saucers, his voice cracking. The hand holding the beast cores trembled slightly. Over 100 beast cores. How many points would that be? If they were all 8th or 9th grade cores, that would be nearly 1,000 points. He felt like he was dreaming. What had Jiang Yun been doing? His speed at collecting beast cores was terrifying. This enormous number struck Zhao Taizhu with another wave of shock. He looked at Jiang Yun, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief. His own brother had, without him even realizing it, grown to a level he could only look up to. So take them with peace of mind. Jiang Yun patted his shoulder. This is still far from enough. Zhao Taizhu, still reeling from the over 100 bombshell, asked instinctively, not enough. What do you plan to do? A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth as he gazed into the depths of the forest. His tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable confidence. Next, I'm going to pay Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo a visit. Wait until I've taken theirs, I'll share some with you then. Zhao Taizhu was nearly choked by his own saliva, his eyes practically popping out. He stammered, Rob, Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo, have you lost your mind? They're both bronze rank, and they definitely have plenty of followers and subordinates. Jiang Yun just smiled without further explanation. But the confidence in his eyes strangely reassured Zhao Taizhu while stirring an indescribable excitement deep within him. His own brother was about to shake the very heavens. Outside the arena, though the sound couldn't be heard, seeing Jiang Yun give so many beast cores to Zhao Taizhu through the projection caused an even greater uproar. Holy cow! Jiang Yun is just handing out beast cores. Damn, I'm so jealous. What good fortune did Zhao Taizhu have in a past life? This is basically a free ride to victory. Who needs talent or skill? Just latch onto Jiang Yun's coattails. Inside the venue, everyone was talking and seething with envy. Up on the high platform, principals Peng and Leili wore dark expressions. The face they had just barely saved was now completely lost. It wasn't enough that he was robbing their students. He was now giving the stolen beast cores to other students from Qingchuan First High. Were those just beast cores he was giving away? No, they were opportunities. They were slots. It was a blatant slap in their faces. He was squeezing out the advancement slots for their 2 school students. Violation. This is a violation of the rules. Peng stood up in fury, shouting at the mayor and Elder Li on the main stage. He is maliciously disrupting the balance of the competition. Leili angrily chimed in, that's right. Mayor, Elderly, this kind of gifting must be prohibited. The mayor looked at the projection, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This Jiang Yun style of conduct was truly too unpredictable. He thought for a moment, then spread his hands helplessly. Principal, sure, and Lei, please calm down. The competition rules, indeed, do not explicitly forbid the gifting of beast cores between participants. Jiang Yun's actions, though unconventional, do not violate the existing rules. But Peng and Lei Lai wanted to argue further, but seeing that both the mayor and elderly maintained that the rules were as stated, they could only sit back down resentfully, their hearts seething with frustration. Seeing He Tiangang's grin stretching from ear to ear only made them angrier. He Tiangang was overjoyed. This move by Jiang Yun was a stroke of genius. Although Qin Feng had been eliminated, Zhao Tai's advancement slot was practically guaranteed. This trade-off was a huge profit. Naturally, Jiang Yun was unaware of the commotion outside. Had he known that every move he made was being broadcast live, he might have exercised a bit more restraint. Let's go, Taiju, Jiang Yun called out. If we follow the direction those two fled, we might find traces of Xiao Yutian or Lin Kuo. Zhao Tieju, now blindly trusting Jiang Yun, nodded immediately and declared boldly, all right, in with you all the way, bro. Let's go make a big move. The pair ventured deeper into the dense forest. However, before they had gone far, fierce sounds of battle and beastly roars erupted ahead. Exchanging a glance, they stealthily crept forward. There in a clearing, Shang Xiaoxiao, the always bespectacled and gentle female student from Qingchuan No. 1 high school, was commanding her spirit beast, the water spirit fox, in a fierce battle against a massive blood-red-eyed black iron 9th tier ironback boar. Yet the battle was strangely off. Shang Xiaoxiao's water spirit fox was also at the peak of black iron 9th tier, wielding water techniques with skill. Logically, it should have suppressed the same tier ironback boar. But this boar was abnormally frenzied, utterly unafraid of the water spirit fox's attacks. It charged headlong through water arrows and bubbles, ramming and biting with reckless abandon, fighting as if it had no regard for its own life. The water spirit fox was forced back step by step, already bearing several wounds, clearly at a disadvantage. Something's wrong. Jiang Yun frowned. The beast's state stirred a familiar sense of dissonance in him. Without hesitation, he willed it, and the little cloud lark on his shoulder shot forth like a bolt of lightning, flashing across the battlefield. SSSHHH. A wind thunder blade swept through. The frenzied ironback boar stiffened, a charred crack appearing on its neck. It crashed to the ground lifeless. Instant kill. Awesome. Zhao Taiju praised, habitually stepping out with Jiang Yun. Shang Xiaoxiao, seeing the two suddenly appear. Especially the little cloud lark that had just decimated the ironback boar, her face registered shock and surprise. Jiang Yun. Zhao Taiju. Is it you? Sensing the unmistakable bronze tier aura from the little cloud lark, she adjusted her glasses, barely concealing her astonishment. Bronze tier. Jiang Yun, your little cloud lark has already. Zhao Taiju cut in proudly, of course. My bro's amazing, right? Shang Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Shang Xiaoxiao shook her head, then hurried to her water spirit fox's side, examining its injuries. I'm fine, but Xiao Ling is hurt. She quickly took out a healing pill and fed it to the water spirit fox, then recalled it to its spirit beast space to rest. Standing up, she again thanked Jiang Yun and Zhao Tieju, then pointed at the ironback boar's corpse and said seriously, this beast was killed by Jiang Yun, so the spirit core rightfully belongs to you. Jiang Yun waved his hand, his tone calm. We're classmates, it was no trouble. You fought it bitterly, and I only delivered the final blow. You keep the spirit core. Shang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She looked at the little cloud lark radiating its bronze first-tier power. Even without her hard-fought battle, he could have slain it in one blow. Zhao Taiju chimed in boisterously. Yeshang, don't stand on ceremony. Jiang Yun's rolling in it now, he doesn't need 1 or 2 cores. Seeing their sincerity, Shang Xiaoxiao recalled that she indeed needed the core to secure a spot, so she stopped refusing and said gratefully, thank you then. With that, she walked over to the ironback boar's corpse, ready to extract the core. But as she cut open the beast's skull and heart area with a small knife, searching carefully, her face twisted in deep confusion. Strange. Why isn't there any? None. Jiang Yun and Zhao Taiju stepped forward to look. Indeed, the beast's body was hollow, utterly devoid of the energy core that should have been there. The spirit core. How can a beast have no spirit core? Zhao Taiju scratched his head, baffled. Jiang Yun's expression, however, gradually darkened. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He immediately crouched down to examine the ironback boar's corpse closely. Its muscles were withered and shrunken, its blood thick and dark, displaying an abnormally depleted state that closely matched a scene from his memory. Earlier in the misty forest, the mutated purple osmanthus controlled by the cult that he and Captain Lin Wei had slain. Wasn't it just like this? Alarms blared in Jiang Yun's mind. Captain Lin Wei's team members' report still echoed in his ears. The beast's flesh was desiccated, as if its life force had been drained and no spirit core was found. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun secretly activated his trait manifestation ability, focusing on the ironback boar's corpse. Instantly, several clear lines of information appeared before his eyes. Race ironback boar, attributeless, mutant realm, black iron 9th tier status, deceased traits, no pain, no fear, extreme destructive urge, greatly enhanced defense, forcibly stimulated, and overdrawn life force, alert, detected high concentration berserk potion residue, and faint mental control rune fluctuations, determined to be a man-made mutant. So that's it. Jiang Yun's heart sank. He was now certain that this beast was another mutated creature manipulated by the cult. Jiang Yun, what's wrong? Did you find something? Zhao Taizhu asked, seeing his grim expression. Shang Xiaoxiao also looked on with confusion. Jiang Yun took a deep breath and said gravely, this beast isn't a normal wild one. It's a man-made mutant controlled and altered. He pointed at the corpse's abnormal state. Look, its flesh is withered, and there's no spirit core. It matches exactly what I've heard about cult-controlled beasts. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zhao Taizhu slapped his thigh, as if a realization struck him. Right. You mentioning that brings it back. I encountered a beast like that too. The one that attacked me earlier. It was the same realm as my wood-armored Taurus, but it was like a madman. No pain, no fear, attacking relentlessly. I thought I was just unlucky to run into a hothead. It took me quite an effort to kill it, and that's when Qin Feng ambushed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have feared that bastard. Shang Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, still shaken. Exactly. When I fought this boar, it felt the same. Like it had no reason, just wanted to destroy everything in its path. Their testimonies solidified Jiang Yun's judgment. The cult's tendrils had already reached the arena of this city-level spirit beast master assessment competition. What were they after? To create chaos? Or was there a larger conspiracy? Whatever their goal, the situation had become extremely perilous. These mutant beasts, enhanced and fearless, posed a massive threat to the participating students. They might even be under the cult's surveillance. This is bad. Jiang Yun made a swift decision. We must leave the inner area immediately, head for the border safety zone, or find a way to notify the city defense forces and higher-ups. There could be a large number of these mutant beasts mixed in here. Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiaoxiao, now realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and quickly agreed. But just as they prepared to move, rustle, rustle. Thump, thump. From all directions came the dense sound of footsteps and spirit beasts running. Trees swayed, figures flickered. Then over a dozen students riding various spirit beasts swarmed menacingly from the surrounding woods, completely encircling Jiang Yun's trio. These students wore the uniforms of Panshir High School and Leitang High School, their faces etched with resentment and schadenfreude. The crowd parted. A tall, arrogant figure standing atop a colossal beast slowly advanced. It was none other than Panshir High's prodigy Xiao Yutian. Beneath him was a spirit beast the size of a small truck with rock-like rough skin, a curled trunk, and gleaming white tusks, a giant elephant. That was his spirit beast, the mountain-shaking rock elephant. It radiated a dense, solid earth-type energy, a formidable bronze, first-tier existence. Jiang Yun, where do you think you're going? Xiao Yushin's voice boomed with condescending pride. After robbing so many of our Panshir students, did you think you'd get away clean? Today Xiao Yutian will seek justice for them. As his words fell, the crowd on the other side also parted, revealing a sinister figure coiled atop a giant python, as thick as a bucket, its scales gleaming with a dark luster, sliding forward slowly. It was Leitang High's genius Lin Kuo. His spirit beast was the shadow water python. As it slithered, faint arcs of electricity flickered, also emanating a powerful bronze first-tier aura. Lin Kuo's narrow eyes narrowed, staring coldly at Jiang Yun, his voice raspy, and Leitang High as well. Jiang Yun, your robbery spree ends here. Hand over all the spirit cores, cripple your spirit beast's combat power, and perhaps we'll let you exit with some dignity. Two prodigies, two bronze-tier spirit beasts, along with several elite students from both schools, had Jiang Yun, Zhao Tieju, and Shang Xiaoxiao completely surrounded. The students Jiang Yun had robbed earlier, now finding their backbone, erupted in excited shouts. Down with Jiang Yun. Take back the spirit cores. Down with Jiang Yun. Take back the spirit cores. Senior Xiao, Senior Lin, mighty, eliminate this robber fiend. The cries rose in waves, brimming with the glee and excitement of impending vengeance. In their eyes, with two prodigies joining forces. Even if Jiang Yun had a bronze-tier spirit beast, he was surely doomed to defeat. What the hell did you do, Jiang Yun? Zhao Taizhu stared at the chaotic scene before him. Even his famously thick-skinned nerves couldn't suppress an expletive. Jiang Yun awkwardly rubbed his nose and murmured, nothing much, just, well, robbed everyone once. Everyone. Robbed everyone. Shang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. She echoed the words instinctively, her delicate face frozen in shock. Zhao Tieju's eyes bulged like oxen's as he glanced between Jiang Yun and the surging, furious crowd surrounding them. Suddenly, everything clicked. He finally understood why Jiang Yun had moved so swiftly, how he'd amassed over 200 beast cores in half a day. Until now, Zhao Taizhu had been utterly baffled. Even if Jiang Yun possessed overwhelming strength to slay ferocious beasts, instantly tracking them down and collecting their cores still demanded time. How then could he have accumulated such a staggering number in mere hours? Now the mystery was solved: robbery. Simple, brutal, and devastatingly efficient. At that moment, the tide of condemnation surged anew. With two acknowledged prodigies, Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian, standing firm at the center, the crowd's courage swelled. Emboldened, they began listing Jiang Yun's transgressions one by one. Jiang Yun, you demon. Robbing me once was bad enough. I even avoided you, but you chased me down to rob me again. A lanky academy student wailed, voice cracking with tears. Exactly. That's inhuman. My team and I barely slew a 9th-tier ferocious beast, and before I could even clutch its core, he snatched it from my hands. The most dramatic outcry came from a sobbing plump student who wept outright. What you've suffered is nothing. He plundered me 6 times. 6 times. 6 times. Wah. Just as I located a lone 8th-tier beast, he descended from the sky like a thunderbolt. I spent the entire half-day working for him instead. At these words, even those previously seething with righteous fury struggled not to burst into laughter. The scene teetered comically on the edge of absurdity. Down with Jiang Yun. Return our beast cores. Please, young masters Lin and Xiao, deliver justice for us. Their cries rose in unison, sweeping Jiang Yun into the eye of the storm. On the central plaza, spectators watching via luminous projection screens felt their own emotions ignite, fully drawn into the unfolding drama. Jiang Yun has clearly incited mass outrage. He's facing collective retribution. This is surely the end for him. With Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian joining forces, even Jiang Yun's strength won't suffice, will it? Impossible for him to withstand them. Even his avian companion, formidable as it is, can't possibly fight 2 at once. He's doomed, and all those ill-gotten points will be forfeited. Most common spectators reveled in the spectacle, delighting in escalating chaos. Meanwhile, reactions across noble clans and academies' viewing zones varied sharply, especially within the Xiao and Lin family sections. Their smiles returned to faces as anticipation mounted. Their prodigies would seize this chance to vanquish Jiang Yun and achieve legendary renown in a single stroke. Students from Qingchuan No. 1 middle school wore anxious expressions. On the elevated dais, the atmosphere grew even more delicate. Kunpeng and Lei Lai, the 2 headmasters, stood side by side. At last, relief softened their features. Kunpeng stroked his short beard and sneered. Headmaster, it seems your school's strategic mastermind has provoked universal indignation. Young people, still too impetuous, never grasping the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Lei Lai added coldly, facing both Yutian and Lin Kuo alone. Let's see how he extricates himself this time. He'll likely lose far more than he gains, like the fable of the fox who sought chickens but lost his tail instead. Faced with their barbs, headmaster Tiangang remained unruffled. He leisurely lifted his teacup, took a slow sip, and replied, Gentlemen, don't rush to conclusions. Our Jiang Yun always acts with purpose. And who told you he's already revealed his full strength? Upon hearing this, Kunpeng and Lei Lai's smiles stiffened. Doubt flickered deep within their eyes. Could Jiang Yun truly harbor hidden power? Elderly watched Jiang Yun's calm figure on the screen with profound admiration. Turning to the mayor beside him, he murmured, Fascinating, truly fascinating. This youth remains unshaken in crisis. Either he's recklessly foolish or possesses absolute unshakable confidence. Indeed, the mayor nodded, faintly, eyes alight with anticipation. It appears the real performance has only just begun. Within the Mistvale Forest, Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo stepped forward, voices sharp with accusation. Jiang Yun, you're despicably cunning, concealing your true strength to prey upon weaker students from our academies. This is sheer arrogance. Xiao Yutian snorted contemptuously. Lin Kuo's gaze turned glacial, hiding your face like a coward. This is no conduct for a gentleman. Both brimming with prodigious pride spoke almost simultaneously. Xiao Yutian, I'll handle this one myself. I'll restore justice for Pan Shi Middle School. Lin Kuo, this feud belongs to Lei Ting Middle School and Jiang Yun alone. Do not interfere. Each sought to defeat Jiang Yun personally, to prove his supremacy beyond question. Watching the 2 still bicker over who would land the killing blow, Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiaoxiao grew frantic. Zhao Taizhu gritted his teeth and whispered urgently, Jiang Yun, Xiao, when I unleash my wooden armor bull's savage charge to create chaos, seize the opening and flee. They're after you, they'll spare me. Shang Xiaoxiao nodded tensely. Though Jiang Yun ranked bronze rank 1, she doubted he could possibly overcome 2 fellow bronze rank 1 prodigies at once. At that very moment, Jiang Yun stepped forward, calm, deliberate. First, he raised a hand to halt Zhao Tiezhu, who was already preparing to summon his spirit beast for desperate defense. His gaze swept over Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo with serene indifference, his tone edged with mild impatience. Enough. There's no need to quarrel. He lifted a finger, pointing first at one then the other, his voice flat, yet shattering. I'm pressed for time. Both of you, come at me together. What a... The declaration struck like lightning. Silence fell across the forest. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo stared, disbelieving their own ears. As top prodigies of their respective academies, they'd never endured such open disdain. Bronze rank 1 versus bronze rank 1. Yet this youth dared claim he'd take them both on alone. Jiang Yun, you're insufferably arrogant. Xiao Yutian roared, fury blazing. Lin Kuo laughed. A hollow, dangerous sound. Excellent. Today I'll teach you that even among bronze rank 1 spirit beasts there exists a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Mountain-shaking rock elephant. Trample. Shadow weave water serpent. Water arrow technique. Enraged, they held nothing back. The mountain-shaking rock elephant raised its pillar-like leg and slammed it into the earth with earth-shaking force. A concussive shockwave erupted, hurling shards of stone outward. Meanwhile, the shadow weave water serpent opened its maw and loosed a tightly condensed, blindingly fast water arrow, striking like a venomous serpent toward the wind thunder cloud sparrow hovering midair. Little cloud sparrow, come out and play with them. At Jiang Yun's silent command, arcs of indigo black lightning flared, and the wind thunder cloud sparrow reappeared majestic and untamed. It didn't even need to project dominance, yet a subtle ancient resonance radiated from its being the sovereign bloodline of the primordial wind thunder divine, Peng, rippling outward like invisible waves. Instantly nearby, iron-tier spirit beasts whimpered and collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Astonishingly, even the mountain-shaking rock elephant and shadow-weave water serpent, both bronze rank 1, faltered mid-attack. Their massive pupils flickered with primal dread, an instinctive fear rooted deep in their ancestral bloodlines. Though their master's commands swiftly suppressed that instinct, Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo, linked soul to soul with their beasts, felt that momentary recoil and recoiled themselves. What's happening? Simultaneously shaken, their gazes locked onto the wind thunder cloud sparrow, not with contempt now, but awe. This spirit beast was no ordinary creature. Nor were they alone. High above on the observation dais, senior figures sensed the anomaly instantly. Elder Li's eyes gleamed. This is a primordial suppression effect. For beings of equal rank to trigger such a response, the wind thunder cloud sparrow must harbor unimaginable power within its veins. The mayor nodded, awestruck. No wonder this youth stands so unflinchingly confident. His spirit beast is far more than it appears on the surface. Peng and Lei Li's smiles vanished, replaced by grim gravity and a creeping sense of foreboding. He Tiangong, however, exhaled deeply, a quiet triumph lifting the corners of his mouth. Inside, the forest battle erupted. Against the mountain-shaking rock elephant's seismic wave and the shadow-weave water serpent's rapid water arrows, the wind thunder cloud sparrow activated Windrush to its apex, blurring into an indigo-black lightning streak, effortlessly evading every strike. Its flight wasn't combat. It was artistry, fluid, elegant, impossibly graceful. Jiang Yun crossed his arms, observing with detached amusement. Too slow. Too predictable. That remark nearly made Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo choke on their rage. Their proudest techniques couldn't even graze his hem. Had enough. Jiang Yun studied their contorted, furious faces. Then his gaze hardened, chillingly final. Then it's my turn to retaliate. He looked up and issued his command. Little cloud sparrow, hold nothing back. Thunderclap strike. Cree. The wind thunder cloud sparrow pierced the air with a cry sharper than splitting metal, resonating across the forest. Suspended midair, its 3 amethyst crest feathers blazed with searing violet lightning. In an instant, the heavens darkened. Storm clouds coalesced without warning, churning, boiling, swallowing the light. Violet serpents of electricity writhed within, crackling with bone-deep menace. An aura of utter annihilation descended like a crushing mountain, enveloping the entire clearing. Bathed in thunderlight, wings outstretched, the wind thunder cloud sparrow became a sovereign of storms, majestic, terrifying, divine. What skill is this? Such oppressive pressure. Is this even possible for a bronze rank 1 spirit beast? Dangerous. Get away now. Spectators gaped upward at the churning thunderheads and at the sheer suffocating might radiating from them. Even their own spirit beasts trembled violently, retreating instinctively. Not good. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo paled simultaneously, feeling death itself coil around their throats from that ominous cloud. Innate talent enhanced defense. Without hesitation, Xiao Yutian activated his ability. The mountain-shaking rock elephant's stony carapace thickened, glowing fiercely with earthen gold light. Innate talent, triple acceleration. Lin Kuo roared, azure energy flooding the shadow-weave water serpent's form, propelling it into frantic motion, desperate to escape the storm's lethal focus. But it was already too late. Kerkum. A colossal bolt of violet celestial lightning, thick as a water barrel condensed to unbearable density, charged with the raw authority of heaven itself, ripped through the gloom faster than thought and struck with merciless precision. Its target wasn't the fleeing serpent, but the mountain-shaking rock elephant whose defenses had just reached their zenith. Lightning moved with despairing speed. Roar. The elephant managed only a final agonized bellow before being consumed entirely by annihilating radiance. Blinding white light seared every eye. The detonation's roar shook the sky itself. When the glare faded and vision returned, gasps tore from every throat. Before them lay the once mighty mountain-shaking rock elephant, crumpled unconscious, its famed stony armor shattered and charred black smoke curling from its massive frame. One strike. One flawless, overwhelming blow, toppling a bronze rank 1 spirit beast fortified by its master's innate talent. Meanwhile, the shadow weave water serpent twisting desperately to evade caught the lightning's periphery. Its lower body blackened and blistered, writhing in torment, its combat capability shattered. Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Every spectator stood paralyzed, jaws slack, eyes wide, as if bound by some ancient unseen spell, staring at the young man standing tall and unruffled, and at the indigo black sparrow above him, a living avatar of thunder. One move, a single decisive technique, crippling the spirit beasts of 2 elite prodigies simultaneously. No, impossible. Xiao Yutian stared blankly at his fallen beast, voice hollow. Lin Kuo's face drained of color, of fists clenched until knuckles whitened, disbelief burning in his eyes. Bronze rank 1 against bronze rank 1, yet the destructive force unleashed defied all logic. This blow could stagger even bronze rank 3. It simply shouldn't exist within a bronze rank 1 spirit beast's capacity. Yet reality lay before them. Undeniable, undeniable. Their 2 prodigies' spirit beasts had been obliterated by a single technique. Compared to Jiang Yun, their titles as top prodigies rang hollow, ridiculous. Students from both academies stood stunned, disbelief freezing their breath. Their strongest champions defeated, not singly, but together, crushed beneath an overwhelming, contemptuous display of power. Back on the plaza, silence reigned, then exploded. A deafening wave of astonishment crashed upward, threatening to shatter the very sky. Holy God Almighty! What in the world was that? One hit. Just one. Unbelievable. That wind thunder cloud sparrow's offensive power is insane. A monster. Jiang Yun is a monster. No, his spirit beast is the true monster. Is this even possible for a bronze rank 1 spirit beast? It's completely off scale. Even Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian united couldn't withstand him. What competitor remains in this tournament capable of stopping him? On the dais, Kunpeng and Lei Lai shot upright, faces livid, bodies trembling with shock. He Tiangong, though expecting Jiang Yun's victory, hadn't foreseen that he'd need no fire dragon fish at all, that the wind thunder cloud sparrow alone would reign supreme. Witnessing the spectacle firsthand, he clapped delightedly. Excellent. Brilliant boy. You've surpassed even my highest hopes. With quiet satisfaction, he glanced at Kunpeng and Lei Lai, both stricken speechless, and felt pure, unadulterated triumph. Elderly drew a slow, deep breath. This spirit beast's aptitude is exceptional, extraordinary, and the youth guiding it, equally remarkable. Together they embody perfection. Should he enter our Spirit Beast Master Academy, he will undoubtedly stir unprecedented upheaval. The mayor nodded emphatically. Truly the younger generation inspires awe. Our city of sea will soon boast another peerless sovereign, one who can uphold peace across an entire realm. In that moment, reactions diverged wildly. Shock, elation, disbelief, despair, all converging like celestial bodies orbiting a new star, magnifying Jiang Yun's solitary figure into something mythic. Back in the Mistvale forest, Jiang Yun ignored the stunned, fearful, reverent stares swirling around him. He had far more urgent matters at hand. He needed to relay the discovery of mutated ferocious beasts and the suspected presence of a heretical sect immediately. Lives hung in the balance. Tieju Xiao, we're leaving now. His voice brooked no delay, urgency sharpening each syllable. Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiao, still reeling from Jiang Yun's overwhelming victory, snapped back to awareness at his command. Seeing the gravity etched across Jiang Yun's face, they instantly understood, nodded sharply, and fell into step behind him. Yet just as they turned, a chilling, rasping laugh cut through the forest, emanating from all directions, at once impossible to trace. Leaving? Ha ha ha. Today none of you leave alive. All shall die here. The voice dripped with bone-deep malice and cruel amusement, sending icy dread surging from the soles of every student's feet straight to their crown. They jolted from their stupor, shaken from awe into raw alarm. Who's there? Show yourself, coward. A brave student shouted, but his voice trembled. Coward! A derisive snort echoed from another direction. Soon you'll learn what true despair feels like. Before the words fully faded, boom, boom, boom. The ground convulsed violently, as if something colossal stirred beneath the earth. Then from behind dense thickets and ancient trunks, grotesque, twisted figures emerged, surrounding them, completely cutting off all escape. These were ferocious beasts, but unlike any known. Some sprouted jagged bone spurs gleaming with metallic coldness. Others bore pulsating, oozing tumors. Still others glared with crimson eyes dripping corrosive saliva. All radiated savage, chaotic, terrifying power. Every single one was a mutated, ferocious beast. Jiang Yun's heart lurched. Disaster. Silence. A suffocating silence. When the 7 or 8 mutated beasts with their twisted forms and ominous auras completely surrounded the clearing. as three figures in hooded black robes, as if crawling out from a tomb, slowly emerged from behind the beast horde. All the clamor, shock, and weeping came to an abrupt halt. Fear, like cold viscous tide, instantly drowned every student present. Who are they? These beasts. So terrifying. I've never seen such. Just now, what did he mean by saying, well, all die here? Whispers trembled with fear. The students had never witnessed such a scene. Pale with terror, they instinctively huddled together, as if seeking a shred of illusory safety. Their contracted beasts, sensing their master's extreme dread, whimpered uneasily and retreated slowly. Suddenly, a student on the edge, his psychological defenses shattered, let out a scream. He turned recklessly, trying to break through the encirclement. Roar! He had barely run 5 meters when the largest wolf, exuding a bronze 5th stage pressure, casually raised its forepaw and swiped through the air like swatting a fly. A condensed wave of dark energy struck the student's back with precision. Puffed, blood sprayed violently. The student flew like a broken kite, crashing into a large tree, falling silent. Almost simultaneously, a mutated beast covered in slimy tentacles lashed out one of its appendages, entangling the student's unprepared, contracted beast tightly. Ugh! Ugh! The beast let out a pained whimper under the tentacle's grip, its struggles weakening rapidly. At that moment, the black-robed figure in the center stepped forward slowly, pushing back his hood slightly to reveal a middle-aged man's face twisted with a cruel smile. Everyone best stay put. His voice was hoarse. Run around, and you might end up like that classmate accidentally trampled to death. Murder. They killed someone. It's real. We're really going to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The horrifying scene just moments ago plunged the silent crowd into chaos. After a brief pause, many screamed. Some collapsed, legs giving way. Others vomited outright. The threat of death was starkly real, a dense despair clutching every heart. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted. His heart sank heavily. This was his first time witnessing a living person being killed before his eyes. A nameless panic stirred within him, but reason forced him to calm down. A faint blue light flickered imperceptibly in his pupils. Manifestation of all things attributes talent instantly fed back information on the most threatening mutated beasts nearby. Mutated bone demon wolf status deceased, controlled stage bronze 5th. Corrupted tentacle monster status deceased, controlled stage bronze 2nd. Soul eating queen wasp status deceased, controlled stage bronze 1st. All are deceased puppets under control. Jiang Yun analyzed swiftly in his mind. But the strongest, that wolf, is only at bronze 5th stage. For Xiaohua at bronze 7th, it should be easy to annihilate these beasts. I just don't know if other experts are hidden in the shadows. Jiang Yun mused, inwardly calculating his options. As his thoughts raced, the more knowledgeable Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian spoke almost simultaneously, their voices trembling. Black robes. Controlling bizarre, mutated beasts. You are from the Corpse Dominion sect. The Corpse Dominion sect. Hearing that name, the surrounding students erupted in panic. It's that Corpse Dominion sect. The cult that attacks beast tamers, killing them and stealing their beasts. It's over. We're done for. These people kill without blinking. What? We're all going to die. Those 4 words struck like thunder among the already terrified students. To these young learners, that name was the bloodiest, most horrifying legend from textbooks and news. What? They're from the Corpse Dominion sect. It's over. We're dead. Most were from prominent families. They had all heard more or less of this evil cult, but that only plunged them into deeper, more desperate fear. In their panic, many students instinctively recalled their contracted beasts into the beast space, as if that might offer some safety. Xiao Yutian, suppressing his terror, stepped forward, trying to invoke his family background. Senior. I am the eldest grandson of the Xiao family in City C. My grandfather is Xiao Zhan. Please, for his sake, let me go and my family will reward you handsomely. Xiao family. The middle-aged man laughed as if hearing a great joke, his tone dripping with contempt. A mere local tycoon from City C, what is that in the eyes of our holy sect? His gaze swept the crowd, his voice turning icy with murderous intent. Enough nonsense. Everyone surrender your contracted beasts immediately. Otherwise, that man just now is your fate. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Their target was indeed the beasts. Their minds shook, faces growing paler. Yet no one moved, clinging to the absurd hope that refusing to hand over their beasts might spare them. The middle-aged man sneered at this. Hand them over willingly, and you might live a little longer. Hide them. You'll die faster. As his words fell, the soul-eating queen wasp, hovering low like a giant hornet dove, sharply. A faint sharp stinger shot through the air with a flash of cold light. Thud! A tiny bloody hole appeared on the forehead of another student at the edge of the crowd. His terrified expression froze, his eyes dimmed, and he fell backward stiffly. At the same time, a sound like shattering glass rang out. Crack. The moment the student died, the air beside him split open into an irregular pitch-black rift. A trembling, confused canine beast was spat out from the crack. With its master dead, the beast's face shattered. The backlash from the broken contract forced a mournful howl from it, blood seeping from its mouth and nose. Its aura instantly withered, collapsing to the ground. Clearly its foundational essence had been damaged. The next moment, the corrupted tentacle monster's appendage swept in again, effortlessly coiling the masterless, gravely wounded beast, dragging it into the eerie shadow behind. Now, the middle-aged man's voice like a demon's whisper broke the hair-raising silence. Anyone else want to try it? Seeing another classmate die overshadowed by death's specter, a psychologically broken student finally cried out, summoned his beast, and pushed it tremblingly toward the cult. The beast, entangled by tentacles, let out helpless whimpers, looking back at its former master with eyes full of confusion and sorrow. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo watched this scene, their hearts sinking to the abyss. Their family names were useless. Surrendering beasts didn't guarantee survival. Truly no escape from heaven or earth. Bastards. Zhao Tai's eyes blazed red, his fists clenched until knuckles cracked, growling low. To abandon your own partner. Jiang Yun, what do we do? Zhao Taizhu instinctively turned to Jiang Yun as if he had become their anchor. Jiang Yun's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping the entire encirclement as his mind raced faster than ever. The cult dares to openly enter the competition grounds to slaughter us students. The city defense forces inside have likely met with misfortune. We don't know if the principal knows. Relying on outside rescue is too risky. These cult members before us can be dealt with, but are there other Corpse Dominion sect experts hidden around? That's also unknown. But we must save ourselves now. Either create enough commotion to attract outside experts, or I create an opportunity for these classmates to escape and report. These are perhaps the only two viable options. In an instant, Jiang Yun had made his decision. He slightly turned his head and whispered, urgently audible only to Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiaoxiao, get behind me. They'll deal with them and cause chaos. If there's a chance, you run immediately and inform the principal and city defense. Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiaoxiao were stunned. They stared at Jiang Yun in disbelief. Deal with them. These were all bronze-level terrors. Especially that bone demon wolf with its unfathomable aura. What nonsense was Jiang Yun spouting? Jiang Yunyu. Zhao Taizhu was about to say something, but before he could finish, Jiang Yun had already stepped forward, leaving the crowd's shelter to stand at the forefront, drawing the cult's attention. He looked up, meeting the middle-aged man's gaze, his voice clear, yet exploding like thunder in the despair-filled clearing. You really think you've got us cornered? Want to touch my partners, want my beast? Well, see if you've got the skill to take it. Jiang Yun took this step forward. His clear yet provocative words echoed across the deathly silent clearing, instantly drawing every gaze. Everyone was stunned. They stared at him as if he were a madman. Jiang Yun, are you insane? Get back here. Zhao Tai's face turned deathly pale. Shang Xiaoxiao also covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. In her view, Jiang Yun's action was no different from suicide. What is he doing? Courting death. Didn't he see just now? It's over, he's doomed, and he's going to provoke those people. Are they going to slaughter us all along with him? The students whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yun, filled with confusion and pity and even a hint of resentment, fearing his actions would invite even more brutal slaughter from the cultists. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo were equally shocked. Lin Kuo's pupils contracted, his heart filled with dread. How dare he step forward to die at a time like this? Does he think that Wind Thunder Lark alone can contend with a Bronze Tier 5 beast? Even if the Wind Thunder Lark is powerful and gifted, the absolute disparity in cultivation levels isn't so easily bridged. What exactly is he trying to do? Xiao Yushin's face darkened, his fists clenched. Is this guy trying to play the hero at a moment like this? How foolish. Facing such a desperate situation, this is nothing but self-destruction. The middle-aged cult leader was visibly taken aback. Then, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world, a cruel, amused smile twisted beneath his hood. Ha ha ha. He laughed hoarsely. The laughter was especially grating in the silent forest. Interesting, truly interesting. I never thought there would be a reckless fool like you among these pampered flowers. Eager to be reincarnated. Fine, he'll grant your wish. Before he even finished speaking, without needing a specific order, the mutant skeletal direwolf, which had been eyeing them menacingly, radiating the terrifying pressure of a Bronze Tier 5 beast, let out a low growl. Its dark eye sockets locked onto Jiang Yun. Its hind legs suddenly exploded with power, transforming it into a black hurricane of death, reeking of blood and destruction, charging straight at Jiang Yun. Its speed was astonishing. Its maw gaped wide, revealing fangs that could tear through steel, gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Jiang Yun's head. Jiang Yun. Zhao Tai's eyes were wide with fury, almost charging forward. Shang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in anguish. Many students screamed in terror. They seemed to already see the horrific sight of Jiang Yun being torn apart. Yet facing this thunderous assault, Jiang Yun stood firm, his form as steady as a mountain, his clothes not even stirred by the rushing wind. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. Only a cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Xiaohua, come out. He uttered the two words softly. The next moment, boom, an aura far more violent, far more scorching, and far more soul-shattering than the skeletal direwolves erupted from Jiang Yun like a sleeping volcano, sweeping in all directions. The air warped. The fallen leaves on the ground spontaneously combusted, turning to ash. A sovereign pressure that made all beast tamers tremble descended upon the scene. Roar, accompanied by an ear-splitting, dragon-tinged roar, a crimson streak of light flashed into existence before Jiang Yun, instantly expanding. The light dissipated, revealing a divinely majestic creature hovering before Jiang Yun. Its body was long and sleek, covered in crimson jade-like scales that gleamed with metallic luster. Its head already bore draconic features, dignified and noble. Visible searing currents of heat swirled around it, as if ready to ignite everything in its vicinity at any moment. Most stunning was the unrestrained aura radiating from it, rampaging like a storm. Bronze Tier 7. Bronze. Tier 7. Silence. Absolute silence. All the gasps, fear, and whispers from moments ago were instantly cut off, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on their throats. Everyone's expressions froze. Their eyes bulged like copper bells. Their mouths hung open wide enough to fit an egg. The cruel smile on the middle-aged man's face stiffened, transforming into sheer shock and disbelief. He shrieked, his voice cracking. No, impossible. How can it be Bronze Tier 7? The intel was wrong. Damn it. The intel said the strongest among these students was only Bronze Tier 1. Which blasted bastard passed on false information? This is Bronze Tier 7. 7. The few robed underlings behind him were scared out of their wits, trembling uncontrollably. Gone was their earlier arrogance and cold indifference to life and death. Their eyes were fixed on the fire dragon fish, filled with terror. Bronze Tier 7. This was far beyond what they could handle. After the initial shock, the students erupted in a tidal wave of commotion. Oh my god. Bronze Tier 7. Am I dreaming? That's Jiang Yun's beast. That fish. No, is that a dragon? But it doesn't quite look like a dragon either. He hit it so well. So he's the strongest among us. This guy has been keeping his true strength a secret all along. We're saved. We're saved. Jiang Yun, take out these cult scum. Jiang Yun, kill them all. The atmosphere of despair was instantly ignited. The flame of hope blazed in everyone's eyes. They looked at the backs of Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish as if they were saviors. Only now did they understand. Jiang Yun had seemed quite merciful to them during the competition. If he had brought out this Bronze Tier 7 beast, they probably wouldn't have dared to utter a single word. In the crowd, Lin Kuo's face instantly turned ashen. His body swayed, almost unable to stand. He stared fixedly at the majestic fire dragon fish. His lips trembled, and a storm raged within his heart. Bronze. Tier 7. So the Wind Thunder Lark was never his true strength. I, Lin Kuo, thought myself a genius, but compared to him, I am nothing but a complete joke. An unprecedented sense of defeat and insignificance overwhelmed him. He thought losing to Xiao Yutian meant there was only a small gap. But now, the other party hadn't even been trying. Xiao Yutian was struck as if by lightning, completely dazed. His mind went blank. Only that terrifying cultivation level echoed within. Bronze Tier 7. He's been hiding such terrifying strength. Then, a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He remembered his younger brother Xiaoling, that fool who had repeatedly provoked a monster with a Bronze Tier 7 beast. It was a miracle he hadn't been beaten to death. This wasn't just stepping on an iron plate. This was sticking his head under a guillotine. Cold sweat drenched his back. In an instant, a wave of fear washing over him. If Jiang Yun decided to settle his brother's score with him, he would be done for. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Zhao Taizhu was first dumbfounded, then a look of ecstasy exploded across his face. Flushed with excitement, he waved his fists and shouted incoherently, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Jiang Yun! Awesome! That's incredible! I was wondering why you looked so unfazed. Turns out you were hiding this deep." At that moment, his gaze towards Jiang Yun was filled with boundless adoration and fervor. Shang Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the suspended fire dragon fish radiating boundless power, she was utterly stunned, her red lips slightly parted. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Watching Jiang Yun's tall mountain-like back, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Shock, admiration, the joy of surviving. A mix of emotions swirled within her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Retreat. Fall back. Scatter. Go inform the Guardian. We've hit a tough one. The cult leader. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, snapping out of his shock. He roared hoarsely, then turned without hesitation and fled for his life into the dense forest. Gone was all his earlier arrogance. The other robed figures also snapped out of their stupor and scattered in different directions like frightened rabbits. thinking of leaving. Too late. Jiang Yun's eyes were icy cold, his killing intent palpable. Xiao Hua, leave no one alive. Wind thunder seal the sky, don't let that queen bee escape. Roar. The fire dragon fish received the command, seeming excited from having been idle for so long. It let out an excited cry. Its huge fish eyes locked onto the skeletal direwolf, which was still charging forward on inertia, but whose momentum had already waned. No flashy skills were needed. It simply opened its mouth. Boom. A stream of dragon fire breath condensed to the extreme and radiating an aura of destruction shot forth like a crimson flood of doom. It overtook the wolf and instantly engulfed the skeletal direwolf completely. Whoa. In an instant, the skeletal direwolf, radiating the pressure of a bronze tier 5 beast, was reduced to ashes by the extreme heat, not even a trace remaining. Instantly slain. At the same time, a silver bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Screech. The wind thunder lark had somehow appeared high in the sky, its wings beating, interweaving wind and thunder. Thunderstrike. It transformed into a true bolt of lightning at a speed impossible for the naked eye to track, accompanied by purple celestial thunder instantly piercing the fleeing soul-eating queen bee. Crackle. The soul-eating queen bee didn't even struggle. It exploded into charred fragments in midair. The fire dragon fish didn't pause. It turned its dragon head and spat out 2 more streams of dragon fire breath. Boom. Boom. The other 2 mutant beasts, trying to flee along with a nearby robed figure, didn't even have time to scream before they met the same fate, as the skeletal direwolf completely vaporized in the crimson torrent. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant and unstoppable cult squad was reduced to just the fleeing leader and 1 other robed figure. No, Guardian, save me. Guardian. The robed figure lagging behind felt the rapidly approaching breath of death and let out a desperate scream. The fire dragon fish's dragon fire breath descended once more, erasing him and his cries from the world entirely. Silence. Descended once more. From Jiang Yun summoning the fire dragon fish to the utter annihilation of all cultists and mutant beasts, the entire process took no more than 10 odd breaths. Fast. Too fast. Strong. Too strong. Everyone was stunned by this overwhelming, brutal display of power. Their minds went blank, leaving only awe and reverence for absolute strength. Jiang Yun. What kind of monster is he? Too strong. And we actually competed against him before. This is a true genius. But Jiang Yun did not relax. He frowned, the cult leader's dying cry of, "Guardian, save me," ringing an alarm in his mind. Since that middle-aged man had begged for help from him, this guardian's strength must be far greater. And he was likely nearby. His strength was undoubtedly far beyond imagination. This place is too dangerous. Everyone, follow me now. Quickly. Jiang Yun recalled the wind thunder lark, leapt onto the fire dragon fish's back, and shouted to the still-shocked crowd below. His voice carried an undeniable urgency. The crowd snapped out of their trance, realizing the danger wasn't over yet. However, just as they were about to move, thump. A heavy footstep, like a giant drum being beaten, echoed from the depths of the forest, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. Then, a terrifying pressure, far heavier, more violent, and more destructive than that of the skeletal direwolf, or even the fire dragon fish, at that moment crashed down like an invisible tsunami. Roar, accompanied by a savage roar that pierced eardrums and churned blood. A massive, monstrous shadow leaped from the dense forest hundreds of meters away, crashing down like a small hill onto the clearing before them. Instantly, the ground cracked and dust shot into the sky. As the dust settled, the true form of the terrifying figure was revealed. It was a giant ape over 5 meters tall, with muscles knotted like rocks, sickly gray-black fur, and blood-red eyes. Its body was wreathed in violent, earthy yellow energy, exuding a suffocating pressure. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted. His innate talent, manifestation of all things attributes, activated instantly. Information appeared before him. Race Earth, Demon Ape Earth, attribute status deceased, cultivation Bronze Tier 9 peak. Skills Earth, Shockwave, area control and damage skill, extremely hard to dodge, enough to throw most opponents off balance, leaving them at its mercy. Raging Throw, terrifying long-range physical attack, with its strength devastating. Rock Armor, extremely strong defensive skill, greatly reducing the effectiveness of any attack. Seeing the information feedback from the manifestation of all things made Jiang Yun's heart sink. The peak of the Bronze 9th stage. Indeed, there are stronger enemies lurking nearby. Perhaps there is more than one. It is not impossible. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had made his decision. He could not leave now. If this Earth Demon Ape rushes into the fleeing crowd and pursues Zhao Taizhu and the others, it will be a one-sided massacre. Right now, only he can stop it. With the Bronze 7th stage Fire Dragon Fish, there is still a slim chance to stall for time. He must buy Zhao Taizhu a chance to escape, thus attracting reinforcements. He signaled the Fire Dragon Fish to stop suddenly. The The fire dragon fish let out a low growl, its massive body blocking the path leading out of the forest, its scorching breath locking onto the front, clearly poised to intercept. Seeing Jiang Yun's selfless and almost sacrificial act, the students who had initially panicked at the sight of this terrifying beast fell silent. A complex emotion surged within everyone. It was gratitude, shock, and an overwhelming sense of shame. Recalling their previous doubts and mockery towards Jiang Yun, and even the jealousy stemming from Su Qingxue, they felt how ridiculous and vile it all seemed in this moment. Such a young man resolutely stepping up in the face of despair to cover for everyone. His magnanimity and sense of responsibility had long since surpassed theirs. Jiang Yun, I'm sorry. Earlier we were wrong. You must be careful. Jiang Yun, come back alive. Choked voices and sincere blessings rose and fell in everyone's hearts. It was unclear who murmured those words. Now looking back, where does Jiang Yun not deserve Miss Su? It is clearly Miss Su who may not be worthy of such a Jiang Yun. This remark fell like a stone into a still lake. It evoked a silent resonance. Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian trembled at the words, but unusually did not retort. They showed no signs of jealousy or displeasure. Through the current events, they had completely surrendered to Jiang Yun. The two exchanged complex glances at the tall and solitary figure, their past pride and defiance long since crushed. All that remained was a deep sense of helplessness and a hint of unacknowledged admiration. Between them and Jiang Yun lay an insurmountable chasm. Comparing themselves, that had become a complete joke. They now understood that their so-called title of genius was utterly inadequate in the face of a true prodigy. Jiang Yun, hold on. I will bring Coach Wang and the principal to save you soon. Zhao Tai's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with all his might. He knew that staying here was merely a hindrance. He abruptly pulled the still-dazed Shang Xiao and led a group of students fleeing towards the outskirts of the forest without looking back. At this moment, relaying the news as quickly as possible was the greatest help to Jiang Yun. Just as the crowd disappeared into the dense forest, a figure resembling a small mountain bearing suffocating pressure had already approached. Boom! The enormous foot of the earth demon ape struck the ground, shaking the earth violently. Its crimson eyes first swept over the ashes and remains of its subordinates on the ground, then fixed on Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish blocking the way. A gloomy and hostile voice seemed to resonate directly from the void, carrying a chilling aura. A bunch of utter trash. You can't even handle a mere dozen students, and yet I must personally intervene. What a waste of the resources of the holy sect. A figure clad in a similar black robe but with dark red twisted patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar appeared like a ghost atop the broad shoulder of the earth demon ape. He was also shrouded in a large hood, making it impossible to see his face, but Jiang Yun could feel two icy gazes penetrating the shadows landing on him. Oh! The protector's voice held a hint of surprise as his gaze skimmed over Jiang Yun, then focused on the divine martial fire dragon fish. A bronze 7th stage fire dragon fish. No, wait. This innate quality. Purple crystal level. It seems to have undergone some kind of mutation. Interesting, truly interesting. In a small place like City C to encounter a beast with such innate quality. And it's still in the hands of a small child. He did not regard Jiang Yun at all. All attention was drawn to the fire dragon fish. It seems that those few useless ones are not entirely useless, at least they help me find a decent sacrificial offering. Such unique and abundant innate quality, if sacrificed to the demon core, would surely be more effective than collecting hundreds of ordinary beasts. Perhaps this one fish alone could provide all the innate power needed for the remaining demon core. Ha! This statement sent shockwaves through Jiang Yun's heart. He actually discerned Xiao Hua's innate quality at a glance. How did he see through it? Does he also possess a talent skill with observation effects? Jiang Yun thought to himself, pondering the protector's words. Sacrificial offering. Demon core. Innate power. Is that the reason they are seizing beasts? For the innate power of the beasts. To sacrifice to the demon core he mentioned. Perhaps Xiao Hua, due to its exceptional quality and mutated bloodline, is viewed as a top-tier sacrificial offering by them. You want my beast? Jiang Yun's eyes turned ice cold. Despite the turmoil within, his tone remained calm. Then let's see if you have the ability to take it. Arrogant. The evil sect protector snorted coldly, displaying great disdain for Jiang Yun's words. A mere student relying on a mutated fish dares to speak so boldly before me. Very well, let's take you down first, and use your beast to report to the leader. He stopped wasting words, gently stepping down. Demon ape. Frenzied toss. The earth demon ape roared, its massive paw dug into the ground, pulling up a gigantic rock. With bulging muscles, it unleashed a tearing shriek as it smashed towards Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish. The force of this strike was even more violent than before. Xiao Hua, breath of fire. Jiang Yun dared not lag behind and immediately gave the order. The fire dragon fish opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a condensed red-hot fire column that accurately hit the incoming boulder. Boom! The boulder was ignited in midair by the fiery dragon flames, exploding into countless burning fragments that scattered like a rain of fire. Moi! The evil sect protector uttered in surprise, his brow furrowing slightly beneath the hood. He did not expect the fire dragon fish's flames to be so powerful, able to cleanly and decisively counter the earth demon ape's throwing attack. Indeed, there's some skill here. The purity of this flame far exceeds that of ordinary fire-type beasts. The protector's tone was more intrigued, even tinged with a hint of greed. Very good. The more special it is, the greater the benefit to the demon core. Today I will be claiming you. He abruptly formed a bizarre hand seal. A dark and cold energy fluctuation spread out. Roar! The earth demon ape received the command, its eyes shining with a fierce crimson light. Yellowish energy surged wildly around it. It abruptly lifted its legs. Earthquake! Full force. This time it was no longer a ripple-like wave, but a seismic upheaval centered around the earth demon ape. The ground within a radius of nearly 100 meters was crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, with violent tremors accompanied by countless cracks spreading wildly. The terrifying shockwave mixed with flying sand and stones swept towards the fire dragon fish in the air, covering such a vast range that it almost sealed off all escape routes. Jiang Yun's expression changed. Shaohua. Water manipulation. Ascend. The fire dragon fish let out a long cry and used water manipulation to control the water flow, striving to rise upward. It attempted to escape the core range of the shockwave. However, the powerful tremor still affected it, causing its surrounding flames to flicker uncertainly. Its ascent momentarily stagnated. Just as the old force had just dissipated and new force had yet to arise, a cold light flickered in the protector's eyes. Now's the time. Rock armor harden. Charge forward. The rock armor on the surface of the earth demon ape instantly exuded a heavy dark light. Its huge body, surprisingly moving with a speed that belied its size, propelled by the recoil from the ground, shot forth like a cannonball. Lowering its head, the massive head covered in thick rock armor collided violently with the fire dragon fish, which was unsteady in the air and beginning to fall. If this hit connected, even the bronze 7th-stage fire dragon fish would surely be broken and defeated. The crisis descended in an instant, and Jiang Yun faced such a dire situation for the first time. Meanwhile, outside the forest on the square, the enormous luminous jellyfish projected a light screen, which had been clearly displaying Jiang Yun's overwhelming victory over Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo, showcasing his calm and proud demeanor. This scene elicited continuous gasps and discussions from the audience. In principle, He Tiangang had an unmistakable smile on his face. However, in the next moment, zzz, the light screen suddenly flickered violently, the image distorting and shattering, finally freezing on Jiang Yun's stern face before plunging into complete darkness. What happened? Where did the image go? What is happening? The square erupted in an uproar as all the spectators stood up, looking uncertainly at the pitch-black screen, puzzled. On the high platform, the mayor of City C suddenly frowned, looking towards the beast master responsible for maintaining the light screen. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Is there an issue with the luminous jellyfish?" The beast master, pale-faced with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, suppressed the pain at the soul level and trembled as he reported, "Mayor, it's not the luminous jellyfish itself. It's all the sub-jellyfish distributed throughout the arena." Just at that moment, almost simultaneously, were destroyed. What a... At this proclamation, all the bigwigs on the high platform, including He Tiangong, Old Li Su, Qing Tian Shipeng, and Lei Lai, turned pale, in unison. Sub-jellyfish were destroyed simultaneously. This was no accident. There was a powerful external force that invaded and destroyed the arena of the city-level Beast Master competition. An extremely ominous premonition instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Something earth-shattering must have occurred within the arena. Upon the square, the sudden extinguishing of the phantom jellyfish light screen like an ominous signal caused everyone's hearts to clench. Unease and panic spread through the crowd like a plague. "Mayor, we must immediately confirm the situation within the arena." He Tiangong, the principal of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, was the first to stand. His tone was urgent. The mayor of C City, his expression grim, immediately summoned the captain of the City Defense Forces 1st Brigade, a seasoned, battle-hardened gold-tier beast tamer. "Contact the inner perimeter patrol squads immediately and report the situation," the mayor commanded. The captain dared not delay and promptly attempted to make contact using the City Defense Forces' specialized communication crystals. Yet once, twice, not a single one of the 7 inner perimeter patrol squads responded. The silence from the other end of the communication crystals was chilling. The captain's face turned ashen. He looked up at the mayor and the other dignitaries, his voice hoarse, reporting, "Mayor, all 7 inner perimeter patrol squads are unreachable." What a unreachable. At these words, several important figures on the platform changed countenance abruptly. A huge uproar also erupted from the audience stands. 7 city defense squads simultaneously out of contact. Each squad had at least one expert above Bronze Tier 3, deep within the misty forest. A cataclysmic event must have occurred. Assemble. All members of the 1st City Defense Brigade assemble. Enter the misty forest, immediately rescue the students, and ascertain the situation. The mayor made a decisive decision. His voice carried across the entire square. The city defense captain acknowledged the order and immediately blew a sharp assembly whistle. The atmosphere across the square instantly tightened. A murderous aura permeated the air. The mayor paced back and forth, an unshakable worry etched on his brow. Those are the finest young talents our Sea City has produced this year. If something happens to them, he dared not think further. That would be a devastating blow to Sea City's future. There would be a generation gap among the young prodigies. Just as the city defense force was swiftly assembling, ready to deploy. They're out. Someone's coming out, someone shouted. All eyes instantly turned towards the outer edge of the misty forest. They saw bedraggled students, their clothes-torn faces still etched with lingering terror, supporting each other as they stumbled and staggered out from the forest. Son, daughter, young master. The anxiously waiting families and clan members surged forward. In an instant, the square was filled with a cacophony of calls and cries. Many emotionally shattered students, upon seeing their families, could no longer hold back and broke down into loud sobs. Dead. So many classmates are dead. Whoa, it was terrible. Those black-robed men. They killed people and stole our spirit beasts. We almost didn't make it back. The release of post-traumatic emotions and fear filled the square with an atmosphere of sorrow and chaos. Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, a spirited and imposing elder, along with Lin Kuo's father, a refined middle-aged man, quickly located Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo among their clansmen. Yutian, what exactly happened? Xiao Zhan asked in a deep voice, his gaze sharp. Xiao Yutian, pale-faced, took a deep breath and forced out 4 words. It is the Corpse Dominion cult. Lin Kuo nodded emphatically beside him, adding, they invaded the arena, stole spirit beasts, killed several classmates. The Corpse Dominion cult. These 4 words struck like thunderclaps, exploding in the ears of the dignitaries and the sharp-eared audience members. While ordinary citizens might only know of their infamy, the high-ranking officials were well aware of this evil cult's cruelty and tenacity. It's actually those insidious and cunning madmen. Leilai, the principal of Thunderbolt High School, gasped. Peng, the principal of Boulder High School, also had an extremely grave expression. How did they appear here? And precisely attack the competition venue? How did you all manage to escape? The mayor quickly seized upon the key point. Facing a well-organized cult attack, for these young students to escape in such large numbers was nothing short of a miracle. Just then, Zhao Tieju, who had caught his breath, abruptly lifted his head. He screamed at the top of his lungs, using all his remaining strength. Principal, Mayor, go save Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stayed behind alone to cover our retreat, holding off a protector of the Corpse Dominion cult. Go save him. His shout was like a lit fuse. Instantly, the students, saved by Jiang Yun, as if finding their pillar of strength, released their pent-up emotions. They shouted with red-rimmed eyes, yes. Go save Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun saved us. Without Jiang Yun, we'd all be dead. Save Jiang Yun. The waves of voices rose one after another. Jiang Yun's name resounded across the square, filled with urgency, entreaty, and immense recognition. This scene left all the bewildered spectators and some parents stunned. Jiang Yun, the one who was ridiculed at the start of the competition. The one everyone said would be eliminated. How had he suddenly become the savior in the mouths of all these genius students? Xiao Yutian looked at his excited classmates around him, then at his grandfather and father. He took a deep breath and declared clearly, Jiang Yun. He was hiding his true strength. His Wind Thunder Lark isn't just at Bronze Tier 1, he also has a Fire Dragon Fish with strength at Bronze Tier 7. Lin Kuo chimed in, his tone complex. It was he who stood up when the cult surrounded us and slaughtered our classmates, swiftly killing many cultists and their mutated beasts with lightning speed, opening an escape path for us. Finally, he faced the cult protector alone to cover our retreat. Bronze Tier 7, single-handedly covering the retreat against the cult protector. These 2 pieces of information exploded like heavy bombs within the crowd. Bronze Tier 7. My God, he has 2 spirit beasts. How is this possible? This Jiang Yun was still holding back, sacrificing himself for everyone else's escape. What remarkable courage. A hero. Jiang Yun is truly the hero of our Sea City. Gasps, praises, and disbelieving murmurs swept across the venue like a tidal wave. The faces of everyone were filled with extreme shock and awe. On the high platform, the dignitaries were equally shaken. When Principal He Tiangang heard Bronze Tier 7 His eyes bulged, his face erupting with shock and joy, but upon learning Jiang Yun stayed behind alone, his heart leaped into his throat. This kid was still hiding his strength. Bronze tier 7. Wasn't he only at bronze tier 2 half a month ago? Not good. Facing a cult protector alone, he might be in danger. He Tiangang's heart jolted. He grew anxious, unable to sit still any longer. The mayor's eyes flashed with sharp light. He slammed the armrest. Good. A fine Jiang Yun. Unflinching in danger, selfless for others, peerless talent. Truly the paragon of this young generation in our sea city. We must rescue him at all costs. Su Cheng, unable to find his daughter Su Qingxue among the servants, was already frantic and now was even more determined to enter the forest. My daughter Su Qingxue doesn't seem to be among the crowd. I will go too, the Su family patriarch declared in a deep voice. Only then did the crowd realize with alarm. It seemed they hadn't encountered Su Qingxue since entering the misty forest. Had Su Qingxue already been killed? Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan of the Xiao clan, renowned as the strongest below Amethystier in Sea City, stepped forward, his voice booming like a great bell. Young friend Jiang Yun saved my grandson Yutian. For this kindness my Xiao clan must repay it. This old man is willing to go along to rescue Jiang Yun. There's no time to lose. He Tiangang was already burning with anxiety. He took a forceful step forward and boundless spiritual energy erupted around him, a terrifying pressure far exceeding the gold tier, instantly enveloping the entire venue. Old friend, come forth. He raised his hands, and the space before him was suddenly torn open by a massive rift from which a roar, as if from the ancient wilds, echoed. The next moment, a colossal beast stepped out from within. It was a giant creature covered in dark golden scales, resembling a lion, but with a pair of curved dragon horns. Its limbs were thick as temple pillars treading upon the void. Its body burned with faint golden flames, and its majestic gaze swept across all directions, commanding submission from all creation. Amethystier 7. Dragonflame Golden Chimera. Roar. The mixed roar of dragon and lion shook heaven and earth, its entrance spectacle complete. Seeing this, the mayor hesitated no longer and declared clearly, how could such a brilliant hero be allowed to be harmed by an evil cult? A holy white light surged around him. A massive radiant gate opened above his head. A clear, high-pitched cry rang out as a colossal divine bird with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, a body carved from white jade and ethereal cloud-like tail, feathers gracefully flew out. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds and gentle, yet powerful light, elemental energy. Amethystier 5. Cloud Rainbow Sacred Wand. Su Cheng said nothing, but acted even faster. He waved his sleeve. A flash of green light passed, and a divinely handsome divine eagle surrounded by streaks of wind blades appeared in the sky, its speed so great, it seemed to merge with the wind itself. Amethystier 3. Wind Spirit Divine Eagle. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, his voice shaking the wilderness. How could this old man be left out? He stomped his foot. The power of the earth surged. The phantom of a giant turtle, its shell inscribed with ancient runes bearing a dragon's head and a serpent's tail, materialized and solidified, radiating a defensive power as heavy as a mountain. Yet beneath its 4 feet, earthen yellow clouds gathered, lifting it slowly into the air. Gold tier 9 peak. Black tortoise saint turtle. For spirit beasts appeared. For beasts of different forms, yet all radiating world-shattering power. Their combined ocean-like pressure solidified the air in the entire square. Everyone struggled to breathe. Yet their hearts surged with excitement, their gazes fixed upon this magnificent scene rarely seen in daily life. Amethystier beasts emerging together, all to rescue one person. Jiang Yun, elderly, slowly rose. Although he did not summon a spirit beast, the profound mountain-like and unfathomable aura he exuded seemed more reassuring than the combined might of the 4 Amethystier experts. He spoke in a deep voice. The Corpse Dominion cult is a cancer upon humanity. Go forth assuredly, and be sure to find clues to their branch strongholds, aiming to eradicate them root and branch. This place will be guarded by this old man. I will not allow a single cultist to set foot in Sea City. The mayor nodded. With elderly holding the fort, he could rest assured. He declared to the entire venue, everyone the cult has invaded. The competition is suspended. All citizens may evacuate to the city proper with the city defense force. Those willing to crusade against the cult may follow the city defense force into the forest to purge them. Annihilate the cult. Rescue Jiang Yun. Fight them to the death. The crowd was incensed. Many beast tamers, their blood boiling, responded loudly. Under the organization of the city defense force, they began entering the forest in an orderly fashion. He Tiangang could wait no longer. He leaped onto the broad back of the dragonflame Golden Chimera. The chimera let out a roar, its 4 hooves blazing with fire, transforming into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the misty forest at terrifying speed. The mayor Su Cheng and Xiao Zhan immediately followed suit, riding their spirit beasts. for powerful auras like 4 sharp arrows, pierced into the depths of the forest. However, just as the 4 amethystier experts had flown less than a kilometer into the outer reaches of the misty forest, an unexpected change occurred. 1. An indescribable, terrifying pressure as if from the deepest abyss of the 9 hells exploded from the core area of the forest like the awakening of a sleeping primordial beast. This pressure was so immense, surpassing the combined might of the 4 amethystier experts, and even causing Elder Lee's countenance to change abruptly. Roar. Accompanied by a terrifying roar capable of shattering souls, and causing all living beings for dozens of miles to tremble. A cold, hoarse voice, yet clearly penetrating deep into everyone's ears, sounded like a proclamation. Esteemed ones, the sacred cult is conducting its affairs. You all shall halt here for now. Before the words faded, a torrent of vast energy, mixing extreme darkness, and the aura of death swept out from the depths of the forest, like a black tsunami violently crashing towards He Tiangang and the other 3. The 4 amethystier experts' faces drastically changed. They urged their spirit beasts into full defensive mode. Boom! The violent collision of energies shook the very edge of the misty forest. The strength of the newcomer was terrifying beyond measure. The combined might of He Tiangang the mayor and Su Qingtian, 3 amethyst-level powerhouses, should have been enough to sweep away all before them. However, when the terrifying aura deep within the forest erupted, it was as if an ancient beast had awakened. They truly grasped the vast difference in power. Whoa! The Xuanwu dragon turtle beneath Xiaozhan, known for its astonishing defensive power, emitted a nearly mournful low roar in the face of this overwhelming brutal pressure that was filled with death and destruction, its limbs quaking uncontrollably as its massive body crashed down to the ground. No matter how Xiaozhan commanded, he could not make it rise even a fraction. This was the crushing weight of absolute power. The strength before them was terrifying. It was far beyond what a single golden-level beast master could withstand. He Tiangang's dragon flame golden lion was surrounded by flickering golden flames. The mayor's sacred cloud rainbow sacred phoenix wings trembled slightly, and Su Qingshan's wind spirit divine eagle let out a threatening low growl, yet they could not hide the instinctive fear emanating from them. The hearts of the forest sank to the depths. Peak of Amethyst 9. Know this aura has already stepped half a foot into diamond level. He Tiangang's expression was more serious than ever, his voice dry. As an Amethyst 7, he could feel the terrifying power contained within that aura, far surpassing ordinary Amethyst peak levels. Just as the 4 of them were awed and shaken by the terrifying aura erupting from the depths of the forest, the space before them seemed to be torn and crushed by an invisible hand. Crack. Rumble. It was not a metaphor, but the actual sound of space shattering, accompanied by the sickening sounds of dislocated bones and twisted flesh. The ground before the 4 suddenly arched upwards and then exploded violently. Debris of soil, rock, and ancient trees shot up into the sky like a fountain. Amidst the flying fragments and the swirling dust, a massive twisted shadow slowly rose, carrying the weight of crushing everything. The first thing that caught their eyes was a distorted head resembling a giant battering ram covered in a mix of pallid and dark red bone armor, with dark purple, still writhing flesh visible in the gaps of the armor. Above the head there were no eyes, only 2 intensely burning abyss-like green soul flames. Following that was its gigantic body, which seemed to be forcibly stitched together and catalyzed from the remains of countless powerful ferocious beasts. Its stout limbs covered in dark scales were connected by massive bony spikes and writhing tentacles. On its back, grotesque bone spines jutted out, resembling a forest of death. A long tail composed of countless vertebrae ending in a massive bone hammer swung, carelessly, causing the earth to fracture and stones to fly. It was surrounded by visible dark red malevolent energy and lifeless gray energy, these forces writhing like living beings, causing grass and trees to wither and turn to ash wherever they passed. The air was heavy with the mixed scent of blood and decaying corpses. The most chilling aspect was its unabashedly brutal aura, reminiscent of a primordial ferocious beast. Peak of Amethyst 9. Moreover, that aura was violent and unstable, as if constantly assaulting an invisible barrier. The strands of power leaking out already bore a hint of diamond-level meaning. This terrifying, mutated, ferocious beast merely standing there caused the golden flames surrounding He Tiangang's dragon flame golden lion to dim. It made the mayor's cloud rainbow sacred phoenix emit uneasy chirps, causing Su Qingshan's wind spirit divine eagle to crouch low, its throat issuing a low growl intertwined with threats and fear. As for Xiaozhan's Xuanwu dragon turtle, it let out a mournful cry, its limbs completely limp, its massive body pressed down to the ground by that will infused with death and destruction. It could not even lift its head. Just then a gaunt old man resembling a specter quietly appeared above the terrifying mutated beast. He still wore the black robe embroidered with dark red patterns, his figure frail, But standing atop the beast radiating a destructive aura, he was as steady as a rock, as if he were the core and master of this ferocious beast. The two groups of green soul flames atop the beast's head seemed to resonate with the gaze beneath his hood. He slightly raised his frail hand and gently pressed it against the cold bone armor of the beast, as if soothing a weapon that belonged to him. Then he raised his head, his green gaze piercing through the void, landing on the four of them, who were on high alert. A hoarse and cold voice swept across the battlefield. The Holy Church acts the local governance of city, C should not meddle in this matter. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling and lifeless tone that seemed to resonate with the very soul, clearly overpowering the beast's chilling low breaths. Otherwise, he paused for a moment, his green gaze suddenly sharp, and the soul-eater beast beneath him seemed to respond, its malevolent energy surging violently, the terrifying pressure once again intensifying like a tsunami, fiercely impacting the hearts and beast mastery of the four powerful figures. The consequences are beyond your endurance. Domineering, disdainful, viewing Amethyst as nothing, he utilized the unparalleled ferocious beast beneath him as his mount, with the surging malevolent energy as his backdrop. Just one man and one beast seemed to block 1,000 troops, heavy despair and pressure crashing down on everyone. The moment his words fell, alarms rang loudly in the hearts of He Tiangang and the others. They were equally puzzled. Why would the other side dispatch such top-tier combat power to intercept them? This was certainly not just to stop them from rescuing Jiang Yun. Within this misty forest, the evil cult must be engaging in some earth-shattering disruptive scheme. The mayor of City C suppressed his unease and stepped forward, questioning loudly, his voice amplified by beast mastery, the Soul Eater sect. Why did you attack our City C Beast Masters Grand Tournament and slaughter our future talents? Do you really think there is no one in City C? Kekekek. The gaunt old man let out a chilling, eerie laugh, his green gaze sweeping over the mayor filled with contempt. Talents? They're merely slightly stronger ants. It is already a great grace that the Holy Church has not exterminated this city. Taking a few of your students, a few beast masters, is nothing worth mentioning. His tone shifted, carrying an almost manic arrogance. Don't say you few joined forces. Even if the Beast Master Academy's experts came personally today, my Holy Church would still not fear. His arrogant demeanor was simply outrageous. However, the moment he finished speaking of such bold words, an old yet dignified voice imbued with unparalleled majesty and righteous spirit rolled in from the direction of the square, instantly dispersing part of the suffocating evil pressure. Cunning and secretive, acting like ghosts, just a bunch of light-averse mice daring to brag and flaunt in public. You Soul Eater sect, using sentient beings as sacrifices, rebelling against humanity, poisoning the world, are the sworn enemies of our human race. We Beast Masters, when we see you, will kill you. The voice grew closer, and as the final word kill fell, a dazzling azure light, like a sword tearing through darkness, rushed from the direction of the square. As the light dissipated, it revealed the figure within. It was Old Lee from the Beastmaster Academy, along with his beast. Peak of Amethyst 9. Ancient Ice Crystal Beast. Old Lee stood atop the beast. His hair and beard were all tousled, the usual gentle and kind demeanor completely replaced by an unmatched sharpness, as if he could sever all evil in the world. The aura radiating from him was pure, majestic, and dignified, contrasting sharply with the eerie, lifeless energy of the evil cult elder, like a clash of light and darkness. The terrifying auras of two Peak Amethyst 9 Beast Masters collided in the air. Buzz! An invisible force field twisted and exploded between the two, producing a sickening hum. The clouds above were forcibly torn apart, and the ground began to crack like a web centered around the two. Just the clash of auras had already triggered a change in the weather. A little further back from Old Lee, Principal Lei Lai of Thunder Academy was also commanding his beast. A purple crystal 6th level beast, the Thunderwing Griffin, wrapped in raging lightning snakes, closely followed, shining with thunderous light, exuding extraordinary might. Interesting. The evil cult elder's green soul flames flickered slightly, recognizing the newcomer, the gatekeeper of the Beastmaster Academy. His nose is rather keen. Old Lee's gaze was electric, piercing through the void, locking onto the opponent. You evil cult, reversing life and death, creating disasters. Heaven does not allow it. The Beastmaster Alliance has long had orders against you, with no room for tolerance. When seen, we shall kill you. Kekek. Hypocrisy. The evil cult elder sneered. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. The Holy Church seeks the ultimate truth. How can you mere mortals understand truth? Old Lee scoffed, his tone filled with disdain and killing intent. The path paved with the bones of countless sentient beings can be called truth. Today, let me see if your so-called truth can withstand the light of our human race's righteous path. With this, there was no room for negotiation. It was clear that a battle was inevitable today. The evil cult elder fell silent for a moment, his killing intent spreading like a tangible force, the shadow beneath his feet seemingly coming alive, writhing and expanding. If so, then let's fight. As the last word left his mouth, the beast beneath him, exuding a terrifying pressure, finally let out a roar. Roar. The terrifying momentum was domineering and unavoidable. This person's strength is formidable, definitely an elder from the upper echelons of the evil cult. He is willing to fight to intercept us, so there must be something fishy in this misty forest. Old Li's eyes sparkled with insight, instantly grasping the key. He decisively gave rapid orders. Principal, he Master Su, Principal Li, come with me to engage this person and this beast. This mutated beast's aura has approached Diamond. Its combat power is likely above ours. I will be the main attacker and you all will provide support. Do not engage Hedon. Master Shao, quickly merge with the city defense team, dive deep into the forest, locate the evil cult's stronghold, and destroy their core ritual. Rescuing the trapped students is the priority. Act quickly. Yes. Understood. The orders were clear, and everyone complied with solemnity. He Tiangang and the others swiftly maneuvered their beasts to spread out. They formed a half-surrounding formation. One by one, they commanded their beasts to unleash their ultimate skills. Xiao Zhan, without hesitation, urged his dragon turtle to emit a deep roar, breaking free from some of the restraints, transforming into a streak of yellow light, speeding towards the other side of the forest. At the edge of the forest, Old Li's ancient ice crystal beast shone brightly, countless ice spikes shooting skyward, transforming into chains of ice that spanned the heavens. The evil cult elder's black robe billowed, the green soul flames blazing fiercely, and the terrifying skeletal giant beast behind him raised its twisted claws capable of crushing mountains. Heaven and earth lost color, the winds and clouds rolled back. The battle at the peak of Amethyst was about to erupt. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Jiang Yun was located, the giant fist of the earth demon ape, covered in thick rocky armor, approached the fire dragon fish with a deathly aura that could crush everything. The force of the punch caused the air to explode. The scorching dragon flames were pushed aside by this pure force. At this critical moment, a sharp cry, a silver lightning bolt moving faster than the eye could perceive, struck first. It was the wind thunderlark. It maximized its speed, its claws swirling with blinding lightning, aiming not to attack the sturdy body of the earth demon ape, but to precisely grasp its relatively weak crimson eyes. Thunderclaw. PFF. Despite the earth demon ape instinctively closing its eyes, its tough eyelids blocked most of the damage, yet the violent force of thunder still surged through the gaps, causing intense paralysis. Roar. The earth demon ape let out a roar filled with pain and fury, and its inevitable punch momentarily stiffened and deviated. Little fire domain prison. Jiang Yun's thoughts raced as he shouted loudly. The fire dragon fish seized this precious moment to unleash a dragon's roar, its body glowing with crimson runes as scorching flames surged wildly, transforming into several thick chains of fire that coiled around the earth demon ape's arms and torso, attempting to bind it in place. Boom. The fire chain successfully wrapped around it, the high temperature scorching the rocky armor and producing sizzling sounds. However, the earth demon ape's strength was simply too great. It suddenly exerted force, its muscles bulging, and the fire chains that could bind an ordinary bronze level 9 were actually being torn apart inch by inch, sparks flying. Indeed, it can't be restrained. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. This was within his expectations, but he was still shocked by the absolute crushing power of the opponent. Little Lark. Thunderstrike. Aim for the joint that was just burned. Jiang Yun's voice was chillingly calm, the rhythm of battle unperturbed. The wind thunderlark, receiving the command, showed no hesitation. It let out a clear whistle, compressing all of its wind and thunder power into a single point, its form transforming into a true bolt of lightning that pierced through heaven and earth. This time the target was no longer the eyes, but the dark red elbow joint of the earth demon ape's right arm, which had become slightly cracked from the continuous burning of dragon flames. Thunderstrike. Crackle. Boom. The dazzling lightning accurately struck. The ultimate penetrating power and explosive paralyzing effect were vividly displayed at this moment. Ow. Although the earth demon ape felt no pain, its body still froze for a moment, and the rocky armor at the elbow joint of its right arm shattered as dark purple lightning surged wildly into its arm bone. Its entire right arm instantly lost control and fell weakly. At this moment, as it remained completely stiffened due to the intense pain and paralysis. Little fire. Dragon flame explosion, kill. Smash it for me. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes as he issued the final killing order. The fire dragon fish was already poised to strike. It opened its dragon mouth, compressing and condensing the vast dragon-type spiritual power and flame essence within at unprecedented speed. A terrifying fireball, dark red and seemingly containing a miniature sun, instantly took form, distorting the surrounding space with its high temperature. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, the dark red destructive fireball, trailing a long tail of flames, struck with a speed that exceeded sound, directly hitting the chest of the earth demon ape, which was left wide open due to its paralyzed right arm. That area just burned by the fire chains had also become weak. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosion echoed across the sky. The dark red destructive energy completely engulfed the massive body of the earth demon ape. The scorching light and heat swept out in all directions, instantly carbonizing and vaporizing the surrounding trees. As the light and smoke slowly dissipated, only a huge charred pit remained, along with scattered rock fragments melted into glass-like forms by the high temperature. The once invincible earth demon ape at the pinnacle of the bronze level 9 was now nothing but bones. A one-hit kill. A true counterattack achieved through tactics and cooperation in a dire situation. In the distance, the smirk on the face of the heretic's guardian completely froze, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "No, it's impossible," he screamed in a sharp, piercing tone. "The rocky armor that is capable of withstanding silver-level attacks. How could it be defeated by a skill from a bronze level 7? With one hit?" One hit? He couldn't comprehend, couldn't accept. Had the fire skill of that fish truly reached a terrifying level capable of slaying silver-level foes? This completely overturned his understanding. The moment of explosive, destructive energy made even him, as an observer, feel a twinge of heart palpitation. However, Jiang Yun did not give him any time to think or escape. "Little fire, send him on his way." The cold command was issued. A concentrated breath of dragon flames, like a death's invitation, instantly engulfed the heretic guardian, who was still in shock and fear, leaving only a pile of ashes behind. With the strong enemy vanquished, Jiang Yun's taut nerves finally relaxed. A wave of intense exhaustion surged through his body, causing him to stagger and almost lose his balance, gasping heavily. The wind thunder lark landed wearily on his shoulder, while Little Fire also retracted its aura, showing a hint of fatigue in its dragon eyes. He immediately urged the wind thunder lark to stay alert, circling vigilantly in the surrounding sky. Once he confirmed there were no further anomalies, he truly relaxed, collapsing onto the ground and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. If I hadn't upgraded Little Fire to the 7th level before the competition, greatly enhancing the control and power of the Dragon Flame explosion kill today, would have likely. He felt a wave of dread in his heart. However, just as he was calming down and preparing to take a short rest, a familiar voice, cold and lazy, yet carrying an unmatched authority and a hint of amusement, suddenly rang out behind him. No wonder that day I sensed a subtle aura within you that even I had to pay attention to. It turns out that the source is this seemingly inconspicuous fire dragon fish." Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yun's hair stood on end. Without thinking, he suddenly sprang up and turned, instinctively channeling his beast-taming power. The fire dragon fish and wind thunder lark instantly entered battle mode. But it was too late. A terrifying pressure, vast as the starry sea and heavy as the primordial mountains, descended with a thunderous crash, as if the entire sky was collapsing. Thud. Jiang Yun didn't even catch a glimpse of the opponent's shadow before being forcefully pinned to the ground by this irresistible power, his cheek pressed against the cold earth, unable to move even a finger. Woo! The wind thunder lark on his shoulder let out a mournful cry, directly being pressed into the ground. The fire dragon fish beside him also emitted a reluctant roar, its dragon body trembling violently, its flames forcefully suppressed back into its body, its scales creaking, unable to lift its head. This power was too strong. Strong enough to instill despair, leaving no room for any thought of resistance. It was on a completely different dimension than any enemy he had faced before, including the Earth Demon Ape at bronze level 9. Jiang Yun struggled to lift his head, finally seeing the face of the newcomer. With an icy complexion and exquisite features, it was none other than Su Qingxue. Or rather, it was the one occupying the body of Su Qingxue, the spirit demon royal family, the nine-tailed fox. Seeing that Little Fire and Little Lark were also being suppressed, Jiang Yun did not hesitate. With a thought, he forcibly recalled the fire dragon fish and wind thunder lark back into the beast's space, alone bearing the terrifying pressure, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Oh! The nine-tailed fox smiled lightly, revealing a captivating smile that could enthrall the world, yet it was laced with a playful condescension, as if looking down on ants. "You are quite loyal." She took graceful steps closer, her gaze resting on Jiang Yun, as if she could see through all his disguises. "I heard that when you awakened, your test showed you had no talent. And this fire dragon fish, the contract has been less than a month, right? In just a month from nothing to reaching bronze level 7. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes deep as starry abysses, staring at Jiang Yun, her tone tinged with a chilling curiosity, Is this little fish's talent truly against the heavens? Or is it that you harbor a secret that even I cannot discern at a glance? Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure, and did not answer her question about talent. Instead, he squeezed out a question through clenched teeth. Are you planning to attack and kill me here? Kill you? The nine-tailed fox stood upright as if she had heard some amusing joke and chuckled softly. With her laughter, the terrifying pressure enveloping Jiang Yun receded like the tide vanishing without a trace. Her tone carried a lazy disdain. If I wanted to take your life, why go through all this trouble? Just a thought would suffice. As the pressure suddenly dissipated, Jiang Yun coughed a few times, gasping for fresh air as he slowly rose from the ground, channeling his spiritual power to ease his stiff body. He looked at her warily. Then what did that mean just now? The nine-tailed fox did not directly answer his question, instead lightly raising her hand to smooth her wind-blown hair, her movements extraordinarily graceful, contrasting sharply with the terrifying power she had just displayed. She shifted the topic, her tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Jiang Yun, let's make a deal, shall we? A deal, eh? Jiang Yun's brows furrowed at her words, with doubts springing up in his heart. A fearsome beast with peak amethyst-level strength wanted to make a deal with him, a bronze-level beast tamer. This seemed incredibly strange, but he understood that in the face of such an absolute power gap, he had little choice. He forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice, what kind of deal? Su Qingxue smiled charmingly, her beauty captivating, yet causing Jiang Yun's heart to race. Her red lips parted. She uttered words that sent shockwaves through Jiang Yun. I can give you a chance to allow both of your beasts to complete an evolution. Do you want it? A chance for the first evolution. For both beasts. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. Su Qingxue's words struck Jiang Yun's heart like a boulder stirring 1,000 ripples. Evolving a spirit beast. Such an opportunity sounded like a fantasy enough to drive any beast tamer to madness. Yet Jiang Yun was not dazed by this sudden windfall. Instead, he grew more vigilant. He had no connection to this Su Qingxue, and she, a transcendent spirit fox royalty, had no reason to bestow such a boon upon him. He took a deep breath, quelling the turmoil within, and met Su Qingxue's gaze, those eyes that seemed to pierce through all things. His voice low, he demanded, why should I trust you? And with such immense benefit, why grant it to me? His suspicion was undisguised. There was no free lunch in this world, especially from a being of ambiguous allegiance and terrifying power. Such a gift often concealed a far greater price. Su Qingxue seemed unsurprised by his doubt. She curled her lips, exuding an otherworldly languor and indifference. Believe it or not, that is your choice. I merely propose a deal, the choice is yours. As for why I offer it to you. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield. Her tone was flat, yet carried an elusive depth. Perhaps I simply think it might be interesting to make you more intriguing. However, should you let this pass, you may spend tenfold the time and effort seeking those elusive evolution materials. Weigh the worth yourself. Jiang Yun's heart stirred. Su Qingxue's words struck a vital chord. The evolution of Wind Thunder Sparrow and Xiaohua was among his most pressing needs. Skirting the tedious hunt for materials and its uncertainties would save him immense time. Moreover, given her strength, if she truly wished him harm, there was no need for such an elaborate ruse. But could it truly be this simple? What are the terms? Jiang Yun did not agree immediately, but pressed for the core. He had to know the cost. Su Qingxue chuckled softly. As if anticipating his question, she raised a slender finger and said lightly, simple. Give me 20 of your beast cores. Guarantee my place in the top 10 of this tournament and secure my spot at the Provincial Academy. What? Jiang Yun froze, certain he had misheard. 20 beast cores, ensuring a top 10 finish. This condition was so simple, it was almost unbelievable. Having plundered repeatedly, he had amassed over 100 cores. Parting with 20 was trivial and would never jeopardize his firm hold on first place. Exchanging 20 beast cores for a monumental chance to evolve 2 spirit beasts simultaneously. The price was far too unbalanced. Is it really that simple? Jiang Yun frowned, his suspicion deepening rather than fading. For just a spot at the Provincial Academy. With your power, why would you need this? Something was amiss. Su Qingxue covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering. Believe it or not, this is my only condition. If you must know the reason. She glanced toward the ashes of the cult guardian, her tone cooling. Perhaps I despise the ways of the skeletal cult. They are an eyesore. Besides, demon cores are as useless to me as pebbles by the roadside. Skeletal cult. Demon cores. Jiang Yun seized on these keywords, his heart jolting. Could this so-called opportunity be tied to the heretical sect? It seems you know nothing yet. Su Qingxue seemed in a talkative mood, or perhaps she was deliberately guiding him. Aren't you curious why the skeletal cult appeared in the misty forest? Why they slaughter students and seize spirit beasts? Jiang Yun shook his head. He had only encountered the attack, unaware of the deeper reasons. They are here to gather enough powerful beast and spirit beast essence for a vessel called the Demon Core Su Qingxue said with a hint of mockery. And that demon core condensed from countless essences is your evolution opportunity. As she spoke, Su Qingxue watched Jiang Yun's pupils contract sharply. She continued, if you can claim the demon core and let your two spirit beasts absorb its pure essence, its effect will rival or even surpass the power from standard evolution materials. The only flaw is that this essence lacks specific attribute enhancement, but it is abundant and pure enough to drive evolution and substantially boost their strength. Demon core, beast essence, evolution opportunity. Jiang Yun's mind raced. He recalled the cult guardian mentioning the demon core. This seemed irrefutable. He turned abruptly to Su Qingxue, wondering if the nine-tailed fox had been absent all this time to investigate the skeletal cult. As Jiang Yun reeled in shock, Su Qingxue added, now give me 20 beast cores, and I will tell you the exact location of the skeletal cult stronghold. Whether you can retrieve the demon core from that den of danger depends on your own skill. Jiang Yun fell silent, his mind in fierce turmoil. The opportunity was undeniably tempting, but the risk was immense. The cult's lair would be heavily guarded, possibly by being stronger than the guardian. Was Su Qingxue truly pointing him to a path of fortune, or was she using him as a blade? After weighing his options, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. Evolution and strength were paramount. The competition at the provincial stage would be fiercer, and he needed greater power. Moreover, he sensed that Su Qingxue, though enigmatic, acted with a logic that might not be aimed at harming him. Fine, I accept. Jiang Yun ceased hesitating, counted out 20 black iron grade 9 beast cores from his storage ring, and handed them over. Su Qingxue waved her hand, and the cores vanished. She nodded in satisfaction, and without delay said, in the core area southwest about 10 li deep lies an altar. The demon core and the skeletal cult stronghold are there. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yun, her form growing ethereal, as if melting into the air, leaving only a drifting voice in the forest. Good luck, Jiang Yun. I hope next time we meet you bring me more surprises. Her voice faded before she vanished as if she had never been. Only Jiang Yun remained, brows furrowed, heart churning. The deal seemed to favor him immensely, yet his instinct screamed that Su Qingxue harbored ulterior motives. What was her true goal? Was she using him to sabotage the cult's plans? Or was this all a trap set for him? He could not discern her purpose. Facing overwhelming power, he had no choice but to grow strong swiftly, to break free from the helplessness of being manipulated by the unknown. Yet the evolution opportunity offered by the demon core was a tangible lure. To go or not to go? As Jiang Yun teetered on the brink of a difficult decision, a familiar, urgent female voice rang out from the distant woods. Jiang Yun. It was the city defense squad captain, Lin Wei. Jiang Yun turned to see Lin Wei clad in her city defense uniform, charging forward with the team. Beside her were several middle-aged men with deep, steady auras and over a dozen fully armed squad members. Their spirit beasts followed, varied in form, but all radiating formidable energy. Jiang Yun's gaze swept over them, his talent for manifesting attributes activating instantly. The lead man, with a resolute face and piercing eyes, was accompanied by a majestic winged tiger with a pair of wings, its level reaching a staggering gold grade 3. The two men who seemed to be his deputies had spirit beasts at silver grade 7 and silver grade 8 respectively. Combined with Lin Wei and the others' bronze level beasts, this was a formidable force. Clearly, the anomalies in the misty forest and the news brought by escaping students had roused grave concern from the outside world. This was an elite force sent in to purge the cult and rescue survivors. Jiang Yun, thank heavens you're safe. Lin Wei rushed to his side first. Seeing him slightly disheveled but unharmed, she exhaled in relief, her face brightening with joy. The mayor and principal, he were very worried. The cult's invasion is dire, so we immediately organized a team for rescue and cleansing. Where are those cultists? Lin Wei hurried forward, concern in her voice. Jiang Yun steadied himself, calming the still turbulent flow of blood and spiritual energy within. He pointed toward the pile of ashes and the distant scorched pit, speaking with calm reserve. Thanks for your concern, Lin Wei. I am fine. That cult protector and his feral beast have already been dealt with. Dealt with? A middle-aged man in the city defense captain's uniform, his bearing steady, reacted with surprise that flickered across his eyes. He carefully probed the lingering energy ripples at the scene. The brutal aura of a peak bronze rank 9 ferocious beast was still dissipating, yet it sent chill after chill through him. And this young man before them showed only a slight disorder in his aura. He slew such a formidable foe alone. The rumors the students had spread, that Jiang Yun commanded a bronze rank 7 tamed beast and turned the tide, now seemed unquestionably true. Seeing this, Lin Wei stepped up to the leading middle-aged man and eager to help introduce Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, these are the captains of our city defense. This is Captain Lin Hai of the 1st Battalion, Captain Zhang Meng of the 2nd, Captain Wang Hai of the 3rd, and Captain Zhao Qian of the 4th. Jiang Yun glanced over the four men, his gaze finally resting on the lead Lin Hai. The man had a square face, eagle-like eyes, and a tall, upright bearing that exuded the iron blood aura of one seasoned by countless battles. Despite that stern countenance, there was a faint resemblance to Lin Wei. Jiang Yun's mind stirred. Lin Hai, Lin Wei. Both surnamed Lin, oh, could they be related? Lin Hai seemed to catch the flicker of doubt in Jiang Yun's expression and laughed heartily, taking the initiative to speak. Jiang Yun, you acted without fear in a crisis, saving many classmates with but a single arm, and even slaying a cult protector alone. A hero in his youth. I admire you. He spoke with sincere, unabashed praise. My name is Lin Hai. I am Lin Wei's elder brother. I know you saved my sister. I am here to express my thanks. Jiang Yun suddenly realized they were siblings. He smiled and replied with modesty, Captain Lin, no need for thanks, but it was nothing. Lin Hai returned the smile and let the matter drop. He changed tone and said, Jiang Yun, the situation is urgent, so I will spare the formalities. Our first mission is to rescue you, and the second is to eradicate the cult members. You engaged that protector alone. Did you uncover any clues to the cult's stronghold? Jiang Yun paused to consider, then decided to relay the information the nine-tailed fox had given, omitting its source. He pointed toward the southwest of the core area and said in a low voice, Captain Lin, from the mouths of those cult members and the protector, I learned that their base appears to be to the southwest of the core area, about 10 li away near an ancient altar. He made no mention of the Mo nor of Su Qingxue, attributing the information simply to what he had extracted from the enemy. For now, annihilating the cult remained the primary task. This information was vital. At Jiang Yun's words, Lin Hai and the others brightened. With a definite direction, action could finally proceed with purpose. All right, send my orders at once. Every unit target the ancient altar to the southwest of the core area. Locate the cult stronghold and wipe it out in one stroke. Lin Hai moved with decisive force and issued the command. Jiang Yun immediately stepped forward and said, I wish to accompany you. Lin Hai's brow tightened. Though he admired Jiang Yun's strength, the danger ahead was unknown, and he hesitated. Lin Wei fretted, Jiang Yun, your safety. Jiang Yun fell silent, concentrated, and with a thought summoned forth a roar. The extraordinary martial fire dragon fish was called out once more. A bronze rank 7's formidable presence spread with a faint dragon majesty, the compact force of flame, and an oppression far beyond its peers left the seasoned captains astonished. This fire dragon fish is truly wondrous, not an ordinary specimen, murmured second Captain Zhang Meng. Lin Wei's eyes rounded. Her heart roiled. Barely half a month earlier she had seen Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish. It had been only bronze rank 1 then. How could so little time have passed? And yet it had already leapt straight to bronze rank 7. Such speed of cultivation was unheard of. Even prepared though she was, the sight still struck her like a thunderbolt. Seeing the dragon fish's imposing aura, Lin Hai's hesitation vanished and was replaced by resolve. Very well. Jiang Yun, stay close to the unit, keep safe, and watch each other's backs. Your strength will indeed serve as an important asset. Jiang Yun rejoiced inwardly and nodded in agreement. With Lin Hai, a gold rank 3, and several silver-level captains accompanying them, their safety was significantly enhanced, and the chance to seize the Mo grew greater. Just as the unit prepared to set out, a thunderous boom rolled through the air. An indescribable terror, as if drawn from the very origin of heaven and earth, erupted above the mist-shrouded forest, sounding as though a billion thunderclaps had been struck at once. Everyone looked up in alarm. At the far horizon, the sky had shifted. One half of the heavens bore a deep, cold, starry hue. Ice crystals and starlight condensed into the silhouette of a colossal beast that circled and roared. The other half was cloaked in dark red bloodlight, killing intent, and gray, desiccating energy. Within it, a godlike figure composed of countless bones loomed, emitting a soul-freezing aura of annihilation. Two utterly different forces collided, eroding and devouring each other. Space warped, and visible ripples of energy spread outward like tidal waves, even across great distances. Jiang Yun and the others could feel the world-shattering might. Even the circulation of their spiritual energy grew sluggish. This is a clash between Zhejiang-level powerhouses, breathed third Captain Wang Hai hoarsely, his voice full of awe. Could it be Mayor? And the others wondered. Zhao Qian, his face paling. At that moment, a powerful aura approached. A shaft of yellow light fell behind the group, and a figure emerged, Xiaozhan commanding a Xuanwu dragon turtle. Xiaozhan's face was grave as he stared toward the strange spectacle at the sky, saying in a deep voice, a Zhejiang 9-rank peak elder of the cult has made a move, riding a mutated, soul-consuming demonic carcass beast. His intent is to block the Mayor Principal, he and the others, from entering the forest core. Master Li of the Beastmaster Academy is joining forces with the Mayor Principal, he the head of the Su family, and Principal Lei. The 5 of them are engaged in fierce combat with this elder. What? 5 Zhejiang-level experts fighting 1 man and 1 beast. Lin Hai blurted in disbelief, and everyone drew a sharp breath, faces written with incredulity. The cult elder's strength was so terrifying. Snapping out of their shock, they hurriedly saluted Xiao Zhan and addressed him as Elder Xiao. Xiao Zhan waved them off, his gaze sharp. The cult's rebellion makes them enemies of humanity. How could I stand aside? I came to lend you a hand and purge the cult stronghold. Lin Hai rejoiced with Elder Xiao joining this mission cannot fail. Xiao Zhan nodded and then fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun, his look deep, appraising, tinged with complexity. You must be Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's heart tightened. From the other's reactions, he surmised the elder's identity. Likely the head of the Xiao family, the foremost figure below the Zijing rank. Yet Jiang Yun remained composed, returning the salute. With even courtesy, Junior Jiang Yun pays respects Elder Xiao. He braced himself inwardly. If Elder Xiao were to step forward for Xiao Ling or Xiao Yutian, he would respond as the situation demanded. To his surprise, Xiao Zhan appraised him for a moment, and then showed a trace of approval. Heroes do indeed appear in youth with an extraordinary bearing. You saved that boy, Yutian. The Xiao family will remember the debt. I came today also in part to save you, thus settling our debt between you and the Xiao family. How does that sound? Jiang Yun was briefly stunned and then understood. Xiao Zhan, called the foremost under Zijing, indeed possessed a magnanimous air and was no petty protector of his own. He immediately inclined his head. Elder Xiao, you flatter me. Xiao Zhan's expression turned satisfied. He said no more, instead shifting his gaze to Lin Hai, his tone becoming fierce. Captain Lin, since Jiang Yun has confirmed the cult stronghold's location, we must act without delay. Hesitation breeds disaster. Begin the purge. Lin Hai answered solemnly. Very well. All units heed orders. The target is the southwest altar. Advance at full speed. At once, with Lin Hai and Xiao Zhan at the four captains Lin Wei, Jiang Yun, and dozens of elite city defense soldiers formed a formidable vanguard like unsheathed blades racing toward the core area's southwest. After traveling roughly 7 or 8 li through the dense primeval forest, the terrain began to open as they passed through a thick miasma zone. An ancient ruined circular altar of massive bluestone appeared at the end of their sight line. Around the altar, twisted shadows and ominous energy rippled faintly. Looking toward it, they saw a number of members of the Yuhai sect guarding the structure. Jiang Yun locked his gaze on the altar that exuded ill omen. He drew a deep breath and focused. A barely perceptible blue light began to flow within the depths of his pupils. His talent, Wanwu Sidioxianhua, all things lexicon manifestation, activated. His sight instantly pierced the thin black mists around the altar, passing over patrolling hollow-eyed black-robed cultists and several putrid mutated guardian beasts, fixing directly on the altar's very center. They're not empty at all. A dark red crystal about the size of a fist hovered quietly upon a complex frame of dull metal roughly half a person high. Almost the instant his gaze met that dark purplured crystal, a stream of crystal-clear information flooded into his vision, imprinting itself like a brand. Name: Wansho Benyuan Mohamature. Status: Origin plundering 87 complete. Origin: energy highly compressed. Description: a primal crystal core condensed from the aptitude, origins, and life energies of thousands of ferocious beasts and tamed beasts. It contains an immense disorderly reservoir of non-attribute life origin energy, while simultaneously brimming with the resentments and chaotic consciousness left behind by countless destroyed lives. Warning: this construct is in a highly unstable state, with the plundering process near completion. Forcible interruption of the ritual or improper contact may easily trigger severe energy backlash or spiritual contamination. Special note: assessment determines that the pure origin energy contained herein is sufficient to meet the current evolution requirements of Huolangyu Fire Dragonfish and Fenglei Yunk Wind Thunder Skylark, and may even grant additional rank advancement. Seeing the information, Jiang Yun's heart leapt with joy, but his expression quickly grew grave. The entry confirmed what the Jiuhu had said. This Mo truly was a colossal opportunity, enough to allow Xiaohua and Fenglei Yunk to complete their first evolution. It might even bring tremendous further enhancement.